Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into what if Harry Potter became the cunning Lord of Magic. Here is short summary. After breaking free from Dumbledore's manipulation, Harry embraces his cunning and intellect, rising as the Lord of Magic to reshape the wizarding world on his own terms. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. The children ahead of him were looking around, uttering sounds of awe and whispering to each other about what they saw. One young bushy brown-haired lass just ahead of him was talking to a own-haired lass about how the ceiling was supposed to be charmed to show the night sky. The raven-haired boy was only paying attention to it all, almost peripherally. Almost his entire focus was on the man wearing garish robes and a long white beard, sitting on what looked like a golden throne. He knew who the man was, who he had to be: Albus, Arswipe, Dumbledore, the one who sentenced him to almost 10 years of hell. McGonagall, a tall, stern-looking woman with the epitome of a witch's hat perched on her head, told the group of children he was with to form a line in front of the small stage she had just mounted. He recognized her, too, just as he did the giant of a man who collected them from the train station. The boy paid her little mind. He could feel the constant headache he'd had since he was 7 years old beginning to intrude again. It always happened when his anger began to build, his rage. As always, he forced it back with an iron will. A coping mechanism he'd developed long ago. The Dursleys never allowed him any sort of painkiller. And, as always, it made him feel within himself as if he was suffocating. Like something was squeezing him deep inside. The boy watched as the hat, clearly demonstrating more magic in evidence, began to sing. The tune, though quite basic, allowed the hat to sing about how unlike other hats it was before it sang about the 4 houses of the school. Then it gave a short riff about putting it on to be sorted. Once it quietened again, the children around him and throughout the hall began to clap. The boy just wished they'd do so quietly. His headache was building along with his anger. He was struggling to force it back. McGonagall unfurled a scroll as she waited for the applause to die down. Once it had, she began to call names. The boy was trying to focus within himself while only listening with half an ear. From experience, he knew, if given time, he could force the anger away, and, with it, the headache. He had his eyes closed, focusing. It helped that he didn't have to look upon the face of the old wanker on his throne, McGonagall, or that haggard bloke. He would bide his time. After all these years he was able to quickly and methodically force the pain and anger down. It never went away completely, though. Not since that evening, the evening his so-called loving aunt hit him in the side of the head with a frying pan. The one that had slipped out of his sore and soapy hands as he stood on a low stool at the sink washing dishes. It had slipped out of his hands and hit the floor, making a racket. His aunt had stormed in, furious. She screamed at him about how they were trying to watch the evening news on the BBC. She'd bent down, grasped the handle of the pan from where it had landed on the floor, raised it, and hit him in the side of the head with it. The hit had knocked him unconscious, as the next thing he remembered was waking up back in his cupboard with a blinding headache. He was just glad it was late at night as the rest of the house was quiet. He couldn't see any lights on, filtering through the gaps in the door. But, since that night, he'd had the headaches. Shoving those thoughts aside, too, the boy was pulled out of his meditative state when he heard his name called. The way it was called sounded as if it wasn't the first time, either. He opened his eyes and saw the old witch, McGonagall, staring sternly at him. He could also hear whispering coming from the other children. The other students. He knew what they were whispering. The Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Is Harry Potter here? All nonsense. He hated them for it. He felt a hand of one of the other children, he didn't know who, nor did he care, give him a light nudge forward by his shoulder. He noticed the old Arswipe and some of the other teachers lean forward slightly, as if in anticipation. Wankers. He walked forward, heading for the small wooden stool. McGonagall stood alongside it, ready to place the hat that could sing on his head. As he reached the stool and was about to turn around to sit on it, the scent hit him. That same scent he remembered from his memories. That same scent that was on her, one of the other people besides the whiskered Arswipe, responsible for him being dumped on the doorstep of the Dursleys. The perfume of the old witch brought the memory of that night back to his full consciousness. The sense of smell, the memory of smell, was one of the most powerful of mnemonics. Her perfume triggered the memory deep within the boy, Harry Potter. It also reawoke the anger the boy had been trying to suppress. Dumbledore, you can't. I've been watching them all day. You couldn't find two people who are less like us. And they've got this son. I saw him kicking his mother all the way up the street, screaming for sweets. Harry Potter, come and live here. It's the best place for him, said Dumbledore firmly. His aunt and uncle will be able to explain everything to him when he's older. I've written them a letter. A letter, repeated Professor McGonagall faintly, sitting back down on the wall. Really, Dumbledore, you think you can explain all this in a letter? These people will never understand him. He'll be famous, a legend. I wouldn't be surprised if today was known as Harry Potter Day in the future. There will be books written about Harry, every child in our world will know his name. Harry stopped. He felt his hands clench into fists. Taking deep breaths of rage, he turned to the old witch and snarled, "No." Minerva McGonagall had never, in all her years at Hogwarts, heard a student refuse to be sorted in such a manner. And definitely not one who would do it with so much anger, so much venom. There had been others in the past, but that was due to the child's fear of the hat. However, young Mr. Potter was clearly unafraid. "Excuse me, Mr. Potter?" she asked the boy in shock. "I said, no," replied young Harry. "I will not be sorted. I do not believe I shall be attending this school." "Mr. Potter," exclaimed McGonagall, "you must." "Bullshit, lady," Harry snarled back, louder than before. "About the only reason I came here was to meet face to face the assholes who dumped me as a baby on the doorstep of the people who spent the next near 10 years abusing me. Well, now I've seen them. And you disgust me." The entire hall was completely silent. Most faces appeared horrified by what they'd just heard, and the venom in the voice that had just delivered it. Harry then turned around and stormed off the platform and through the remaining students waiting to be sorted. He stormed back down between the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables, heading back to the double doors he'd only recently entered. Suddenly, he stopped. He turned around to look back up towards the head table. He could see that the old fool had risen to his feet and was raising his wand. Thinking for a bare moment, Harry suddenly threw his robe off over his head and threw it onto the floor. Quickly, he turned to the Hufflepuff table, with those wearing ties of black and yellow. He stepped onto the bench seat between two students, who rapidly gave him room, and then up onto the tabletop. Once he was standing on the table, he started to remove his versus-necked school jumper, tie and shirt. While doing so, he snarled out in a large voice near shouting, "You people think me some kind of hero. I'm supposed to be some great boy who lived, the one who supposedly defeated Voldemort. Well, down to his shirt, no undershirt, he ripped it off and threw it, too, to the floor, leaving himself bare-chested. Then he threw his arms out wide and loudly snarled, "Take a look at some of the evidence of how your supposed hero has been treated since that night. None of that bullshit your parents and guardians probably read to you as bedtime stories." He started to turn in a slow circle so that everyone in the hall could see the scars from some of the injuries he sustained. And these are only the visible ones. These are only the ones that didn't heal properly. Harry didn't hear the gasps, the sudden exclamations of horror, or the crying from some of the students as they looked upon him. He couldn't really hear anything. His head was throbbing. The pain was excruciating. He mentally bit down on the pain through force of will as he ranted. He didn't see the little red-headed girl that was sitting near the head of the Hufflepuff table, Susan, stand up with tears in her eyes and bolt out of the room. He didn't see her because the pain had brought tears to his own eyes. The pressure, the feeling of suffocating began to feel like he was being choked, began to build to a level he'd not felt before. But he didn't care. He was finally able to vent his feelings to the people who caused him to be left with the Dursleys. His rage had been unleashed. "Is this how you believed your hero should be treated?" he screamed. Was it your intent for your hero to be beaten, whipped, fed nothing but table scraps, if I was lucky to get even that? Treated like a South Avenue while my fat uncle and whale of a cousin fed themselves to morbid obesity and tormented me? Well, and who was responsible for me being dumped in a house where I was abused for almost all of my life, you might ask? He screamed out, jabbing a finger at the head table. he screamed. It was none other than the so-called, all-powerful Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall and Rubeus Hagrid. Lowering his arm, he screamed at them. Assholes. The pain in his head flared right up. There was so much pain. He felt as if he was also being squeezed into a tiny ball. He could barely breathe. He was losing focus. The pain was too much. He screamed a scream of extreme agony at the ceiling. There was a flash of white light and he felt as if he had exploded from the inside out. Blackness. The peace of unconsciousness. June 1987, 4 years earlier. Young Harry Potter grew up always knowing he had a weird sort of memory. He could remember the most detailed points of individual events, right down to the feel of how warm or cold he felt, what the air smelled like, the feel of something on his hands or elsewhere on his skin. The memories were always extraordinarily detailed and vivid. But, those memories always were disjointed, like he was remembering fractions of whole memories. And memories would intrude at the oddest moments. The memories often intruded at the worst times. The memories that made it hard for him to concentrate completely on the task before him. One of those times was when he was washing the dishes. A memory, triggered by a sound from outside, flashed up into his mind while he was washing a frying pan. He dropped the pan and his aunt hit him in the side of the head with it. The next thing he remembered was waking up in his cupboard late at night or early in the morning. That was the night the headache started. The one that never went away. The next morning he was sent to school with the headache still greatly bothering him. Walking to school in a roundabout route, to avoid his cousin's new gang from laying in wait for him, he spent the time thinking about how he could make his mind stop bothering him. He waited until the lunch break and quickly went into the school library. There, he sought out books that covered memory. There, he found a book that covered improving one's memory recall. Quickly he found a place to sit and read. He read through it and moved on to the next. Then the next. It took him a few weeks to read everything the library had to cover on memory. However, he began to understand what his problem was. He learned about people who had perfect memory, and he learned how people developed perfect memory. He learned about mind palaces, and how people who had to speak in public used them to remember their speeches, or their lines of script. He also learned that meditation was often used by people to remember things. And how meditation could be used to order an unordered mind, or one that was simply cluttered with unorganized memories. So, during those times he was locked in cupboard, he learned to meditate. Once he managed to meditate, he learned to review his memories. And he learned how to file them away within his mind. To file them away he built a palace within his mind. And, within that palace, he created library shelves. And on those library shelves he filed his memories. At first it took a lot of effort, as things moved slowly. Each memory took time to sort out and find a place within his shelf space to place it. One of the first things he learned after that was that he wouldn't have enough shelf space to file everything. And that, once he did, how would he quickly find everything again? And he also quickly learned that while he was meditating or was sorting his memories his headache receded. When he was locked in his cupboard and knew he wouldn't be allowed out for hours, he meditated. And, after many months of practice, he could drop into his meditative state while still allowing all 5 senses to be aware. This he called conscious meditation rather than the deep meditation of when he shut all senses off, or when he was sorting memories. He had also learned from the school librarian at his primary school that he could order library books be brought it on short-term loans. The librarian had come to like the young raven-haired boy for his focus on quiet study. So, when he asked her if the library could purchase more books on a particular subject, she took the time to explain to him about the interlibrary exchange system. And Harry made a lot of use out of it. Some of the things Harry learned during those early days and into the following few years were: 1. Creating his mind palace and ordering his memories made it immensely easier for him to recall at will. 2. He had a whole set of memories from when he was an infant that looked like hallucinations. Either that, or magic existed. 3. He was rarely any longer distracted by stray memories, and he was looking at knocking those back to being even rarer. 4. He required far less sleep. 5. He was rarely bothered by the headache anymore, unless he got angry. 6. He was able to better control his emotions, so was far less likely to become angry. 7. He could speed read a book at the library, memorizing its contents. Then, he could spend the time to read it while he was in his meditative state. Even then it was still read faster than normal. 8. If the memories he had as an infant were real, then he knew what had really happened to his parents, and why he was now living with the Dursleys. 9. He only had to study something once, and he knew it from then on. He did not need to review his work, nor study for exams. The 24th of July 1991, 4 years later. Harry Potter was standing at the stove, cleaning it, while his so-called family were either gorging themselves, his uncle and cousin, or overly primly picky eating their breakfasts. The same breakfasts he'd only recently finished cooking but was not allowed to partake in. As always, he was focusing on keeping his anger in check while he went about the chore. The sound of a squeaky hinge came from the front of the house. That was the sound of the mail flap. "Dudley," snorted his uncle. "Go and get the mail." The fat cousin angrily whined, "Make Harry get it. I've not finished." With barely a pause the uncle snapped out, "Boy. Get the mail." Tamping his rising anger down, Harry replied, "Yes, Uncle Vernon." He placed the cleaning rag and spray cleaner on the benchtop alongside the stove and went out into the entry hall to collect the mail. Picking it up from the floor he quickly began to sort through it. His uncle demanded the mail be sorted with the junk mail immediately disposed of into the bin. Quickly sorting the mail, Harry found a most unusual envelope amongst the normal mail. It was unusual in that it was made of a type of paper he'd not come across before, it lacked a stamp or postal mark, and was addressed to him, even down to his cupboard under the stairs. It was also the first item of mail he'd ever personally received. It left him stunned. Hesitating but a moment he quickly stuffed it into the front left pocket of his oversized and torn jeans, before returning to the final sorting of the mail. And quickly walked back to the kitchen. After all, it would not do for his so-called relatives to wait one moment longer than they absolutely had to when receiving their mail. Placing the mail next to his uncle's right hand without a word Harry quickly returned to cleaning the stove. The sooner he had the chore done the sooner he could begin on cleaning the breakfast dishes, and the sooner he could retreat to his cupboard to find out who, and why someone, had written to him. After he had the dishes and cutlery of the Dursleys' breakfast put away Harry was able to return to his cupboard. He'd managed, this time, to grab 2 slices of, now cold, toast and some uneaten bacon. These he pulled out of his pockets to make a sandwich. After making it he put the sandwich down and drew out the letter addressed to him out of his pocket. Opening it he found a couple of sheets of what looked like somewhat stiff slightly yellow paper made of the same material as the envelope. Written therein, apparently, he had been accepted to attend a magic school called Hogwarts. The letter also held a document detailing what school supplies he'd need. One of the items, a cauldron, triggered within him a memory. It was a memory of a place called the Leaky Cauldron, which stood as the gateway between the non-magical and magical realms of Britain. Meditating for a moment he entered his mind palace, and found the relevant memory. Reviewing it, he found where it was located, Charing Cross Road near Leicester Square Tube Station. Then a short walk south. Identified by a swinging sign of a cauldron with a big crack near the bottom. The wall had only a dark wooden door in a blank white wall. Now, how to get there? He searched his memories relating to maps and found what he needed. A quick scan through and he had it figured out. He needed to catch an overland national rail train to Balham. Then switch to the underground rail system for the Northern Line. Then ride straight through to Leicester Square. Getting there and back wasn't difficult. His mental rail maps said it would only take him a little over 2 hours each way. Convincing his aunt to allow him to go to the local public library for the day would only require a little persuasion. He only had to play to her insecurities using what he learned in the book, Reinventing Influence. But did he want to come back? No, not really. He knew the lies his aunt and uncle told him about his parents and how he came to have the scar on his forehead were just that, lies. And he remembered being taken to the bank in that alley behind the pub. No, he'd tell his aunt he was heading out for the day so he wouldn't be underfoot and make his way directly to the bank. There, he hoped to find out if his parents had left him any money. If not, he'd race back home and do what he could to make his own way in life. He had secreted away in his little cupboard about 20 pounds. He had a little sideline going on with other kids in school. He hid in the library and did their homework for them. But, they had to meet his prices. When they did, they received back homework worthy of top marks. All they had to do was rewrite it in their own handwriting. No one but his personal agents knew his real identity. And, even if someone managed to get one of the said agents to divulge the identity of the homework expert, nobody believed them. Because Harry Potter was known as a poor student. He was even a worse student than his obese cousin, no matter how much time he appeared to spend in the library seemingly studying. If his cousin earned 50% on an assignment, Harry received 48%. He was always a few marks behind, a few points behind. But no one could work out why. No one knew that he would be beaten by both his cousin and his fat uncle if he brought home a report card that showed better marks than Dear Dudikins. No one knew the efforts to which Harry went in appearing to be a slightly worse student than his cousin. No one knew his greatest secret. The morning after receiving his letter, Harry was up early. He feed-bagged the Dursleys, cleaned up the breakfast dishes, cleaned the kitchen and then used his recently learned influencing skills on his aunt. Some information about how he could make her day easier if he wasn't there for the day, and he was able to get out. He quickly made his way to the local National Rail train station and he was on his way to Balham Underground Station. Just under half an hour later and he was on an underground railcar and on his way up the Northern Line direct to Leicester Square. The trip was quicker than he thought it would be considering it was both a work day and early morning. However, he was soon walking quickly along Charing Cross Road keeping a close lookout for the sign for the Leaky Cauldron. It didn't take him long to find the pub before he was able to duck in through the door. He remembered to calmly walk through and straight out the back door into the alleyway. However, once he was in the alley he couldn't find a memory of how to get through to the other side of the brick wall before him. So, he just waited. It was only a few minutes later before the bricks began to open up with someone wanting to come through from the other side and he was able to duck through. Keeping his head down and out from underfoot, he made his way down the alley. If he remembered right, the big marble building. Halfway down the alley was the bank he needed, Gringotts. Standing either side of the door he could see most fierce creatures that seemed to only be as tall as he was. And they were armed with old-fashioned pikes and double-bladed axes. He calmly walked in through the big stone pillars and the big double doors. Once inside he looked around to see if there was anyone he could talk to about finding out if he had any money. He soon spotted another one of the creatures that stood guard outside behind a high counter. Stealing his emotions he approached the counter and waited. He really didn't know if he should say anything or not. Waiting there for only a minute, but seemingly longer, the creature seemed to notice him and snarled, "What do you want, little wizard?" Steeling himself, Harry calmly but quietly said, "I'm sorry to bother you, sir, but I'd like to find out if my parents left any money for me here when they died." The creature stopped what it was doing as Harry spoke. Staring back for a few moments it seemed to think for a few moments before it asked, "What is your name?" Harry quickly replied, "Harry Potter, sir." Again the creature just stared at him. But Harry did notice it glanced quickly at the scar just visible under his long fringe on his forehead. It was at least a few moments before it said, "Wait there and I'll have the Potter account manager send for you." Then it grabbed a small piece of the same paper that Harry's letter was made of and a gnarled-looking pen. It wrote a few things on it and dropped it into a slot on the bench he was working upon before it hit a button. The creature then ignored him, performing other tasks. After what appeared to be a minute Harry was getting impatient and was about to ask what was going on when he heard a voice behind him. "Mr. Potter?" the voice asked. Turning around, he came face to face with another of the creatures standing looking at him. "Yes," said Harry. "Follow me, please," said the creature before it turned away and started walking into the depths of the bank. 3 hours later and Harry was walking out of the bank. He was struggling to maintain his composure. His anger was threatening to open into a full rage. He was feeling stifled. He stalked really, back up the alley a little before he stopped. He needed a distraction. He needed something to take his mind off what he'd just been told. A look up the alley and he saw what looked like a bookshop called Flourish and Blots. Reading always calmed him down. And now that he had in his pocket a bag of gold coins he could buy his own books, instead of borrowing them from the library. He entered the shop and took a look around. The creatures, goblins as he now knew they were called, were not happy with him at first, and it wasn't even his fault. At first, after an initial blood test to confirm his identity, they wanted to know why he was not accepting owls. And it took a bit of effort by both parties to clear up the confusion before they managed to explain that wizarding mail was couriered by owls, and until he explained, and showed them, that the only item of mail he'd ever received was his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. The goblins were very unhappy to hear that, and informed him they'd investigate why their owls were not getting through to him. Once those initial problems were overcome, his Potter account keeper, Goblin, Bloodfang, gave him an overview of the state of the Potter accounts. It took a while as they had to stop every now and then due to Harry needing to get his anger under control about what he'd learned. Harry was also allowed to go down to collect money from his trust vault, where he also collected a special coin pouch the cart goblin was able to show him was larger inside than outside, and pick up 2 envelopes that had his name on them in 2 different styles of handwriting. He was then allowed to look in the other 2 vaults, one for records and documents and a few other items, and one full of heirlooms and gold. However, he was not allowed to enter either until, as the goblins called it, he was of age. On returning to the surface, Bloodfang stepped him through the process of having the coin pouch blood locked to him against theft and the like, and handed him a full accounting of his financial holdings. These he carried in a document pouch the old goblin gifted him with. He currently had it slung crossways from his right shoulder to his left hip. In the bookshop, after having looked around for a while, he approached a sales clerk and asked her to assist him in getting the books he needed for his first year at Hogwarts. She smiled at him and said, "Sure, dear. Just give me a moment." He waited for her to finish a task she was in the middle of completing before she walked around the counter and said to him, "All Hogwarts textbooks can be found together in a row over here." And she led him to an aisle on the opposite side of the store from the main counter. In this aisle you find each year's texts are separated by year. First year's at the front of the store, through to 7th year at the back. Looking down the aisle, Harry said, "Thank you. And if you wouldn't mind, could you show me where I'll find books on introducing someone to the magic world and Hogwarts, information on the ancient families, and magic relating to the mind?" "Certainly, dear," said the clerk. And she led him through the store indicating the relevant sections. "Thank you," said Harry, allowing the young lady to return to her duties. Knowing that the textbooks for his first year at Hogwarts were all together and already sorted on the shelves, he decided to collect those last. Browsing the books, he soon came across a section that was labeled Harry Potter. Frowning and wondering why there was a section with his name upon it, he scanned the titles he found there. There were stories written about him, plus a couple of books that were supposedly factual about what happened on and around 31st of October 1981, the night his parents were murdered and he was taken from his home. He grabbed one of the children's novels, Harry Potter and the Deadly Dragon, and 2 of the fact books about that fateful night, Harry Potter, The Boy Who Lived, and The Boy Who Lived, Our Youngest Hero. Then he found a book titled, Introduction to Mind Magics that he hoped would help him with his anger issues and headache, a book on Hogwarts called, Hogwarts, A History, to learn about the school, a book called, A History of the Ancient Houses where he hoped to learn more about his own family, another called, An Introduction to the Wizarding World, a 5th titled, Noble Etiquette, as he was supposed to be from what was called a noble and ancient house, and, because it looked interesting and might be able to help him remain incognito, a book on basic charms that covered altering one's appearance called, Simple Cantrips for the Beauty Conscious. With those 9 books loading down in his arms, he carried them to the front counter. Looking at the clerk, he asked, "Do you mind if I leave these here while I collect my school texts?" "That'll be fine, dear," replied the clerk, barely even glancing up. "We're not that busy today." Harry then ducked quickly back to the aisle with the Hogwarts' texts and quickly gathered them up before returning to the counter with them. While he'd been gone, the clerk had already begun to ring up his purchases on the old-fashioned mechanical till, so, as soon as he brought the second pile of books, she smoothly transitioned from the last book in the first pile to the first book in the second pile. When she'd finished, she told him the total value. While he was withdrawing the correct number of galleons from his pouch, she drew her wand and caused the whole pile to be bundled and tied together in 2 packages. After pulling out the correct number of galleons, Harry was able to watch the clerk give a last few twitches on her wand while his packages looked to do a merry dance and they were tied. "Okay," thought Harry. "That's what it looks like to perform magic." He handed over the galleons and received his change in sickles and nuts, dropping them into his pouch. Would you like me to shrink them for you, dear? She asked. Harry frowned at her and asked back, shrink. Looking back in confusion for just a moment, the clerk suddenly brightened. Oh, of course. You'd be a muggle born. That's why you bought, amongst other things, the book, An Introduction to the Wizarding World. I'm sorry, I should have realized. Harry just frowned back, not considering correcting her. Blushing a little, the clerk said, watch. And she caused the 2 packages to shrink down until they were about equal in size to a matchbox each. Tucking her wand up her sleeve, she said, now, to unshrink them, all you need to do is press firmly on the knot of the string. And she demonstrated before reshrinking the package. See? Harry just nodded, though he was quite surprised by what he saw. The clerk, taking pity on him, said, now, as you don't seem to have purchased any other things of your school supplies, I suggest you head down the alley to Porter's Portmanteaus to purchase your school trunk. Ask Mr. Porter to place a featherweight charm on the trunk. That way, you'll have something to carry all your purchases within while you shop. And she smiled at him. Harry thanked the young woman before picking up the shrunken packages and dropping them in his pocket. On his way down to the shop, the clerk directed him to. Harry found a cafe. One look at the sign saying, hot food, and Harry's tummy growled. So, he decided to stop first and see and buying some lunch. Besides, he also wanted to read the 2 letters that were left to him in his trust vault. After placing his order for lunch, he sat in an inside booth and withdrew the 2 envelopes. Hesitating a moment, he gave a mental shrug and opened the one on top first. Inside was a letter written in the same flowing script in which his name was written on the front of the envelope. My dearest Harry, I hope by the time you read this you've grown into a wonderful young man under the care of either your godmother, Lady Alice Longbottom, and her husband, Lord Franklin Longbottom, or with your godfather, Sirius Black, if dear Alice and Frank weren't able to take you in. If you've grown up with the Longbottoms, then you would have also grown up alongside young Neville, a boy who is only a few hours older than you. If you were raised by Sirius, you used to call him Pa Fu, then I hope you're not getting into too much mischief with pranks. No matter who raised you, I hope your life to the day you read this letter has been a happy one, and that it will continue to be so. Know that your father and I love you and will continue to love you from the great beyond. You are my darling baby boy. Your mum, Lady Lily Potter. After reading the letter, and not knowing whether to be happy to have read a letter from his own mother, or be angry he didn't grow up with his godmother or godfather, he put the letter back into the envelope and set it aside. Picking up the second envelope, he already guessed it would be from his father. Hey Promslet, yes, that's you, Harry. If you're reading this letter, it means I wasn't there to help you grow up, and I'm really sorry about that. However, I hope you still have had a happy childhood with the Longbottoms or one of the other magical persons we specified in our wills with whom you were to be raised. For your information, here is the order of people written in your mother's and my wills who should have raised you. Lady Alice Longbottom and her husband Lord Frank Longbottom. Lady Longbottom is your sworn godmother, as your mother is sworn godmother of Frank and Alice's boy, Neville. Sirius Black and his wife, if he finally finds someone to settle down and marry, Sirius is your sworn godfather. Lord Cygnus and Lady Isabel Greengrass, dear friends, plus your betrothed to their daughter, Daphne, see below. Amelia Bones and her husband, if she marries, a dear friend from within the DMLE. Now, about Daphne, your mother tells me I need to apologize. When you were born, I was so happy that I called some friends over to the manor. Your mother was still in hospital at this time, otherwise she would have stopped things before they got out of hand. You see, I, together with Sirius, Remus, Frank, Cygnus and a few of the chaps from within the DMLE we could trust, decided we had to celebrate your birth while the ladies were all with your mum at the hospital with you. It was also a bit of respite for us from the horrors of the war. As you can guess, we got a bit carried away. The next morning Cygnus and I discovered we had signed a betrothal contract between you and his new infant daughter, Daphne. Your mother, nor your auntie, Isabel, were happy when we finally admitted it to them. Nor were they happy when they discovered we signed it with a blood quill, and that it was unbreakable. If Daphne's looks, when she grows up, are anything like her mother's, then I hope you won't be too angry with me. There is a copy of the betrothal contract in the Potter heirloom vault in the filing cabinet. Ask Bloodfang, the Potter account keeper, or his replacement, if there's been one since I wrote this letter, for a copy of it. And please forgive your dear old departed dad for being an idiot, even if your mother hasn't yet. Once you turn 11 you will become the new head of the noble and most ancient house of Potter. You will also take up your lordship when you are of age or are legally emancipated, whichever comes first. Potter is a very old wizarding house that traces its roots back many, many centuries. It's something for you of which to be very proud, as am I. I don't know when you will read this letter. But, hopefully, it will be well before your 11th birthday so you will have time to adjust to this news. Plus, you will need time and training to learn what it means to be the head of such an ancient house. Your guardians and Bloodfang, or his successor, will be able to help you with this. You also need to know that the Potters are openly in alliance with the houses of Longbottom and Bones, and are secretly in alliance with the houses of Black and Greengrass. If you haven't already done so, you need to contact the heads of those houses at your earliest opportunities, once you take up your headship of House Potter, after your 11th birthday. This is very important. It can be viewed as a snub to their houses and the alliances if you don't. But, your approach to the heads of the Black and Greengrass families must be done carefully and in secret if you already are not in contact with them. Now that the scary official stuff is out of the way, I want you to know that I love you with all my heart. I want you to have a very happy and long life and have lots of sons and daughters of your own, so you can experience just how much we love you. You are also the son of a marauder, so I expect to be watching you pull lots of pranks. I will be laughing with you when you pull them. Your loving father, James, Dad, Potter. Still sleeping on the couch due to that marriage contract. Harry placed that letter back in its envelope and wiped the tears out of his eyes as he did so. While enjoying his lunch at the cafe in Diagon Alley, Harry spent quite a bit of time thinking about the 2 letters from his parents. He didn't know what he thought about being betrothed to this Daphne Greengrass girl, other than it annoyed him. However, he also understood from what his father explained, it couldn't be broken. And, therefore, there was no use getting all upset about it. He promised himself he wouldn't be angry with the poor girl as she was just as obviously stuck with him as he was with her. But, all bets were off when it came to this Cygnus Greengrass man when Harry finally met him. Finishing his lunch and tucking his letters away in his new document pouch, Harry headed down to Porter's Portmanteaus. He found the shop as described and entered to find a man similar in stature to his uncle Vernon. However, this man seemed like a much more placid individual. The shop appeared empty of customers. Seeing the young boy walk in, the man walked over to him and said, "Hello, young sir. Here to purchase your school trunk, I suppose. I'm Waldo Porter, by the way." "Yes, sir," replied Harry. "I'm told I need one." "That you do, young sir," said Mr. Porter. "Follow me and we'll soon get you sorted." And he led Harry to a wall where were stacked quite a few trunks all appearing identical. "Now," said Mr. Porter, gesturing, "these are the standard school trunks I sell, designed to the specifications required of a Hogwarts student. They don't have any special charms on them other than a standard anti-unlocking charm, and have standard key locks. Part of the purchase price includes having your name printed center on the top of the trunk near the front edge. That way it's easily identifiable as your own." Frowning in thought for a moment, Harry asked, "Charms, sir?" The lady at the bookshop, Flourish and Blots, suggested I get one that also had a featherweight charm on it. "Are there any other charms or spells I can have?" "Certainly, young sir," replied the shopkeeper, "but those sorts of things can cost quite a bit more." "That's okay," said Harry. "I can afford it. What can I have?" Looking Harry over a bit, the shopkeeper replied, "Forgive me, young sir, but, from your current attire, you don't appear to be able to afford much more than that." Looking down at the state of his clothing, Harry frowned and said, "I guess you're correct in that assumption, sir. First appearances can be deceiving." Looking back up, he said, "I guess I better purchase clothing more suited then, first. You wouldn't happen to know where I can acquire clothing more suited to my newly discovered station, would you? Then, I'll come back." Wondering just who this well-spoken young man was, the shopkeeper replied, "Just back up the alley and next door to Flourish and Blots. There, you'll find Madame Malkins. She'll set you to rights." "Thank you," said Harry, before simply turning around and walking back out the store. As directed, he easily found Madame Malkins and entered the store. Once inside, he found a small family with a child about his own age standing on a small circular platform being fitted for what looked like a school uniform. Waiting for a few minutes, he was soon approached by what he thought of as another saleswoman, who asked, "Are you here to be fitted for your Hogwarts robes, dear?" "Yes, ma'am," he replied. "Plus, some other clothes." "We can do that," she said. "Come over to the fitting area and we'll get you sorted in a jiffy." Harry followed the lady across the store and mounted another of the platforms. He turned to see a floor-length mirror reflecting his image back to him. "Now, I'll just take your measurements, dear, and we can get started," the saleswoman said, taking out a tape measure that seemed to spring to life and start taking his measurements on its own. Feet slightly apart and arms out like the letter T. "For a few moments, dear," she said, watching carefully. Harry followed her instructions and watched as a quill rapidly wrote on a floating piece of parchment as she watched the measuring. "Now, arms down and legs together," she said after a few moments. Harry complied. When the tape stopped measuring and the quill stopped writing, she plucked both out of the air. The tape she dropped into a pocket of her robes, and the parchment and quill she clipped onto a stand just in front of him and off to the side a bit. "First year, dear?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am." Taking note of what was written on the parchment, she asked, "Are you just looking for the standard robes, dear?" "No, ma'am," replied Harry. "I also need a whole new wardrobe for when I'm not wearing school uniform. Such as, for now." "Ah," she said, perking up a little. "Well, let's get the Hogwarts robes sorted first. Then we'll move on to the rest of the wardrobe." She ducked out through a door leading to the back of the store. While Harry was quickly fitted with his Hogwarts uniform and robes, the other student and his family left. This left him as the only customer in the store. When the sales clerk returned from the back with what he assumed is the rest of his uniform, he said, "As I said, I'm going to need all new other clothing, too, ma'am." Glancing up from where she was bundling up his uniform, she said, "Yes, dear. And now that we have your uniform set aside, what other clothing do you want?" Pushing down on his frustration at the woman, he said, "As I believe I said, I need a whole new wardrobe." Thinking for a minute, he said, "You see, everything item of clothing I currently own, I'm wearing right now." The sales clerk reared back as if physically slapped. "What? Do you mean to tell me you have nothing else to wear?" Though even more frustrated, Harry replied, "That's exactly what I'm saying, ma'am. I just found out my parents left me quite a bit of money in that Gringotts bank, so I'm now able to finally buy some clothes of my own." Worried that the woman was going to call the police, or something, and he couldn't have that happen, he thought harder and said, "I recently had a growth spurt and these things I'm wearing are the only things that fit me now." That appeared to mollify the woman somewhat. She said, "Outfitting you with a complete wardrobe is going to cost quite a bit of money, young man. Do you think you can afford it?" "Definitely, ma'am," he said quite emphatically. He untied his money pouch from his belt and said, "I withdrew quite a large sum from the bank to take care of this." The woman stood looking at him for a while, frowning. Obviously coming to a conclusion, she asked, "Do you have more than, say, 100 galleons to spend?" "Yes, ma'am," replied Harry. "More than that." Sighing, the woman said, "Very well. I take it you need underwear and shoes, too." "Everything, ma'am." Straightening herself up, she gave a curt nod and asked, "Any preferences?" "No, ma'am. Except I need clothes for all sorts of weather. And I have no idea what I want or need," replied Harry. "So, I'm hoping you can help me pick out my wardrobe for me." Giving a wry smile in return, she said, "Well, I've not met many boys who have much of a clue about fashion, so, I'm glad to see you have the sense to ask for help in that area." Smiling back, Harry said, "I'm glad you understand, ma'am. And, thank you. Then let's get to it, shall we?" she asked with a grin. "I think I'm going to have quite a bit of fun doing this." That began over 2 hours of constantly dressing and undressing for Harry. He tried on formal, casual and semi-casual robes, decided between boxers and briefs, and what colors. He was shown into the Muggle clothing area and tried on shirts, trousers, jeans, jackets, coats, scarves, hats, caps, footwear, belts, and other paraphernalia, and even purchased a whole new range of toiletries. While they were working, Harry told her he was raised in the Muggle world, so she explained a lot about the wizarding world to which he'd just entered. Though she occasionally pushed for information about his home life, Harry remained reticent for much of it, and only told her information that didn't identify him or how he was raised. Again, he didn't want her calling the police on him. However, he did ask where he could find temporary accommodation and used the excuse he had much more shopping to do, and he knew needed to stay overnight before heading home. She suggested that the Leaky Cauldron was the best option for short-term accommodation. Harry took her suggestion on board. When they were finished, the woman was shocked to discover the total came to a figure well in excess of the original 100 galleons, but Harry paid it without a problem. After the woman packed and shrunk all his purchases down, with the exception of a Muggle baseball-style cap, which he immediately donned, Harry gave her a bit of a jaunty wave and headed back up to the Leaky Cauldron. He had noticed the storybook about him, or, rather, the fictional Harry Potter, had a pretty good description of him right down to the scar on his forehead. He wanted it covered up in something to cover his face a little. He knew that if he was recognized he would probably be taken by the police back to his aunt and uncle's house. And that was the last thing he wanted to happen. At the Leaky Cauldron the old bartender, Tom, rented him a room under the name of Harrison Smith. Harry was surprised how easy it was for him to get the room, and how few questions were asked about how, or why, a 10-year-old boy was staying on his own. Tom ran through a clearly rehearsed spiel about the facilities available to his temporary tenants, such as when meals would be served, room service, shower and bathroom facilities, and behavior required to remain, and Harry politely accepted his key and headed upstairs. He dropped his packages off and returned downstairs. "Is the room to your satisfaction, young sir?" inquired Tom. "Yes, thank you," replied Harry. "I'm just going to duck out to make a telephone call and I'll be back shortly." And left via the door onto Charing Cross Road. A few hundred feet back up from where he'd come from the underground, Harry found the red wooden phone box he'd remembered on the way to the Wizarding pub. He ducked in, fished a few pence out his pocket, and made his call to his aunt. After telling her he would not be returning as he had decided to run away, and had found somewhere else to live, she screeched at him about how ungrateful he was and demanded he never return. He hung up on her before she could go into a full rant. Heaving a sigh of relief he returned to the Leaky Cauldron and climbed the stairs back to his room. A quick change into what he was told was basic casual wizard wear and he was back downstairs. He retained his money pouch, document pouch and his Hogwarts letter with the intent on gathering up the rest of his Hogwarts supplies, just in case. He watched as a wizard ahead of him tapped certain bricks on the wall in a certain order and waited for the man to pass through, sticking close behind as he did so. Once back in the alley proper, Harry headed back down the alley. On the way, he spotted a sign on a small building that said, "Owl Office," that had owls flying in and out of high skylights. He had to send off his acceptance letter back to Hogwarts, so used the opportunity to get it done right away. He found the concept of using owls to send mail both quaint and amazing. The man behind the counter said that many in the wizarding world also kept their own personal owls so they didn't have to keep coming into the office. Harry thought it was a good idea to have one, and would get one as soon as he had time. The letter from Hogwarts even said he could have an owl as a pet, if he wanted one. So, he knew he could take it with him. After he'd unshrunk his purchases, he realized just how much stuff he now owned, and that he'd also have quite a bit more of his school supplies to add to it. Remembering the dimensions of the school trunks in the store, he wondered how he was going to fit it all in. He thought he might have to buy two and hoped he'd be allowed both at Hogwarts. He'd ask Mr. Porter, the store proprietor. Continuing his walk down the alley, he returned directly to Porter's portmanteaus. Trunks, first, to put everything in, then, the rest of the shopping, he thought. When Harry explained to the portly Mr. Porter, and he gave himself a wry grin for that alliteration, his need for more luggage, and being congratulated on his proper wizarding attire, the man took Harry over to another area within the store. "Here, we have moleskin-lined trunks," explained the man. "They're more expensive than the standard school trunk, but they're charmed to be multi-compartmented and to have more room inside than what's apparent from the outside." Mr. Porter demonstrated by opening one trunk and showing Harry what they looked like. Pleased that his space requirements would be so easily met, Harry asked, "What else can be done with them?" Mr. Porter quickly went through some of the extras available with Harry carefully noting everything the man said. In the end, Harry purchased a standard black school trunk with 2 compartments, both enlarged. For safety's sake, he had it keyed with a keyless lock that only opened to his own magical signature by him pressing his thumb on a metal plate where a mechanical key would normally be fitted. He also had wheels fitted to one end, plus a permanent featherweight charm, as suggested by the lass in the bookshop, that was activated and deactivated by pressing on what he learned to be an embedded rune stone. Harry ended up paying almost 100 galleons for the trunk and organized to have it delivered to his room in the Leaky Cauldron. When the man asked him what his name was, Harry was, at first, hesitant to tell him. However, he remembered he had to give it so it was printed on the trunk. With a sigh, he said, "It's Harry Potter. But please keep it to yourself. I'm trying to remain incognito here." Recoiling a little in shock, the man then bent down to take a closer look at Harry's face. The shopkeeper clearly searched for, and found, the scar on his forehead. Straightening back up and looking at Harry curiously, he said, "Well, Lordy B. So you are. If you'd told me your name when you first came in, I would have known right away you'd be able to purchase one of our more upmarket models of trunk." With a scowl, Harry said, "I really am trying to remain incognito here. I don't like the fact I'm famous and don't want it bandied about I'm in the alley. I'd not be able to get anything done, otherwise." Nodding in response, Mr. Porter said, "Well, as you're a high-paying customer, I will keep your confidence, Mr. Potter. If folks knew you were here, you'd get mobbed pretty quickly." Harry just deepened his scowl. "However, are you aware you're entitled to have your house crest on your trunk, as well as your name?" the shopkeeper asked. "No, sir," replied Harry. "However, if everyone else just gets their name, then I'll have that, too." Thinking a bit, Harry then asked, "And can it be covered up for the time being? I don't want anyone to see it until I go to Hogwarts." Thinking a bit, the shopkeeper said, "Certainly. I can put a wizard notice me not charm on that small area that will mean people won't look at it. And you can remove it with a simple charm-canceling charm when you board the Hogwarts Express on the 1st of September. It's a simple spell that you can do by simply waving your wand across the area and giving the incantation, Finite Incantatem." Harry gave a nod and said, "Yes, please. Do that. And, when the trunk's ready, can you have it delivered to the Leaky Cauldron in the name of Harrison Smith? That's my guardian. Tom has been kind enough to hold my things for me in my guardian's name until it's time to leave." "I can certainly do that for you, Mr. Potter," replied the shopkeeper. "Tom often avails others of that service." "Thank you," said Harry with a bit of relief. He hated lying about himself, but he needed to do it if he was not going to get caught and sent back to his unloving relatives. After paying for his new school trunk, Harry exited the store, withdrew his sheet listing his school supplies, and read down to see what to do next. While he didn't actually need the list, as he had it all memorized, it gave him the excuse of keeping his head down and face covered. Wand, telescope, cauldron, potion supplies, quills and parchment, and an owl plus things to take care of an owl, he thought. "I'll start at the bottom of the alley and work my way back to the Leaky Cauldron, picking up things along the way." Harry turned down the alley and headed for the end. Though he'd spent quite a bit of time sorting out new clothing in his trunk, the rest went pretty easily. The only delay was in purchasing his wand. He spent about half an hour in the store of the creepy old man before he found a wand 11 inches long, made of holly with a phoenix feather core. According to the old man, it was supposedly the brother wand to Voldemort's. That, too, he thought creepy. Harry was glad when he was finally out of the store. He'd purchased his wand, a wand care kit and a wrist holster for it that he could affix to his left arm. He donned the holster, pushed the wand into it and made a few practice draws with it before he left the store. The rest of the trip back up the alley meant he was able to collect the rest of his school supplies even quicker than he expected. Many of the shops he visited had already prepared kits of what students would need for Hogwarts. When he was finally able to return to the Leaky Cauldron, he was able to use his own wand and open the portal himself. Once back in the Leaky Cauldron, Tom saw him walk in and told him his new trunk was already in his room, and that dinner would be available from 5 p.m. Harrison, was just to come down and let him know what he wanted and he'd have it all ready for him in a jiffy. Harry gave his thanks and headed up to his room. He'd just had a pretty stressful day and knew he'd have an early dinner before finally getting to sleep in a real bed. Once back in his room, he unshrunk the rest of his things, unpacked them and repacked them into his trunk. All his school supplies went in one compartment, his normal wear and toiletries in the other. He left his books out for something to read. Just after 5 p.m. he picked out the books Harry Potter, the Boy Who Lived and An Introduction to the Wizarding World, and carried them back down to the pub's common room. As soon as he sat, Tom came over and gave him a short menu of what was available for the dinner session. He gave his order, and ordered a butterbeer when told the Wizarding World did not stock fizzy drinks, and settled down to read. After enjoying his first proper meal ever, Harry remained at the table for a while and continued to read. He'd already filtered out listening to the sounds going on around him and was deep into the fiction masquerading as fact that was Harry Potter, the Boy Who Lived. The book contained just enough fact about what actually happened to make the rest of it, the fantasy, appear real. And he was livid. On a couple of occasions while reading he had to set the book aside and firmly push his anger back into the background using his meditative techniques. At those times he also switched books to An Introduction to the Wizarding World, which he found dry but still interesting. It was while reading that book he came to understand a lot of what he saw and experienced while moving about the alley and the pub. It was also the second book that gave him an insight in how to deal with the first book. While it appeared laws regarding libel in the Wizarding World had not caught up to its counterparts in the Muggle world, a good barrister could still go after those who were using his name to profit. And Harry had a particular hate for those who wanted to use him, the Dursleys included. However, that was for another day. As the books clearly had a very good description of just what Harry Potter looked like, the next day would be used learning from simple cantrips for the beauty-conscious for methods by which to disguise his appearance. Noticing the common room emptying, Harry made his way back upstairs to his room, giving the old bartender a little wave as he walked by. Once in his room Harry put his 2 books away with the others and settled down for his first night's sleep in a real bed. While lying there, before sleep claimed him, he reviewed his mental, to-do, list for the next day. Harry awoke at 5:30 a.m. the next day, the time he always had to rise in the mornings on a weekday, to make breakfast for the Dursleys. At first he was startled to realize he wasn't in his cupboard. It took a moment for him to realize he never had to go back to that place, ever again. He grinned. Rising, he grabbed his newly purchased personal toiletries and headed for the communal bathroom. In there, he enjoyed a leisurely shower, something he'd never had at the Dursleys, and returned to his room to dress in his new, civilian, wizarding robes. He found himself grinning the whole time. Not even his perpetual headache could dampen his mood. He did, however, hesitate before strapping his wand holster to his off forearm. It was going to take a little time for him to include it as part of his new automatic morning ritual. He ducked downstairs to the common room and found Tom just starting to prepare for the new day. "Good morning, Tom," said a chipper Harry. "And a good morning to you, too, Mr. Smith," replied the barman. "The grill's not been warmed up yet. So, breakfast will be available from about 7 a.m. If that's all right with you." "That'll be fine, thanks," replied Harry. "What's on the menu?" "Standard fare, young sir," replied the old barman, turning back to what he was doing behind the bar. "Just let me know what you'd like and I'll see what I can do." Thinking for a few moments, Harry replied, "How about scrambled eggs on toast with a side of bacon, and coffee?" Nodding without looking up, Tom replied, "Can do. Would you like me to have it delivered to your room when it's ready?" Hesitating a moment, Harry said, "Actually, that sounds like a great idea." "Thanks, Tom. You're more than welcome," replied the old barman. And with a sharp nod Harry ducked back upstairs. By the time the meal was ready Harry was already deep into the book Simple Cantrips for the Beauty Conscious and had marked a few pages. He'd found a charm that would cover the scar on his forehead, one that would change the color of his eyes, and another that changed the color of his hair. He was just finishing changing his hair color and lengthening it a bit when a young witch delivered his breakfast and placed it on the small table in his room. He thanked the young lady and gave her a galleon tip for her efforts. She was, at first, startled to see the gold coin in her hand. "Hey," he thought with a smile. "I have money now. Besides, I liked seeing the expression on her face when I gave it to her." After breaking his fast, Harry went back out to the alley to take a decent look around. As he'd already collected his supplies for the upcoming school year, plus a lot of personal effects including a whole new wardrobe. This time he was just taking a wander around to see what there was to see. He also had his daily, to-do, list to run through, but there was no hurry at present. First he walked through as much of the alley as he could. Excluding those shops he'd already visited while purchasing his supplies, he stepped into each shop and memorized the layout. Some were only small and required a step through the door by a few feet and lightly peruse the shelves or racks. Others, the bigger shops, required walking further in and walking the aisles. It was during this ambulatory sojourn he discovered a small shop up a set of stairs between two larger shops that specialized in eyewear and specialist jewelry. Ascending the stairs and entering the main floor of the shop, he was greeted by an elderly man who took one look at his glasses through his own and muttered, "No, no. That will just not do." Warily, Harry asked, "What do you mean?" "Your spectacles, young sir," said the shopkeeper. "Poor quality muggle eyeglasses. Not a single charm to be found." Replied Harry, "I take it that's a bad thing." "Definitely," said the shopkeeper. He then pointed to what looked like a muggle dentist's chair and said, "Go sit there. I want to have a look at your eyes." Still wary, Harry walked across the floor and took a seat in the chair. The old man followed him over. As soon as Harry was semi-reclined in the chair, the old man used his wand, pointed it at Harry's face and muttered, "Accio muggle spectacles." The glasses whipped off Harry's face into the old man's outstretched hand. Harry didn't even twitch in response before his glasses were gone from his face. Trying his best to focus on what the old shopkeeper was doing, he saw the old man use some sort of chart while looking through the lenses at it. Harry couldn't read the old man's face but he heard him mutter and harumph a bit. Dropping the chart back onto a desk, he walked back to Harry and said, "Hold out your hand, palm up." Harry did as instructed and the old man placed the glasses in Harry's hand. He was about to redden them when the old man put his hand out and blocked him. "Not yet, young sir," he said gently. "Now I need to check your eyes to see how well your spectacles matched." He then waved his wand over Harry's eyes. A slight hesitation in the wand movement and Harry heard a muttered, "Finite," before the wand was moving again. Harry felt what he could only describe as a very slight itch in the back of his eyes until the man appeared to be done. "You can put your spectacles back on now, Mr. Potter," said the shopkeeper, before he muttered, "For all the good they do." Frowning, Harry donned his glasses and looked at the man. "I take it you had to remove my glamours to see my eyes properly?" he asked. "Yes," replied the shopkeeper without remorse. "But, never fear, Mr. Potter. I will not speak of your visit to me, today. I pride myself on my discretion," he said, before dropping the timbre of his voice. "Unlike, say, Garrick Ollivander. That man is always spouting off who his clients are, and what their wands are made of. Utterly unprofessional. Now," he continued, back in a light manner, "the lenses in your glasses are a very poor match for your needs. I dare say you struggle to properly focus at longer distances, correct?" "Correct," replied Harry. "But, I've learned to compensate." "I dare say you have," said the man. "However, you've come to the right place to acquire a pair, or more, better suited to your needs. Firstly," he said, "you can get up off that chair, for the moment, and take a wander with me amongst my shelves. Let's see if we can find a style or two you're partial to." Harry rose from his reclined position and followed the man across to where racks of various shapes, styles and types of spectacle frames were housed. "Take a look around, Mr. Potter," he gestured, "and see if there's something that tweaks your fancy. While you do that, I'll get my folder covering the various charms you can have permanently cast on your new lenses and frames." Harry hadn't planned on getting new glasses, but that was only because he hadn't thought of it. Now that he was actually looking around in the shop, he found he was quite enthusiastic about the idea. He knew that he only had the ones he did because they came out of a second-hand bin at a local thrift shop in Surrey, not far from Little Whinging. Thinking a little, he thought he could get a pair for normal wear, a pair that looked more formal, red, expensive, and a pair of sunglasses or something that would otherwise hide his distinctive eye color. Besides, unusual spectacles could help to mask his face. Harry only wore the aviator style he wore because that was what was given to him. Trying on a few different pairs of different shapes, he found he quite liked how a more flatter rectangle with rounded corners looked. He thought of those for more formal occasions with frameless lenses and silver fittings. Next, he found a more rugged pair of a similar shape with solid bronze frames. For sunglasses he wanted something with a more ultra-modern feel. He turned to the shopkeeper and asked, "How much do you know of modern Muggle styles?" Unsurprised by the question, the shopkeeper replied with a small smile, "Reach out to the racks on which the spectacles are housed and give it a slight tug." Turning back to the rack, Harry reached out, grabbed onto the rack, and gave it a pull. The whole rack, plus the board behind it, pulled open like a cupboard door. Behind it, Harry found what he was looking for, a whole pile of new racks with spectacles. "Sweet!" exclaimed Harry. Behind the front rack he found plenty of brand names from many popular to expensive brands. Pulling open other racks he finally found a whole section covering sunglasses. His eyes were drawn to a pair that had a single, wrap-around lens, and were frameless except for the top edge, and had black arms. To him they looked like what he'd been told were Ray-Bans, or something. He loved them at first sight. Taking them down off the rack he turned back to the shopkeeper with a wide grin and said, "I love them." Smiling back, the shopkeeper said, "Excellent. And, I hope, if someone asks where you acquired them, except if they're a pureblood, you let them know they can come to me to acquire a pair of their own." "Yeah, I can do that," Harry said enthusiastically. "Excellent," said the shopkeeper. "Now, I take it you want all 3 pairs." "Yes, please," replied Harry. "While I adjust these to match the needed corrections to your natural eyesight," he said, handing Harry a folder with brochures made of parchment, "I want you to skim through this and take note of what charms within it you'd like me to apply to your new spectacles." The old man walked out through a door marked, "No admittance," while Harry went back to the semi-reclined chair to rapidly skim through the folder. After 10 minutes the man came back with the 3 pairs of glasses and asked, "Picked out what charms you want me to apply to these for you?" "Yes, thank you," replied Harry as he handed him the folder back. "Can you put on all 5 of the impervious, anti-fog, self-cleaning, anti-legilimency and anti-memory charms on them?" "I can," replied the old man, "but, if you have the self-cleaning charm on them, you don't need the anti-fog charm. The self-cleaning charm will do the work of the anti-fog charm so it becomes superfluous." Nodding, Harry said, "I can see that, yeah. Okay, then I'd like those 4 placed on them." "Very well, Mr. Potter," replied the shopkeeper. "Come back after lunch and I'll have your new spectacles ready for you." Getting back up, Harry said, "That's great, thank you. How much do I owe you?" "I don't have the full tally yet," he replied. "However, I suspect it will be in the range of, say, 80 galleons." Harry drew 90 galleons from his coin pouch and handed them to the old shopkeeper. "Keep it and just give me the change when I return this afternoon," he said when the man expressed his concern it was too much. Back out of the shop, Harry continued building his mental map of Diagon Alley. He was just about to enter a dimmer and somewhat grimier side alley when an elderly witch tapped him on his shoulder. When Harry turned to see who had accosted him, the elderly witch kindly but sternly said, "Do not go in there, young man. That's Nocturne Alley. I'm sure your parents would be most wroth with you if they learned you had entered that place." "I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean," replied Harry. "What's so bad about it?" "Nocturne Alley is full of dark creatures, wizards and witches, and they generally only sell dark artifacts and the like," she said. "It is not a place for a young one, such as yourself." Harry gave a nod, thanked her for her concern, and skipped it. He'd wait until he had better control of his magic before venturing down that particular alley. Instead he moved across the mouth of the alley and continued his mapping. Mapping Nocturne Alley would be left until he actually had a legitimate reason for entering. His next delay occurred at Flourish and Blots. After reading the short blurb on legilimency and memory charms, such as the Obliviate Curse, he wanted to learn more about that side of the mind arts. He prided himself on his eidetic memory, and the thought of someone messing with it outside of his own control somewhat frightened him. After a bit of advice from the bookstore shopkeeper's assistant he purchased a general tome on the mind arts, an introduction to the mind arts, and one that focused specifically on occlumency and legilimency, protecting your mind and invading others. While there he also acquired a book on formal writing within the British magical community, a formal guide to letter writing, that he hoped would cover how to write to the heads of the allied houses regarding the alliances. He knew he had only a few weeks, at the most, before he wrote to them as his father requested. All 3 books were packaged and shrunk for him once he paid for them. Damn, thought Harry. Even more studying to do, and we're not even at school yet. His last stop before stopping for an early lunch was at Elop's Owl Emporium. Walking into the store he felt as if he was being pulled or called to the rear of the shop. And there, just over head height, was the most beautiful bird he'd ever seen, a snowy owl. The owl just stared right back. Taking down the gilded cage in which the bird was housed, Harry took the cage to the front counter. "You needs be careful with that owl, young sir," said the older sales clerk from behind the counter. "She's a right nasty one, that one is." "Thank you for your concern, sir," replied Harry quietly. "However, I just have this strong feeling this bird is for me." Giving a shrug, the old shopkeeper said, "They're your fingers she's likely to bite off. She's got a real nasty bite on her." Giving a shrug right back, Harry said, "Nevertheless, I'll take her." The shopkeeper then suggested Harry purchase some owl treats and a perch for her to, hopefully convince her not to bite her fingers off, and gave him a pamphlet on the care of a personal owl. After paying for his purchase, Harry dropped the treats, shrunken perch and pamphlet into one of his pockets while he carried the cage outside. With his latest purchases, Harry crossed the alley and took table outside Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor. He left the caged owl sitting on the small table. In there, he ordered a 3-scoop ice cream sundae and a coffee. Returning to his room in the leaky cauldron, Harry set his new pet owl, who he named Hedwig, up on her new perch near the window so she could enjoy the sunlight. Then he set to work reading the various texts he'd acquired, before he returned to the alley a couple hours later to pick up his new glasses. After the first 2 fun-filled days wandering about Diagon Alley and getting both his supplies and bearings, Harry then spent the next few weeks mainly hunkered down in his room studying. He had to assimilate quite a significant amount of information in a short space of time before he felt confident enough to start contacting people based on the request of his father. His only break was to return to the bank early on the morning of his 11th birthday, the 31st of July, to take up his head of house ring for the House of Potter and to read his parents' will. For the ring, it was only a simple matter of placing the ring on his right ring finger. The magic of the ring flashed before resizing itself, signifying he was the rightful head of the noble and most ancient House of Potter. Immediately afterwards his parents' will was read. In it, it was confirmed who Harry's rightful guardians should have been, and still should be. He asked for the will to be executed but stated that neither the Order of the Phoenix, nor Albus Dumbledore, should receive their bequeathments. He asked the goblins to file paperwork to that effect immediately, who would, in turn, file it with the ministry. He also asked for, and received, a certified copy of the will for his own possession. And the goblins partly reactivated the Potter vaults. After leaving the bank he returned to the leaky cauldron to continue his studying. By Sunday the 4th of August, Harry felt he was ready to start sending out his formal letters re-establishing alliances with the various houses. His first was to the current regent for the noble and most ancient house of Longbottom, Madame Augusta Longbottom. He also knew the scion of the house was a boy the same age as he, Neville Francis Longbottom, and that there was only a single day between them in age. As soon as he finished writing that letter, using the best parchment and ink he could procure from Scribulus ever-changing inks, he set to writing a similar letter to the regent for the noble and most ancient house of Bones, Madame Amelia Bones. As with Neville Longbottom, scion Longbottom, the heir presumptive for the house of Bones was someone his own age, Susan Bones. By the time he'd finished, Hedwig had returned and he sent off his second letter. To both he introduced himself, as was required, and invited them to contact him for a meeting to formally re-establish the alliances. The prose was formal, as per tradition. So, he knew the response would come in a similar fashion. And that it wouldn't be rushed. As they were both considered light families, he asked each for a meeting at their convenience in any location they desired. He hoped the sign of trust he gave doing that made the meetings that much easier. And that neither would be concerned when he was not accompanied by a guardian. He also asked for the meeting to occur near the end of the month just before he left for Hogwarts to stop them from making inquiries before he was able to confront Dumbledore. His own research into the Blacks, learned through gentle probing questions of shopkeepers within the alley, they were always the biggest gossip mongers and, therefore, the best source for information of the houses, led him to believe the headship of the noble and most ancient House of Black was currently vacant. The position rightfully belonged to Sirius Black. However, with Black in the wizarding prison, Azkaban, and Black unable to take the headship while he was incarcerated, it was believed Dumbledore had been acting in proxy for that house since the death of Arcturus Black a few months earlier. Harry had no intention of contacting Dumbledore. He had raised the matter with Bloodfang of the Goblins when he next visited. It was clear the old goblin knew some important information regarding the Blacks, and Sirius Black in particular, but was implacable in providing information claiming client confidentiality. What bothered Harry was why the goblin clammed up when asked about Black. He wondered why the goblins would refuse to divulge the identity of the head of House Black when that information was readily provided for the other houses. The fourth house, the Greengrasses, were still headed by Cygnus Greengrass, the same person who was responsible for the marriage contract between he and Cyan Greengrass, Daphne Greengrass, heiress presumptive to the noble and most ancient house. That letter would take time to write as it required to be one combining both the re-establishment of the alliance between Potter and Greengrass, and introducing himself to the father of Daphne. The books he had procured were adamant in their instruction he not contact the girl directly until they had been formally introduced. Speculation held that the Greengrasses were considered a gray and neutral house, so it behooved Harry to take care in contacting them. A neutral ground for the first meeting would be considered prudent. However, the betrothal contract made such a choice moot and indicated the meeting should occur at his preferred location as the betrothed groom. However, as he did not currently have a place to call his own, he would give the Greengrasses the hometown advantage, and hoped, just as with the Boneses and Longbottoms, it showed he was giving them his trust. Before sending the letter to the Greengrasses, though, Harry intended to speak to both Madame Longbottom and Bones to get their views on how he should proceed. He felt asking for their advice, and probably acting upon it, would help cement the newly re-established alliances with those two houses. If he wasn't already old friends with his ongoing headache, the politics of the situation would give him another. In the meantime, he kept reading and learning as much as he could about the wizarding world. At precisely 6 p.m. on the 26th of August, the fireplace flashed to light with green flames. Stumbling out to land on his butt was Harry Potter. He wore formal robes without crest of a dark, almost black-green silk. His under-robe shirt was of an emerald green to match his eyes. A young boy of similar age with sandy-colored hair and wearing his own formal robes of deep red stepped forward with a grin and helped Harry back to his feet. "Thank you," said Harry, with a sheepish grin of his own. "I'm not used to flow travel. It can take some getting used to," the sandy-haired lad replied before stepping back and, in a formal voice, saying, "I, Neville Francis Longbottom, heir Longbottom, formally welcome you to Longbottom Hall and offer to you our hospitality this evening." Harry, recognizing the formal phrasing from his reading of the Wizarding World etiquette, replied, "I, Harry James Potter, heir Potter, thank you for and accept your welcome and offer of hospitality, heir Longbottom." Reaching into his robes he brought forth a small gift-wrapped package and, offering it, said, "I offer you this gift as per the old ways." Accepting the gift, Neville replied, "I accept and thank you for your gift, heir Potter." Letting go with a relieved sigh, Neville said with a grin, "Thank Merlin, that's done with. You can call me Neville, by the way," and offered his hand. Harry shook the boy's hand with a wide grin of his own and said, "Call me Harry, please." Standing a little straighter again, Neville said, "I'm now to escort you to the sitting room where Madam, Dowager Lady, Longbottom awaits us." Giving a nod, Harry said, "Then by all means, please, let us." Neville led Harry into the entrance hall of the hall, across and through another door. In there he was greeted by a witch appearing in her middle ages for a muggle but in her 70s for a witch. He formally greeted her before she gestured to a seat opposite a coffee table. He waited until she took seat before he sat down. Neville sat on the same side as his gran but a little apart. Now that the formalities are out of the way, she began, "How have you been, Mr. Potter?" "It's just Harry, please, ma'am," replied Harry. "After all, you're the grandmother of my godbrother, Neville. And I've been well." Neville, a little startled, blurted, "Godbrother." "Neville." Madame Longbottom scolded. Neville looked a little abashed at the scolding. "Yeah, Neville," said Harry, to quickly skip over the uncomfortableness of the situation. "Your mother is my godmother. And, from what I can gather, my mother was your godmother. As far as I can see, that makes us god brothers, brothers in all but blood." He is correct, Neville, said Madame Longbottom. Both your parents were close and became even closer when dear Alice and Lily both fell pregnant at the same time. Turning back to Harry she said, and I'm very sorry for your loss, Harry. I loved your parents as if they were my own children. Thank you, ma'am, said Harry with a little sorrow. I appreciate your sentiments. Giving only a nod in response, and with a slight hesitation before continuing, Madame Longbottom then said, and, as you are Neville's godbrother, as you put it, perhaps you might find it within yourself to refer to me as Neville does, as Gran. A little startled, Harry was a little hesitant before replying, thank you, I think I'd like that, Gran. And gave a small smile. Good, she replied. Now, perhaps you can tell us where you've been for the past 10 years. With a small sigh, and not a little weariness, Harry decided to tell them both a rough abridged version of his life. He kept secrets, of course, but he gave them some detail. He just didn't know how much to tell them yet, so decided to withhold some information. Halfway through the telling of his biography, a house elf popped in and reported dinner was ready. Harry continued his story after it was finished and they were once more sitting in the sitting room. Madame Longbottom was drinking a sherry while Neville and Harry were drinking butterbeers. While he was reticent to do so, Harry felt it would be an overt sign of trust to show the letter from his father to the Dowager Lady. So, he offered it and allowed her to read it. He was surprised to hear the prim and proper witch muttering quite sulphurously about what she had read. It appears, Mr. Potter, she said, returning the letter, once she'd calmed down a bit, that you should have been raised here at Longbottom Hall. Surprised, Harry asked, pardon. I was led to believe Uncle Frank and Aunt Alice are currently incapable of caring for me. Realizing what he'd said, he apologized, sorry, that was rather abrupt of me. With an expression of slight pain she said, not your fault, dear. But I think I should explain. Harry gave a small nod and gesture for her to continue. You see, your parents and you were attacked on the 31st of October, she explained. Frank and dear Alice were not attacked until almost a week later on the 5th of November. Harry nodded in understanding. However, she went on, according to what you've told me, you were placed with those Muggle relatives of yours on the evening of the 1st of November by Albus Dumbledore. That was 4 days before Frank and Alice were attacked. With comprehension dawning, Harry said, that means I should have been here, at Longbottom Hall, instead of with the Dursleys, when Uncle Frank and Aunt Alice were attacked. Yes, dear, she replied. Please forgive me for asking, but, could it have been that Uncle Frank and Aunt Alice rejected me because they, too, were at risk of being attacked? Maybe they thought I'd be safer if I wasn't with them. Shaking her head, she replied with a frown, no, they'd have never done that. If, as this letter suggests, Frank and dear Alice were listed as the first option for your care when, if, something untoward happened to your parents, then they would not have turned you away. With a sigh Harry growled, Dumbledore. He completely ignored my parents' wishes. That man, I find more and more to blame for what happened to me under the oh-so-tender mercies of the Dursleys. What I cannot figure out is why he did it. That, I cannot tell you, she replied. Straightening himself up a bit, Harry said, anyway, that's something I intend to ask him directly when I finally meet him. In the meantime, I wonder if you can offer any advice about how to deal with the Greengrasses and the betrothal contract between myself and Lady Daphne. After a short discussion on how to handle the situation, she offered Longbottom Hall as a neutral venue. However, he declined the offer but accepted her advice. Her advice, thankfully, matched his already recently established views. At the end of the night Harry was pleased he had met one of his father's requests, to re-establish the alliance with House Longbottom. And he had answers to some of the questions of which he'd been plagued over the past month. He also agreed to meet up with Neville on the train to Hogwarts the next Sunday morning. I will, of course, probably be sitting with Lady Daphne, at least, said Harry. She is, after all, my betrothed. I hope this will not be of concern to you. Nope, said Neville. I've met Daphne. I like her. She'll also probably want to be with her friend Tracy. And, I have no problem with her, either. The next evening, again, at precisely 6 p.m., the fireplace flashed to light. With green flames. Stumbling out and again landing on his butt in the parlor of Bones Manor was Harry Potter. Again he wore formal robes without crest. The color this time was plain black. His under-robe shirt was of a light green. Susan Bones awaited him just as Neville had done the previous day. A quick run through the same greetings and responses, after she'd stopped giggling at him, and she was escorting him through to a formal lounge to meet her aunt, Madame Amelia Bones, current regent for House Bones. Harry found Madame Bones to be a no-nonsense kind of woman, very similar to Madame Longbottom. However, where Madame Longbottom was more a regal grand lady, Madame Bones was more down-to-earth, more of a beer and pretzels rather than tea and scones kind of woman. Harry was surprised just how similar the two meetings were. Though, what he had read did not go into too great a detail about the intricacies of such meetings, he felt he shouldn't have been surprised. The biggest difference, though, was the penetrating questions Madame Bones asked him about his past. Whenever he was reticent to reveal too much, he knew the older witch, the head of the DMLE, knew he was withholding the information. At such times, she approached the matter from a slightly different angle, a slightly different perspective. By the end of the meeting, Harry was surprised about just how much he had divulged. He could also tell the older witch was trying not to give off the impression of great anger. Clearly, she was not happy with what she had learned from what Harry told her. However, on such occasions, she kept her own counsel. As he did with Madame Longbottom, Harry offered the letter from his father to the witch and asked her for advice on how to proceed with his meeting with the Greengrasses. Her advice matched Madame Longbottom's. As with the Longbottoms, at the end of the night he was pleased to have re-established the second of the alliances with which his father had charged him. And, also agreed to meet with young Susan on the train to Hogwarts. He also mentioned sitting with Neville and likely Daphne and her friend, Tracy. And Susan mentioned her friend Hannah would also likely join them. Harry's meeting with the Greengrasses was scheduled for 5 p.m. on the Thursday night prior to departure on the Hogwarts Express. This time he wore a set of formal robes in iridescent dark green with a white undershirt. He took special care with his appearance, with the only slight to his appearance being his untamable messy black hair. He also wore his rimless glasses as they enhanced his eyes. Stepping into the fireplace at the Leaky Cauldron, he stepped out into the marble-floored parlor at Greengrass Estate, and promptly fell onto his butt, yet again. Muttering to himself about his innate clumsiness, and forcing back his anger, he rose to his feet to be greeted by a stunningly dressed middle-aged witch who was gently smiling at him. "Sorry," he muttered louder, brushing himself off. "I hate flow travel." Smiling more openly at his remarks, the witch waited for him to brush himself down a bit before stepping forward and saying, "Allow me." She brought forth her wand and, with a few quick gestures and a murmured incantation, banished all the remaining soot from his robes. Then she stepped back, resheathed her wand and said, "Welcome to Greengrass Manor, Mr. Potter. I am Lady Isabel Greengrass. On behalf of my husband and myself I offer you welcome and our hospitality this evening." Straightening himself up, Harry thought, a slightly less than formal welcome. "I guess I wing it." He replied, "Thank you for your invitation and welcome, Lady Greengrass." He reached into his robes and drew forth a small wrapped gift. Offering it to her, he said, "Please accept this small token in response to your generosity." Smiling, she stepped forward and accepted the gift before dropping it into a pocket of her robes. She turned around slightly and took his elbow before saying, "Nicely done, Mr. Potter. Perhaps you can now do me the honor of escorting me to the lounge. My Lord Greengrass awaits us there." With a slight bow, Harry replied, "Of course, ma'am," and allowed her to steer him out of the room and through to the lounge. As they were walking, she leaned down and whispered to him, "Have no fear, Harry. We're all family here." On hearing her words, Harry visibly relaxed and let out the breath he didn't realize he was holding with a sigh. Entering the formal lounge, he saw a tall man rise from an armchair and turn towards him. Lady Greengrass said, "My lord, I present Mr. Harry Potter, head of the noble and most ancient house of Potter." Turning to Harry and stepping away a little, she said, "Mr. Potter, I present Lord Cygnus Greengrass, head of the noble and most ancient house of Greengrass." Harry, recognizing his cue, walked forward and offered his hand to Lord Greengrass. "Thank you for your invitation for this evening, Lord Greengrass." With a small smile the older man said, "And thank you for accepting our invitation, Mr. Potter." He then indicated an armchair across from where he was sitting and said, "Please, sit." Harry moved around and sat on the offered armchair and sat back, hoping he looked quite relaxed as he did so, even though he wasn't. He waited for the Greengrasses to find their own seats across from him. He hesitated before saying, "I must apologize for not being in contact with you sooner. However, I have been kept from my heritage and the wizarding world in general these past 10 years. I only rediscovered the wizarding world at the end of July and have been working hard to learn everything I need to gain a better understanding of this world. That led me to discover a letter from my father awaiting me in a vault in Gringotts." He reached into his robes and withdrew the letter from his father. He offered it across to the man opposite. "It is a personal letter," he continued. "But I hope it goes some way to allow you to understand my delay in contacting you." Frowning, Lord Greengrass glanced back at Harry for a moment before opening the letter and reading. When he was finished, he offered the letter back and said, "Thank you for allowing me to read such a personal letter, Mr. Potter. It does explain some matters. However, we have attempted to contact you on numerous occasions over the past 10 years, to, at the very least, ensure ourselves you're still alright. But, every owl has been unable to track you down, and the mail has returned to us unopened." Having heard the unasked question, Harry sighed a bit and said, "For whatever reason I do not yet understand, Albus Dumbledore saw fit to place me in the home of my Muggle relatives immediately after the events of the 31st of October 1981. Until I received my letter informing me I had been accepted into the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry on the 24th of July, I was unaware of my heritage. The Hogwarts letter was the first time I had received any contact from the wizarding world. I have no idea why any correspondence, other than my Hogwarts letter, sent to me by people in the wizarding world has not found me. I am as upset with the situation, if not more so, than you are. Since the day I received my Hogwarts letter I have been scrambling, for want of a better word, to learn everything I can about both my heritage and my place in this world. As you would understand, it's been a bit of a shock." Clearly surprised, Lady Greengrass asked, "No other mail? What about your bank statements from Gringotts?" "Nothing, I'm afraid," replied Harry. "I can only surmise Dumbledore did not want me aware of the wizarding world until I was of age to enter Hogwarts. I think it's because he didn't want me to grow up being famous. Maybe he thought if I did I'd grow up to be arrogant, or something. It will be the leading issue I raise with him when I meet him." "It's illegal to intercept Gringotts mail," exclaimed Lady Greengrass. "So they've informed me," replied Harry with a frown. "However, as he's claimed he's my magical guardian through your parliament, the Wizengamot, he's used that position to stop me getting my mail. And there's little I can do about it. What I have done is, with the help of the goblins, created an alias under the name Harrison Smith for purposes of receiving mail. It's not so much a fake identity as a way to bypass whatever Dumbledore's done to block my mail for a select few. And explains why you asked us to write to Harrison Smith with our response to your letter," mused Lord Greengrass. "And also explains why no one's seen hide nor hair of you since that night 10 years ago." "Yes, sir," said Harry. "And people wonder why we don't ally ourselves with the light," mused the older man. Turning to his wife he said, "Perhaps you should go and speak of this with our oldest before bringing her in here to meet her betrothed. It may placate her somewhat." Lady Greengrass smiled back before replying, "I believe that would be the wisest course of action." Turning to Harry she rose, as did Harry, before saying, "If you will excuse me, Mr. Potter." "Of course, ma'am," he replied with a slight bow. As the older woman left the room Harry retook his seat. When he was once more seated, Lord Greengrass said, "I suppose this meeting is also about our alliance with the House of Potter." "Yes, sir," replied Harry. "I am still learning my place in the wizarding world. And what it means to be light, dark, and neutral. However, as the letter from my father clearly states, an alliance between our two houses is something he was keen on my renewing. I do not know enough not to acquiesce to his request. Plus, I figured with the betrothal contract, it became a moot point anyway." "Quite," smiled the older man. Hesitating a moment, Harry said, "I know very little about my parents, sir. I've heard some from Madame Longbottom and Bones, but I believe they were not part of my parents' inner circle of friends. I was hoping, as it appears you and Lady Greengrass were in that circle, you could help me to understand my parents better." With a look of understanding, Lord Greengrass sighed and said, "I first met your father and mother when we were at Hogwarts. Your father was already friends with 3 other boys, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew. Your mother and Isabel became friends in 3rd year when they took arithmancy together. Your father and the other 3 were all sorted into Gryffindor, I was sorted into Slytherin, and your mother and Isabel were sorted into Ravenclaw. Your father, Black, Lupin and Pettigrew were a tight-knit group that quickly made a name for themselves as pranksters. Actually, it was more like your father, Black and Lupin were a tight-knit group with Pettigrew always hanging around them. The 4 of them called themselves the Marauders, and they kind of wreaked havoc amongst the student population and staff with their pranks. However, there were some of us that quickly deduced that, besides the staff, their pranks were aimed at the dark families and those whose parents were probably Death Eaters. Students, such as myself, were also the victims of their pranks, but only because I was a Slytherin and their prank was aimed at our house in general. There were some who always seemed to be an individually targeted victim. Severus Snape, the current potions master at Hogwarts, was always one such victim, as were Bulstrode, Avery, the Lestrange brothers, Rosier, and the other Blacks. It became very apparent they were almost exclusively targeting those they perceived as being future Death Eaters. On graduation, we learned that your mother, Lily Evans, was a secret 5th member of the Marauders in their final year. She and Lupin were the brains behind some of the best and biggest pranks Hogwarts have ever known, he smiled in reminiscence. Because it was a time of war, many of us left school to immediately join the Auror Corps. In our year, there were your father, myself, Sirius Black, Edgar Bones, Frank and Alice Longbottom, Gideon and Fabian Pruitt, and quite a few others. However, it was us 8 for whom Black coined the term, the Auror Marauders. Though we were supposed to be in training, we spent quite a bit of time pranking the existing Auror Corps and the training staff. It was during that time I became very good friends with both of your parents, as well as the others. That friendship continued into our Auror career once we completed training. And that leads us to the evening of the 1st of August 1980, he said, shifting forward in his chair slightly. Young Neville Longbottom was born to Frank and Alice late on the night of the 30th of July, then you were born during the early hours of the 31st of July. My daughter, Daphne, was born in early June, so was only a few weeks old at this stage. Your father invited the male members of the Auror Marauders to the cottage in Godric's Hollow to wet the baby's head, so to speak. That's new father code for get blind drunk in celebration. Of course, this was also the first time we were able to wet the baby's head for Daphne, so I was getting just as drunk and rowdy as the rest. I don't know when it happened, but it was very late at night. As it was explained to me by one of the Pruitt brothers later, someone, I think it was Black, got it into their head that Daphne and you were the best looking babies ever, and that you needed to be protected from undesirables, who'd only be after you because of your looks and the power you would wield in the future, and, as such, to protect you both, a betrothal contract between the 2 of you should be written up immediately. Someone found a book that had the text of standard contracts, and, again, I think it was Black who found it, or more than likely had it with him for this, and Gideon, I think it was, who quickly wrote up the contract. With a sigh he said, again, someone had a blood quill, probably Black, again. So, both your father and I signed the damn thing using the quill. It wasn't until the next morning James, your father, and I woke up to find we'd betrothed you and my daughter to be married when you came of age or were otherwise emancipated. By then, Black had already disappeared again into hiding as the Potter's secret keeper. And your father and I had to face the music with our wives at St. Mungo's that afternoon. Yes, and I made you sleep on the couch for the rest of the month as part penance, said a voice from the doorway. Harry turned in his chair and saw Lady Greengrass had just stepped through the door with a blonde-haired girl with bright blue eyes standing alongside her. The girl was alternatively glaring at Lord Greengrass and Harry. This must be Daphne, thought Harry. And, Dad was right, she is a beauty. Both men rose from their seats as the 2 ladies came forward. Ah, said Lord Greengrass as an aside to Harry. With a gesture towards the girl he said, I present to you, Mr. Potter, my daughter, Daphne Ophelia. Greengrass, your betrothed. Daphne just glared at him as if attempting to kill him with her eyes. Dinner with the Greengrasses then became a much more relaxed affair except for the death glares Lord Greengrass was getting from his oldest daughter. His youngest, though, Astoria, a 9-year-old brunette with the same startling blue eyes, was having a great time twigging her sister about how lucky she was to be marrying the boy who lived, and how she must be ever so pleased. Harry was such a good-looking boy, plus others. Lady Greengrass, or Isabel as he was invited to call the lady, appeared quite amused by her youngest's antics, but Lord Greengrass appeared to wince on occasion by some of the more outrageous things the young girl said. Harry quickly worked out that Lord Greengrass, Cygnus, was clearly under orders not to say anything in response and take whatever was said as yet more part payment for the betrothal contract. Harry didn't know whether to laugh or be horrified by some of the things the young girl said. Instead, he decided Cygnus was on his own and hunkered down in his chair hoping to not draw attention to himself. It wasn't until young Astoria, Tori, sweetly asked her father when he was going to arrange a betrothal contract for her and some bloke named Cedric Diggory, because he was dreamy, that Isabel finally stepped in and called a halt to it. Harry almost laughed out loud when he saw the look of gratitude on Cygnus's face when he looked at his wife. He could not, however, stop the slight snort of amusement that escaped his lips. And that started Daphne in on him. Clearly, the girl had been bottling up her anger at the situation and she had decided to unload her ire on Harry. "You might think this is funny, Harry James Potter, but I don't," she snipped. "No modern family uses betrothal contracts these days, and I'm not pleased I'm subjected to one forcing me to marry you." "Peace, my lady," replied Harry softly with raised hands. "It appears I'm as much the victim of a prank carried out in August 1980 by Sirius Black as you. I assure you, the man is lucky he's currently incarcerated in Azkaban and out of my personal reach." Not knowing how to respond, she just glared back. Harry thought, hopefully, I've headed that particular rant off. He also noticed Cygnus make a small gesture with his wine goblet as if offering him a toast of congratulations. "So," she asked with a lower venomous voice, obviously changing tactics, "am I that repulsive?" No, not at all," replied Harry. "I'm more worried we'd be introduced as Lady Potter and her husband, that hairy bloke, or that I'd be completely ignored, lost in the shadows of your radiant beauty." That stunned the table until Astoria piped up and said, "Ooh. He's good," before turning to her sister and saying, "If you don't want him, Daffy, I'll take him. I wouldn't mind being Lady Potter if he's going to say things like that." That elicited an unladylike snort from Isabel and a grin from Cygnus. Though her cheeks pinked a bit, Daphne just huffed, ignored everyone, and proceeded to assassinate her roast potatoes with her flatware. "Round one to the future Lord Potter, methinks," muttered Isabel to her husband. Harry was glad of the time he'd run out of reading material and borrowed a couple of his aunt's penny dreadful romance novellas to read until he could get more books. Over dessert, talk turned to which houses Harry and Daphne thought they might be sorted into. Daphne thought she might be in Slytherin or Ravenclaw, while Harry thought Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. When Isabel asked why those two houses, Harry replied, "I think I'm smart enough to make my way in Ravenclaw, plus I've heard they have their own library in their common room that I would love to have access to. And I know that Hufflepuff House gets a bad rep, but I've no problem with being considered a hard worker and loyal to friends and family. Though my father and his friends were in Gryffindor, I don't want to be there just because it's expected of me. Besides, I don't really consider myself all that brave. At least, I don't consider bravery as a defining feature over my other qualities. That would make me seem all brawn and no brain. And I'm not interested in Slytherin because, while I consider myself to be somewhat cunning, and I may be able to carry off guile, if I worked at it, I don't think I'm all that ambitious. Unless you consider growing up to be a good father and husband and a self-responsible man to be an ambition." "How about you, Daphne?" he asked. "Unlike you, I think I'd manage to carry off cunning and guile quite well." "And I'm certainly ambitious," she replied before lowering her head and the timbre of her voice with sadness. "However, it's rather pointless for me to be ambitious now, isn't it?" Startled by how dejected she sounded, Harry said, "You can be as ambitious as you want, Daphne. Irrespective of my earlier words, I'm not adverse to being married to the upcoming Minister of Magic, the head of St. Mungo's or the leading world-renowned potions mistress, Lady Daphne Potter, or whatever it is you wish to do. I hope you're willing to be at least my equal, if not surpass me. I can be just as happy being happy with your successes as with my own." Daphne's head shot up on hearing that and stared straight at Harry in shock. You do? She asked in a quiet voice with eyes becoming moist with tears. Definitely, he firmly replied. She started before suddenly pushing her chair back and mumbling, "Excuse me," and dashing out of the room. Looking at Harry with what he considered to be no small measure of respect, Isabel said, "And excuse me, Mr. Potter. I need to go and check on a few things." She, too, pushed her chair away from the table and left the room, following after her daughter. Cygnus smiled at Harry and said, "You're going to have to stop that, Mr. Potter. You're making me look bad by my not being as considerate as you are showing yourself to be." Harry blushed and said, "I just don't like the idea she would see a marriage between us as being a burden or disappointment in her life. I may not know her yet, but that's irrelevant to me. Everyone has the right to be happy with their life and I cannot countenance being the cause of someone's misery. I hope that maybe the ladies of your house will come to view the betrothal contract as you showing great foresight towards your eldest daughter's happiness." Cygnus snorted in response and said, "Are you sure you're not going to be sorted into Slytherin? You're definitely showing the diplomatic traits required to succeed in that house." Harry just shrugged. A turn-of-the-century French poet and essayist, Charles Peguy, once said, "He who does not bellow the truth when he knows the truth makes himself the accomplice of liars and forgers." I do not wish to be offensive, but I have no desire for the politicking that appears prevalent in the House of the Snakes in this current climate. Noted, the older man said with a grin. Then, turning to Astoria, he said, "As for you, young lady, it's time for bed." "Ah," she pouted. "But I want to hear Harry say something nice to me." Harry smiled at her and said, "Fair maiden, there are no words I can convey to you that would do justice to your own beauty. That's why I was hesitant to attempt to do so." Cygnus snorted, while Astoria sat there for a few seconds with a look partway between awe and being gobsmacked. She then turned to her father and begged, "I meant what I said. If Daffy doesn't want him, can I keep him?" Cygnus kindly said back, "After tonight I don't think Daphne will be willing to let him go. Now, off to bed." With a bit of a sulk Astoria hopped off her chair and walked around to give her father a hug and key. "Good night." Hesitating a moment she then rushed to Harry and gave him one, too. "Good night," she blurted, before blushing, giggling and dashing from the room. "Well, you appear to have won over my three ladies," said Cygnus. "I wonder what your next trick will be. Shall we retire to the lounge to continue our discussion?" "Of course, Cygnus," replied Harry. Rising from the table both man and boy headed for the lounge and were met there by Isabel. Once again taking seat Harry started by saying, "I hope you do not feel it too forward of me to ask if I may be allowed to court your daughter starting tomorrow afternoon. I'd like to try and get some of the awkwardness of the situation between Daphne and I out of the way before we depart for Hogwarts." "It won't be courting, Harry," replied Cygnus. "After all, you're already betrothed. However, we're happy for you to come visiting tomorrow." Giving a slight shrug Harry said, "I understand it's not actual courting. I just don't want to deny either of us the experience of courting one another. Plus, it'll give us both a chance to get to know one another in a one-on-one situation. I'm hoping that we can talk things through and allow the relationship to develop that way. I think it would be nice if we started as friends first." Nodding, Isabel said, "That's quite considerate of you, Harry. And I, for one, agree. If you had not been shunted off to your Muggle relatives I dare say you and Daphne would have become much more familiar with one another before now." Leaning forward, Cygnus said, "As we both are being a little forward amongst friends, may I inquire as to where you're currently staying? I mean to say, if it's with your Muggle relatives, you may find it easier to reside here until Sunday." Hesitating a little before replying, Harry said, "I'm staying at the Leaky Cauldron. I have no wish to return to my Muggle relatives' tender mercies." Harry let a little anger color his thoughts and must have let slip in his tone what he felt about the Dursleys because Isabel leaned forward and asked, "Harry, are you ill-treated there?" Harry was a little uncomfortable with the question but replied with a frown, "What's done is done. They don't want me and I don't want them anywhere near me again." It was clear neither Cygnus nor Isabel were happy with Harry's response but they didn't push. Instead, Cygnus said in a lighter tone, "Well, we cannot have the head of a noble and most ancient house residing at the Leaky Cauldron. As you and Daphne, as you suggested, should get to know each other before you depart on the Hogwarts Express, then I think I must insist you move in here for the next few days into one of our guest rooms. After all, you will be family soon enough. Nodding, Harry said, then I thank you for the offer of your extended hospitality and heartily accept. I hope you won't mind if I move my things in tomorrow afternoon after lunch. That would be fine, Harry. I'll have the elves prepare a room for you. Shall we expect you at, say 1 p.m.? Thank you, said Harry. That time suits me perfectly. On returning late to the Leaky Cauldron, Harry retired directly to his room. There, he immediately drafted the first of 2 letters to go to Madame Longbottom and Bones about his experience with the Greengrasses. He kept the information light and was reticent in what he included that he felt were private between he and the Greengrasses. He sent the first letter off to Madame Longbottom that night with Hedwig before he settled down to meditate, to sort his new memories, creating a new section dedicated to Daphne in the process, before going to sleep. Early the next morning he wrote a similar letter to Madame Bones about the meeting and, as Hedwig had not yet returned, posted it off using one of the post office owls in Diagon Alley. He returned to his room and packed everything up ready for his short-term move to Greengrass Estate. With his glamours in place he went downstairs to enjoy a quick breakfast, his last for the time being at the Leaky Cauldron, and headed back into the alley proper on his way to Gringotts. Quickly finding a teller he asked to be taken down to his heirlooms and trust fund vaults. From the trust fund vault he refilled his coin pouch before moving on to the heirloom vault. From within he went to the section where the jewelry was stored. From memory he knew just what he was looking for, and found them as he remembered them. The family rings. He picked out a feminine-looking ring with a brilliant cut sapphire mounted in a white gold band, plus a single gold band with a smaller but similar stone mounted almost flush within it for himself. He felt the stone and white gold were fairly well matched to the eyes and hair color of his betrothed. Returning to the surface he visited Bloodfang to let him know he was enacting the betrothal contract between himself and Daphne Greengrass, and to ask for assistance in getting the current charms on the rings checked and or updated. Bloodfang recommended a jeweler not far down the alley above the second-hand robe shop and mentioned it was the Potter family preferred jeweler. In the jeweler's he showed the 2 rings and said, I'd like to know what charms or wards, or whatever, are on these rings. Then, based on that information, what I can have placed on them if they're not already there. Giving a nod the proprietor said, give me about an hour, young sir, and I'll have that information for you, all right. That suits me fine, thank you, replied Harry. I'll see you then. Harry then left the jeweler and walked back up the alley to Elop's Owl Emporium. Inside, he approached the counter and waited until he was spotted. One of the reasons he liked to come into the alley early in the morning was because there was less traffic and other shoppers at that time. Good morning and welcome back, sir. How can I help you, today? Asked the shopkeeper, recognizing Harry as an often repeat customer. Good morning, replied Harry. I have, of late, become concerned my owl mail is being intercepted. I'm led to believe my own owl can be warded or charmed, to ensure mail carried by her cannot be so intercepted. Is that true? Frowning, the shopkeeper said, it's unheard of in this day and age for owl mail to be intercepted because the penalties for such are quite severe. Furthermore, it disgusts me that someone would do such a thing, invade someone's privacy like that. However, if your mail is being intercepted, or you're just worried it might be, I do have an answer to your dilemma, he replied. Is your owl used by your head of house? Yes, sir, replied Harry. After a quick look around to ensure there was no one who could listen in, he flashed his head of house ring to the shopkeeper. The owl belongs to the head of house Potter, he quietly said. Looking a little surprised at the ring on Harry's finger, the shopkeeper said, well, it's good to finally know your identity, Mr. Potter. And I can understand why you're concerned about your mail being intercepted. And, thank you for your trust. You'll have my discretion in this matter. The old man walked into the back of the store for a few moments before returning with a small wooden box. Placing it on the counter between them he opened it to show what was inside. Reaching in he withdrew a small harness with tiny buckles, leather straps and a blank shield on it. This is the deluxe model, he said. It's a harness that affixes to the chest of your owl and identifies it as the personal owl for official correspondence of a head of one of the noble and ancient houses. You strap it onto your owl and then touch the crest of your ring to the shield. The shield is charmed to them automatically display the crest of the house to which it belongs, in your case, the noble and most ancient house of Potter, and also cause the straps to auto-size to the bird. I assure you it doesn't harm the bird in any way, and we've been using these for years. The harness is charmed to repel water, dust and damage. It also protects the bird from male interception up to and including ministry-sanctioned interceptions, protects the bird from other raptors, provides some protection from spell damage and provides the bird with auto-healing of light injuries, an intent-based notice me not charm from those who would do her harm, an energy boost similar to a pepper-up potion for those extra long flights, and aids in providing a featherlight charm to any packages over 1/4 pound in dead weight up to 20 pounds. Are there any other charms that can be added you think might be useful? Asked Harry. Shaking his head, the shopkeeper replied, "No, after many years of trial and error we've found this particular combination to be the best available. The only thing more you can do is make the owl your personal familiar. That grants her, or him, a higher level of intelligence. And will mean she'll be able to better protect your male, herself." Nodding, Harry asked, "And how do I do that?" The shopkeeper reached under his counter and drew forth a small fact sheet on the subject. He placed it on the counter next to the box. "You'll be surprised how many ask just that," he replied with a wry smile. Harry grinned back and said, "All right, then, I'll take it." Nodding, the shopkeeper said, "That'll be 57 galleons for the harness. The pamphlet is free. The harness has a lifetime guarantee to the life of the owl. If you need to replace either or both, come back and see me." Harry paid the man after also picking up 6 months' worth of owl treats as stock to take to Hogwarts with him. Next, he headed for the Diagon Alley offices of the Daily Prophet and organized a year's subscription in advance to the newspaper. Recognizing that near enough to an hour had passed, he returned to the jeweler's. Bringing the rings back onto the main floor of the shop, the jeweler had them side by side on a black velvet cushion. "These are beautiful rings," said the shopkeeper. "I hope you don't mind, but I've also polished both back to looking like new." "No, that's fine," replied Harry. "And, thank you. What can you tell me about them?" "The lady's ring is charmed to auto-size, has an anti-theft charm, has an anti-peril feature, which monitors the wearer's heartbeat and adrenaline levels, so that if both suddenly shoot up it sends a vibration to a matching ring. It has the ability to be linked to that other ring to allow the wearer of its partner to track them down by pressing on the stone and vice versa, and has a built-in potion, poison and mind-altering charm detector, which causes the ring to vibrate and stone to glow slightly when it comes into near contact with such. The ring will also provide a minimal protection from the imperious, confounding, obliviation and similar curses. But it's not foolproof against those. The other ring is the matching ring and has the same charms. The only thing missing is a new charm which detects if the wearer is hit with a harmful curse or hex and alerts the other wearer the same way as the anti-peril feature," said the shopkeeper. "However, it only detects those curses and hexes that are common knowledge. Some hexes and curses, such as those that are part of family magics, it might not detect." "Are there any other protections you think could be installed?" asked Harry. "I want my betrothed as safe as she possibly could be." Shaking his head, the shopkeeper said, "No, but I can update the anti-potion and poison detector, and harmful curses and hexes indicator, with a more modern list. I suspect they'll both be missing quite a few. Plus, you may want to be on my mailing list I maintain to advise my clients when either indicator charms are updated." "All right then," said Harry, coming to a decision. "Update what needs to be updated on both rings and add me and my betrothed to your mailing list." The shopkeeper drew forth a ledger from under his counter and asked, "And what names do I include on the mailing list, young sir?" "I'm trusting in your discretion in this, sir," said Harry before flashing his head of house ring. "It's Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass." Taking a moment to glance at Harry's forehead, the shopkeeper said, "Never fear in my discretion, Mr. Potter. I've never broken faith with a customer yet in over 20 years of business." Then he said with a small smile, "And might I say congratulations on your betrothal, Mr. Potter. I dare say there will be many a young witch, and possibly some young wizards, who will be most distraught when it is learned you are betrothed and off the market, so to speak." Harry harumphed a little and said, "At least that's something I won't have to worry about facing anymore. And, thank you." Nodding a little, though otherwise distracted, the shopkeeper said, "Give me 2 hours, with these rings and they'll be ready for you to collect, Mr. Potter." Before he picked up the velvet cushion and turned to walk back out the back with them. "Thank you," called Harry to the man's retreating back before he left the store once more. Heading back to the leaky cauldron, Harry went straight back to his room and hoped Hedwig had returned. She had, and with a short reply from Madame Longbottom. She advised caution with dealing with the greengrasses and said she'd meet him on the platform at King's Cross to make sure he was still okay. While Hedwig was resting on her perch with her little tray of owl treats and water, Harry brought the harness out of his pocket and showed it to her. "Feel like being gussied up a bit, Hed? This will identify you as the personal owl of the head of House Potter, my owl." He grinned at her. Hedwig looked at the harness with interest before giving a soft hoot and huff. Harry figured she approved, so moved forward with it to fit it to her. Working carefully, so as not to damage her feathers, Harry took his time in fitting the harness and making sure all the buckles were done up securely. Then he made a fist of his right hand and, holding the shield with his left hand, pressed the face of head of house ring to the face of the shield. The shield gave a little flash of light before the entire harness began to glow. He pulled the ring away from the shield and left go with his left hand as the entire contraption shifted until it shrank down to fit. When it finished auto-sizing, the shield gave a final flash with an embossed copy of the Potter crest appearing in the middle of it. Stepping back, Harry said to her, "Wow, girl. You look great. It really suits you." In response, Hedwig stood up a little straighter and gave a happy little hoot. Harry even moved her to his shoulder and then moved to stand in front of the room's only mirror so she could see it for herself. When she saw the image, she gave a couple of little huffs and nibbled on the top of Harry's ear in pleasure. Harry chuckled and moved her back to her roost. "You'll be fighting the boy owls off now, Hed. You look gorgeous." Next he pulled the pamphlet that described how to make Hedwig his familiar out of his pocket and read through it. This is pretty straightforward and easy," he said to her. "So, girl, how about it? Do you want to fully bond with me as my familiar?" He received another happy hoot and huff in response. With a grin, Harry drew his wand out of his left sleeve, held the parchment up so he could read it, and stood in front of the owl's perch. Pushing a little with his magic, he made the required wand gestures and spoke the required incantations. When he was finished, there was a light glow for a few moments around and between the two of them. Stepping back and away a little, Harry closed his eyes and focused on feeling his connection to Hedwig. It took a few minutes, but he realized he could sense it quite easily. Plus, he also felt he could feel the, though primitive, emotions coming from his avian friend. She was very happy. Turning back to face her again, he said, "Now, according to this pamphlet, you should have a boost in your intelligence, had transferred to your mind some of my skills, be able to sense my thoughts and emotions similar to how I'm able to do the same with you, and it's extended your life expectancy somewhat. I think this will prove to be a very good thing for us both." He grinned at her. "Now I'm pretty much all packed here, girl," he said. "I'll just give you a message to give to Isabel to let her know I've sent you ahead of me and that I'm still on schedule to arrive at Greengrass Estate at 1 p.m., and you can be on your way." He then sat down at the little table in the room and quickly wrote the message before using the little strap on the harness to attach it to the owl's leg. He sent her on her way before packing the last items up and stowing the portable owl perch in the lid of his trunk. He shrunk the trunk down and pocketed it in his robes before leaving the room for the last time and heading back to the jeweler's. As soon as he walked in the door, the jeweler's shopkeeper spotted him, smiled, and reached under the counter where he was standing and brought out a small ring box of deep blue-colored velvet. Opening the box, he showed Harry the 2 rings sitting within with the stones facing up. "All done, Mr. Potter," he said. Harry grinned at the box and said, "Thank you very, very much." "How much do I owe you?" "Just 15 galleons, Mr. Potter," he replied. "And might I say it was a pleasure to do this for you." Harry quickly handed the man the coins and peered intently at the 2 rings nestled within the box. "You do very nice work, sir," he said. "I dare say that when I upgrade these in a few years to husband and wife rings, I'll be back." Nodding graciously, the shopkeeper said, "And I look forward to that happy day." "Again, thank you," said Harry as he left the store. The ring box was now safely stored within one of the pockets of his robes. Back at the leaky cauldron, Harry finalized his bill for his stay and ordered a light lunch. He picked up a discarded copy of that morning's Daily Prophet and whiled away the time until he headed back to the Greengrass estate perusing the paper. While sitting there, an owl arrived and dropped off a response letter from Madame Bones. As with Madame Longbottom, she advised caution and said she'd try and meet him on the platform at King's Cross before departure of the Hogwarts Express, just to ensure herself he was still fine. It gave Harry a bit of a warm feeling to know that there were now people who were interested and caring enough to care about his welfare. It felt odd but nice at the same time. At precisely 1 p.m. Harry stepped through the flow into Greengrass Manor, and promptly fell on his butt again. Climbing to his feet and grumbling to himself, Harry heard the soft tinkle of feminine laughter coming from a few feet away. Glancing up, he saw Isabel waiting for him, chuckling to herself. He gave a wry grin in response. "My apologies, Harry," she chuckled. "But that, a dignified entry, does not make. I think it's now official," grumbled Harry, dusting himself off. "The flow system hates me." Chuckling again, Isabel stepped forward and waved her wand over Harry. Instantly, the soot was vanished away. "Actually, there's a trick to it," she said. "I'll be happy to show you when we travel through it together to the old Midland Grand Hotel, if not before." "Midland Grand Hotel?" asked Harry. "Why there? The Midland is an old Muggle hotel pretty much built almost right on top of King's Cross Station. We use a hidden floor and hidden rear entrance in the old hotel as the flow point to get onto the platform. Then it's only a short walk through the Muggle side of the station to the barrier to platform 9 3/4. "Oh," said Harry. "I did not know that." As they were talking, Isabel was leading Harry upstairs to the second floor. She then turned to the right and entered the upstairs wing, which, Harry thought, would place him somewhere over the formal lounge. Stopping at one of the doors to her right, and therefore at the rear of the manor, she opened it wide and ushered Harry inside. "This will be your rooms for the next few days, Harry," she said. Stepping in through the door, Harry saw a large 4-poster bed with side tables dominating the room. Off to one side he saw a small desk with a lamp and chair ready for use, and 2 other doors. Isabel walked over to the one closest to the rear wall of the manor and opened it. Inside, Harry saw a neat and tidy bathroom with its own separate bath and shower, toilet and hand basin with a mirror above it. The other door, on the same wall as the door to the bathroom, was a small walk-in robe. With all the clothing he had, Harry didn't believe his entire wardrobe would fill even a tiny fraction of the space available. "Now, set yourself up in here and come downstairs when you're done," Isabel instructed. "The girls and I are currently in the kitchen at the informal table in there." "Thank you," said Harry as the older woman left. He reached into his pocket and unshrunk his trunk, placing it at the foot of his bed. Opening it, he pulled out Hedwig's portable perch and set it up near the window. And refilled the owl treat and water bowls for her. To burn off a few minutes, he then unpacked his toiletries and transferred them to the bathroom. All done, he walked out of the room and took the stairs back down to the ground floor, and went off in search of the kitchen. He figured it'd be near the dining room somewhere, and probably at the rear of the house. After leaving his room upstairs, Harry headed straight back downstairs and headed for the formal dining room. From there he heard the sounds of voices coming through another door, so moved to that one and pushed the door open. He was greeted by a second, smaller dining room with the opposite wall wide open and showing a large kitchen. Sitting at the table were Isabel, Daphne and Astoria. As soon as Harry stuck his head through the door, Astoria spotted him. With a cry of, "Harry!" she launched herself off the chair, covered the intervening few feet at a run and hugged him. "Welcome back," she exclaimed. With a grin, Harry hugged her back and said, "Thank you, Astoria. It's good to be back." She then let him go, grabbed him by his hand and dragged him over to the table. Pulling a chair out for him next to her own, she commanded, "Sit." With a chuckle, Harry sat. He was sitting opposite Daphne, who looked back with a wary half-stare. Isabel spoke up and said, "We were just discussing plans for the next few days, Harry, and need your input." All right," replied Harry. "Have you got all your supplies for Hogwarts yet?" she asked. "Yes, Ma, Isabel. I think I'm right to go," he replied. "Leastwise, there was nothing on the list I received that I've not yet purchased and packed ready to go." "What about the essentials that aren't listed? Toiletries, non-school uniform clothing for the weekends, extra quills, inks and parchment, owl treats for your owl, stuff like that." "Yeah, I think so, said Harry. I can't think of anything else I might need. Nodding, she said, well, Daphne feels she might need a few extra supplies, so we were thinking of ducking over to Diagon Alley later this afternoon to allow the purchase of those items. You're welcome to come along, if you like. But, you don't have to if you don't want to. No, I've got nothing better to do, he said. Maybe I'll just come along and help carry bags, or something. Smiling, she said, there's no need for someone to carry bags in the wizarding world, Harry. That's what shrinking charms and pockets are for. However, we plan to head into the Muggle world tomorrow afternoon. And, as we cannot shrink bags there, there's always a need for bag carriers until we can duck into a lady's somewhere to shrink them. Then I can always just provide company, said Harry with a bit of a shrug. That is, if no one minds. Of course not, replied Astoria. Besides, we might see some of my friends there. They'll be ever so jealous if they see me with you. Harry smiled at the chipper young girl before turning to Daphne. And what about you, Daphne? Do you mind me joining you on your trip to Diagon Alley? With a half-hearted huff the girl replied, no. Before she straightened up a bit and said, but, be warned, I may be meeting my closest friend, Tracy Davis, there. She'll be in our year at Hogwarts and you might not choose to be around us when we, girl talk. That's okay, Harry replied with a shrug. I can make myself scarce then, if you need me to. You need your friends and your secrets and I can respect that. That received Harry another long look from the girl and a knowing smile from his future mother-in-law. With another huff, Daphne half growled at him, you cannot be that perfect, no one can. You're putting on an act, I can feel it. With a sigh, Harry said, my upbringing was not the stuff of those silly books supposedly about my childhood. You know the ones, Harry Potter and the Naughty Noondu, for example. When the girl nodded back, though reluctantly, he continued in a somewhat sad voice, when I was growing up with the Dursleys. I was told all sorts of lies about who I was. I was denied having any friends of my own. I was treated like a South Avenue while my fat whale of a cousin was treated like a prince in front of me. One of the things I promised myself, during that time, was never to even think about trying to control anyone else if I was ever able to escape that life, through word, deed or intent. I just will not do it. When I finally entered the wizarding world, or re-entered, one of the first things I discovered is that I'm contractually betrothed to a girl I'd never met, and had no idea even existed until the same moment. It took me quite some time to contain my anger and think of the situation in a logical manner. Of course, one of the first revelations of that introspective thought process was that the girl, though she may have known of me and the contract for some time, was just as trapped by it as I was. And it would be petty and unjust of me to hold her accountable for it. Furthermore, because the contract would trap her in one part of her life to be bound to me as my wife and mate, it behoved me to ensure that all other aspects of her life were given as much freedom as possible. This, I have vowed to do. And that's why you won't hear me trying to place any controls on your life. I will do my best not to gainsay you. I will do my best to, not only allow you to live your life, but assist you in living it as best I can. I'm willing, and I dare say want to, share my life with you. I hope you're willing to do the same with me. After he'd finished his clearly emotional little speech, the table sat in silence for a few moments. Damn, Potter, said Daphne in a small voice. Why do you have to be so bloody noble? Why do you have to be so bloody perfect? Mind your language, Daphne, said her mother, though there was no heat in the words. It was almost as if she was just going through the motions of saying them. I don't know about being noble, replied Harry with a shrug. I just know how I want others to behave concerning me, and try and behave like that towards others. Besides, I know I'm not perfect. Hesitating a bit, he said, when I was little I received a major whack to the side of my head. I also used to have a lot of trouble staying focused on whatever it was I was doing at the time. Ever since the whack I've had difficulty maintaining control over my anger. I told a teacher about my trouble with both focusing and anger management and he recommended I learn how to meditate. He said that meditation, for some people, allowed them to better control their emotions, aided them in focusing their thoughts, and could also improve their memory retention. So, I went to the school library, and, later, the public library, and read through books on the subject. That led me into reading other books on controlling your own mind. All Muggle techniques. And through those books I learned I have what is called an eidetic memory. Part of the problem I had was that I could remember everything. And that those memories were completely jumbled up and were forcibly intruding, or leaking, onto my consciousness. It took some time, but I was able to slowly learn how to meditate. After reaching that state I then attempted to build what Plato referred to as a mind palace. That's something orators of the day would use to organize their thoughts before a major speech. However, instead of being able to build a mind palace such as Plato described, I found myself able to build a palace within my mind that was vividly detailed. I was then able to sort through my memories, which had appeared in my mind as books, and sort them into library shelves within that palace. It took me many, many months to reach that stage. I also found that the act of doing that helped me in being able to stop the memory intrusions, allowed me to discover the true power of having an eidetic memory, and aided me in controlling my temper. Since the day I first started researching meditation I've always been on the lookout for books on controlling your own mind. So, when I first entered the wizarding world almost 6 weeks ago, and after going to the bank and finding out I had plenty of money available to me, I stopped in at Flourish and Blots to see if the magical world had similar books. Of course, they do. And I started with a book called Introduction to Mind Magics. From that I read about occlumency. That led me to a self-study book on occlumency and legilimency. From that I learned that I was so successful at meditation and building my mind palace because I was a wizard, and that such things come easier to those such as us. I also learned I could isolate that part in my mind where my anger bubbles away. I see it now as a seething giant cauldron, by the way, and I was able to wall it off, separating it from the core me, and put some basic controls on it. Now I can almost consciously monitor the condition of the cauldron and have a way to calm the contents of it back down. But it's an ongoing process and I have to constantly set aside time to ensure that the cauldron doesn't overflow, that my anger does not get the better of me. So, I'm sorry to say, I'm going to come across as being quite emotionless, when I should be showing signs of strong emotion. Some of the kids where I went to school in the Muggle world thought I was turning into a robot, an android, something other than human. They picked on me, somewhat, for it. However, I'm not always successful. There has been the rare time where my emotions have nearly gotten the better of me. At those times I get a splitting headache and feel as if I'm being suffocated. But, I've never become violent with anyone during those times. I just tend to rant and rave for a while, until I can get my anger back into check, and calm that cauldron down again. Secondly, people who lie to me really upset me. When I was growing up my aunt and uncle kept telling me I was a worthless freak and that I should thank my lucky stars they were kind enough to give me a place to live, that my drunken bum of a father got he and my whore of a mother killed in a car crash. The same car crash they said, he lifted his fringe to indicate the scar on his forehead, gave me this scar. During that time, and before I was able to organize my memories, I used to get these flashbacks of a time when I was a baby. A time when I knew I was loved by adults, a man who had similar hair to my own who wore aviator-style glasses, a woman I instinctively knew to be my mother who had long red hair and bright green eyes, plus others. Before I was able to sort these memories, because of what my relatives told me, I thought they were just daydreams of what I wished my life was like. That they were, in effect, lies I was telling myself. However, after I was able to sort my memories, I learned it was my relatives that had lied to me, and not the other way around. It took me a long time to reach that conclusion because I just did not want to believe it to be true. I didn't want to believe that people, my own relatives no less, could be so cruel. My letter from Hogwarts I received on the 26th of July was the final conclusive proof. It was also the day I decided to vacate that house and find the wizarding world. My memories led me to Charing Cross Road and the leaky cauldron. It was the best decision I ever made. When he'd finished, Harry sighed in some measure of self-pity. So, you see, I'm far from perfect, he said. I just do my best with what I have and hope it's enough. Harry didn't even notice that, while he was talking, reminiscing, a cup of tea appeared on the table in front of him. Nor, that he'd been playing with it. When he'd concluded he realized he'd divulged more than he had planned to. But that, in doing so, he felt a sense of release. Looking up he saw Daphne looking back with an expression of pity and sorrow. She reached out with her right hand and grasped his left in a sign of solidarity. Astoria hopped off her own chair, slid it closer to his, and climbed back on it before wrapping her arms around him from the side. She just silently hugged him. Taking a deep breath, Isabel said, "Well, I think we can honestly say we weren't expecting to hear that." Turning to look more fully at Harry, she said, "Thank you for sharing that with us, Harry. Clearly, it was difficult for you to do so. But, just as clearly, you needed to share it with someone. I'm glad you felt comfortable enough to share it with us." "I'm sorry, Harry," said Daphne, softly. "I've been behaving like such a beast to you and you've already had to endure so much." Giving a bit of a sheepish shrug in response, Harry replied, "Like I said, I understand why you feel the way you do. I don't blame you for it." "No, but I do," she said more firmly. "I now better understand this betrothal contract wasn't any more your fault as it was mine. I promise not to be angry with you over it from now on." "Thank you," Harry said softly. "And now I think it's time we all got some fresh air by making our way to Diagon Alley," said Isabel in a tone trying to lighten the mood. "I don't know about you, but shopping always makes me feel better." And the four of them rose from the table and organized themselves for a trip to the alley. Before stepping into the fireplace at Greengrass Estate, Isabel told Harry what she felt was the secret to traveling by flow and landing without falling over at the other end. "You need to wait for the spinning to stop once you arrive in the fireplace at the other end," she instructed. "Wait about a full second, and then step out with your right foot slightly off to the right to counteract the remaining effect of the spin. And then step out with the left foot right in front." Harry nodded and said, "All right then. I'll give it a go." Following as instructed, he managed to only stagger slightly when he exited the flow in the leaky cauldron, and immediately stepped away to allow Isabel to step through. "How'd you do?" asked Isabel after she gracefully stepped through. "Well, I didn't fall on my butt this time," grinned Harry. "I only staggered a little bit. I think I now know how to fix that." She gave a little smile and nod while drawing her wand and vanishing the soot off the clothes of all four of them. "Excellent. We'll have you landing with a measure of grace by the time you leave on Sunday morning." She then led their small party out into the alley proper. "Where to first, Daphne?" she asked the girl. "I said I'd check Fortescue's first to see if Tracy beat us here. If not, I told her to meet us at Flourish and Blots." "Then lead the way, dear," her mother said with a gesture. Following behind with Isabel, Harry was feeling at peace. The talk, earlier, really did make him feel better about things. And, he was happy just to spend time with the Greengrass ladies. By the time he and Isabel reached Fortescue's, Daphne was hugging another girl with similar length but brown hair. Astoria was practically hopping from foot to foot in excitement, looking like she wanted to just run up and down the alley in delight. When the two girls parted, Daphne glanced at Tracy before saying in a quiet voice to the other girl, "Remember how I told you I found out I was betrothed to Harry Potter?" "Yes," replied Tracy with a giggle. "Is he as horrid as you thought he'd be?" With a blush of embarrassment, Daphne indicated Harry and said, "Trace, this is Harry Potter." "And, no, he's really not." Tracy stared him up and down for a bit before she said, "Well, you do look a little like all the books say you do. Different glasses, though. And you're a bit scrawnier than I'd expect." "Tracy," gasped Daphne. Blushing a little, and also a little annoyed, Harry replied, "Well, those books are 99% lies. And I know for a fact they don't know the real me." Tracy mused, standing a little straighter. "Well, you better be good to my friend, or you'll have me to answer to. I assure you, Lady Tracy, I will both protect her and cherish her, you have my word," he replied. Giving Harry another once-over, the brunette turned back to her friend and said, "He'll do." "Tracy," whined Daphne. "You're embarrassing me." "All right, girls," said Isabel stepping forward. "We came here to do some shopping, so, let's get to it, shall we?" What followed was Daphne and Tracy leading them from store to store while they walked whispering rapid fire to each other and glancing back at Harry. In response, Harry would occasionally make faces back or give an air of indifference to their antics. Isabel, while also keeping an eye on all four children, seemed to be quite amused at the byplay between the three 11-year-olds. Harry had the impression she was quite happy with what was going on. While in Flourish and Blots, Daphne suggested to Harry he purchase a book on potion reaction tables that would come in handy for that class, but wasn't included on the book list. And, when he indicated which books he had on that subject, she indicated a book on the history of the noble houses to augment the ones he already had. He bought both and thanked her for the suggestions. In Madame Malkin's the girls pushed him into the male side of the store, while they blushed and giggled and moved across into the female side. Harry didn't want to know what they were shopping for, but had his suspicions. While waiting, he asked about mail ordering services the store provided, and was placed on their list of names of people who wanted to receive information of upcoming fashions. After a slight hesitation he asked to put Daphne's name on the same list for female fashions. Not long afterwards, after they'd left the store, Harry suggested to Daphne she invite Tracy to join them back at the estate for a little while after shopping. There was something he thought she'd want to see. "What are you up to, Harry?" she asked. "It's a surprise," he calmly replied. When she moved off to again join the other girl in walking and whispering to each other, Harry walked beside Isabel and said, "I hope you don't mind, but I asked Daphne to invite Tracy back to the estate for a short while." "Oh," she asked. "And why did you do that?" "Because I think there's something she'd like to see. But I have to talk to Cygnus about it first," he replied. Thinking for a few moments while she watched him, she said, "If it's what I think it is, then I'd say that would be a very nice thing to do. Cygnus should be in his study by the time we return." "Thank you, Isabel," he gratefully said. When they stepped back through the flow into Greengrass Estate, the two oldest girls dashed up to Daphne's room while Astoria went to her own. Isabel led Harry through to Cygnus's study. Knocking on the open door to the study, Isabel said, "My lord, Mr. Potter would like a word, if he may." "Oh," replied Cygnus from where he was sitting behind a large ornate desk, surprised by the formal announcement of his wife. "Then, do come in, Mr. Potter. And how may I help you?" Harry stepped into the study and approached the desk. Steeling himself a little he gave a little bow and said, "Lord Greengrass, it has come to my attention, as per the old ways, it is customary for the prospective groom of a betrothal contract to present a suitable ring to his prospective bride. I come before you asking to present such a ring to Lady Daphne in recognition of our betrothal." Before Harry had even finished speaking, Cygnus was already grinning from ear to ear. As he'd finished, Cygnus pushed himself back from his desk, held out his hand palm up, and said, "Well, let's see it, then." Harry drew the box forth from within his robes and, stepping forward, placed the box in the older man's hand. Cygnus opened the box, looked inside, and gave a low whistle in response. Looking back up at Harry he offered the box back and said, "Very nice, Mr. Potter. As per the old ways, I deem it worthy to grace the finger of my daughter's hand." Then, relaxing a fair bit, he asked with a grin, "When do you want to present it to her?" Nervously, Harry replied, "I thought she might like Tracy here when I presented it to her. So, I hope you don't mind if we do it now and get it over with." Chuckling, Cygnus replied, "That sounds like a nice idea. Allow me to summon the family." Turning his head slightly to the right he summoned one of their house elves, Tinky. With a pop the little being appeared alongside him and asked, "What can Tinky be doing for master?" "Can you inform my wife, both daughters, and Daphne's friend Tracy to join us here, in the study, please?" "Yes, master," it said before disappearing with another pop. Harry had met a house elf for the first time when he visited the Longbottoms, and was, at first, surprised by their devotion. The next day he had read a bit on the small beings and their place in the wizarding world. Now, he was accustomed to them, but vowed to treat them as honored members of family, unlike how he heard some families treated them. Moments later, Isabel entered the room, followed by the sounds of running feet before Astoria walked in pretending she hadn't just been running all the way to the door before walking in. Daphne and Tracy joined them less than a minute later. The three girls' faces showed questioning looks while Isabel wore a slightly smug and knowing expression. "Daphne, come forward, please," instructed a lightly grinning Cygnus. With a curious expression she stepped up near Harry. "The floor is yours, Mr. Potter," said Cygnus. With a nervous sub-vocalized sigh, Harry turned to Daphne and said, "Lady Daphne, it has come to my attention, as per the old ways, it is customary for the prospective groom of a betrothal contract to present a suitable ring to his prospective bride. He then dropped to one knee and offered the ring box to Daphne on the palm of his left hand, opening the lid with his right as he did so. Daphne's face morphed into one of complete shock while Harry heard a muffled squeal from one of the girls standing apart. He didn't know which one but didn't care, focused as he was on Daphne's face. Continuing, he said, "Please accept this ring as recognition of our betrothal, and do me the honor of wearing it, always." With the fingers of one hand covering her gaping mouth, Daphne reached out a shaking hand and lightly brushed both rings with her fingers. Pulling her hand back, she looked into Harry's eye and quickly nodded her head. Harry hoped she wasn't going to suddenly burst into tears. He didn't know what he'd do, then. Gently, Harry pulled the box back towards him and withdrew the lady's ring with the fingers of his right hand. Almost subconsciously he snapped the lid of the box shut again with his left hand and repocketed it. He then reached back forward with his left hand and took Daphne's left hand by a light grasp, pulling it up and forward. Changing his grip slightly on the ring, he gently slid the ring onto her left hand ring finger and pushed it right back until it rested almost against the webbing. The ring gave a slight flash and resized itself to her finger. Then he reached back into his pocket and drew forth the box again, reopening it. "This ring is the partner to yours. With it, I signify to all that I am betrothed to you. I ask that you do me the honor of placing it on my ring finger." Daphne looked at him for a few moments before she reached in and drew the ring from the box. As soon as it cleared the box, Harry pulled it away and resnapped the box lid shut, then switched it to his right hand, before dropping it into a pocket. At the same time he offered his left hand to Daphne, palm down, and waited for her to take it. Gently, almost slowly, Daphne altered her grip on the gold band before taking Harry's offered hand. He held his fingers a little splayed and slightly stiff to allow her to slide the ring onto his ring finger. She, too, slid the ring right back almost to the webbing between his fingers. As soon as she released it, Harry saw the flash and felt the slight warmth as it resized to fit comfortably. Then he stood up, took her left hand by the fingers, palm down, and drew her hand up as he leaned forward and gave the back of her knuckles a light key. Standing up straight again, he simply said, "Thank you." Surprising Harry, she lunged forward and grabbed him by each side of the head, half-yanked him forward and firmly planted a chaste key on his lips. Letting go of his face and backing off a little, she blushed, then proceeded to attempt to hug the stuffing out of him for a few moments. Just as suddenly she let him go and stood back. Her expression gave Harry the impression she was shocked by what she'd just done. "Tinky," he heard Cygnus call. "6 champagne flutes and a bottle of light champagne, please. The good stuff." That broke the spell on the young couple as the other 3 ladies all came forward with squeals to see the ring on Daphne's hand. Harry stepped back and turned towards her father, not a little in shock, himself. Cygnus walked around his desk with a wide grin on his face and offered his hand to Harry to shake, who took it with gratitude. "Congratulations, my boy. That was very well done." The next thing Harry knew, he was wrapped in a hug by Isabel. "You did that really well, Harry. Clearly, you've been studying the old ways." With a sheepish grin as the woman backed off again, he said, "Yeah, I read a book on wizarding traditions, and another on the ancient houses. Between them, I learned what I needed to do and how to do it. An example of that perfect memory of yours, no doubt," she said, backing away. Harry was next grapple-hugged by the youngest Greengrass, who made a squee sound as she did. She then stood up straight and planted a key on his cheek before backing off. "You're going to make it hard for any suitors for me to measure up to your standard, you know," she mock-scolded him. Harry grinned at her and said, "They'd have to at least measure up to my standard to be considered even close to be worthy of you, my fair maiden." After a hesitant look of surprise at Harry, she turned to her father and said, "Ooh." He did it again. That earned Harry another grapple hug by the younger girl before she suddenly released him and went back for another look at Daphne's ring. Cygnus gave a little chuckle before he started handing out partially full champagne flutes to everyone. After a toast to the couple, Cygnus chivied the ladies out of the room and offered Harry a seat at the occasional table in the other half of the room. Cygnus took the other one. Both were still sipping at their champagnes. "It's my understanding the Potters were in the habit of charming their betrothal rings beyond the standard auto-resizing and anti-theft charms. Is it the same with your two?" asked Cygnus. Harry nodded and said, "Besides those, both rings have poison and harmful potion detectors that will cause the stones to glow on both rings, detection charms against the wearer being hit with curses and jinxes that will cause both rings to vibrate, as well as some small level of protection against both. There's also a peril detector that monitors the wearer's heartbeat and adrenaline levels. If either or both suddenly spike, it'll be detected, and the rings will intermittently vibrate, and both rings provide some level of detection and counter against mind-altering curses such as the Imperious, Confounding and Obliviation curses, and cause both rings to double-tap vibrate. Finally, there's a tracking charm on both rings that allows the other to track and find the partner. It's not long distance, but it's good enough for Hogwarts. If I thought there was any other protective charms I could think of to add to the rings, I'd have them installed in a heartbeat. I'm still wondering if there could be a minimal notice me not charm that was intent-based that could be added, but the jeweler said he was still working on one that would be effective." "And, why present the rings now?" asked Cygnus. "Though, I suspect I know why. I'd like you to confirm it for me." "It's a combination of what I've read, what I've heard and what I suspect from my gut feelings," replied Harry. "First, our betrothal will not remain secret for long. I'm the supposed boy who lived, so I'm considered newsworthy for that alone. I'm the new head of a noble and most ancient house, and, apparently, the heir presumptive to another, the Blacks, and now betrothed to the heiress of a third. Apparently just two of those three is very rare and always makes the front page of the Wizarding World's newspapers when it's discovered. All three is unheard of. The Potters are considered a light house while the Greengrasses are, erroneously in my opinion, considered gray, if not dark. So, there's obviously going to be quite a few people unhappy to learn of such a relationship between our two houses. Such an alliance will, no doubt, upset the balances of power in everything from the Wizengamot down. I've learned there are quite a few people from all levels of society who would otherwise actively work towards snagging the supposed boy who lived in an informal alliance, if not locked into a marriage contract with a daughter, or even a son, of their house. The jeweler even said, and I quote, I dare say there will be many a young witch, and possibly some young wizards, who will be most distraught when it is learned you are betrothed and off the market, so to speak. And, finally, neither of us are stupid enough not to believe there are Voldemort sympathizers who remain at large who would like nothing better than to harm me, in any way, in the name of their master. Daphne is about to become too big and too easy a target, even though Hogwarts is supposedly the safest place in Britain, and it behoves me to protect her. I just hope I can. Is that how you saw it, sir? Harry finally asked. With a small snort in response, Cygnus replied, actually, your response was even more than my own suspicions. Plus, you've given me a few things to think about. Harry allowed the man his thoughts while he sat there thinking about how his life had changed so much over the past month and a half. He'd gone from being a poor boy who was forced to be the South Avenue of a middle-class British Muggle family and forced to bed in a cupboard under the stairs, to the head of a noble and most ancient house, heir to another, betrothed to the heiress of a third, destined to become a lord in his own right, and one of the richest people in Britain, Muggle or magical. Interrupting his thoughts, Cygnus said, there's something you said I hope you could clarify for me. Harry nodded and said, if I can, of course. You said you were the heir presumptive of the House of Black. It is my understanding that position resides with young Draco Malfoy of the magical House of Malfoy. His mother, Narcissa, is a daughter of the Blacks. Harry frowned and said, from what I understand the heirship comes to me through two paths. Firstly, I'm the great-grandson of Doria Potter née Black, who was the youngest sister of Pollux Black, the great-grandfather of Scion Malfoy. That means we're equally positioned to become the next Lord Black. And it makes us cousins, of sorts. Secondly, the goblins informed me my godfather, Sirius Orion Black, named me as his heir sometime during late 1980 or early 1981. And Sirius Black, according to the goblins, is the rightful Lord Black, irrespective of his current accommodations within Azkaban, since the passing of his grandfather, Arcturus Black, a few months ago. Frowning, Cygnus said, that should not be possible. Being convicted and sentenced to Azkaban of a crime that would see him spend the rest of his life behind bars, should see him magically stripped of any claim to the lordship and it passed on to the next in succession. That would be you. And would mean you would also now be the head of House Black. And that's what's got me confused, said Harry. When I raised that exact point with Bloodfang, the Potter account keeper, he basically stared right at me and said in a very deliberate manner, Sirius Orion Black inherited the title of Lord Black on the death of his grandfather on the 31st of March, this year. He is currently residing in Azkaban. And, he is currently the Lord Apparent for the noble and most ancient House of Black. I want to be very clear with my words here, Mr. Potter, and hope you understand what I am telling you. I have this sneaking suspicion, no, I'm sure of it, he was trying to tell me something important, and I'm not knowledgeable enough of the wizarding world to understand what he was trying to tell me. When I tried to get him to clarify his remark, he clammed up and said he was bound by both treaty and client confidentiality not to say any more. I think he was also somewhat disappointed in me that I had to ask. Frowning still, Cygnus said, leave it with me. I'll research the Wizengamot and Ministry records to try and find out why magic still recognizes him as Lord Apparent for the noble and most ancient House of Black. It's the only reason why the goblins would still recognize him as such. Might I also suggest raising the matter with Madame Bones? Asked Harry. I formally re-established the long-term alliance between House Potter and House Bones a couple days ago. With her as both Regent Bones on behalf of her niece, Susan, and head of the DMLE, channels for information may become more open to you. Cygnus smiled back and said, I do believe you are far more Slytherin than you believe, Harry. I fear it will be a great loss to my old house if you're sorted into another. With a matching grin of his own, Harry replied, perhaps. But, how much Slytherin of me would it be if I managed to get myself sorted into another house? Cygnus burst into laughter. I so look forward to the day you take seat in the Wizengamot, Harry. By the time a house elf popped in to inform them dinner was ready in the informal dining area, both heads felt they had gone a long way towards establishing a long-term friendship on top of the formal alliance. It never really occurred to Cygnus that he was creating such a friendship with an 11-year-old. During dinner, where Tracy had asked for and received permission to join them from her father via Flo, Harry found himself sitting next to Daphne while Tracy and Astoria sat opposite. Cygnus and Isabel sat at either end of the table. Throughout the courses, Tracy bombarded him near mercilessly about his life to that point. Harry only said he was raised in the Muggle world and gave some information about his experiences living as a Muggle. She also asked him why he'd decided to live for the last 6 weeks at the Leaky Cauldron. And Harry said it was so he had ready access to material he could source to learn about life, and his place in it, in the wizarding world. He explained about his first day back in the wizarding world, from hopping off the underground and walking into the Leaky Cauldron, to visiting Gringotts, learning of his heritage and the betrothal contract, generalizations of his letters from his parents, his experiences talking with the various shopkeepers, why he'd chosen to use an alias, and how he felt about everything. In response, Harry asked questions about growing up in the wizarding world, what kids did for fun, asked about the rules governing underage magic, wondered why he hadn't received a howler from that department when he was practicing the minor charms and cantrips he was using to conceal his identity, and was told it was because Diagon Alley couldn't be monitored because there was too much magic in that small an area, and that the same restrictions couldn't be applied to homes as heavily warded as the Greengrass estate, asked about other methods of travel within the wizarding world besides flow travel, and generally gave as good as he got. As dessert was being served, Tracy flat out asked him, to the shock of the Greengrasses, if he knew what really happened on the night of the 31st of October 1981. So, Harry, as emotionlessly as possible, gave a full accounting of what he knew happened and when. But, that's not what the books say, exclaimed Tracy. Harry gave a little snort of amusement and said, I want you to think about this, for a minute or two. The only people present on that night were James and Lily Potter, me, Voldemort, and heard a few gasps of shock at his casual mention of the name, but he ignored it, and apparently Sirius Black, though I did not really see him. Of those people, only Sirius Black and I lived through the experience. And Black was apparently sent directly to Azkaban. That leaves only me. And, I can assure you, nobody has approached me to ask what happened on that night until you just did. That being the case, just where did all those writers get their information on which to base their books? The entire table stopped to think about that for a little while. But, how do you remember so much? She asked. As I explained to Isabel, Daphne and Astoria this afternoon, I have a very good memory, honed by meditation, and built upon by occlumency. I don't want it bandied about, he said, looking very directly at Tracy, but I have what's called an eidetic memory, perfect recall. I remember everything that's happened in my life excluding those periods when I was asleep or unconscious. With a bit of a snort he said, I even have what I feel or memories from when I was in the womb, and of my own birth. With a bit of a shudder he said, that particular memory I have stored back in the recesses of my mind and locked away in a mental safe. Sweet Merlin, exclaimed Cygnus. Sitting forward, he asked, do you remember me? Yes, replied Harry. You visited my mum and me in the hospital on what I think was the day after I was born. You came in with Isabel, he said, indicating the lady at the other end of the table, and she was carrying a bundle of green blankets with silver trim in her left arm, from which I saw a small baby's face with a dusting of fine owned hair. He grinned at Daphne and said, you were a very cute baby. Daphne just stared back in shock. Turning back to Cygnus, he said, you leaned over me and said to my mum that I had her eyes. I remember reaching out and grabbing you by a fistful of your goatee and giving it a bit of a yank. Laughing, he continued, the look on your face when I did that still makes me laugh. Isabel burst into laughter and said, yes, and he immediately shaved it off that night, and hasn't had one since. Still in shock but also showing signs of amusement, Cygnus said, it bloody hurt. Leaning back he looked directly at Harry and said, that's an incredible ability, Harry. And, I think it's wise of you not to want it spread about that you have it. Nodding, Harry said, I think I have enough on my plate to deal with as the so-called boy who lived. I don't want to also be known as the boy who remembers everything. Besides, once some of the teachers at my old Muggle school found out I had perfect recall, their attitudes towards me changed. If I didn't get perfect marks on exams that basically parroted information we already knew, they kind of scolded me and said they were disappointed. No one can be perfect all the time, and I was trying to hide my ability. You would also have lots of kids coming to you for the answers to any questions on their school work they had, said Daphne. I did, nodded Harry. It didn't take me long to realize I could earn a few pounds, Muggle currency, by offering my services for a fee. I don't know if it's right to tell you, but I used to have a small network of agents who would act as my intermediaries in selling my services to the rest of the student population. I used to charge a fee based on the student's year for my services in writing their assignments for them. It also used to humor me that one of my biggest customers was my own cousin, Dudley. My agents would come to me in my space in the library, which everyone knew I had basically claimed as my own, with information on what the assignment was supposed to be about, and the fee charged. I'd complete the assignment in the kid's name and the agent would take it back to the student. For their services as go-between I paid the agent a 10% commission. The agents had two mandatory rules: don't tell anyone my identity, and never try to rip me off. I used to use others to test the honesty of the agents. It took me only having to sack two of them for the others to know I found out who was ripping me off pretty quickly. During the whole time I was doing that, only two of my agents were ever busted by the teachers, and neither of them ratted me out. And none of the teachers ever figured out I was the one doing the assignments. It was the money I raised doing that for the last couple years of my Muggle schooling that I used to buy school supplies for myself and, ultimately, used to get myself on public transport from my relatives' house to the Leaky Cauldron on that first day. By the time Harry finished his short tale of questionable legal acts in heading his own minor crime syndicate, Cygnus was roaring with laughter. Harry James Potter, he crowed, head of the noble and most ancient house of Potter, secretly head of a petty criminal organization. And started roaring with laughter again. Well, I wasn't actually doing anything illegal, Harry said a bit sheepishly. What I would do was always write using a yellow legal pad for the paper and in green ink. Each page was also stamped with the notation, sample only, top and bottom. If it ever did end up getting back to me, I knew I could always claim I was only writing a sample assignment for the student. How was I to know they'd rewrite it in their own hand on their own paper and submit it under their own name? I could have even claimed the student plagiarized me. Besides, who could ever really believe that a 3rd or 4th grade student was writing top-line assignments for a 6th grade student? Especially one who, through his own grades, was a pretty poor student. Cygnus was still laughing. He even had tears in his eyes. Are you sure you're not bound for Slytherin? He chuckled asked. Nah, replied a grinning Harry. Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. Then I'll work it secretly. Taking over the school hidden within the house of the Ravens or Badgers using cunning and guile. No one will ever suspect me. MWA ha. That just set Cygnus off again. After dinner, Tracy headed for home while Astoria and Daphne headed upstairs to their rooms. Before he got a chance to leave, Isabel asked him to remain at the table for a few minutes. Cygnus, not know what was going on, looked at his wife with a curious expression. Isabel sat next to Harry and said, Harry, I know you don't want to go over all that information you provided the girls and I this afternoon, but I think Cygnus needs to hear it for himself. Harry just nodded back with a bit of a sheepish expression. Have you ever heard of a pensieve, Harry? She asked. Frowning, Harry replied, no, sorry, what's a pensieve? A pensieve is a magical device that allows a person to share their memories with another. They can do everything from giving the person a full, immersive experience of the memory, to just displaying the memory like a ghostly form above the surface of the pensieve, she explained. Okay, said Harry. I guess I can understand what you mean. Good, she said. Because, what I want to do is show Cygnus my memories of what you told us this afternoon in our family pensieve. Would it be okay with you if I did that? Yeah, that'd be alright, said Harry. I guess it would save me from having to tell it all again, I suppose. Yes, my thoughts, exactly, she said. I don't have to be here for it, do I? He asked. No, she replied. I just thought it would be polite to ask you for your permission for me to do so first. After all, it's your information to share. Thank you, said Harry. In that case, I don't have a problem with it. Getting up from the table, he said, while you're doing that I need to meditate for a while. I'll be in the guest room if you need me. Nodding, she said, thank you, Harry, and good night. Good night, Harry, said Cygnus. Good night. Harry called back over his shoulder as he walked out. Turning back to look at his wife, Cygnus asked, so, in the study? Rising back up from her chair, Isabel said, in the study. And led her husband from the room. After the pensieve was brought out from its custom-made drawer in the study bookcases, Cygnus placed it carefully on the corner of his desk. Isabel touched her wand tip to her temple, frowned a bit, and slowly drew the tip away from where it touched her skin. As she did so, a gossamer-like glowing mass of something resembling partway between cotton wool and string came with it. She gently transferred it into the liquid kept within the birdbath-shaped stone pensieve and indicated to her husband to join her. Together, they dropped into the pensieve to watch the memory Isabel had just transferred there. When they came back out some time later, Cygnus walked around and plonked himself onto his office chair. Frowning, he asked, he's slowly opening up to us about his life with his relatives, isn't he? Nodding, Isabel replied, yes. But he's going to need to do it at his own pace. I don't think he consciously thought to reveal as much to us as he did this afternoon. And I think he only said what he said to put Daphne more at ease. Those were my thoughts as well, said Cygnus. Leaning forward again, he said, and speaking about what he reveals, I think I should show you the memory of what we discussed in here after you ladies left that little ring ceremony he performed. You're not worried he'd be upset you're sharing it with me? She asked. No, I doubt much gets past our young Mr. Potter, he replied. I dare say he expects me to share it with you. Then Cygnus used his own wand to extract a memory and allowed it to drop into the bowl of the pensieve. Once it was in, they both dropped their faces in after it. While the Greengrass parents were downstairs in the study using the pensieve, Harry was in his room getting ready for bed and to meditate. He first checked to ensure Hedwig was comfortable on her perch, and that the window was a little open for her to leave during the night and hunt. He made sure she had all treats and replaced her water. And checked to see if she was suffering any from her new harness. When he was satisfied he returned to his trunk and brought out his pajamas, laying them on the bed. And headed into the bathroom to brush his teeth for the night. When he came out he saw Daphne sitting on his bed clearly waiting for him. She was absent-mindedly twiddling her new ring and using her upper teeth to worry at her bottom lip. She was wearing a set of pale blue pajamas, short-sleeved and shorts. Harry smiled and said, "What can I do for you, Daphne?" "Get changed into your pajamas first," she said. "Then we can talk." With a grin, he said, "Yes, ma'am." "Prat," she absent-mindedly replied. He picked up his pajamas off the bed and took them with him into the bathroom to get changed. Before returning to the bedroom, he left his dirty clothes on the floor in the bathroom. Re-entering the bedroom, he walked around the foot of the bed where she was sitting and climbed up onto the bed to sit cross-legged on top of the blankets near the pillow end. Meanwhile, Daphne moved to sit with her legs tucked under herself on the foot of the bed facing him. She kept her head down. Firstly, she said, "I want to thank you for the ring. It's really beautiful." "You're most welcome," replied Harry. "I was worried you wouldn't like it because they weren't your colors, or something." Her head shot up to look at him and she said, "Oh, no. I love sapphires. It's my favorite gemstone because blue's my favorite color. I picked it because I think the stone is a perfect complement to your eyes," said Harry. "And the white gold of the band better suits your skin tone." "I know," she softly said, looking closer at the ring. "It's perfect. I also wanted to thank you for the ring," she continued, "because it'll make life easier for me in Slytherin. If you get into Slytherin, that is." "Yeah, if," she agreed. "This will stop those in there who will try to use their family positions against me. Especially, the boys. They had best not attempt it," growled Harry. "And I want you to immediately let me know if anyone does attempt anything, all right?" Looking back up at Harry again, she shyly nodded. "I also wanted to know if I could borrow that book on occlumency you have," she asked. "Daddy and Mummy have been teaching it to me, but I want to see if there's anything else in the book I can use towards building my mental shields." With a shrug, Harry replied, "Of course," and clambered off the bed. Unlocking his trunk to the correct side, he quickly found the right book and offered it to her before relocking the trunk and returning to his place on the bed. "Thank you, Harry," she said, looking down at the book now in her lap. "You're welcome," he replied. Sensing the girl wanted to talk to him about something else, Harry decided to lead the conversation by asking about her other friends. "Well, you know, of course, about Tracy. Then there's Susan Bones, the heiress to the noble and most ancient house of Bones, and Hannah Abbott of the noble and ancient house of Abbott. At least, they're the core group of my friends. There are other kids our age of whom I'm on friendly terms, but we're not close enough to be asked as individuals around to each other's homes. We're not seen as a light house, so many light families are wary of letting their kids mix with us, and Daddy doesn't want us to have too much to do with the dark families in case we're seen as dark ourselves. It's mainly kids of families that don't care about the light and dark divide we mainly mix with. And that includes Tracy and a few others." "And what about me?" asked Harry. "The Potters are supposedly a light family. And, yet, here I am staying with you." Smiling at him, she said, "The betrothal contract renders the distinction between light, gray, and dark moot. No ancient house would ever question you're firmly under the protection of House Greengrass, due to the betrothal contract, just as I fall under the protection of House Potter. I dare say Regent Bones and Madame Longbottom would have been quite opposed to you spending even an evening with us alone, if not for the betrothal. Daddy doesn't know, or remember, what was going through his head when he signed the betrothal contract, but he suspects it had to do with trying to more closely align House Greengrass with the light, without openly coming out in support of the light, against you-know-who. By tradition, betrothal contracts have always been a protected way by which a house can shift its loyalties. If only temporarily." Harry sighed and shook his head. "It all sounds so overly simplistic. We're 11 years old. And yet, because we're born into a certain house, we're already judged on something that should be based on an individual's developed personality, from the moment of our birth. I've also had it impressed upon me that the Potters are a light house. However, from what I've read and heard from others, I don't see myself as light. I see myself more as light gray, if not fully gray. There are just too many collective views of the light that I simply cannot see myself agreeing with or supporting. And, besides, there's no way I can see myself aligning House Potter with the light, as long as Albus Bloody Dumbledore is the recognized leader of the light. I'm pretty sure Daddy sees House Greengrass the same way," said Daphne softly. Daphne left a few minutes later and Harry settled down into his meditative state in a lotus position. He was deep into his mind when Cygnus and Isabel came by later to check and ensure the kids were all abed. On the morning of the ride to Hogwarts, Harry was sitting at the informal dining table reading that morning's Daily Prophet and sipping on a mug of coffee. He could hear Daphne calling out to Isabel trying to find this or that, and otherwise being in a frazzled state finalizing her packing. Harry's trunk was already packed with everything bar Hedwig's cage stowed inside. His trunk, with Hedwig's cage on top, was sitting ready to go near the flow. Harry, himself, was already dressed, with his school robes lying on the top layer inside his trunk ready to be taken out and donned. He'd also made a last-minute inspection of Hedwig to ensure her health, and would shortly send her winging her way to Hogwarts in advance. He felt it was a better idea than forcing her to endure being caged on the express. Cygnus was sitting opposite reading his own copy of the Daily Prophet and sipping on a cup of tea. Suddenly, Daphne burst in through the door and blurted to Harry, "Harry, there's not enough room in my trunk. Can I put some stuff in yours?" "Sure, why not?" he calmly replied. "You have access to it now. Why not put some of your non-school uniform clothes in there? And put the set of uniform you want to change into on the train on top. That way, you won't need to open your trunk on the train." She thought furiously for a few moments before suddenly launching herself forward and planting a smooch on Harry's cheek. "Thanks, Harry. You're the best," and dashed back, out of the room again. Harry just sat there a bit stunned. Cygnus saw the expression on his face and snorted in amusement. "Did she just do what I think she just did?" asked Harry with no small amount of wonder. "You?" "Yeah, she did," replied Cygnus. "Hun," snuffled Harry. "I'll just have to do something nice for her more often, then. If that's how she's going to repay me." Cygnus chuckled in response. After Daphne had moved through the estate like a whirling dervish, she was soon packed and ready to go. As it was a Sunday, Cygnus was able to join them on the trip. Stepping onto the platform through the barrier, Harry's senses were assaulted by the smell of burning coal, the tang of steam, and the sounds of lots of children and their parents both greeting each other and saying their goodbyes. Harry had no sooner come to a halt, looking about in wonder, when he was hit by a trolley to the back of his legs from behind. He hadn't moved out of the way of the barrier quickly enough and someone coming through from the other side wasn't able to stop in time before hitting him. "Sorry," he muttered over his shoulder. He then followed the green grasses further onto the platform, though, walking with a little bit of a limp. He was annoyed with himself for not considering it was likely to happen. Once away from the barrier he asked Daphne if there was any particular spot where she'd be meeting up with Tracy. "No," she replied. "What about you with Susan and Neville?" Harry just shook his head and said, "We just agreed to meet up on the train and, whoever was here first, would find a compartment for us." With a wry smile she said, "In that case, you'd best leave your trunk and cage here and go and have a look. You really don't want to be dragging either down the length of the train, do you?" "Actually, that's a good idea," he replied. "You don't mind?" "No," she said. "Besides, I don't want to be dragging my trunk down the length of the train, either." "Okay, I'll be as quick as I can." Turning to the Cygnus and Isabel he said, "I'm just going to search the train for our friends and be right back, all right?" "All right, Harry," replied Isabel with a smile. "Apparently, we're waiting here for Tracy, anyway." Harry quickly ducked away and boarded the train via the first carriage. Then he proceeded down the length of the train looking into compartments as he went. About 10 minutes later he reached the caboose car and turned about, walking back up the length of the train again peering into compartments as he went. Hopping back off the train he quickly approached the Greengrasses, since joined by the Davises, and said, "They're not on the train yet. But, compartments are starting to be reserved pretty quickly. I suggest we board now and claim one for our own. Put your trunks on board and come back out," said Cygnus. "I want to introduce you to a few people, Harry." Harry gave a nod and grabbed the handle of Daphne's trunk. He put that onto the carriage floor just inside the door and allowed her to pass. Then grabbed Tracy's trunk and did the same for her. Once he was satisfied the girls were organized he picked up the handle of his own trunk and put that inside before stepping past. With Hedwig's cage in one hand, and gripping the handle of one end of his trunk with the other, he followed the girls. The girls led him through a couple of carriages before they selected one, indicating for him to precede them inside. Inside he glanced around before realizing the trunks went into the overhead racks. He picked his up and shoved it onto the rack. Then looked to see both girls trying to act coquettish and indicating their own trunks. With a sigh, he had soon manhandled both trunks up and alongside his own. "Thank you, Harry," said Daphne after giving him a flirty little key on the cheek. Tracy followed it up with one of her own. "You do realize your trunks," he said, "even though they have featherweight charms on them, are still exceedingly difficult to maneuver up onto those racks, right?" "Yes, Harry. But that's why we have you to handle them for us, right?" said Daphne, as if it explained everything. Before Harry could respond, Tracy said, "Come on. You promised to rejoin the families back on the platform so Uncle Cygnus can introduce you to people." And walked off, closely followed by Daphne. Harry sighed and followed them off back to the others. Back on the platform, Cygnus managed to introduce Harry to no less than a dozen people. Harry worked hard mentally to remember faces and associate names with them. He also stored in his mind the little facts about them which Cygnus mentioned. One was a hard worker within the misuse of magic office at the ministry. That person was an import-exporter of rare potion ingredients. Another was an ally on the Wizengamot. While Cygnus was busy introducing Harry to what he felt was everyone, Susan turned up with her aunt in tow, closely followed by Neville and Gran. Daphne and Tracy took the pair of them on board to show them the compartment they'd snagged, while Aunt Amelia and Gran spoke with Cygnus, Isabel and Tracy's parents. Then they also started introducing Harry to people they thought he should get to know. By the time it was almost 11 a.m., Harry was having trouble trying to maintain focus on what he was doing. And he was feeling a little irritable from it. The first 5-minute warning whistle, indicating the train was about to depart, was heard from the engine, and Harry was happy to escape back to the train. However, just as he was about to board, he was interrupted by a family full of redheads that had just turned up. He was almost rudely yanked back from stepping on board by the oldest boys. One of which said, "Hang on there a tick, old chap. Mind giving us a hand with our trunks?" With a sigh, Harry quickly assisted them loading 4 school trunks onto the train before being able to step on board himself. "Thanks much, kind sir," said one of them, before he had a chance to move away down the passageway. One redhead, one of a set of twins, looked more closely at him, and said, "Oi. You're Harry Potter." "Yes," said Harry in response before he was finally able to get free of the rabid redheads. He quickly moved down the passageway and entered the cabin where he'd first stored his, Daphne's and Tracy's trunks. And, with a sigh, collapsed onto one of the seats. It was bad enough trying to remember all the names, faces and details of the people Cygnus, Aunt Amelia and Gran introduced me to. I then had to run into a rabble of redheads as I was trying to board the train, he grumped. "Rabble of redheads?" asked Susan. "I think he means the Weasleys," replied Neville with a bit of an embarrassed chuckle. "When I stuck my head out the window, it was to tell Harry to hurry up. However, he was already about to board. That's when the Weasleys intercepted him and made him help load their trunks before he could get on board." "Yeah," said Harry. "Some people seem to think my name is Porter, instead of Potter." "Ah, poor baby," mock-simpered Tracy. The train had only just begun moving, and he was about to retaliate against Tracy, when they were joined by a thin young bee-owned girl with hair and pigtails Harry had never met before. "Hi," she said, stepping over legs and sitting next to Susan. Susan said, "Harry, this is my friend, Hannah Abbott." "Hannah, this is also my friend, Harry Potter." Hannah looked at him in shock and squeaked, "Really?" Harry replied, "Yes, I'm really Susan's friend." Hannah had the grace to blush. "Sorry," she said. Harry smiled back and said, "No, I should be, and am." Susan and Hannah then engaged in a quietly spoken discussion about girl things, and what they'd been up to over the past few days since they'd last seen each other. Neville was having trouble keeping his pet toad from jumping out of the compartment, or into trouble anywhere else, so he got down Hedwig's cage and gave it to the other boy. "Put Trevor in this, Neville," he said. "It'll keep you from losing him." Gratefully, Neville quickly accepted the cage and suggestion, housing the toad locked inside. Harry was feeling a little irritated about the day already, so sat back with the intention of mediating for a while. However, before he had a chance to sink into it, the door was yanked open by the smallest of the aforementioned redheads. The boy took a look around before his eyes alighted on Harry. Stepping through the door he said, "Can I sit here? Everywhere else is full." Harry stared back at him, annoyed his meditation was interrupted by him. No, it's not. I just walked past a good half-dozen compartments that had less people in them than we already have in here. I do not like liars. They have Slytherins in them, the boy tried again. They're in here, too, Daphne snapped back. But, that's Harry Potter. The boy stuttered, pointing at Harry. He can't be sitting with snakes. It's not right. And now we come to the heart of the truth, snarled Harry. You don't want to sit in here because everywhere else is full. You want to sit in here because Harry Potter's in here. Well, Harry Potter's not interested in sitting with a liar. Now, get out before you find yourself thrown out. With a face reddening with either embarrassment or rage or a combination of both, the boy muttered something about arrogant gits, and fame's gone to his head, before he backed out and slammed the door shut behind him. Harry watched him stomp off down the passageway dragging his trunk behind him. Sitting back with his eyes closed, Harry said, "Sorry. He pushed all my buttons." That one was Ron Weasley," said Susan, also upset. "He's the youngest of 6 boys. His only sister is the only one younger than him in their family of 7 kids. His father works for my auntie and heads the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. I've met him at various DMLE parties over the years. He's a greedy guts when it comes to food and is often jealous of what other people have. I suggest staying well away from him." "I, for one, intend to," said Harry. After managing to lightly meditate for a while, and get a bit of a handle on his rising temper, they were next interrupted by a young bushy-haired girl already wearing her school robes who appeared to be upset. Knocking on the door before opening it, she asked in a soft voice, "Can I sit in here please?" Susan took one look at her and said, "Come in, and take a seat." The girl entered and sat next to Susan, sniffling a bit. "What happened?" Susan asked in a gentle voice. "These older girls, up there," she indicated towards the front carriages of the train, "called me names when I said my parents were Muggles. Then they threw me out of the compartment. I don't know what I did wrong," the girl sobbed. "Nothing," said Daphne. "You did nothing wrong. You will find, Miss Granger," the girl replied. "Hermione Granger. You will find, Miss Granger, that there are those in the wizarding world who allow their bigotry to rule their lives. They think of Muggleborns, such as yourself, as beneath them. That just makes them idiots," Daphne calmly said. "However, because you're a Muggleborn, I'm afraid you're going to have to get used to dealing with the likes of them. It's the same bigotry that has white people call black people gollywogs in the Muggle world. How do you deal with it?" Hermione asked Daphne. "I don't have to," replied Daphne. "I'm what's known as a pureblood. I can trace my family on both sides back many wizarding generations." "The same applies to Susan and Neville," she said, indicating the 2 of them. "Tracy and Harry, here, on the other hand, are what's known as half-bloods. One wizarding line, one Muggle line. And I'm Daphne, by the way." After looking around as Daphne indicated the others in the room, Hermione's eyes rested with a quizzical look on Harry. Suddenly her eyes widened a little in surprise. "You're Harry Potter," she exclaimed. "I've read all about you," and her voice trailed off. As soon as Hermione exclaimed, "You're Harry Potter," Harry's expression changed to one of great disappointment. He dropped his chin to his chest and groaned. Realizing she'd just done something wrong, she said, I guess that wasn't the right thing to say. I'm sorry." Her face screwed up and it looked like she was going to cry again as she, too, dropped her chin to her chest. Sighing, Harry looked up and said, "Sorry. You weren't to know. I just do not like being considered famous." Looking up with tears in her eyes, Hermione near plaintively asked, "Why ever not?" "Think about why it is I'm famous," said Harry. You're supposed to be the boy who lived. The one who killed Voldemort," replied Hermione. She didn't see most of the others wince at her casual mention of the name. "Am I?" asked Harry. "No. I see it is. I'm famous for what happened on the night of the 31st of October 1981. The night my parents were brutally murdered by a psychotic sociopath right in front of my infant eyes. The night I became a lonely orphan. Every time someone harps on about the boy who lived, I'm reminded of my parents' murder." "Oh, God!" exclaimed Hermione. "I'm so sorry. I didn't think." Harry held up a hand to forestall any more. "No one really ever does see it from my side," he softly said. "They just don't think it through. For them, the 31st of October is a day of joyous celebration, the day the threat of Voldemort was removed from their lives. For me, it's one of self-pity and sorrowful memoria. When he finished speaking, Daphne leaned into him and softly planted a key on his cheek. Thank you, Harry, she said. Thank you for helping me understand it from your point of view. Harry just gently nodded as he blushed a little. Hermione softly said, none of the books about that night, or about you, ever mention that side of it. Harry gently snorted and said, you shouldn't rely too much on what's written in books, Miss Granger. Most of them are lies and half-truths, anyway. No, said Hermione. I don't mean those silly novels like Harry Potter and the Bashful Banshee. I mean, The Boy Who Lived, our youngest hero. That one says it's a true and accurate recollection of the days leading up to the event itself, and the days following. Harry snorted and said, I've read it, Miss Granger. I've even got a copy of it in my trunk. It's pretty much a complete pile of hippogriff crap. All the books are. Wah? Asked Hermione, completely confused. No. But it can't be. Tracy said, think about it, Miss Granger. The only person who was there and lived through the event, and didn't end up locked away in prison, is Harry. And no one has ever approached Harry to ask for his recollections of the event. Ergo, said Daphne, taking it up. No one has given their recollection of the events, who was actually there, to the author of the book. So, ask yourself this, how were they able to get the information to report it as an accurate recollection? But, spluttered Hermione. They lied. Indeed, said Daphne quite calmly. Indeed, they did. I think I'll be asking for my money back, huffed the young girl. Harry chuckled and said, that's actually not a bad idea. After things started to settle down again, and the others were talking amongst themselves, Harry, again, tried to meditate for a while. He was yet again interrupted by the door being yanked open. 3 boys stood in the doorway. The one front and center was of average height but was slender in comparison to the 2 apes stood behind him. He had pale slender features, almost effeminate, with white own hair slicked back. Harry wondered how much hair gel the boy went through in a week. Is it true? The owned boy asked, looking directly at Harry. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, is it? Really? Asked Harry. And how would they know that? He was looking at the other boys. Both of them were thick-set and looked extremely mean, though dense. Standing either side of the pale boy they looked like bodyguards. Oh, this is Crabbe and this is Goyle, said the boy carelessly flicking his hand to indicate each, ignoring Harry's question but noticing where he was looking. And my name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Neville gave a slight cough, which might have been hiding a snigger. Draco Malfoy looked at him. Oh, Malfoy sneered at Neville. It's you, Squib. Turning back to Harry he said, you'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He held out his hand to shake Harry's, but Harry didn't take it. Instead, Harry turned to Daphne and asked in as overly cultured a voice as he could manage, Greengrass. Do we know a Malfoy? With her face schooled into a stone-like mask, Daphne considered the question for a while before replying with a similar voice, Malfoy. A lesser house. His grandfather bought his lordship, if I recall. And his father reportedly has bought the ear of the minister. The family is somewhat wealthy. Not in your league, of course. Oh, and he's a cousin of yours, or some such. At least, his mother is a black. He might be worth knowing. Neville, Tracy, Susan and Hermione were all watching their byplay in shock. Malfoy had lowered his hand but still stood there trembling in a mixture of shame and rage. A black, really? Asked Harry feigning interest. Not an heiress, was she? Merlin, no, replied Daphne. 3rd daughter of a minor arm, if I remember correctly. Harry gave a big sigh and said, well, as he is a cousin, of sorts, I suppose I should make an effort. He slowly rose to his feet and finally faced Malfoy. I'm sure your mother, as she was a black, taught you better manners than to just barge into the compartment of your social betters without even knocking first. However, as you are a cousin, I suppose I can overlook your uncouth behavior and poor self-introduction for now. I am, indeed, Mr. Harry James Potter, head of the noble and most ancient house of Potter. I'm sure you're most pleased to finally meet me. And, as I'm currently sitting in a compartment and am friends with Mr. Neville Longbottom, heir apparent of the noble and most ancient house of Longbottom, Miss Daphne Greengrass, heiress presumptive of the noble and most ancient house of Greengrass. Miss Tracy Davis, heiress of the noble and most ancient house of Davis. Miss Susan Bones, heiress apparent of the noble and most ancient house of Bones. And Miss Hannah Abbott, heiress of the noble and ancient house of Abbott. As you can see, I have not made friends with the wrong sort, as you put it. Leaning forward slightly with his head cocked. Just so, he asked, will there be anything else, cousin? Almost vibrating in anger and shame, Malfoy gritted out, no, before stepping back out the door, slamming the door shut and storming off down the passageway. After he'd left, Harry flopped back into his seat and, chuckling, said, that was kind of fun. A few moments later, Daphne burst into outright laughter, and was soon followed by everyone except Hermione. She was trying not to smile but was in a bit of shock. Sweet Merlin, said Daphne, that went even better than I thought it would. And cracked up laughing again. Through her laughter, Tracy semi-accused, you had that planned, didn't you? Trying to calm down again and wiping tears from her eyes, Daphne replied, yes. After I told Harry what sort of an arrogant poncy git Malfoy was, he came up with the idea of being an even bigger ponce than he was and to out arrogance him. We worked on it, together, and hoped the right people, meaning, you lot, were all in place when Poncy Git made his move. You mean, asked Hermione, clearly trying to get her head around what she'd heard, you people really are those titles, I mean, you're. Relax, Miss Granger, interrupted Daphne. Yes, we are all heirs and heiresses of some very important families. Harry, however, is already the head of House Potter, and has been for a few weeks since his 11th birthday. Tracy took it from there. What you see here, now that I think of it, is a very powerful block of very powerful families from within Wizarding Britain. Harry, once he reaches his majority, will become Lord Potter. Daphne, as his betrothed, will become Lady Potter when they marry, and mayhap Lady Greengrass Potter. Susan will become Lady Bones when she reaches her majority. My older brother will become Lord Davis when my father passes, and I might become Lady something else, if I become betrothed to someone of equal or greater station. The same applies to Hannah, as she, too, has an older sibling. Wow, said Hermione. You're all, like, wizarding royalty. Pretty much, said Harry, with a bit of a shrug. However, unlike the poncy git by the name of Malfoy you just met, we don't put on the la-di-da airs those like him do. We prefer to be just ordinary folks. There's no need to rub someone's face in it, unless they're someone like Malfoy. And, why do you call each other by your first names, Aeneas, Miss Granger? She timidly asked. Ah, said Daphne. That would be because you haven't given us leave to use your first name. It's considered rude in the wizarding world to use someone's first name when they've not given you leave to do so. Oh, sorry, blushed Hermione. Please call me Hermione. Everyone. Thank you, Hermione, replied Daphne with a slight nod. Have I done something wrong when I've used your first name? She asked worriedly. No, because you were introduced using first names only, replied Daphne. Don't worry, you caused no slight. However, it's something you should be aware of, once we get to Hogwarts. Is there a book on this? She asked. That elicited a chuckle from almost everyone. There's many books on this, Tracy laughed. I have one in my trunk, said Harry. I'll get it out for you when we get changed into our school robes. So, it's Mr. or Miss when introduced. But, use first names when invited to do so. Anything else I should know so I don't make a fool of myself? Asked Hermione. Well, you're close. What you said applies to almost all occasions. However, on formal occasions, things change for those of us of noble lines, said Harry. Using Daphne, here, as an example, he said. She's, Daphne, to those invited to use her given name in informal settings. She's, Miss Greengrass, to those who haven't been invited to use her given name in informal settings. She's, Lady Daphne, on some formal occasions, particularly conversationally, and she's, Heiress Greengrass, for formal announcements and the like. Lady Greengrass is her mother, married to Lord Greengrass. If, perish the thought, Daphne's father passes, Lady Greengrass will become Dowager Lady Greengrass formally and Dame Greengrass informally, and Daphne, on her majority before she marries me, will become Lady Greengrass. Now Susan, like me, is an orphan. And Susan's titling comes by way of her father. Even though there is no Lady Bones, at present, Susan is still formally known as Lady Susan. The younger sister of her father, Amelia Bones, is Susan's current guardian. Now, Aunt Amelia is also head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the DMLE. As such, she holds a seat on the Wizengamot, the Wizarding World's Parliament, and becomes known informally as Madam Bones. Plus, she has also taken on the role as Susan's regent and has taken seat on the Wizengamot in that role, as well. So that also makes her, when it has to do with Wizengamot proceedings relating to House Bones or business matters relating to House Bones, Regent Bones. On the male side of the divide it's no less murky. Let's take Neville, for example, to which Neville nodded he was okay with it. Neville's father is still alive and is Lord Longbottom. However, Lord Longbottom is currently unable to attend to his duties. Though Neville is heir apparent, he is considered too young to take on those duties himself. So, his paternal grandmother, Augusta Longbottom, Dowager Lady Longbottom, is acting as both his guardian and regent. She currently sits the Wizengamot as Regent Longbottom. Neville is heir Longbottom, or Mr. Longbottom. And Augusta is Dowager Lady Longbottom, or Dame Longbottom or just Madam Longbottom. Only her very closest friends and family ever get to call her anything else. That made Neville laugh. You got that right. Now, my situation is rather unique. Looking around, Harry said, what I'm about to tell you is a closely guarded secret. Daphne, Neville and Susan are pretty much aware of this already, and the information is protected under house alliances. But, I'm putting a great deal of trust in you, Tracy, Hannah and Hermione, to keep this to yourselves unless I specifically tell you otherwise, alright? You don't need a magical oath on it, do you? Asked Tracy, a little worried. No, just your word will do me, replied Harry. After the three gave it, he said, I'm, Harry, for invited informal, Mr. Potter, for uninvited informal, and, Heir Potter, for formal. However, because I've already accepted the headship for House Potter, I may also be called Lord Potter, as a mark of acknowledgement to my status on formal occasions. Once I attain my majority at 17, or I'm otherwise legally emancipated before then, I then properly become Lord Potter, and may be referred to as the Potter. My current guardians are Muggles, and Albus Dumbledore has managed to get himself named as my magical guardian. And, as neither my Muggle guardians nor Dumbledore were listed in my parents' will as who they designated for me to have as guardians, it appears he may done it illegally. However, though he claims to be my magical guardian, he is not acting as my regent. Instead, it appears he has appointed a proxy to my house seat. Something of which I'm not bloody happy about, and something else which it appears he was not legally allowed to do so. But, Albus Dumbledore is headmaster of Hogwarts, chief warlock of the Wizengamot, supreme mugwump of the ICW, and the leader of the Light, exclaimed Hermione. How could he do such a thing? Yes, he's got everyone fooled, Hermione, growled Harry. Lord Greengrass, Madam Bones and Regent Longbottom all agree it sounds very dodgy, so, they're currently researching through ministerial and Wizengamot records to unearth the truth. Furthermore, I've also discovered my godfather, Sirius Black, has also formally named me his heir. That drew a gasp from just about everyone but Hermione. Harry nodded and said, according to the goblins, Sirius Black, though he currently resides in Azkaban, became Lord Apparent for the noble and most ancient House of Black when his grandfather passed on the 31st of March earlier this year. But, that's not possible, exclaimed Tracy, cutting in. Anyone sentenced to life in Azkaban is automatically and magically stripped of being able to hold a lordship. We know, replied Harry. That's yet another issue. Lord Greengrass, Madam Bones and Regent Longbottom are researching through ministerial and Wizengamot records. The why of it? Taking a breath, he said, now, as Sirius Black is currently Lord Apparent, and I'm his designated heir, that makes me heir presumptive for the noble and most ancient House of Black. So, I can also be formally addressed as Heir Black. And Dumbledore also appears to know that and has placed a proxy on that house seat, as well, the bastard. And, the reason that information is to be kept secret is because Draco Malfoy, the Poncy-git of whom you've just met, thinks he's Heir Black. He's wrong. But, I don't want to put the idea in his father's head, through him, to get me bumped off. Thus ensuring Malfoy gets control of the Black Fortune. I think the only reason Sirius Black isn't currently dead is because Malfoy Sr. expects the conditions of Azkaban to kill off Black any day now, thereby saving him the effort and galleons to effect it. After a few more questions and answers were discussed, Harry suggested he and Neville lift down the girls' trunks so they could get changed into their school robes. After the girls agreed, he and Neville lifted down the trunks for Tracy and Susan, plus Harry's as Daphne followed his earlier suggestion and put her traveling school robes in the top of his trunk. Hannah headed back to the compartment where she had left her own trunk with the promise she'd be right back with her robes to change into. And Hermione was already wearing hers. Harry and Neville then stepped out of the compartment and stood guard while the girls changed. Hannah came back carrying a bundle of clothes a short while later and ducked right in. A few minutes later, the compartment door was slid open and the boys re-entered changing places with the girls. They quickly restoed Tracy and Susan's trunks before getting down Neville's. The boys quickly changed, then opened the door for the girls to re-enter. Harry scooped up the book, Noble Etiquette, before also scooping up the book, An Introduction to the Wizarding World for Hermione. Relocking the trunk, he and Neville quickly restoed both trunks in the overhead, before letting the girls back in and resuming their seats. Harry then offered both books to Hermione and said, "Keep them for as long as you need them or until I ask for them, and don't on-loan them to anyone else." Hermione nodded and said, "Thank you, Harry," before she opened the first book to have a quick scan through it. When he sat down, Daphne cuddled into the side of him and whispered, "My big strong man, you." Harry just snorted in response. That morning, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore rose from his bed in his private quarters almost gleefully. Today was the day Harry Potter was arriving for his first day at Hogwarts. After almost 12 years of planning, Stage 2 of his greater good plan was about to commence. Stage 1, of course, was the boy being raised in safety by his mother's sister's family. It was almost 6 weeks ago his deputy headmistress Professor Minerva McGonagall, entered his office with a smile. Grasped in her offhand was a piece of Muggle paper. She approached his desk and offered it to him. "He's coming, Albus," she said with a smile. Dumbledore accepted the slip of paper and turned it right way up. Written upon it with a Muggle pen was the simple statement, "I accept." Harry Potter, offering the slip back to the tall witch before him, he said, quite concise but effective in its communication. "Thank you for showing it to me, Minerva." Taking back the slip of paper, McGonagall said, "I find myself quite looking forward to young Mr. Potter coming to Hogwarts. I wonder if he'll be anything like his father, or his mother, before him. I suspect we won't know the answer to that until well after he's settled into life here," replied Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I find myself mired in many hours of parchment work through which to wade ere I can say I'm done for the day." Hesitating just a moment, McGonagall said, "Of course, Albus. I just find myself wanting to share this news with everyone." Then she turned about and walked back out the office. The little red-headed first-year Hufflepuff, Susan Bones, was as stunned as everyone else what Harry Potter said when he was standing next to the stool with the sorting hat upon it. She was still stunned when he stormed off the platform and stormed back up between the tables. And was just as stunned when he began to disrobe as he suddenly mounted the Hufflepuff table about 2/3 of the way down its length. However, when she saw the scars, the marks, and the faded, yellowing bruises on the boy's chest, back and arms, she was horrified. She knew what she had to do. She needed to get her aunt, fast. She climbed back up from the table and ran out of the room as fast as she could. As she ran, she pulled the charm on her necklace chain out from under her robes. She grabbed hold of the charm and yanked on it. Her aunt had told her it was an emergency contact charm. If Susan was in trouble, she was to activate it. Her aunt would come running. Susan knew Aunt Amelia could not apparate onto the grounds of Hogwarts, so she ran as fast as she could towards where her aunt would appear. That spot was directly outside the main gates to the grounds. She did not notice the flash of magic behind her, or see the windows of the great hall blow outwards in shattered glass. Susan ran as fast as she could. But, being a crying young girl, wasn't as fast as her aunt and a couple of Aurors could arrive outside the main gate and come running towards the castle. Susan ran into the arms of her aunt while the two Aurors stopped either side and scanned the surrounds looking for threats. Still sobbing, Susan bawled, "It's Harry, Aunt Amy. He's been horribly beaten." Trying to calm her niece, Madame Bones paused in shock before her training kicked in. The boy who lived, beaten, she thought. Sweet Merlin, where is he, Susan? She implored. Backing away from her aunt, Susan sobbingly replied, he's in the Great Hall. Looking at both her oars, Madame Bones snapped at them, go. They got. Together, they ran the rest of the way to the castle, ran in through the main doors and into the Great Hall with wands drawn. They were met with what could only be described as chaos. The hall was poorly lit. Most of the floating candles had been knocked down. Most of the ones still lit were hovering over and behind the head table. They found a bare-chested young boy was lying sprawled out on his back on the Hufflepuff table. Blood covered his face. There were crying children everywhere and shouting was going on up at the head table. Golden crockery and cutlery was strewn across the floor mixed in with extinguished candles and table decorations. Little remained on most of the tables. Children were milling around, some sitting at benches, others standing. They were crying, sobbing or just looking around in a daze. Both Aurors barked out, Aurors. The school healer, Poppy Pomfrey, was attempting to attend the boy on the table while clearing the area of other, clearly distressed, children. She ignored the Aurors. However, so did everyone else. After a few moments, Pomfrey looked up at them and snapped out, go to the fireplace in the infirmary and call St. Mungo's. Tell them I've got many multiple trauma victims here and need any and all assistance they can send. When neither Auror moved with the alacrity she expected, she barked at them, go. Again, they got. A few moments later one returned and said to her, my partner will place that call. I'm a trained battle medic. What do you need? Hesitating just a moment she said, go to the head table. One of the professors was attacked by what appeared to be a malevolent spirit. He's the one in the lilac-colored robes and turban. The battle medic healer ran towards the head table just as his boss, Madame Bones, entered the hall with young Susan in tow. Just as she cleared the doors she stopped, just as stunned as her two Aurors first were. Susan was first to recover. She ran into the chaos looking for her friend, Hannah Abbott. Feeling her niece run past her, Madame Bones snapped to and strode over to Pomfrey. Poppy, she cried. What in Merlin's name happened here? Just glancing over her shoulder at the head of the DMLE, Pomfrey snapped, I don't have time to answer your questions, Amelia. I'm trying to save this young man's life. Go see if you can get any sense out of Minerva or Phileas. That's when she noticed Harry lying on the table. Madame Bones just nodded with a grim look, drew her Auror's badge from underneath her robes and tapped it with the tip of her wand. Speaking into it, she barked, I want all on-duty Aurors not otherwise engaged to hustle their bums to the Great Hall in Hogwarts now. We've got an emergency here, people. Tapping the badge again she dropped it back into her robes and carefully made her way through the chaos to the head table. She wanted answers, and she wanted them now. Clearing the last of the students, she was confronted with Minerva McGonagall clearly berating Albus Dumbledore at the top of her lungs behind a privacy bubble. The woman was also clearly apoplectic with rage. Not wanting to spend her time trying to calm either verbal combatant, Aunt Amelia simply fired stunners at them both, knocking both out. Checking to ensure there would be no one about to hex her back she spun on her heel, stuck her finger and thumb just inside her mouth and let blast with a loud whistle. The students were startled enough to quieten down and look back at her. Right, she called. I'm Madame Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE. I'm taking charge here, so listen up. When she was sure she had their attention she continued, I want all students who are uninjured to take seat at either the Gryffindor or Slytherin tables, or standing along the wall on the other side of them. I do not care what your normal houses are, you will do this. I want this passage up the middle, indicating the space between the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables, cleared immediately. Those students who have been injured in any way, I want you sitting at either the Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff tables. Waiting a few moments to ensure everyone had heard, she again continued, well, move. Once she saw the children were beginning to move she turned back to the staff table. Glaring at the remaining conscious staff she snapped out, what the bloody hell are you lot doing just sitting there? You have clearly injured and distressed students to deal with. Professors Snape, Sprout and Flitwick check on the students for injuries. The rest of you, assist them. Now. The staff, finally, began to move. Potter just had to come in and make a big scene, didn't he? Snarled a tall, greasy-haired man wearing black robes. Waltzed right in. Shut up, right now, Professor Snape, barked Madam Bones. If I want your opinion I'll give it to you. Now, go and do your job and look after the students. Rounding on her battle medic Auror she asked, well. Approaching her, the battle medic Auror cast his own privacy shield before telling her, the man's dead. It looks like he was suffering a recent possession, but that possession has now ended. I've nothing else that explains it. Frowning at her Auror Madam Bones sighed and said, cast a notice me not field over the body but don't move it. This is clearly now a crime scene. We'll begin our investigations once we sort out the children. As she turned back to look down the tables she saw the children had almost finished sorting themselves out with the exception of a few small groups of crying girls. That's when a group of Medi-Witches and wizards rapidly walked into the hall from the entry hall. She watched as the school's healer, Poppy Pomfrey, grabbed one of the senior healers that had just entered, and was gesticulating wildly over the prone form of the boy on the Hufflepuff table. The new healer motioned for a third to join them. The others began seeing to the few minor injuries of a few students who appeared to have minor cuts and abrasions. Bones called the diminutive Professor Phileas Flitwick to join her from where he had been using his skill in charms to heal some of the minor injuries of the students. All right, Phileas, she began. Now that the team of healers from St. Mungo's is here, what the bloody hell happened? Flitwick began to describe how the sorting started out as it always did each year. Then what happened when young Harry Potter's name was called and he walked up to the stool. He told her how the boy looked quite angry and how some of the other first years appeared afraid of him. And how, when he reached the stool, his face developed a mien of fury. He told how the boy then looked up at the face of the deputy headmistress, where she stood alongside the stool with the sorting hat in her hand, and said, no. He described how the boy then berated the headmaster and the deputy headmistress before he started to storm out of the hall unwilling to be sorted, or even attend the school. He described how the boy then stopped and climbed onto the Hufflepuff table stripping himself to the waist as he did, before screaming at and berating, pretty much, most of the school. Then he explained how the boy finally let out a blood-curdling scream towards the ceiling before his face seemed to burst open with blood. He described how an evil spirit seemed to have been ejected out of the boy's forehead as the boy appeared to expend a massive burst of accidental magic, which is how the mess around the hall occurred and some of the children were injured, before he collapsed where he stood. Flitwick then described how the spirit ejected from the head of the young Mr. Potter seemed to hesitate for a few moments before it sped towards Professor Quirinus Quirrell. It struck the professor in the head, where it seemed to rip out a kindred spirit. The professor then collapsed onto the table, apparently dead. The two spirits merged into a larger entity before it flew out one of the blown-out windows of the hall into the night. It was not too long afterwards that the Aurors burst into the hall. Madam Bones listened carefully to the testimony of the diminutive professor before her before she turned back to the demi-carnage amongst the house tables. She turned back to the professor before reaching into her robes and pulling out a stoppered file. She asked, all right, Phileas, may I have a copy of the memory, please? Certainly, the professor replied. He stood there for a moment or two clearly thinking hard before pressing the tip of his wand to his right temple. Carefully drawing the wand away there was a silvery misty strand pulled with it from his temple. As he drew his wand away Madam Bones opened the file and held it out. The professor carefully allowed the strand to drop into the file before allowing it to release and pulling his wand away. Madam Bones restoppered the file and replaced it within her robes. Thank you, Professor, she said. I'm sure that's going to greatly help. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to see if I can get an update on the health of young Mr. Potter. Certainly, he replied. But, do you mind if I revive Albus and Minerva? Hesitating for only a moment she said, wake them. However, I don't want to see them getting into another argument, either. And tell them both I want to have words with them after I talk to the healers. Certainly, the professor, again, replied. With the students now sitting back down, and the center passageway cleared, Madam Bones was able to walk back down to where Madame Pomfrey and the other healer were still working on who she now knew to be Harry Potter. Calmly stepping up to them she asked, how is he? Without looking around, Pomfrey replied, his magic is still unstable but we're getting a handle on it. We think it was an unreleased infant lock that shattered. Madam Bones hissed in shock. The second healer took it up from there. As for his forehead it appears there was a soul fragment buried behind it. On hearing that, Madame Bones hissed in shock, again. "It's gone?" she asked. The healer replied, "We think the release of the lock on his magic forcefully expelled it. There was residual dark energy emanating from it, but I think I've now cleared it away. As you can see, his scar is now practically gone. We've placed him in an induced somnolence state while we get his magic stabilized. After that, we'll get him to St. Mungo's to work on the rest of his injuries." "There's more?" asked Madame Bones, shocked. The two healers glanced up at each other for a few moments before Pomfrey replied, "A great deal more, I'm afraid. Too much to list here. And not for younger ears to hear." Madame Bones knew she was referring to the children nearby. "Right," said Pomfrey, suddenly. Calling out, she barked, "We need a stretcher over here ready to transport the patient directly to St. Mungo's." One of the other nearby healers was just packing up from applying essence of dittany to the cut on the forehead of a young witch. He looked up and said, "I've one in my bag." Just a moment. Vanishing the remains of the swabs he was using on the young witch, he reached into his bag, drew forth a shrunken wizarding stretcher and unshrunk it. The stretcher hovered about 4 feet above the floor. Pomfrey and the other healer working on Harry then backed away, before she levitated the boy off the table and onto the stretcher. He was quickly strapped to it. Knowing they were about to whiz the boy away, Madame Bones turned to another Auror and commanded, "I want statements from at least a half-dozen of those students calm enough to give one, plus one from each of the staff that were here when what happened. I've also secured a memory from Professor Flitwick, but I also want one from a student from the opposite end of the hall who's over the age of consent. This happened in the middle of the sorting, so I want the children taken to their common rooms as soon as possible. They need to eat and this hall is still a crime scene." "What about the unsorted first years?" one of the Aurors asked. Thinking for a moment, Madame Bones replied, "Ask Professor Flitwick and Sprout to spread them out amongst the houses for tonight. They can be properly sorted later. I'll be at St. Mungo's, and tell Professor Flitwick that, too. If Mr. Potter wakes up, I want to be there when he does." "Yes, ma'am," the Auror responded. Madame Bones then chased after the stretcher bearing Harry. It was already out the door and on the way up the stairs to the second floor in the infirmary. As soon as Madame Pomfrey and the other healer had Harry stabilized enough to move, he was flew through the fireplace in the Hogwarts infirmary directly to casualty at St. Mungo's. Madame Bones, joined by one of her Aurors, stepped through immediately after. With young Harry still unconscious, she and her Auror followed the floating gurney directly into the treatment room. When one of the Medi-Witches saw her, she turned to the monocle-wearing head of the DMLE and said, "I'm sorry, ma'am, you cannot be in here." Glaring back, Madame Bones said, "Too bad. I'm not letting that boy out of my sight until I have answers as to what happened in the Hogwarts Great Hall tonight." Madame Pomfrey was relaying medical information and conditions about her young patient to the others who had now joined them in the treatment room and ignored the presence of the two senior Aurors now in the room. When she wrapped up her snappish report to the other healers, she backed away to let them get to work. Madame Bones saw that the Medi-Witch was done and caught her attention. "Madame Pomfrey," she called. "A word, if I may." The Medi-Witch looked back and gave her head a short nod. "Outside, please," and gestured to the hallway outside the door. Madame Bones turned to her Auror and said, "Stay with the boy," before following the Medi-Witch outside. In the hallway, she asked, "Okay, Poppy, in the words of an experienced healer, what the hell happened tonight?" The Medi-Witch sighed and said, "The sorting was going as per usual." "Skip that," interrupted Madame Bones, "just pick it up from when Mr. Potter stepped up onto the Hufflepuff table." Nodding, the Medi-Witch replied, "He was angry. No, he was livid. I've never seen a young man of his age in a rage like that before, and I've seen a lot. Amongst other things, he was ranting about how Dumbledore and Minerva apparently ruined his life by abandoning him on a doorstep immediately after that fateful night. That's when he stepped up onto the table and ripped off his robes, baring his torso to the entire school. We were all completely shocked with what we were witnessing, what we saw. He was also flaring his magic, though I don't think he was aware of it. He was practically glowing. Suddenly he looked like he was struggling to breathe. He threw his head back and screamed. That's when he emitted an almighty pulse of magic. It was a visible wave of magical energy that knocked people and items over within close proximity to him. It also caused, for example, the failure of the enchantments that keep the candles floating above the tables. and it blew out the windows in the hall. He collapsed onto the table on his back and, amongst the screams of the students, there was a much more feral scream that came from him. It appeared that, whatever happened, caused a partial possession to be forced out of his head. By that time, the boy appeared to be unconscious, thank goodness. The partial possession, or whatever it was, coalesced in the air above his head. It hesitated for a moment before it appeared to be dragged through the air straight at Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell, by this time, was also screaming and clutching his head. The spirit slammed into Professor Quirrell's head and appeared to knock another partial possession out of the professor. The professor slumped forward onto the table while the two spirits merged into one above his body. Hesitating for a moment, the Mediwitch appeared horrified when she said, "The spirit had a face, Amelia." It was he who must not be named. "Oh, sweet Merlin," gasped the head of the DMLE. Madame Bones had left the hospital late the previous night after ensuring Harry was out of the woods regarding his health. He was moved with an Auror guard to a critical injury and close monitoring private room after the healers in casualty were assured his health was stabilized. Before she departed, though, the lead healer gave her a couple of sheets of parchment with a list of the injuries their scans had detected during their examination of their most famous of young patients. His face bore quite the thunderous expression as he handed over the sheets. The parchment also confirmed that the boy had, indeed, been suffering from a partial possession that was now, thankfully, gone. The healer said, "We'll be keeping him here for a while, in one of our private treatment rooms. We're going to be practically force-feeding him a pretty substantial potion regime for the next week, at least." "Thank you," replied Amelia. "I'll also be placing a 24-hour guard on him for while he's here. You just make sure that whoever did all this," the healer growled while indicating the parchment, "is brought up on charges. I'll also stand as witness for the criminal's trial." "Noted," sighed Madame Bones. "You take care of him, and I'll take care of the culprit." It was now the morning after the events of the sorting feast and Madame Bones had only stopped for a few short hours in her investigations. She'd only managed to get about 3 hours sleep on the hideaway cot in her office, in all that time. She had reviewed the memories collected by herself and her Aurors from staff and students at the school, and they tallied with what she'd heard from Madame Pomfrey and Professor Flitwick. Now, she was going through ministry records searching for information on just where and with whom the boy had been living. Harry hadn't been too clear with addresses, and the like, when she'd last talked to him. She was also trying to discover just why the boy was specifically accusing Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall and Rubeus Hagrid with crimes against him. From the ministry records she'd learned that just about all of them had been sealed by Albus Dumbledore himself. And that Albus Dumbledore had appointed himself as the boy's magical guardian. What did not make sense was that a magical guardian was only required when the minor was a Muggleborn, which Harry most certainly was not. She was going to have to talk to Dumbledore, McGonagall and Hagrid as it appeared the boy knew they had something to do with his disappearance and subsequent abuse. Knowing the old man's penchant for disregarding the law when it ill-suited his purposes, she knew she faced an uphill battle to get any information out him. No, first she'd need to increase the guard on the boy while he was in the hospital. Then she'd go speak to McGonagall and Hagrid before confronting Dumbledore. If necessary, she'd make sure she had all her facts before taking Dumbledore to court and forcing him to disclose what had happened to the boy. After all, he'd claimed magical guardianship of him, and that made him complicit in the boy being abused. Rising from behind her desk she walked to her door, flung it open, and called out, "Scrimgeour. Shacklebolt. In here," before walking back to sit at her desk. When the two senior Aurors entered she gave them instructions to prepare a rotating roster of minimum 2-person teams to stand guard 24/7 on the boy until further notice. And, she growled, if Albus Bloody Dumbledore, or any other member of Hogwarts staff excluding Poppy Pomfrey, attempts to get anywhere near him, I want them flat out refused entry. If they persist, immediately arrest them and call me. And they had better be in bloody magic suppression cuffs when I get there. Am I clear? Yes, ma'am, they both replied. Good, she said emphatically. Now, scram. They scrammed. Once they'd left her office she summoned the heads of the Department of Magical Children's Services, the Improper Use of Magic Office and the Obliviation Squad. She wanted to know where the records for one Harry James Potter were being stored. And the second and third offices would have the records regarding any accidental magic the boy had cast before he entered Hogwarts. As she was investigating a sudden death, namely one Quirinus Quirrell, she had the authority to open the sealed files regarding Harry Potter, who appeared to be at least somewhat responsible for the man's death. On returning to the private ward at St. Mungo's, where Harry was currently undergoing treatment, Madam Bones was waylaid from entering by a rather harried-looking senior Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt. "Ma'am, I need to ask you to assign a couple more Aurors here," he begged. "And why is that, Kingsley?" she asked. "I've already had to turn away Albus Dumbledore twice from demanding entry. Plus, Lord Greengrass was also here a few minutes ago demanding entry. Madame Longbottom came by a little earlier than that, as well as a few journalists and photographers," he replied. "Dumbledore, I understand," mused Madame Bones. "And, yes, my ruling on him being banned from entering the room stands, just as it does with the rest of the Hogwarts staff excluding Madame Pomfrey. However, you are unaware that Mr. Potter is betrothed to Lord Greengrass's oldest, Daphne. As such, you may grant him access. And House Potter and Longbottom are allied houses, so Madame Longbottom is also to be allowed access. I'll add a second Auror as backup for you out here. As per standards, inform whomever it is that joins you here that no one is to speak to the press about this, am I clear?" Giving a respectful nod, Shacklebolt said, "Yes, ma'am, thank you, ma'am." With a nod of her own, Madame Bones entered the room. Harry Potter was still unconscious, but a healer was also in attendance using a charm to make the boy drink a potion. "How is he?" asked Madame Bones. "Healing," replied the healer. "We've put him into a dreamless sleep while we give him potions to repair the damage his body's been subjected to. Otherwise, he might have suffered a bit from the pain." "And for how long do you expect to keep him asleep?" she asked. "Hopefully, we'll have him awake before dinner tonight," replied the healer. "By then, the pain from the healing potions should prove no more than an annoyance. And, his magic will take care of any lingering symptoms." Giving a grunt of acknowledgement, Madame Bones said, "As per my last, I'm to be contacted the minute he's awake. I'll be in my office at the ministry." The healer gave a nod in reply and said, "Yes, Madame Bones," and continued with her work as the lady in question walked back out the door. "Come on, Harry," she thought. "I need to talk to you." On the morning after the incident, as it was being spoken of, the last class had just finished for the day when Potions Master, Professor Severus Snape, saw a man he recognized as the father of one of his newest snakes walk in the door of his classroom. "Lord Greengrass," drawled Snape. "To what do I owe the honor?" "I've come to collect my eldest daughter, Potions Master, Daphne." "I believe she's one of yours," said Cygnus. "Indeed," replied Snape. "I take it this is a family matter." "Indeed," replied Cygnus, not clarifying the point. "And when may we find her returning?" "Probably, this evening, possibly, tomorrow morning before class." Snape merely nodded and said, "I would hazard a guess she'll be in the Slytherin common room about now. I take it you remember your way." With a nod of his own, Cygnus replied, "Of course." With almost a dismissive gesture, Snape said, "The password is, Cunning and Guile. I'll inform the other staff at dinner Miss Greengrass will be away on family matters until tomorrow morning at the latest." "Thank you, Potions Master, for your consideration," said Cygnus with barely a head nod of recognition, before he turned on his heel and left the classroom, heading for the Slytherin common room. Daphne was almost frantic with worry about what happened to her Harry the evening before at the sorting. She wanted to rush over and help him when he collapsed, but Tracy held her back. By the time she was able to dislodge herself from her friend's grip, the older years were already herding all the children away from the Hufflepuff table. She watched, almost in horror, as Madame Pomfrey, the school healer, worked rapidly on the inert form of her betrothed. She could feel her ring give off the occasional vibration and pulse of light, but she knew they weren't malicious attacks. When Madame Pomfrey and one of the healers from St. Mungo's levitated Harry's body off the table onto a waiting stretcher, and then hurry him out of the room, she wanted nothing more than to rush after them. However, she knew the Aurors that had arrived would have blocked her from doing so. Instead, she stayed with the other first-year Slytherins and allowed herself to be comforted by her friend. As soon as she was able to, though, she raced to the Ollery to write and send a note to her father. She found Hedwig there, looking quite distressed. When Daphne stepped into the roost, Hedwig immediately flew down to land on her shoulder. She softly hooted in the girl's ear. While she was writing a note to her father, she talked to the bird. I know you understand, girl. Something bad happened to Harry during the sorting. He's been rushed off to St. Mungo's, I think. I need to get a message to my dad right away about what happened. I know I can give it to one of the other owls to carry, but I only trust you to carry something so important for me and Harry. Hedwig gave a bit of a scoffing huff and nibbled gently on Daphne's ear as the girl wrote her note. As soon as Daphne finished writing the letter, Hedwig flew to a lower-level roost within arm's reach of the girl. And Daphne quickly attached the note to the owl's leg. Once both owl and girl were happy the note was firmly affixed, Hedwig took immediate flight out onto the many windows. Daphne sighed as she watched the snowy, softly glowing outline of the owl disappear into the night. Be safe, girl, she whispered. And hurry. As soon as classes finished for the day, she rushed back to the Slytherin dorms. She'd no sooner unloaded her books onto her bed when one of the girls in an older year poked her head in and said, "Your father awaits you in the common room, Miss Greengrass." Daphne practically flew out of the room. And, half an hour later, she was walking beside her father through the corridors of St. Mungo's, heading for what she hoped was the healthy form of her man. After being brought up short by a pair of Aurors standing outside the door of a private ward to identify themselves, both Daphne and her father were allowed through. But, they'd had to get past quite a few people she recognized as probably being journalists to get there. A couple had tried to question them before they stepped through, but she ignored them all. Inside, they were greeted by the sight of Harry lying, appearing still unconscious, on a standard ward hospital bed. Daphne was introduced by her father to both Madame Bones and Madame Longbottom, who had been standing off to the side, quietly conversing before they walked in. As soon as the introductions were done with, though, Daphne quickly moved to the side of the bed. She took Harry's hand in one of her own and placed her other one on his shoulder. "Oh, Harry," she cried to the sleeping form on the bed. "What have you done to yourself?" She felt the hand she was holding twitch a little, before her grasp of it was returned. Harry's eyes fluttered a little before she heard him ask in a soft voice, Daphne?" Moving her other hand to brush her fingers through his hair, she felt her heart give a leap of joy. "Yes, Harry," she cried. "I'm here." She didn't notice the adults, having heard Harry respond, move closer around the bed. Nor did she notice Madame Bones move away again and stick her head outside the door for a moment before returning. "What did you do to yourself?" the girl cried. "You gave me such a fright." "I'm sorry," he croaked out. "I lost my temper. I let it get away from me. I couldn't stop it." "Harry, it's Aunt Amelia," piped in Madame Bones. "You're in St. Mungo's and you're quite safe. Just rest for a bit. I've called for one of your healers to come and check up on you." All right," whispered Harry. Madame Bones moved away and indicated for the other two adults to join her. "What in Merlin's name happened last night, Amelia?" Cygnus pretty much growled. "I know you've already investigated it by now. If you come by my office later, I'll let you watch the pensive memories I have of the event," she replied. "For now, though," the crib notes. "The first years, including your daughter and Harry, came into the Great Hall, as per normal. The sorting began and students started to be sorted." The expression on Harry's face quickly turned to one of complete anger. It seems to have come when he first spied the head table. When Harry's name was called out, he came forward to be sorted. However, as soon as he reached the stool, he stopped, looked at Professor McGonagall with a look of fury, and said, "No." Then he's turned around and headed back out of the hall, stormed out, really. Before he's made it all the way past the tables, he's jumped up onto the Hufflepuff table, stripping himself to the waist as he did so, and proceeded to rant at the professors, especially Dumbledore. He displayed all these scars and marks on his torso and how they were caused by Dumbledore dumping him on a Muggle doorstep somewhere. During that rant he began to flare his magic. He suddenly screams at the ceiling. There's an almighty pulse of flared magic, which causes objects and students to be banished from around him, and he collapses. At that point one of the professors, Professor Quirrell, is clutching at his own head and screaming. Hesitating for a moment, she continues, a little horrified by what she says. That's when what appears to be a partial possession is expelled from behind that scar on his forehead. By then, Harry's unconscious on the table and there's pandemonium amongst the students. That partial possession spirit hovers over him for a few moments. Before it flies at Professor Quirrell. It slams into the professor's head before, yet another partial possession is ejected from Quirrell. The two spirits merge into one and flee out one of the hall's windows. Harry, meanwhile, remains lying unconscious on the table with blood and muck covering his face from the now open wound that was his scar. Madame Pomfrey headed straight to him, ignoring everyone else, and frantically began treatment. From what I've gathered so far, Harry had a very tight infant magical lock on his magic. It shattered, allowing his magic to fly free. That caused it to pulse in a huge flare, which, in turn, caused the possession to be expelled from his body. His magic almost detonated, but the flaring caused his magical reserves to drain to almost critically low levels before it did. Madame Pomfrey and the emergency healers brought him here as soon as they deemed him stable to travel. Since he's been here, they've managed to draw up a list of the damage to his body. The poor boy was suffering from long-term malnutrition, had multiple poorly set bones from breaks, plus a host of other problems. They've already replaced the worst set bones and have him on a strong potion regime to combat the effects of the malnutrition. Some of the scars on his body are too bad to deal with without excising the lesions completely and replacing them with new skin growth. The others they can treat with a salve and the scars should fade with time. I have no idea how his treatment at the hands of his relatives has remained undiscovered this long, but one thing I know for sure, Albus Dumbledore has just lost any claim to being his magical guardian. He's not, said Cygnus, interrupting. Sorry? Asked Amelia. Albus Dumbledore is not legally Harry's magical guardian, replied Cygnus. Dumbledore claims he is, said Amelia. I know what he claims, Amelia, said Cygnus more firmly. But he's not. According to the Potter's will, Augusta should be his guardian, as Frank and Alice should have been caring for him at the time they were attacked. And, if not Augusta, then Sirius Black, then me, and then you. Harry received a letter from his father through Gringotts when he first went into the bank just before his 11th birthday. The letter informed him of who his guardians were supposed to be, and also instructed him to take up the headship of House Potter on his 11th birthday. That he did. The first thing he also did was unseal the will, which had been sealed on Dumbledore's orders, and have it read. In the will it also stipulates who his guardians are supposed to be. Harry has the original letter, and a copy of the will, in his Hogwarts trunk. With an expression of cold fury, he continued, Albus Dumbledore had no right to claim guardianship of the boy. However, since he has, I want the old bastard charged with child neglect of his duties as a magical guardian, child abandonment, and conspiracy to commit child abuse. Add whatever else you want to throw at him. And, I don't want to hear any of this, for the greater good, nonsense. I also want him immediately stripped of any claim to be his guardian, magical or otherwise, until such time as my complaint is fully investigated and dealt with. Furthermore, I want his relatives, Vernon and Petunia Dursley, investigated and charged with child neglect, child abuse, assault on a minor, and assault upon the heir of an ancient house. With a look of righteous anger on her own face, Madame Bones coldly replied, Consider it done. By late afternoon, Harry was starting to come around. A healer had already come in and was checking him over with her wand. Harry was staring back into the reddened eyes of his betrothed while the healer was working. With a feeling of peace and love. Wait a minute, he thought. Where are my glasses? With a slight frown of confusion he reached up with his free hand to check his face. He couldn't feel his glasses. Holding his hand in front of his eyes and looking at his fingers he could see them clearly and in sharp detail. Seeing the look of confusion on his face, Daphne asked, What's wrong? I can see, he softly replied. Of course you can see, said Daphne, now also confused. Why wouldn't you be able to? No, replied Harry. I mean, I can see without my glasses. My vision's fine. That would be because the pressure has been taken off your optic nerves, Mr. Potter, said the healer. With the pressure removed your magic's been able to heal and correct your eyesight. So, no more glasses? Asked Harry. No more glasses, replied the healer with a smile. Oh, thanks, said Harry. I think I'll look a bit funny without glasses, though. I think I prefer you without them, actually, said a smiling Daphne. I can see your eyes better, this way. Feeling around his face some more, Harry also noticed he couldn't find the ridging of scar. My scar's gone, too. He asked. The healer nodded and said, once we cleaned everything up there, and cleaned out all the gunk, we were able to excise the dead tissue, seal the wound and vanish the scar. No more scar. Oh, thank you, said Harry. I never liked that thing. It was too much of a reminder of, you know. No more scar means no one's going to be staring at it anymore, Harry, said Daphne. Besides, it was a blemish on your good looks. You're actually quite handsome, you know. Well, I would have to have any chance of not being thought of as your ugly betrothed now, wouldn't I? He asked. Daphne blushed and gave him a light smack on his shoulder. Prat, she exclaimed. Thinking some more about how he felt, Harry said, I don't feel much pain anywhere, actually. Just a little, uncomfortable inside. Even my headache's gone. I actually feel pretty good. More, alive. Healing potions, said the healer. Most of the injuries you were suffering from, old and new, we've repaired. The uncomfortable feeling you're experiencing is the healing potions still working inside your body healing the longer-term damage. The feeling will pass when the potions have done their work. We've also given you nutrient potions, but, what we really need you to do now, is eat, she said. Eat a lot. I'll organize a large tray of delicious hot food for you as soon as I'm done here, which, I now am. With a smile and a final pat of his shoulder, the healer left. Harry turned to Daphne and asked, what happened after you know? Hesitating a bit, Daphne replied, when you collapsed there was this dark spirit that came out of your scar. It attacked the professor wearing purple robes. Then it flew out the window. I found out from one of the older girls he was Professor Quirrell. You had this big burst of magic that sent crockery, cutlery, table decorations and some students flying. But, no one was really hurt. A couple of bumps and knocks, that's all. Quote, oh God. I'm sorry, he groaned. Not your fault, she firmly said. The school healer worked on you for a bit and Madame Bones came in with some orders. They moved all the students out of the way. Then some more healers came in. A couple helped Madame Pomfrey work on you while the others went about those students who had cuts and abrasions and healed them. Just as the healers were finishing up Professor Flitwick, he's the little half-goblin professor, called in the house elves to clear away the mess and replace the crockery and cutlery. Professor Quirrell was levitated out the teacher's entrance a little while later. We found out, this morning, that he was dead because of a possession by the spirit of he who must not be named. Professor Flitwick then finished the sorting for the last half-dozen students. Weasley went into Gryffindor, and we were sent to our common rooms where the feast was served. That now makes you the only student not yet sorted. I was sorted into Slytherin, by the way, as was Tracy. If you don't remember, Neville's in Gryffindor, as is Hermione, and Susan and Hannah are in Hufflepuff. Dumbledore left for a while as soon as the Aurors left, but came back about half an hour later, clearly upset. Professor McGonagall was upset with him for the whole time he was there, about you, I think. If looks could kill, she'd have killed him a dozen times over. All anyone could talk about all during the feast and right through to past breakfast, this morning, was you and what you did. Malfoy mouthed off in the common room after the feast, and Zabini punched him in the face for it. I tried to talk to Susan about what happened this morning, but she didn't know anything. However, she's just as worried about you. I could see that Neville was the same. At lunch today, Neville came up to me and said how Weasley was going on in their dorm last night about how you were evil because you were supposedly possessed by you-know-who. Neville punched him and called him an ignorant idiot. With a shrug and a wry grin, she said, the general consensus is that he who must not be named spirit tried to take you over and you used your powerful magic to defeat it, thus proving you're everything from the reincarnation of Merlin to the reincarnation of Grindelwald. The boy who lived has just defeated you-know-who for the second time. Harry just closed his eyes and groaned in response. Why me? He plaintively asked no one in particular. As if I don't already have enough on my plate. Daphne smiled, leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. I may not be a seer, she said. But, I can already tell life is going to be very interesting around you, Mr. Potter. The three adults, by then, had finished their private discussion and came over. All right, Harry, said Aunt Amelia. I need you to tell me, in your own words, what happened last night. Specifically, I need to know why you got so angry. Harry sighed and said, I guess it all started back on the train platform at King's Cross Station. So, I'm already getting a headache from what happened on the platform, then the Weasleys irritate me, then the youngest Weasley boy tries to lie to me for whatever reason, and finally Malfoy comes to try and start something, said Harry. I tried during the trip to meditate for a while, but I just didn't seem to get much time to do it, and the others all wanted to talk. I was a bit grumpy and headachy when we alighted from the train. That's when I spotted Hagrid for the first time, and recognized him as one of those who was responsible for me ending up at the Dursleys. Weasley got in my face again as we were boarding the boats and tried to shove the girls out of the way so he could hop into a boat with me. Once we arrived at the castle proper, Hagrid banged on the doors. That's when I came face to face with the second person responsible for my dumping, Professor McGonagall. She led us into an antechamber and gave us some speech about the four houses and told us to wait quietly. I was about to attempt to meditate again as I could feel my anger bubbling away, when Malfoy flat out threatens me. By that point I'm furious and my headache is getting back to the uncomfortable levels I had just after I was clocked in the head the first time. I think Daphne could see just how upset I was getting. I did, she said. So she drifted closer to try and calm me down. If I'd been given another 20 minutes, or so, I think I might have been able to. As it was, I told Daphne to stick close to Tracy while I tried to center myself and calm down. I just didn't have enough time to accomplish anything before McGonagall returned and led us all into the Great Hall. I was struggling to get my temper back under control. And couldn't do it. Before I knew it, I was so angry I couldn't even think straight. My inner voice was raging away with negative thoughts and I was in a battle of thought wills for dominance. I was so focused on trying to stamp down my anger, my hate, I didn't even hear where any of our friends were sorted. When my name was called I didn't hear it. It took having my name called for a second time before I acknowledged it and walked up to the stool. And that's when I smelled Professor McGonagall's perfume. I don't know if you know this, but a scent is a pretty powerful mnemonic, a memory aid. As soon as I caught the smell of her perfume it triggered something inside me. And I kinda lost it completely. I'm really sorry to everyone for that. I understand I'm in a great deal of trouble and stand ready to accept any punishment you deem just. Harry, you're not in trouble, said Cygnus. I'm not. No, Harry, replied Aunt Amelia. What happened was not your fault. Frowning, Harry said, but kids got hurt. Yes, they did, she said. But it was because of what you were suffering, and for the first time since you were dumped on that Muggle doorstep, coming face to face with the people who did it. As for what happened, said Cygnus, you were suffering from a partial possession of a soul fragment that belonged to he who must not be named. That was what was causing you to have anger issues, was affecting your eyesight, and giving you those headaches. Secondly, you had an infant binding on your magic. Your anger, driven by the partial possession and being in close proximity to the ones who initiated your 10 years of Dursley hell, caused your magic to flare in a bout of accidental magic. That flare of accidental magic was powerful enough to cause the infant binding to shatter. The resultant explosion of magical power caused the damage around the Great Hall, and for it to also expel the soul fragment from your body. So, as you can understand, as you were not responsible for either the soul fragment residing inside your head, nor for having an infant binding still in place, when it should have been removed over time from the time you turned 7, you are not at fault, nor being held at fault, for what happened. As head of the DMLE, Mr. Potter, said Aunt Amelia. I can assure you no charges will be laid. Thank you, said Harry quietly. Now, I'm also informed you have a copy of your parents' will in your possession in your trunk, she said. Is this true? Yes, Aunt Amelia. Could I have it, please? She asked. I believe I'm going to need it to get Dumbledore removed as your magical guardian. Sure, replied Harry. Someone will have to either bring me the trunk, or take me to the trunk, though. Or Daphne. The trunk is warded so that only Daphne or I can open it. As you weren't sorted before what happened, I have no idea where in Hogwarts it will be. Only the elves will know that, she mused. Elves, mused Harry before looking up. Cygnus, could you summon Tinky, please? Understanding, Cygnus said, why didn't I think of that? He turned slightly and called, Tinky. The little elf popped into the ward and asked, what can Tinky be doing for Master Cygnus? Tinky, Harry has a request for you. I want you to carry it out, please, said Cygnus. The little elf turned towards Harry and looked at him questioningly. Tinky, can you please pop over to Hogwarts, find my trunk, and bring it back here? Certainty, Master Harry, it said. And with another pop it was gone. A few seconds later and Tinky had returned with Harry's trunk. She left it at the foot of Harry's bed. Thank you very much, Tinky, said Harry. The little elf said, welcome, before turning back to Cygnus. That will be all, thank you, Tinky, he said. And the little elf disappeared again. Harry looked at Daphne and said, Daphne, if you wouldn't mind doing the honors. The will is tucked in between the non-Hogwarts textbooks. Daphne quickly retrieved the envelope containing the will and handed it off to Madame Bones. She was quickly back at Harry's side holding his hand. That's my only copy, Aunt Amelia, said Harry. So, I hope you'll remember to return it as soon as you can. Not to fear, Harry, she replied, looking down and reading the document. You have my word. Now, if you feel up to it, I'd also like you to loan me your memory of what happened on the night of your parents' death. And how you came to be placed at the Dursleys. Amelia, grumbled Cygnus. No, sighed Harry. It's all right, Cygnus. I've been expecting one of you to ask me that, ever since I learned what a pensieve was. I guess Aunt Amelia is the logical one to ask first, given her role in the DMLE. Do you know how to do it? Asked Amelia. No, I think you're going to have to step me through it, he replied. Just give me a few seconds to pull up the memories. Harry sat up straighter in bed and crossed his legs, Indian style, under the bedding. Settling into a trance he was no sooner in when he popped his eyes open in shock. Oh, my God, he exclaimed. What's wrong, Harry? Asked a worried Daphne. My mind palace looks like it's been blasted with anti-tank weapons, he exclaimed. There's shite everywhere. My defenses are rubble, my libraries are scattered hither and yon, there's a bloody crater where my anger cauldron was, and it looks like a war zone. Language, muttered Daphne, almost unconsciously. I was afraid of that, sighed Cygnus. The war zone, as you put it, is a visual representation of the damage done to your occlumency shields when your magic broke through the infant bindings. Turning to Amelia, he said, I think getting his memory, any memory from him, is going to have to wait until we can get a mind healer in to help him sort out his occlumency again. Agreed, sighed Amelia. This is amazing, said Harry quite happily. Frowning, Daphne asked, You're happy? Giving his head a bit of a shake, he replied, I first learned meditation, then creating a mind palace, and then occlumency, to help me cope with my concentration problems, my anger issues and my headaches. With everything a shambles, in there, my headache should have been almost unbearable and I'd be having trouble reining in on my anger. However, I'm having trouble with neither. They're both gone. Those issues were caused by the partial possession by that soul fragment, Harry, said Cygnus. With the soul fragment expelled, those problems should no longer exist. No wonder I felt so much at peace when I woke up, and have been feeling since, said Harry. I thought it was potions doing it to me. This is great. I'm glad you're happy, Harry, said Amelia. I, for one, am very relieved that the fragment is gone. In the meantime, said Madame Longbottom, I think it's high time we left the boy alone to rest. Nodding, Cygnus said, You are, of course, correct, Madame Longbottom. Looking back at the bed he said, Harry, we'll organize for a mind healer who specializes in damaged occlumency mindscapes to come and give you a hand to sort it out for you. And, Daphne, now that Harry's awake and alert, and you've seen for yourself that he's okay, it's time I returned you to Hogwarts. Daphne gave a nod and sigh in agreement. She stood, leaned over Harry, and gave him a quick chaste key on the cheek, and said, I'll see you soon. Cygnus then led her back out the door, where she turned and gave a final wave before stepping through. Gran looked to Harry and said, It seems young Miss Greengrass is quite taken with you. And I, with her, Gran, he replied. Do not think I did not notice that betrothal ring on her finger. Or, that one on yours, she said with a nod towards Harry's left hand. I take it they're paired. Nodding, he said, we both kind of knew she'd be sorted into Slytherin. And I wanted to make sure she was as safe as I could make it for her. So, yes, the rings are paired. Sapphire and white gold, she said. I seem to remember that was the one worn by your great-grandmother Doria. The paired rings were, if I remember correctly, a gift from your great-great-grandfather, Gabriel Potter, to Doria and your great-grandfather Charles on their formalizing of their betrothal. It's good to see you're following tradition. Well, I didn't know who last wore them, so, thank you for telling me, replied Harry, a bit uncomfortable. I saw them in the heirloom vault and thought how the ring matches Daphne's eyes and skin tone so well. I then took them to our family jeweler and had the enchantments on them updated. A wise precaution, smiled Madame Longbottom. Over the next 2+ days Harry was visited by a mind healer, who used legilimency to enter his mind and show him how to quickly repair all the damage to his mindscape. Once Harry set to work, the healer departed and left the boy to it. Then Harry spent as much time as he could working to get everything fixed. As his mindscape was so badly damaged, Harry decided to use the opportunity to modify his palace into a stronger fortress, and then build in traps and other defenses as he went. His memories he also sorted in better warded sections so, if someone managed to get through his defenses, they would only be able to get to one set of his memories. He also used phantom memories as part of his defenses. So, if someone did manage to get through, they would not be sure that a memory they were able to see was, in fact, an actual memory. His final trick was to store a copy of every memory in a dungeon vault that was only accessible through following a specific route through his palace fortress and thinking of the correct password. He'd read up on memory charms that were designed to strip memories for someone, so prepared his defense against it in case someone attempted to use the charm on him. Harry had all the memories in place and was working on his outer defenses 2 days later when Madame Bones returned. "Hello, Harry," she said by way of greeting. "Aunt Amelia, you're looking well," he replied. "As are you," she smiled. "I take it you've come visiting to see if I'm ready to give you those memories?" He gently asked with a grin. "Indeed, I have," she said. "But, I've also dropped by to make sure you're alright. And to let you know what's been happening for the past couple of days." With a snort, Harry said, "Well, according to the Daily Prophet, I'm either an up-and-coming Dark Lord, I'm the poor victim of treachery by the Greengrasses, or persons unknown attacked me as soon as I stepped in the doors of Hogwarts and I'm either dead and the DMLE is hiding it or I'm at death's door." "Yes, well, we know none of that is true," she replied with a sad smile. "How's the occlumency rebuild coming along?" "I'm almost finished, for now," he sighed. "On the advice of mind healer Wimple I used the opportunity to rebuild. With better defenses integrated into my mindscape." "Good," she said, conjuring and taking a seat nearby within easy sight of him. "As for what's really happening, Dumbledore has been stripped of your magical guardianship. For now, you're now a ward of the Ministry and fall under my direct authority. Your relatives, the Dursleys, have been taken into custody and will face trial before the Wizengamot. We have enough evidence from the healer's report to lock them away for what they did to you, but I'd prefer to also have some of your memories of their treatment of you to make sure they end up going away for a very, very long time. And, hopefully, you won't have to take the witness stand yourself. Though he has not been yet, Dumbledore will also be charged over placing you in that environment, especially, as it went against the will of an ancient house. Minerva McGonagall and Rubeus Hagrid have also not been charged and are unlikely to be. It seems their crime was to put too much faith in Dumbledore doing the right thing. I'm hoping your memories of the events will help clear up a lot that's unknown around that. And the final matter we've discovered is that your godfather, Sirius Black, was never given a trial over what happened on that night and over the next few days. As such, he was never formally convicted of a crime. That's why the goblins told you he's the current Lord Apparent. The magic only recognizes the convictions in the Book of Convictions kept for that purpose, and his name does not appear in there. Again, we're hoping your memories of that night will aid us in setting that matter to rights." If Black's name does then appear in the Book of Convictions, that means, as I'm already recognized as the head of House Potter, I'm also going to immediately become the head of House Black. As if I don't have enough on my plate, as it is, said Harry frowning. "And what about the regencies?" "The Wizengamot has not sat in session since this has all come to a head," she replied. "However, it's merely a formality. Dumbledore will be stripped of both and the proxies annulled. As you're now a current ward of the Ministry, the seats will be left vacant until a new guardian is appointed, and they decide what to do with the seats. We're worried the vacating of the seats will cause a power vacuum on the Wizengamot, and that the minister will try to claim regency of the seats as you're a ward of the Ministry. That would be a problem. And I would like to hear your views on how to handle the situation. I know you're only 11, but you're also incredibly smart and knowledgeable. Sighing, Harry thought for a minute and said, we know my parents assigned, in order, the Longbottoms, Black, the Greengrasses and the Boneses as my legal guardians in the event of their passing. How about we use that to force through my choice as regents? Go on, she said. Sitting up a little straighter, he said, as head of House Potter I want to appoint Dowager Lady Augusta Longbottom as regent of House Potter. As heir apparent for the House Black, in the absence of the rightful head and lord of House, Sirius Orion Black, I want to appoint Lord Cygnus Greengrass as proxy cum regent for House Black, as is my right as next in succession. I figure, no one will question me choosing Gran Longbottom as my regent for House Potter given the incredibly long-term alliance between our two houses. And I, somewhat satisfy, both sides of the divide by choosing Cygnus as proxy or regent for House Black. The light, see Cygnus as dark, the dark, see him as dark gray, enough for them, and they know the light don't like him, plus, as he's the father of my betrothed and I'm forging alliances, they shouldn't fault it. By having the seats immediately refilled in that way, it negates any chance of, as you put it, a power vacuum. Furthermore, it will mean, of my 4 true guardians, Black is in prison, you have 2 seats already, and Gran and Cygnus will also then have 2 seats. I think it kind of evens things out for my guardians to all have an equally powerful political footing. After sitting there in shock or wonder for a few moments, Amelia suddenly burst into laughter. That's just perfect, she exclaimed in glee. And, you're right, no one could really fault it. I can't see a problem getting it past the old fuddy-duddy traditionalists, and no one else will be able to argue against it, including Dumbledore. Harry gave a shrug and small smile as response. Okay, Mr. Smarty Pants, she said, once she'd calmed down a bit. What about who becomes your physical guardian? Harry thought for a bit, thinking about how to broach the idea he'd developed over the past few days. Looking up, he asked, as divorce is incredibly rare in the wizarding world, what does the wizarding world know of co-parenting? It's unheard of, but I understand, somewhat, how it works in the Muggle world, she said, before stopping to think for a moment. Let's see, the parents of children separate and/or divorce. The legal system then allocates parenting responsibilities as and when needed. Sometimes a child will be housed part-time with one parent, and the rest of the time with the other. Even if one or both parents remarry, the system can remain in place until such time as the concept is revisited, the child becomes of age, or one parent dies. Nodding, Harry said, I want to do something like that. Neville is my godbrother and, by rights, we should have grown up together as brothers. I want to establish that, by spending a greater amount of time staying at Longbottom Hall to develop that relationship. However, I'm also now betrothed to Daphne and I need to develop a decent relationship with her, so, I still want to spend quite some time at Greengrass Estate. I would also like to spend a little time with you and Susan, occasionally, at Bones Manor. Doing that will mean the light families will know I'm being raised by a light family, the Longbottoms. The traditionalists will see I'm honoring the requirements of the betrothal contract, and the dark families will see I'm honoring the Blacks, by being raised by a dark gray family, the Greengrasses. And you're in a position to provide balance from a law and order point of view. I don't know how to break down that into logical allotments of time, but I'm sure we can all work something out. And the time periods I'm talking about here, now that I've started at Hogwarts, aren't all that long. In essence, you become my co-parents. That is, of course, if any or all of you are willing to have me around underfoot. Sweet Merlin, that's brilliant, Amelia said softly. She took a few moments before coming to a decision of her own. I'm definitely going to have to review this conversation through my own pensieve. Even I'm doubtful I'm going to remember this right. Actually, she said, thinking about it, I'm going to bring a pensieve with me when I visit you again tonight. I'll also ask Cygnus, Isabel and Augusta to join me, I think. Then we can all sit down and discuss it before the Wizengamot session, which is likely to be held on the weekend. In the meantime, she said, reaching into her robes, I need those memories we discussed earlier. Tracy and Daphne walked side by side into the Great Hall to have breakfast, still feeling a little lethargic from a midnight astronomy lesson the night before. Slumping onto the bench seat at the Slytherin table, she dropped her head to the tabletop and Ned, why did we have to come to breakfast, again? Everyone else is still asleep. 1. Because breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and 2. Because I'm expecting a letter from Harry, said Daphne, no less tired and a little cranky because of it. Hedwig would have known to deliver your letter at lunch if you were still asleep, grizzled Tracy. You know that. Come on, as well as being Harry's personal post owl, she's also his familiar. She'd have known to wait. What's wrong with Tracy? Asked Susan, who'd approached and was taking seat opposite. Tracy thinks it's much too early in the morning after an astronomy lesson to be out of bed, Ned, the girl in question. Tracy didn't have an afternoon nap, as her head of house suggested she do, early yesterday, so she wouldn't have as much of a problem this morning, replied Daphne. I was talking to Blaze. She whined back. And that's why Blaze hasn't joined us for breakfast this morning, said Daphne. With a sigh, the girl lifted her head from the table and said, all right. I'll have breakfast and pretend to be as chipper as Miss Bones, here. But, I'm skiving off history of magic and going back to bed. You can come and wake me before we have transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. Deal, said Daphne. The three girls chatted throughout breakfast, with Daphne constantly searching the ceiling looking for the first approach of morning owls. As such, she was the first to see them starting to stream in through the windows. Here she comes, she said with not a little excitement. Hedwig came soaring in on a gentle stoop glide directly down to the tabletop immediately in front of the girl. Daphne, for her part, already held a piece of bacon up in her left hand, ready. As soon as Hedwig landed, Daphne was handing off her piece of bacon to the bird and immediately removed the small piece of parchment tied to the owl's harness. Excitedly, she unrolled the parchment and began to read, absent-mindedly stroking Hedwig's scalp feathers as she did. Harry says he's likely to be released tomorrow, meaning today, and will join us for dinner tonight, she softly squealed. He's looking forward to being sorted and beginning his wizarding education. He'll finally be handing over his memories of that night and the next to Madame Bones Tomer, today, because his occlumency mindscape and shields are back in place, better than ever, and he misses me. She gave another soft squeal, crumpling the parchment to her chest. I guess that's why Hedwig left, said Susan. She knew you wouldn't be sending a response with her, seeing as he'll be here tonight before he'd receive it. Huh, said Daphne, not even noticing that the owl had already left. Oh, she said, when she did. Well, that was exciting, Tracy deadpanned before begging, can I please go back to bed, now? If you must, sighed Daphne. Just, be careful heading back there. I don't see Malfoy or his two goons around here. But, I suspect the three of them are still in bed, anyway. Yes, Mum, the girl mocked in response. She then rose wearily to her feet, collected her book bag, and left the hall. Turning to Susan, Daphne asked, so, any word from your aunt about what happened on Sunday night? With a bit of a shrug, Susan replied, I know she's been really busy dealing with what she calls the fallout of what happened. But, she's not discussed it with me. I do know she's been spending a bit of time with your dad and Neville's gran, though. That can't be a coincidence. Before any more could be said, Professor Snape has hovering over them. Is there a reason a Hufflepuff is sitting at the Slytherin table, Miss Bones? Yes, Professor, replied Susan a little meekly. Waiting a moment, probably expecting the girl to say why and then not, the professor said, then, perhaps, if your business is concluded, you should return to your own table. Yes, Professor, she replied again, a little dejected, before rising to her feet and going to her own table. Turning to Daphne, the professor said in a droll voice, I've noticed you make it a habit of dining with members of other houses, Miss Greengrass. Taking a leaf out of Susan's book, she replied, yes, Professor. Hovering there for a few moments longer, expecting more information and not getting it, the professor then asked, and was that Potter's owl I saw, once more delivering mail to you? Yes, Professor. Clearly expecting more information, the man stood there for a few moments longer before he turned about and stalked away, back to the head table. After he was gone, Daphne just sighed before picking at her breakfast. After having worked, yet again, on his mental defenses after Madame Bones left earlier in the day, Harry was currently reading through the reaction tables of the potions book Daphne had suggested he read for Hogwarts. In it, it explained so much more about potions than the text recommended by Hogwarts, Magical Drafts and Potions, by Arsenius Jigger. That one was more of a cookbook than anything else, as it was almost full of various instructions on potions. The companion book he was reading covered much more about care and safety when dealing with ingredients and potioneering. It also answered a lot of questions about why things were done a certain way in Magical Drafts and Potions. It made sense of what appeared to be nonsensical. He wondered why it, or a similar text, wasn't also recommended. Hearing the sound of clamoring from the hovering journalists coming from outside the door, he knew he was about to receive company. He was soon joined by Cygnus, Isabel, Aunt Amelia and Gran. "Braved the ravening horde, once more, have you?" he asked with a cheeky grin. Amelia snorted and replied, "Insolent whelp," as the other three all exchanged greetings with him. Both Isabel and Gran came over to give him a key on the cheek before moving away again towards Amelia and Cygnus. Amelia stopped in the middle of the room and drew forth from her pocket a shrunken crate. She then conjured a pedestal that reached waist high and placed the crate in the middle of it. With a tap of her wand she unshrunk the crate before removing the lid. "Cygnus, if you wouldn't mind," she said, gesturing to the contents. Cygnus reached in and removed what appeared to Harry to be a large stone birdbath. As he held it above the crate, Amelia removed the crate from the pedestal, and allowed Cygnus to place the stone item down upon it. Cygnus then stepped away. "Now, Harry," said Amelia, looking at him. "Drag your carcass out of that bed and come over here." Harry hopped out of bed and walked across. "This is a court pensieve, also known as a solicitor's pensieve," said Amelia. "It's slightly larger than a standard pensieve because it has the added function of being able to project a large image over itself of the memory being reviewed." "Understand." Harry nodded. Amelia then reached into a pocket of her robes and brought out a wooden frame that contained half a dozen files, 4 of which contained what Harry now recognized as memory strands. "All right, the first memory is what I collected from Professor Phileas Flitwick last Sunday night," she said as she poured the contents of one file into the pensieve. She then tapped her wand to a symbol, what Harry had come to recognize as a rune, on the top edge of the pensieve. Harry watched with the others as the memory played like a big 3D hologram in a sphere that measured about 5 feet across. He winced when he saw himself snarl at Professor McGonagall before storming off, and winced again when he ripped his outer robes off and stripped to the waist as he jumped up onto the Hufflepuff table. Then winced a third time, and felt not a little horrified, when he suddenly screamed, his magic pulsed, he collapsed onto the table and the wraith-like spirit was forcibly ejected from his forehead in a bloody mess. He then watched in shock as the wraith attacked the professor wearing a turban and joined with another coming from the professor before fleeing out one of the blown open, shattered windows. He hadn't heard the gasps of horror coming from either Isabel or Gran, as he was focused on what he was watching. When it finished, he dropped his face into his hands and Ned, "Oh, God, what must they think of me? No wonder the Daily Prophet's been running those stories. As I said before, Harry, it's not your fault," said Cygnus firmly before he was hugged by both Isabel and Gran offering their own words of support. Amelia had already removed that memory and returned it to the file before she poured a second one into the bowl. This is the first of 2 memories from Harry of what happened the night of the 31st of October 1981 in Potter Cottage, Godric's Hollow. It is in real time and, be warned, it includes the death of Lily Potter by killing Curse from Voldemort. There's a short period of blank space where it appears Harry is either asleep or unconscious, then there's what happens afterwards. Fidgeting a bit, Harry said, "I don't want to see this. While I've come to terms with what happened, I don't want to revisit it." "Nor do I expect you to, Harry," replied Amelia. "We will enter the pensieve, together, using our fingers. While we do so, I expect you to stand watch over us to ensure we are not disturbed. I expect we'll be gone for about half an hour." Harry nodded in relief and stood back. Each of the adults placed a finger in the bowl of shimmering liquid. Amelia then tapped another rune with her wand tip and all 4 adults' eyes glazed over with their faces assuming a blank expression. Harry watched them with a bit of apprehension while they stood frozen to the spot. A little over half an hour later, after Harry had moved back to perch on the edge of the bed and keep an eye on them, all 4 suddenly let out gasps of shock, pulled their fingers out of the bowl and staggered back. Cygnus and Amelia both conjured comfortable armchairs and the four of them collapsed into them. Harry remained sitting on the edge of his bed and waited for them to say something. The first to recover was Amelia. She'd already witnessed the memory earlier in the day. "Flopsy," she called, and a little house elf appeared by her side. "Could you get me 4 glasses and the bottle of that muggle brandy I keep for times like this?" "Yes, Miss Amy," replied the elf before it popped away again. It returned a moment later with a silver tray bearing 4 glasses partly full of a dark substance surrounding a bottle half full of the same. She offered one to each adult, starting with Gran. Amelia and Cygnus quickly tossed the contents of theirs back down their throats, while Isabel and Gran just sipped at theirs. "All right, then," said Amelia. "Let's review. From what we heard, James was apparently downstairs. He must have heard something because he called out to Lily, 'Lily, it's him, take Harry and run, I'll try to hold him off.' Lily runs from wherever, and runs into the nursery. Before she closes and locks the door, we see the flashes of spellfire coming from the doorway. She picks Harry up and appears to attempt to disapparate. She puts Harry back in the crib. She quickly casts whatever over Harry and the crib. Whatever it is causes both Harry and the crib to glow with a golden aura. Just as she's finished, the door is blasted inwards and Voldemort enters the room. Amelia quickly refills her glass from the bottle and downs another quick shot. Lily stands between the crib and Voldemort. He tells her to stand aside and she refuses. She begs Voldemort to kill her instead of Harry. Voldemort tells her he's promised her to Severus. Lily is furious but still doesn't move. He then kills her. Peter Pettigrew is standing cowering in the doorway. With Lily now out of the way, he says something about Harry being the one prophesied to kill him. He fires the killing curse at Harry. Then it's blank. When Harry wakes up or comes around, it is to the sound of Severus Snape sitting on the floor holding the body of Lily, sobbing, and rocking it back and forth in his arms. Harry makes a sound and stands up in his crib. There's a fresh wound on his forehead. He begins crying. Snape, hearing the crying, lowers Lily's body back onto the floor and quickly stands up. He draws his wand and aims it at Harry. His arm is shaking, whether it's from grief or fury, we don't know. There's a sound from downstairs outside. It's the sound of a large motorcycle approaching. Snape flees the room. We then see Hagrid enter the room. He's crying. He picks up Harry out of his crib and says a few words trying to calm him down. He then carries Harry downstairs, where we see James's body on the floor just inside the blasted-off front door of the cottage. Hagrid pauses for a moment to take a sad look at James before exiting the cottage. As Hagrid is walking away from the cottage down the front path, we see Sirius Black climb off the motorcycle and approach. He's distraught. Hagrid tells him James and Lily are dead. Black looks horrified and heartbroken. Black tells Hagrid to give him Harry and that Harry is his godson. He also mentions he is sworn to protect him. Hagrid refuses and says Dumbledore instructed him to take Harry directly back to him. Black hesitates for a moment, hands Hagrid a set of motorcycle goggles and tells Hagrid to take his bike, and that he will go after the bastard responsible. Hagrid gives a nod and mounts the motorcycle that Black had apparently arrived on. He tucks Harry, by the looks, into a large inside pocket. Harry is blinded by this, but we hear the motorcycle roar to life and rev away. "Is there anything of importance I missed?" she finishes. "Only that it was clearly Pettigrew who betrayed the Potters, not Black," replied Cygnus with a snarl. "And Black said he was sworn to protect Harry. If that's the case, Black couldn't have betrayed the Potters, as it meant he would have broken oath." With a little sad voice from where he was sitting on the edge of the bed, Harry asked, "So, that little fat man wasn't Sirius Black?" All 4 adults suddenly looked at Harry as if they'd forgotten he was there. As Isabel rose from her chair, walked over to Harry, sat on the bed alongside him, and wrapped him in her arms, rocking him gently, Cygnus said in sad but angry voice, "No, Harry. That was Peter Pettigrew. Sirius Black was the man who arrived later on the motorcycle. Trust me on this, I knew both men quite well." "As did we," said the other adults. "And what is also apparent is that Severus Snape knew the attack was going to take place on the Potters," snarled Madame Longbottom. "Why else would that man say he had promised Lily to Severus?" Further evidence to that was that Snape appeared to be the first on scene immediately after it happened. And, that he'd been there for a little while before Harry woke up again, said Cygnus. It was well known in Slytherin that Snape was absolutely smitten with young Miss Lily Evans. He'd had his eye on her since the sorting. When she began dating James during 6th year, he was both enraged and heartbroken. It turned him into a very bitter individual. What is more informative is that the Potter adults weren't the target, said Amelia. Voldemort was specifically after Harry. And that there is, or was, apparently a prophecy involved that says something along the lines of Harry will kill Voldemort. More questions, said Isabel from where she was comforting Harry. How did Dumbledore know to send someone? Was he, in some way, monitoring the Potters? And, if so, why was he monitoring them? Why did he send Hagrid, a man unable to even use a wand? Why didn't he go himself? After all, Dumbledore was apparently the only person he who must not be named feared. And why did Hagrid say Dumbledore instructed him to take Harry directly back to him? There's my smart Ravenclaw, Cygnus said, almost automatically while his thoughts were clearly elsewhere. While she was listening, Amelia had a small Muggle notebook in her left hand while writing with a Muggle pen with the other. Those are all other questions that hadn't occurred to me, Isabel. Thank you, she said. Any more? When she received 3 negative responses, she closed the notebook and dropped it and her pen back into a pocket of her robes. Then drew the files out again. She stood and scooped the memory back out, placing it back into a file, before restoppering it. The next memory I have from Harry must have occurred a few hours later, she said, pouring another memory into the pensieve. This one occurs as Hagrid is carrying baby Harry into the infirmary at Hogwarts. Turning to Harry, she asked, "Do you want to join us for this one, Harry?" Straightening himself up and away from the comfort of Isabel's arms, he said, "No. Thank you, anyway. I'll keep watch again. Do you want me to stay out here with you, Harry?" asked Isabel. "No, that's okay," he replied. "I'll be okay from here on." With a hesitant ruffle of his hair, Isabel moved to stand with the others around the pensieve again. Once again, the 4 dipped a finger into the bowl and Amelia tapped the rune. Once again their faces took on the glazed look Harry thought of as, "The lights are on, but nobody's home." They returned less than 15 minutes later. With a frown, Cygnus said, "Why didn't Dumbledore discover Harry's so-called curse scar was, in fact, a partial possession by a soul fragment? He's powerful and knowledgeable enough to have been able to recognize it straight away. And then why did he insist on Harry being taken the next day to the Dursleys? He should have been taken to the Longbottoms at the first available opportunity." "The second half of that becomes apparent with the next memory," said Amelia. "I do not know the answer to the first, though." While talking she scooped the memory out of the pensieve back into a file before emptying the third, and final, of Harry's memories into the bowl. This memory of Harry's comes late on the next night. It's the 1st of November in a little township called Little Whinging in Surrey. The memory takes about 15 minutes, she said. Once more, all 4 adults disappeared into the pensieve. When they came out, Cygnus, Isabel and Augusta were all furious. "He dumped a baby on a bloody doorstep and left it there," snarled Augusta. "It was bloody freezing." Isabel turned to Harry and asked, "Are you aware of when the occupants, your relatives, finally noticed you were there?" Harry frowned and said, "I don't know what time it was, of course. However, Aunt Petunia woke me up when she screeched. I was still in the basket and was looking up at her from the doorstep, so it must have been when she first saw me. I could see that the sky was lightening up, so it had to be shortly after dawn." From what he said, it was also very obvious Dumbledore had no intention of finding out who the Potters wished for Harry to be raised by in the event of their deaths. He had already made the decision Harry was to be raised by the Dursleys, said Cygnus, standing up and pacing back and forth on the other side of the pensieve. "There, right there," said Cygnus, jabbing a finger at the memory strand in the pensieve, "is all the evidence you need to see him charged and convicted with going against the will of an ancient house. And that's irrespective of everything else. Dumbledore will just claim he was unaware of the will," said Amelia. "And, even if we prove he was aware of it, he'll claim he believed it was the Potters' wishes Harry be raised by his closest living relatives, the Dursleys. This is just one more example of why House Greengrass will not move to become a light house," he snarled. "As long as Dumbledore is the recognized so-called leader of the light, Greengrass will not be counted among their ranks. Well, said Augusta, chiming in with a huff. House Longbottom is a light house, but we will no longer be recognizing Dumbledore as our leader. And the same can be said with House Bones, said Amelia. Storming back and forth for a while, Cygnus suddenly stopped and turned to Amelia. Right, he said. As Lord of House Greengrass and soon to be acknowledged Regent of House Black, I hereby demand the head of the DMLE bring forth Sirius Orion Black to stand proper trial. With barely a hesitation Augusta chimed in. As Regent for House Longbottom and soon to be acknowledged Regent of House Potter, I demand the same. That told Harry both were aware of the conversation he had with Amelia that morning. As does I, as Regent of House Bones, demand of myself, as head of the DMLE, said Amelia. Harry thought it was funny but recognized it was the way things were done. And that reminds me, said Amelia standing up. She drew forth from within her robes a small stack of parchment and carried them over to Harry. Harry, she said, these are the documents that need to be submitted to the Wizengamot for Cygnus to become the Regent for House Black and Augusta to become Regent for House Potter. I need you to sign them in the places I'll indicate for you as acting head and head, respectively. She then drew a small elongated wooden box from within her robes and opened it. Do you recognize what this is? She asked. Yeah, it's called a blood quill, replied Harry. I had to use one a couple of times when I was in Gringotts. Exactly, she said. Harry took the quill and held it properly in his right hand, while Amelia sorted the documents for him. She then indicated the right places for him to sign. When he was done he gave the back of his left hand a bit of a rub from the slight sting he was feeling within it. Excellent, said Amelia, as she checked over the documents and sorted them all out. Using her wand she then created 3 extra copies. Each copy went to Harry, Cygnus and Augusta, respectively. I'll file these as soon as I get back to the office immediately after we wrap up here, she said. It may not have been acknowledged by the Wizengamot yet, but it'll be a formality. It'll also depend on how fast you can get, my godfather, a trial, said Harry. However, you may want to have his trial after you get those ratified. It may be only 2 votes, but they may be 2 important votes. Cygnus snorted and said to no one in particular, I told you the boy has a canny political mind. Not bad for someone who's only been back in our world for 6 weeks. Turning to Harry he gave a small grin and said, I look forward to receiving your first letter. From Hogwarts where you tell us you were sorted into Slytherin. Augusta started and mock exclaimed, a Potter in Slytherin. Oh, the horrors. Grinning back, Harry just said, Doria Potter. Augusta harumphed and said, yes, but she wasn't a Potter until well after she was out of Hogwarts. I prefer to think she was a reformed Slytherin. Still grinning, Harry said, semantics. While they were talking, a healer entered and browbeat Harry into drinking a couple more potions. Grudgingly, he downed them and immediately wrinkled his face up. Merlin, woman, he exclaimed, that would have to be the foulest tasting muck that's ever passed these lips. Cygnus couldn't help it. He burst out in laughter. Well, Mr. Potter, I never. She huffed back. I was going to let you take back the remainder of the course with you. And let you self-medicate with them over the next few days. However, I now see I'll have to send them through to Poppy Pomfrey and have her force feed them to you. Then she huffed again, spun on her heel and stormed out. It's not funny, said Harry with a grump to Cygnus, trying to wash the taste out of his mouth with water. I'm convinced the woman is a closet dominatrix. I keep half expecting her to come in here wearing skin-tight black leather and carrying a bullwhip. You've got to get me out of here. It's inhuman, I tell you. That had all the adults laughing. We're just waiting for the senior healer to give you the all clear and you should be right to go, said Cygnus. You should be back at Hogwarts for the evening meal. And, come to think of it, I think I'll stay to watch you be sorted. I'm very interested in seeing what happens. Working in reverse of unpacking it, Cygnus and Amelia soon had the pensieve recrated, shrunken back in a pocket within Amelia's robes. The 3 ladies left soon afterwards with Amelia heading back to the ministry, Augusta also deciding to go with her, and Isabel heading back to Greengrass Estate to, as she put it, ensure Astoria had not burned the place down to the ground while they were away. Cygnus hung around and was still with Harry when he was given the all clear to return to Hogwarts. As the nurse had threatened, he discovered his potion regimen had been sent through to Madame Pomfrey on his behalf. As they approached, Harry became a little more agitated each step closer. Stopping just outside the doors, Cygnus grabbed Harry by the shoulders and spun him to face him. "Relax," he said. "You did nothing wrong. Let them think what they want to think. It'll all blow over before you know it." Harry just sighed and nodded. With a deep, calming breath, he squared his shoulders, gave the man a nod and turned back to the castle. The pair of them then walked into the great hall just as the evening meal was being served. As they stepped through the doors, all conversation stopped and everyone stared at Harry. Some of those sitting at the closest tables of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw even shied away from him a little. Harry had the almost irrepressible urge to make a sudden move towards some of them and shout, "Boo!" but restrained himself. As they passed, the whispers started up behind them. Both ignored them as they walked towards the head table, who were watching as they came. When they reached a spot just shy of the step up onto the raised platform on which sat the table, they stopped. Dumbledore said, "Ah, Harry, my boy. It's good to see you've returned to us, at last." Harry waited a few moments before turning to Cygnus and said, "Do you see that, Lord Greengrass? You don't even rate an acknowledgement." Cygnus turned back with a wry look and said in a droll voice, "I noticed." "Oh, and welcome to you, too, of course, Cygnus," said Dumbledore, obviously recognizing the faux pas. "I'm just most pleased with seeing Harry return to us hearty and hale. Please forgive the slight." Cygnus just returned a slight nod in acknowledgement, clearly unimpressed. "Now, Harry," continued Dumbledore, "if you'd like to take table at Gryffindor and enjoy the evening repast with us, we'll have you sorted after the meal." "Actually, Headmaster, I'd prefer to be sorted before the meal, just as my year mates were on Sunday night," replied Harry, loud enough for his voice to carry to the first years sitting at table. "After all, it wouldn't be right for me to sit with the Gryffindors for my first meal here if I end up sorted into, say, Slytherin." "Mr. Potter," said Professor McGonagall, apparently scandalized. "Potter children have been sorted into Gryffindor for centuries." "Then let us see if I manage to break that tradition before I take seat," replied Harry. "After all, the four founders imbued the hat with the task you seem to be attempting to circumvent for a reason." "Surely, Headmaster," interrupted Cygnus before the professor could splutter a response. "You're not trying to influence where Mr. Potter will be placed, are you?" No, certainly not," he stuttered. "I'll have the hat and stool brought here immediately." Dumbledore looked away for just a moment and the hat appeared immediately in front of Harry on a stool as Professor McGonagall rose from her seat and walked around to it. While they were waiting, the hat said, "Ah. This is a surprise. A new student to sort. I dare say Mr. Potter has returned." As Professor McGonagall lifted the hat off the seat of the stool, Harry moved forward to sit, and Cygnus moved off a little to one side. As he was moving into place, Harry brought forth his dreams and desires to meet friends and work hard at becoming a good wizard. Everything dealing with cunning, guile, and bravery he shunted right back and locked deeply away. He allowed his intelligence to remain just below the surface. As the hat fell on his head to his ears, he felt the presence of the hat drift into the surface thoughts of his mind. "Ah," said the hat, "you are Mr. Potter. That was quite the performance you put on during the sorting feast a few days ago." "Friends. Hard work," thought Harry. Now, Mr. Potter," chided the hat. "You cannot influence me that way." "Hufflepuff," thought Harry. The hut burrowed deeper. "Ah, I see you figured out how I sort the students," snarked the hat. "That's very clever of you. However, many have gone before you who tried to do the same. That's a Ravenclaw trait, you know. I want to make lots of friends. I'm very loyal to all my friends and family. A very cunning trick to try and hide your traits. It doesn't work, you know. I can always find the truth," smirked the hat. "You would do well in Slytherin, you know. I'll smother Malfoy with his own pillow in his sleep, if you do that." "The guy would have me irritated with him enough to do it within the first month," snarked back Harry. "And what the bloody hell were you thinking putting that own Ponce in Slytherin, anyway? The guy behaves like such an idiot. Gryffindor, I expect to see him sprouting a mane." "No, Hufflepuff's the house for me." Not Gryffindor, either, even though that's where the headmaster wants you sorted," mused the hat. "What, the goat Naffer wants me in the house of the cannon fodder. The house of, ooh look, it's a dragon. I think I'll just charge the thing with this here sword. Nothing can go wrong, right?" Too bloody stupid to be sorted into a better house, that lot. The hat mentally chuckled before Harry could feel it rummage some more. Yes, you do want to make friends, you definitely know the meaning of hard work, but you currently lack loyalty. And you don't need to work hard when it comes to your studies, do you? Yes, I am. And, yes, I can. Screamed Harry. No, your dominant defining trait is your eidetic memory and your ability to wield it, said the hat, more seriously. Plus, you have wit to spare. Therefore, your house better be Ravenclaw. As he felt the hat removed from his head, Harry heard the hat say, "Good luck, Mr. Potter." Turning to Cygnus he smirked and winked. Cygnus grinned back, slowly shaking his head. He then called out, "Just so you're aware of it, my lord, the hat just informed me the headmaster attempted to influence it to sort me into Gryffindor." "Did he, just?" asked Cygnus back, glaring at Dumbledore. "Attempting to subvert the sorting process, Albus." Dumbledore just scowled and refused to answer. As Harry hopped off the stool and started to walk towards the Ravenclaw table he received a light smattering of applause from his new housemates. Cygnus walked over to where Daphne was sitting at the Slytherin table, gave her a quick peck on the cheek, and whispered something into her ear. Whatever it was, it made her grin from ear to ear and look across at Harry, who smirked back. As Harry was about to dig into the food sitting before him, he watched as Cygnus walked out of the hall, giving Dumbledore a bit of a jaunty wave as he turned back down the center aisle. "So," said Harry to his year mates, as he was loading a plate. "What did I miss? And, can someone loan me a class schedule? How about you tell us what the bloody hell happened on Sunday night, first?" asked one of the boys. "You scared the willies out of everyone, you know that." Thinking how to broach the subject for a few moments, Harry loaded his plate. "Remember how I used to have a scar right up here?" he asked, pointing to his forehead. One of the boys, looking closely at his forehead, said, "Yeah, it's gone now, though." "Right," said Harry. "Well, apparently there was an itty-bitty piece of Voldemort's soul lodged within it that was a holdover from when I supposedly blew him up. Secondly, I had a major burst of accidental magic that caused an infant binding on my magics to shatter. The shattering of that infant binding, which should have been removed by Dumbledore when I was about 7, so it's not surprising it shattered when I walked into such a magically charged environment as the Great Hall, caused the tiny soul fragment to be forcibly ejected from behind my scar." With a shrug, he said, "It was as simple as that." "It was a lot more than that." Another said, "What was all that about when you screamed at the headmaster and McGonagall?" "That was the matter that caused me to get angry in the first place," said Harry. "You can read all about that, hopefully, in tomorrow's Daily Prophet." "Just give us the highlights," one of them said. "After all, we have to share a dorm room with you. I don't want to discover you trying to kill me in my sleep." Harry sighed and said, "My anger is solely directed towards Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape and Hagrid. And it has to do with how I was raised. You lot have nothing to fear from me. Unless you get angry with one of us." "That won't happen," said Harry quite calmly. "My anger was exacerbated by the soul fragment giving me a blinding headache. Now that it's gone, so have my headaches. Now, can I please eat? You can ask me questions when I'm done." Before another question could be asked, Harry shoveled a forkful of roast lamb covered in mint gravy into his mouth. That didn't stop one of the girls from asking him a question. Instead of answering, Harry just pointed to his chewing mouth and cocked an eyebrow at them, before turning back to his meal. "Oh, leave him alone," said a voice Harry recognized. "Let the poor boy eat. He's right, you know. You can ask him questions back in your common room after the meal." Sitting behind him at the Gryffindor table he spied Hermione. He gave her a little wave before returning to his plate. There were no more questions. When he was done, and had stuffed the last piece of treacle pie into his gob that he could, the dishes, plates and cutlery were all whisked away. "All right," said the girl who had asked the previous question. "How about you answer my question now? How about we wait until we get back to the common room as Hermione suggested?" Harry retorted. "Dumbledore's about to speak." Dumbledore had stood and walked around the head table as Harry was being pestered for the second time. Then he stepped up to a podium and said, "Now that our bellies are full, I have only a single announcement before I send you all off to bed. Last Sunday night, one of our own, Harry Potter, took a nasty turn and had to be rushed off to hospital under Madame Pomfrey's expert direction. I hope that you have by now forgiven him of his actions and can welcome. Harry had stood when he heard the word, forgive. Excuse me, he called back. Forgive for what? You make it sound like it was my fault, when, I assure you, it most certainly was not. Harry, stuttered Dumbledore. Perhaps, I made a poor choice of words there. Please, take a seat and I. There you go again, said Harry. Perhaps you made a poor choice of words. There was no, perhaps, about it. Try again, please, headmaster. Yes, said Dumbledore with a frown. Please take a seat so I can finish my announcements and you can all go to bed. Harry sat back down and frowned back at the headmaster. Anyways, said Dumbledore, now that Mr. Potter has recovered from his ordeal, I hope you can all welcome him back amongst you. Thank you. Now, off you trot, tootly pop. Harry brushed the few flecks of food off his robes he'd managed to cause land on himself while eating, and followed the rest of the Ravenclaws out of the Great Hall. He needed to find the Ravenclaw Tower by being led there first. Once he knew where it was, he'd be able to find it on his own in future. Harry had just been shown which bed was his, had removed his shrunken trunk from a robe pocket, placed the trunk in the middle of the floor and unshrunk it before levitating it and moving it to the foot of his new bed, when one of the older Ravenclaw boys walked in with a note. He thought the boy's name was Carmichael. Opening the note, he saw it was written in Daphne's hand. Meet me in the entrance hall. Now. D. Harry stuffed the note into his pocket and said to the other boys in the room all waiting on him, sorry guys, it appears I've just been summoned. I'll be back as soon as I can. He rapidly left the dorm and made his way back to the common room where a whole bunch of Ravenclaw students were waiting for him. Sorry guys, I've just been summoned by someone. I'll be back as soon as I can. I shan't be long, he apologized before ducking out the common room door and dashing down the stairs. A few minutes later, after a quick dash through the corridors and downstairs, retracing the way he had climbed up to the tower, he was in the entrance hall. Daphne was waiting for him. She softly said, "Follow me," before walking off. She walked through a door that was on the same wall as the antechamber he'd waited in before the sorting. Closing the door behind them, Harry found a short corridor lined with doors. Daphne spun on her heel until she was facing him and launched herself at him in what Harry was coming to call a grapple hug. I missed you. I was so worried about you, she said into his shoulder. And I've missed you, said Harry, unsurprised he meant it. Hospital was boring. All I could really do was spend time on rebuilding my occlumency mindscape and shields again, and read my school texts. At least this time I was able to build them from the ground up with some pretty wicked defenses. Now, more importantly, what's been happening with you while I've been away? Well, it's now common knowledge that I'm betrothed. The ring saw to that pretty quickly. However, I've kept mum about to whom. I don't think we could or should keep it a secret for much longer, though. I'm sharing a dorm with Tracy and two other girls named Millicent Bulstrode and Pansy Parkinson. Parkinson's a Malfoy lackey and I think he and she might be betrothed, too. Millicent's a nice girl, a bit overweight, and I think she lacks a friend. Of the rest of those who were with us on the express, Susan and Hannah are together in Hufflepuff, and Neville and Hermione are in Gryffindor, but, I've already told you that, haven't I? You're the only one in Ravenclaw. So, the seven of us are pretty evenly split. Susan and I try to sit together, occasionally, but Snape sends her away if she sits at our table. And, if I try to sit anywhere else, Snape soon comes over and orders me back to the Slytherin table. And I met up with Hermione and Neville in the library, at one time, and we talked a bit before the librarian threw us out. Mused Harry. Well, there's nothing in the rules that say you can't sit at another table during mealtimes unless it's the sorting feast or the leaving feast. And there's specific reasons for those two feasts. More to the point, the rules suggest you should sit at other tables occasionally as it promotes inter-house fellowship. I think I might join you for breakfast at the Slytherin table, in the morning. If you want to come out openly about the betrothal, that may be the perfect opportunity to do so. I want to put a stop to anyone trying to stop us sitting together for meals before it starts. Actually, I think that's a great idea, said a beaming Daphne. I'll let Tracy know tonight, so she knows what to expect. Thinking a bit, Harry said, all right. But, could you please go to the Ollery and send a message to Neville and Susan we're going to do that? And ask Neville to inform Hermione and Susan to let Hannah know. With a bit of an amused snort he said, I left the common room full of Ravenclaws waiting to quiz me about what happened on Sunday night. So, I have to get back there pretty soon or they're likely to burn me at the stake. Giggling, Daphne said, well, we can't have that. I'll send the 2 owls, plus, I'll send one to Daddy. You'd best head back to the Raven's rookery. She then leaned back in and gave him a quick key on the cheek before they both exited the passageway back into the entrance hall. From there, both headed up with Harry branching off to head across to the Ravenclaw Tower while Daphne headed to the Ollery. After answering the ridiculously easy riddle at the stone raven guarding the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room, Harry entered to find most of the house sitting or standing around and waiting for him. Sorry about that, he said, before moving to prop himself against one of the study carousels near the wall opposite the large fireplace. Now, he said a little loudly. Who wants to know what? He was suddenly assailed by questions from all sides. Suddenly, a louder, older, male voice rang out, silence. The room very quickly quieted down. Harry could see one of the prefects walk over to him before he turned and said, if you can't raise your hands and wait to be called upon, perhaps Mr. Potter should just tell us, in his own words, what happened, all right. When no one disagreed Harry said, right, then. From the beginning, and proceeded to tell them as much as he could starting with what happened the night his parents were murdered. He left out a lot that dealt with the new information about Pettigrew and Black, and about staying at the Greengrasses, but most everything else was included. When it came to what happened on the previous Sunday night he covered it as well as he could. When he was finished he asked for questions. So you weren't actually possessed, then? One young girl asked. No. As I said, the piece of Voldemort's soul was wedged between the skin of my forehead and the bone of the front of my skull. That's as far as it ever got and was locked in there. How come it wasn't forced out when you had previous bouts of accidental magic? It's believed, and they're still researching this, that the piece in me was linked to the larger piece that was possessing Professor Quirrell and was being drawn to it when we came into close proximity to each other. Then, when the infant binding on my magic shattered, my now much more powerful magic forced the piece in me out. And, yes folks, it's completely gone. That's why my scar is also gone. Harry lifted up his fringe so they could all see there was no longer a scar on his forehead. You were really treated that horribly by those muggles. That's where all the scars come from, yes. And those scars are from the beatings and whippings that didn't fade away over time. Believe me, they're only a fraction of what I went through. But all the books say you grew up in a castle and had lots of adventures, and stuff. All those books are nothing but blatant flat-out lies. He said a bit heatedly before he took a moment to calm himself again. My new guardians will soon be taking action against the authors and publishers of those books and taking each and every one of them to court for slander. If you have any of those books, I suggest you contact your parents to take them back to the bookshops from where they were purchased and demand refunds. How come you're not wearing your glasses? It was found that the soul fragment was causing the problem with my eyes that required me to wear spectacles. With the soul fragment gone, the healers at St. Mungo's were able to fix my eyes. Therefore, I no longer need them. What about the rings on your fingers? Indicating his right hand by lifting it up, he said, this one is the head of house ring for the noble and most ancient house of Potter. I accepted the headship of House Potter on my 11th birthday as per the instructions of my late father. Switching hands he said, this one is a betrothal ring paired to another. And, before you ask, I'm not going to tell you, tonight, to whom I'm betrothed. However, it's a surprise you will find out tomorrow morning at breakfast. As for why I'm betrothed, my father and another man became drunk as skunks one night and, as a lark, decided to betroth their infant son and daughter. However, they signed the betrothal contract in blood, which means it's unbreakable. Now, while I was rather miffed to discover, just before my 11th birthday, that I was locked into a marriage contract with someone I hadn't even met at that time, I am very happy to say we both have come to terms with it and find we've become quite enamored of each other in a very short amount of time. I do not know if that's because of the magic of the contract or not. But, I find myself not caring one way or the other. I am, however, very happy to discover I've gone from being an orphan with no family to speak of, to now being part of a new family, and treated as if I'm adopted by them. It was getting pretty late, so the prefects called an end to the talk and hustled all the first years. including Harry, off to bed. The next morning Harry met Hermione and Neville in the grand staircase as he was about to descend towards the Great Hall, when Hermione raced up to him like a bushy-haired missile and grapple-hugged him. She quickly released him and stood back, then said, "Sorry, Harry. But, we were all really worried about you. It's good to see you back. I've read those books you gave me and want to know if you have any others. And I hope you really are all right." "Wow," said Harry. "Information all over the place there. Let's see if I can respond to each." Pausing a second he said, "That's okay. Thank you for worrying, it shows you care." "Thank you. Yes, I do, and yes, you can borrow them. And, yes, I'm really all right." Hermione stood there blinking in confusion for a few seconds as Neville snickered a little, before Harry could see her work through his responses. When she was done, she looked at him and grinned. "Sorry," she said a bit sheepishly. "That really was all over the place, wasn't it?" Harry grinned back and nodded. He then asked, "Now, perhaps you can tell me why I've discovered, over the past couple of weeks, that young ladies have apparently decided they can run at me, grab me, and then proceed to hug the stuffing out of me." With a matching grin she replied, "Well, I don't know why you've only just discovered this, Harry. But, you're a pretty, huggable, bloke, all right." With a bit of a shrug Harry said, "Well, I suppose so." Changing the subject he asked, "Are you coming down to breakfast? I promise to put on some pretty good entertainment for you. Since you've read those 2 books I loaned you, you should be able to easily enough follow what gets said and done." "All right," she said, a little confused. As they approached the doors of the Great Hall, Harry softly said to both Neville and her, "I'm going to sit you at the Hufflepuff table with Susan and Hannah for breakfast. And, yes, you're allowed to do that. It's in the rules. I'm going to be sitting at the Slytherin table with Daphne and Tracy. Sitting with Susan and Hannah will get you close enough to have a ringside seat of the entertainment when it starts. You're not out to get into trouble, are you?" asked Hermione, a little worriedly. "Yes," replied Harry. "However, I actually won't be. Someone's in for a very rude surprise." When they walked into the Great Hall, Harry, followed by Neville, led Hermione over to the Hufflepuff table. Susan and Hannah were already there and wearing wide grins. Daphne had also arrived earlier and she and Tracy left a spot at the end of the Slytherin table. As Harry approached, Daphne subtly indicated to him the free spot for him to sit right next to her. Harry plonked himself down and, without a care in world, proceeded to happily make a breakfast for himself. He was busily hoeing into a poached egg on toast with a side of bacon and calmly talking to Daphne between bites, when Professor Snape finally had enough and stormed over. "Potter," he sneered, "what are you doing sitting at the Slytherin table?" "Eating, Professor Snape, and talking to these 2 lovely ladies," he calmly replied, before returning to his breakfast. "Go back to your own table, Potter," snarled Snape. "You're not welcome at the Slytherin table." "Excuse me," growled Harry. "You heard me, Potter," Snape almost yelled. "Go back to your own table. And that will be 20 points from Ravenclaw for your cheek." Changing targets to Daphne, he sneered contemptuously, "And you, Greengrass, I would expect better of you than to mix with the likes of Potter." Harry paused for a few seconds before carefully placing his cutlery down on his plate. Then he slowly stood in place and glared right back, allowing his magic to flare as he did so, something he practiced while in hospital. Snape at least had the gumption to only take half a pace back. "Potions Master Professor Severus Tobias Snape," barked Harry loud enough for the entire hall to hear. "You are interfering with the betrothal practices of not 1, but 2, noble and most ancient houses." That made the man blanch a bit. The hall was now dead silent. Not even moving cutlery could be heard as everyone watched the drama unfold. "You will immediately apologize to my betrothed, Miss Daphne Ophelia Greengrass, heiress presumptive of the noble and most ancient house of Greengrass, and myself, Mr. Harry James Potter, head and heir apparent to the lordship of the noble and most ancient house of Potter, or I shall be forced to act accordingly, as per the old ways." Snape visibly flinched and paled. Harry almost expected him to pass out. He heard from just along the Slytherin table a male voice softly mutter, "Oh, bloody hell." Keeping an eye on the man out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw that as soon as Dumbledore heard betrothal practices, the old man rapidly got to his feet and began to hurry over. He arrived just as Harry said, "Old ways." "Now, Harry," he began. Harry, already knowing the old man was going to stick his beak in, was ready for him. Snapping his head around to glare at the headmaster, he barked, "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore of the Minor House of Dumbledore. You will not interfere in the business of two ancient houses. Back off or also face the consequences." Dumbledore, no fool, did actually back up a couple paces. However, he immediately turned to Snape and rapidly said, "Now, Severus, you really must apologize. What you did was wrong and against the school rules. There is no requirement for students to sit at their own house tables for any meal except the sorting and leaving feasts. I'm immediately reversing the points you took from Mr. Potter as they were uncalled for. Now, apologize so we can be done with this matter." As soon as Dumbledore backed up, Harry immediately swiveled his glare back to Snape. He remained staring unblinking at the potions master while Dumbledore rapidly spoke. It took a few seconds after Dumbledore finished speaking before Snape finally muttered with a snarl, "I apologize." Harry waited a beat or two before he roared back, "That was not acceptable. You will provide a proper apology that reflects the severity of your crime." A few moments more and Dumbledore softly said, "Severus, I apologize to both you and Eris Greengrass, Herr Potter." Snape half snarled a little louder. "My words were ill-thought and rude. I retract them, unreservedly." Harry paused for a long moment before turning to look down at Daphne. "Lady Daphne?" he softly asked. Daphne gave a gentle nod in response, her face a mask. Harry turned back with full glare at Snape and said in voice only slightly lower than his original bark, "Accepted." Snape immediately spun on his heel and stormed off out of the hall. Harry was about to sit down when Dumbledore said, "Now, Harry." "What is it, Headmaster? Was that really necessary, Harry?" Dumbledore asked in a disappointed grandfatherly voice with a similar expression affixed to his face. "Yes, Headmaster, it clearly was. If you had done your duties as headmaster properly, and not been remiss in counseling your staff on what was considered proper behavior and decorum when dealing with the student body, then it probably would not have been necessary," barked Harry. "As it is, you can rest assured that both Lord Greengrass and Regent Potter will be formally notified of what occurred here this morning. I dare say they will have their own words to add to this matter. Now, will that be all, Headmaster? I am attempting to spend time with my betrothed before classes, and my breakfast is getting cold." Dumbledore gave a brief nod before he, too, left the hall. However, his departure was a little more dignified. As soon as he was gone, Harry plonked himself back down on the bench and said in a normal voice, "Now, where were we?" Noises of students talking to each other over what happened rose in volume quite quickly. Daphne just looked at him, leaned in and placed a key on his cheek, and sat back with a grin. "Damn, Potter, you really know how to impress a girl. And I didn't even have to point out that school rules do not forbid students from sitting at the tables of other houses." "Dumbledore did it for me," said Harry. Hopefully, enough people heard it for Snape not to be able to snarl at students about it ever again. Which, of course, was the whole point of the exercise. Win-win. Both girls giggled while Harry turned back to his breakfast. A few minutes later, Harry was approached by Professor Flitwick, who dropped a copy of Harry's class schedule on the table before him. He also heard the professor whisper to him, "That was a nice bit of theater, Mr. Potter." "Very well done. Thank you, Professor," replied Harry with the same level of whisper. "I apologize that it was necessary." Harry felt his first class in Transfiguration was a bit of a waste of time. He'd already practiced transfiguring objects while he was living at the Leaky Cauldron and studying the texts. So he alternated his attention between transfiguring a match into a needle and back again, and writing up the short letter about what had occurred at breakfast he was sending Cygnus, together with a copy of his memory of the event. He made sure not to mentally call Hedwig to collect the letter and memory file until he was sitting in the Great Hall again, enjoying morning tea. He wanted as many people as possible aware he was sending a letter, and let them assume it was the written formal complaint. There were many eyes watching as the large snowy owl glided down from the rafters to softly alight in front of him with a minimal of wing movement. As Harry attached the note and file to the owl, it stood almost stock still in front of him with its leg cocked forward. Hedwig was playing up to the audience, and loving every moment of it. "Show off," Harry whispered to her with a grin. She softly hooted in reply with her muted bark that he now knew to be laughter. Packages properly secure, Harry placed his arm for Hedwig to mount. He then aided her in regaining flight by gently lofting her upwards. She soon disappeared back up and out the owl windows at the peak of the great hall ceiling. After morning tea was a free period, so, instead of sitting around and doing nothing, he decided to attend a class for history of magic. It took him only a few minutes to realize the ghost teaching the class was practically reciting whole passages out of the textbook on the subject. He simply drew forth a clean sheet of parchment and proceeded to write a letter to Gran letting her know the gist of what happened at breakfast, and that he'd sent a copy of the memory of the event to Cygnus. He'd let them work out how to share the memory between them if Gran wanted to see it. While Harry was sitting in History of Magic class, Severus Snape had stormed into the headmaster's office. "Thank you for coming, Severus," twinkled the old man. "I wanted to discuss with you. That arrogant little brat embarrassed me in front of the entire school." The potions master yelled, interrupting. With an angry glare back, Dumbledore said, "You embarrassed yourself, Severus." Hesitating a moment, Dumbledore said, "When we reviewed together your memory of the events of the sorting, it was you who indicated the boy was wearing a male betrothal ring on the ringed finger of his left hand, similar to what James wore when he was first betrothed to Lily. It was you who indicated a very similar ring on the same finger of Miss Greengrass when you noticed how focused she was on the boy. And, it was you who suggested they were possibly betrothed. Granted, it is indeed surprising Harry is aware of the laws surrounding betrothals, or that there are special dispensations when either party is an heir. I fathom Lord Greengrass has been educating the boy. However, you are just as aware of the laws, and yet you decided, in your anger towards all things Potter, to interfere in what was clearly a time for them to get to know one another. The boy should not have been aware of." The professor tried again. "Enough," snapped Dumbledore, slamming the palm of his left hand down onto the flat surface of his desk. "It does not matter whether or not Harry was aware of the laws. You were, and yet you still chose to interfere." The potions master just glared back with his lips pressed together in a firm line. "I am going to have to do a great deal of politicking and calling in of favors to try and get you out of this mess, Severus," said the stern headmaster. "As you are no doubt aware, because Harry is a minor, Lord Greengrass can overturn Harry's acceptance of your apology. I've also just been made rudely aware that Harry has filed regency papers to have Augusta Longbottom become his regent. So, she too can overturn the apology. As of this moment, either of those two aged warriors have it within their grasp to legally declare blood feud on you and kill you." Startled, Snape said, "So, you'll forgive me," said the headmaster, interrupting right back in a low but angry voice, "if I have no tolerance for one of your churlish rants. This morning, I was about to put in motion efforts to have Harry's magical guardianship and regency returned to me. However, after your little snit, this morning, I have to abandon those plans. Instead, I now need to direct all my attention and resources towards saving your life. If I am miraculously lucky, I may even be able to save you your job. At this moment, I cannot see how I'm going to accomplish that." Snape motioned to, yet again, speak, but was cut off before he could utter a sound. "You are to ensure you review all school rules and procedures before the end of the day," said Dumbledore. "From this moment forth, you are to issue and dock points rigidly within the rules and with complete fairness. Your bias against Gryffindor House is at an end. Your favoritism of Slytherin House is at an end. Your verbal abuse of the students is at an end. And you will comport yourself as a professional educator at all times. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, Headmaster," the potions master replied with reluctance. "Then, you may go, Severus," said the headmaster, leaning back in his chair. Without another word, the potions master spun on his heel and stormed out, slamming the door behind himself. After he had left, the portrait of Headmaster Dippet said, "It's about time you reined in the greasy bat." Dumbledore's countenance took on a look of weary pain. "For far too long you've allowed that man to completely ruin the reputation of this fine institution," the portrait continued. "Armando," said Dumbledore wearily. "Now is not the time. It's never the time, with you, is it, Dumbledore?" Said the portrait of Dexter Fortescue. "The reason we hang here is to provide you with our wise counsel and advice. But, you never listen. We all told you 10 years ago that man was going to be nothing but an ongoing problem, and that is what he is." "Enough," said Dumbledore, irritably. At lunch, Harry and Daphne were sitting together at the Ravenclaw table with Hermione opposite. The young boy Harry now recognized as Anthony Goldstein finally seemed to develop the courage Harry was watching him build during dinner. He asked, Harry Potter. Call me Harry, Anthony, replied Harry calmly. All right. Harry. He tried again. That thing you were saying to Professor Snape. Yes. Harry knew what he was going to ask, but allowed the boy to find his own way there to ask it. When you were yelling at Professor Snape, you mentioned something about betrothals, and noble and ancient houses, and well, I don't understand what it was all about. Ah, said Harry. You were Muggle-raised, yes. Yes, just like you, Anthony shot back. But, I didn't understand what any of that meant. Though, it was clear it was very important. It was, replied Harry. Thinking a bit, he turned more towards the boy and said, I'm not trying to be rude, but it's clear you know very little about the noble and ancient houses and their role in wizarding society, yes. Yes. Harry also noticed he had quite a few others also now listening in on his explanation. I'm not having a go at you about it, all right, he said gently. However, now that you're a part of Wizarding Britain, even though you're just a student for now, you really need to understand the laws, customs and etiquettes of this society you now find yourself within. There is a great deal that is similar to the Muggle world, but there are some very important facets that are unique to this world. What happened this morning was one of those. In the Muggle world you have titled people and they're called viscounts, counts, earls, barons, dukes, etc. And those noble ranks all lead up to Her Majesty, correct? Anthony nodded. All right, in the wizarding world you have a similar system, but they're based around houses, explained Harry. In order, you have the unhoused, then the recognized magical houses, the minor houses, the elder houses, the ancient houses and the most ancient houses. With me so far. Yeah, I've got that. Right, and some of those houses go further and are recognized as noble houses. There are the noble and ancient houses and the noble and most ancient houses. The Potters and the Greengrasses are both noble and most ancient houses. Both houses sit at the top of the titling, food chain, so to speak. Still with me? Yep. Now, within each house there is a head of house. That's the person who is the ranking member of that house. The head of house, for a noble house, is recognized as either lord or lady, or both if there's husband and wife. However, unlike in the Muggle world, a minor cannot be a lord or lady of the house. At those times there's always a regent who acts as both the guardian of the underaged head and representative on Wizarding Britain's parliament, the Wizengamot. All right, I understand so far. Below the lord or lady of the house there are the heirs and heiresses. I am the last remaining Potter, so I became head of House Potter on my 11th birthday. As I am also underage, and will become the next Lord Potter once I reach my majority, or am emancipated earlier, I'm recognized as the heir apparent. No one can take the title away from me. In Daphne's case, she is an heiress of House Greengrass. Her father is the current Lord Greengrass and he has designated her as his heir. As such she is heiress presumptive. She is not heiress apparent because her father has the right to change his mind and designate another as his heir. Still with me? Yeah, you're explaining it pretty well, replied Anthony. Thank you, replied Harry graciously. Now also amongst the houses. There is a very old tradition relating to marriages that is not often used anymore. They're known as betrothal contracts. And they were used, just as they were in the Muggle world centuries ago, to marry off daughters to sons of different houses, to create formal alliances between said houses, or to, unbeknownst to them, spread the gene pool around. This was usually done with sons and daughters who were not heirs. It was rare for actual heirs and heiresses to be involved. It was usually one or the other. However, what we have here between Daphne and I is a binding betrothal contract between the next lord of one noble and most ancient house and the current heiress presumptive of another such house. If betrothal contracts were still common, what we have here would still be considered quite rare and astounding. I would not be too wrong if I was to say that such a betrothal has not been seen for many, many centuries. Wow! The boy exclaimed. Indeed, smiled Harry. Now betrothal contracts are something of which no other house will dare interfere. Actually, no other person should dare interfere. The houses involved will look very poorly on anyone who even attempts such a heinous act. It is considered both the height of insult and considered an attempt, at our level, of interfering in the rules of succession of a house. Wizard duels to the death have been commonly fought over such, and blood feuds that led to the utter eradication of a house, or houses, were not unheard of. "Oh, my," Harry heard a young girl's voice softly say. "There are many laws in Wizarding Britain that have been around for centuries," continued Harry. "One of those laws still in place gave me the right to bring challenge against Professor Snape for his transgression. I was fully within my right to kill him where he stood. Plus, as I am currently a minor, I could have called on both my current regent, and Lord Greengrass as the head of my betrothed's house, to supply me with a champion to duel Professor Snape to the death in my place. While I forced Professor Snape to apologize for his words and tone, this morning, and I accepted it, my regent or Lord Greengrass may still take exception, overturn my acceptance of the apology, and kill him in either a wizard's duel or via blood feud. Both Snape and Dumbledore cannot claim they did not know of the betrothal, either, even though I suspect they will attempt to do just that, because Daphne has been wearing my betrothal ring since before she even arrived here for the sorting, as have I. And, though Snape is a half-blood, he was raised in the wizarding world. He knows what the rings signify. At this moment, until Regent Potter and Lord Greengrass decide otherwise, Severus Snape stands on shaky ground. If my read of Lord Greengrass's mood concerning our beloved potions master is accurate, and I believe it is based on recent discussions I had with him before he escorted me here yester evening, then he has received my owl I sent him earlier today, and is currently ordering his house elves to polish his wand and press his dueling robes. Severus Snape is, if Lord Greengrass is of such a mind, currently a dead man walking. Right now, I can guarantee you, Dumbledore is doing everything he can within his power to try and protect Mr. Snape from the consequences of his actions. Snape will only live if both Regent Potter and Lord Greengrass allow it, and reparations are paid and concessions are made. Right now, Dumbledore will be calling in a lot of his favors amongst the other members of the Wizengamot, and the Ministry, and will no doubt accede to any and all requests Regent Potter and Lord Greengrass make of him in exchange to spare Snape's life. Lord Greengrass and Regent Potter must currently feel like 6-year-olds on Christmas morning faced with a veritable mountain of wrapped gifts all bearing their names. "Holy Mother of God!" exclaimed young Mr. Goldstein, "you people play for keeps." "That we do, my friend, that we do," smiled Harry. "But, why did Professor Snape do it?" asked one of the others. "If the consequences were so severe, I mean." Harry gave a shrug and said, "I believe it was because, in his arrogance, he thought I would be unaware of the laws and traditions, as I was raised in the Muggle world. He learned the hard way he was wrong. The Slytherins and Gryffindor first years had Professor Snape for first period this morning, immediately after it happened," said Daphne, speaking up for the first time in the general discussion. "He was both pale and shaky. He wouldn't come anywhere near me for the entirety of the lesson. Towards the end of the lesson he was berating Neville Longbottom about the state of his potion. Neville was shaking until he suddenly had a look of anger on his face. That's when our normally shy and unimposing Neville sat up, stared at the professor, and asked, 'Professor Snape, are you aware that my grandmother, Dowager Lady Longbottom, is currently Regent Potter?' She smiled and said, 'I didn't think Professor Snape could turn even whiter than he was already. He did, though. Then he spent the remainder of the class sitting at his desk and didn't say a word to anyone until near the end of class. Even then he only told everyone to bottle their potions, leave them on their benches, clean up and get out. No one's seen him since. I heard he didn't even show up for the third-year potions class between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Why aren't we taught about these traditions and laws?" asked a second-year, Warren Chambers, who had slid up along the bench to better hear what was said. "I've been here for over a year and I didn't know 95% of what you spoke about regarding the houses. I think it's something we should know. The wizarding world expects you to find out on your own," replied Harry. "After all, according to them, you have come into their world. It behooves you to find out as much about it as you can, and to assimilate. It does not behoove them to teach you." "But, still," the boy pressed on, "how would we know to even ask in the first place? Honestly, we can't be expected to ask a question when we don't know the matter around the question even exists." Harry sat back and thought about it for a little while. "I tell you what, give me some time to catch up on the work I've missed, and to get the right reference material, and to prepare something in advance. Then, I'll see about holding classes to teach Muggleborns and Muggle-raised some of what they need to know to get by in the wizarding world without putting their proverbial foot in it. All right. Harry received back more head nods in agreement than he thought he would, including a couple of all rights and a thanks mate. Turning to Daphne, he merely cocked an eyebrow and said, "It looks like I won't be able to spend as much time with you during our free time as I hoped." "In your dreams, Potter," she replied. "I think it'll be beneficial for me to join you in teaching these classes." Harry grinned back. Harry should have considered his words as those of a seer. At that same time, Cygnus was almost cackling with glee. "I could key that boy," he called out. "If he wasn't already betrothed to Daphne, I would have offered him a contract, anyway. Merlin, I might also offer him Astoria to go along with her." The noise brought Isabel into the room. "Cygnus," she asked, "what in Merlin's name are you so excited about?" "Harry," exclaimed Cygnus. "He's just pulled off the most Slytherin stunt I've ever seen. And, against the head of Slytherin House, no less." "Ha." Speaking soothing words, Isabel said, "Perhaps if you were to calm down and explain it to me." "Here," said Cygnus, offering her a slip of parchment. "Read this. I've got to Flow Augusta." And he practically skipped out of the room. At the fireplace, Cygnus had dashed in some flow powder, barked out, "Longbottom Hall," and stuck his head in. "Augusta," he called. "Augusta, are you there?" A little elf popped into view in the parlor of Longbottom Hall and said, "Mistress is in the sitting room, Mipsy will get her," before she popped away again. The next thing Cygnus saw was Augusta walk into the parlor with Amelia on her heels. "Cygnus," asked Augusta. "Augusta, Harry's sent us a memory. You've got to see this. It's like a gift from the gods themselves. It's manna from heaven." "Well, Amelia's here. Bring her. She can see this, too. She'll love it." "All right, Cygnus, I suppose we've got the time." "Yes, come through," and pulled his head back out of the flames. Without even thinking about it, he drew his wand and banished the soot that had collected about his shoulders, face and hair. The flames flared to life again and he was soon joined by Augusta and Amelia, both of whom used their wands to banish their own soot and ash. "Welcome, both of you," he said, before he spun on his heel and walked away. "I've got my pensieve set up in my study." Leading the two ladies into his study while rubbing the palms of his hands together in glee, he said, "All right. Harry sent me a letter and a memory about something that happened in the Great Hall this morning at breakfast." Looking to his wife he asked, "Izzy, can you show them the letter?" Without a word Isabel handed the letter off to Augusta. With Amelia looking over her shoulder, she read, "Lord Greengrass, Lord of the noble and most ancient house of Greengrass. It is with an angered heart I must write to you concerning an incident that occurred during breakfast, this morning, in the Great Hall at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Potions Master Severus Snape has, in a most vile manner, attempted to interfere with my betrothal with your lovely daughter, the Lady Daphne. I find myself so enraged by the event I cannot put quill to parchment to describe it to you. It overturns my stomach. Instead, I have included my memory of the despicable act so you may judge for yourself the seriousness of the crime. I ask that you witness the event for yourself. Then, as a concession to me, negotiate a time with the Dowager Lady Longbottom, Regent Potter, for her to view same. Though the infraction by Potions Master Snape may be considered minor, as it is a betrothal between two noble and most ancient houses, I feel it serious enough it must be dealt with by your good selves as members in good standing of the Wizengamot. I feel even Dumbledore, as chief warlock and who attempted to intervene at the time, is not worthy of judging this matter. Have fun, Mr. Harry J. Potter, head of the noble and most ancient house of Potter. Overturn, concession, negotiate, minor, serious misspelled, Wizengamot, Dumbledore, mused Augusta. Why did he underline those words? I believe I know, replied a grinning Cygnus. Watch the memory with me and I'll explain. The four adults then dipped into the memory and remained motionless for a while. About 10 minutes later, they all stood back up straight again and stepped back. Oh, dear, exclaimed Augusta. Ha, exclaimed Cygnus again. Did you see what he did? He escorted that young, brown-haired Gryffindor witch into the Great Hall, sat her at the Hufflepuff table with young Susan and Hannah all facing the Slytherin table, whispered something to the three of them and young Neville that had them grinning like loons, and then went and sat next to Daff and Tracy, who were clearly waiting for him, at the Slytherin table facing them. He had it all planned out in advance. He exclaimed again. I don't know how he did it, but I know the boy tricked the hat into sorting him into Ravenclaw instead of Slytherin. I'm sure of it. I even witnessed the sorting, and it was one of the longest I've ever seen or heard of. Yes, but perhaps now you can explain why he did it to us lesser mortals, said Amelia. Though I think I might have an idea. It's the letter, said Cygnus. Overturn, instead of turn, concession, negotiate, minor, serious, not misspelled serious, Wizengamot, Dumbledore. Don't you see? We can use what he did. As Harry is a minor, Augusta and I can overturn the apology and use the incident to negotiate and wring concessions out of Dumbledore within the Wizengamot. His last line, have fun, tells us to do exactly that. And the name Sirius, for Sirius Black, being included tells us he hopes we can use it to wring concessions for Sirius's freedom. Laughing, Cygnus said, Dumbledore is going to do everything he possibly can to save his precious spy. We can use this to get what we want out of him. He won't dare try and block us, lest we then formally challenge Snape. We've got him by the nads, and Harry gave him to us. The boy, in one fell swoop, negated Snape's influences within the school and hamstrung Dumbledore from blocking us. And he used the laws of the old ways to do it. It was a most guileful Slytherin move. Oh, my, Amelia softly said. He did, didn't he? On top of that, when I escorted Harry into Hogwarts last night, it was easy to see the rest of the student population were either just scared, or flat out terrified, of him, said Cygnus, breathing heavily from laughing too hard. Now, he's just given a very powerful warning to everyone else that Daphne is not to be bothered by anyone, or else. And the faces on the boys sitting at the Slytherin table showed they well understood the message. That girl just became the safest witch in Hogwarts. No one will go near her now. After lunch, Harry had a class on herbology with the Slytherins. So, he was able to share a table with Daphne next to a table shared by another Slytherin witch and Tracy. He quickly learned that Daphne had quite the in-depth knowledge of potions and potion ingredients, of which many of the plants in herbology filled. Together, they had fun repotting bubo tuber seedlings from trays into small pots while Tracy and her partner were repotting common dittany from small pots into slightly larger pots. Damn, Harry said softly after sniffing one of the seedlings. These things smell like petrol. Petrol? Asked Daphne. Yeah, it's the fuel used by automobiles. You know, Muggle transportation device with 4 wheels people ride inside of. I know what an automobile is, Harry, she replied in a condescending voice. Sorry, replied Harry. I just know that some magicals aren't all that up to date with Muggle technology and the sciences. I dare say these would be quite flammable, he mused. They are, she replied. But the pus you extract from the nodules on the fully matured versions of these have a wide range of medicinal purposes. In the raw state, though, you need to wear your protective gloves when handling them. The pus is pretty corrosive and can cause burns and boils on bare skin. 5 points to Slytherin, Miss Greengrass, spoke Professor Sprout who had come up behind them, for that wise and correct counsel on the safe handling of bubo tuber pus. Well done. Before she moved off again. Before long their chore was done and both were able to clean up their workstation and themselves. They were quickly dismissed from the greenhouse and the weekend was theirs. After their final Friday class, Harry and Daphne approached the door to the office and personal quarters of Harry's head of house, Professor Flitwick, and knocked. When they heard, "Come in," from within, Harry opened the door and allowed Daphne to precede him into the office. "Ah, Mr. Potter and Miss Greengrass," said the diminutive charms master. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" "Sir, I have been asked by a number of Ravenclaw students to provide lessons on wizarding etiquette and traditions," said Harry. "I've come to ask permission to form a club for that purpose as per student rules." The professor looked back for a second before gesturing to the other side of his desk and conjuring a comfortable love seat. "Take a seat and we'll discuss it," he said. The two of them split around either side of the seat and Harry waited until Daphne was seated before taking seat himself. As soon as he did, Daphne grasped his hand in hers. The gestures did not go unnoticed by the professor. "So," the professor began. "Tell me about this etiquette and traditions club you want to start." "Well, after what happened this morning, I was approached by a couple of claws who wanted to know what I meant with what I said, and it meant, in general. From that discussion, where I gave an overview of the wizarding houses and how they tiered the various heirs and heiresses, both apparent and presumptive, what a betrothal contract entailed, and about the one involving Daphne and I, and hinted at the many more traditions and standards of etiquette within the wizarding world, they, pretty much, ganged up on me and asked me to teach them. If I'm going to teach them, then I want to do it properly. I'll sponsor the club out of House Potter funds, provide texts, draw up lesson plans, and formalize the instruction as best I can before I even start. Professor Flitwick was sitting back in his swivel-type office chair and was gently twisting it this way and that. He leaned forward, placed his elbows on the edge of the desk and cupped his chin in his hands. Every now and then we get someone who wants to teach the Muggleborns about the wizarding world, he began. More often than not, the club that's formed usually dies a lingering death after a few months. Before me I now see a pureblood and a half-blood who was raised in the Muggle world wanting to do the same thing. Plus, both of you are heirs to noble and most ancient houses, and that's significantly different from before, and I'm sensing a sense of noblesse oblige at work here. Looking directly at Harry, he said, I'm also quite impressed by your knowledge of the matter, especially as you were Muggle raised. With a blush, Harry said, I'm a very fast learner, sir. Sitting back again, Flitwick said, as it is not going to cost Hogwarts any of our limited discretionary funds, we've got classrooms to spare for you to base your club. Based on your little display this morning, it is clear you have knowledge of at least some of the traditions. As there's also two of you wanting to work together to make it a success, I'm happy to be the staff member to sponsor your club. However, I'm going to want to see a decent set of lesson plans that cover the first half dozen at least classes you want to hold, in advance of formal approval. And the club is to be open to all students, including the purebloods. Seeing the look on their faces from having to allow the purebloods in, he said, I understand you may think there are some individuals among the purebloods who would only attend to disrupt the class. However, it is a requirement that such clubs be open to everyone unless age is an issue. Harry and Daphne both gave the professor nods of agreement. That being said, and as long as you agree to my requirements, I cannot refuse you from going ahead and making an initial start on creating the club, said the professor. There, you have my permission in principle. Very shortly after, they were out the door and on their way to the Great Hall for dinner, before heading on to the library. Both had homework and, besides the Great Hall, it was the only place for students of different houses to sit down to tackle it together. Once homework was out of the way, they both moved on to writing up what they needed for the club. Daphne was thinking up subject matter while Harry moved into the stacks to see what books the school library held on the subject. There were actually quite a few. He grabbed them and returned with his arms loaded to the table he and his betrothed had snagged at the back of the library. As he approached, Harry could see Daphne had been joined by Neville, Tracy, Susan, Hannah, and Hermione. He also had a sense they were becoming such a tight group of 7 it would soon be recognized by those outside of their little clique. What homework is everyone working on? Asked Hermione. The others replied with what they were working on except for Harry and Daphne. Daphne and I have permission in principle from Professor Flitwick to advance plan a school-sanctioned club allowing us to teach Muggleborns and Muggle-raised about the wizarding world traditions and customs. We've already completed most of our homework, so we're going to be spending a bit of time working out lesson plans and the like. And that's what that great stack you've got in your arms and are seemingly trying to hide behind is about? Asked Susan. Yeah, replied Harry. I'm looking to see if there's a book that would be better suited as the text I want to purchase for all those who want to learn, other than the ones I already own. You want to pay for them out of your own pocket, Harry? Asked Neville. Harry nodded and replied, yeah, I don't want them to have to pay for their own. They've already paid more than enough for the textbooks for Hogwarts and it would be unfair to burden them with another. Don't worry, though, I think the Potters can afford it. He grinned. Oh. That reminds me, said Hermione. She reached into her book bag and drew out the 2 books Harry had loaned her. Thank you for the loan. But I may come back and borrow them again for a refresher sometime, all right? All right, Hermione, replied Harry. All you need do is ask when you want to borrow them again, you know that. While the others were working on their homework, Harry and Daphne pored over the texts Harry had brought back from the stacks and started to get a feel for how they were going to proceed. After skimming through the texts, Harry quickly realized he might need two different books, the same two he initially loaned Hermione, An Introduction to the Wizarding World and Noble Etiquette. The only text that could challenge those two was Wizarding World Etiquette and You. But the book looked quite old. He wasn't sure if it'd be still in print and, even if it was, if it had been updated enough to be worthwhile. So far he was just going to stick with An Introduction to the Wizarding World as the text. Any information he needed from Noble Etiquette, he'd provide by way of presentations. The vast majority of Muggleborns didn't need to know all the etiquette, such as formal dueling practices, because it wouldn't apply to them. An hour later and Daphne had compiled a list of subject matters to break down into manageable lessons. And Harry had devised a set of rules for them to abide by in forming those lesson plans. Switching, Harry picked up what subjects Daphne thought they should cover while she read what he wrote. He frowned down at the sheet and thought about what else to include. He knew the first four of the subjects she listed could be covered by a single hour-long session each. Transport and communication wouldn't take all that long, nor would business and banking. Those two could follow one after the other in a single lesson. The last two could take many lessons, depending on how many such customs they wanted to address. Some etiquette was linked directly to a certain custom, and vice versa. With only an effective 8 months of the school year, it was clear they could not hold the classes on a monthly basis. So, Harry started to think of them needing to be held once per fortnight. He then offered the sheet to Hermione who, he could see, was just antsy about getting to see what they'd written. She grabbed it eagerly and he went back to scanning through the last of the books he had left to peruse. He watched through his bangs and Hermione scanned through the list, worrying at her bottom lip with her upper teeth as she did so. When she'd finished, she handed it back. "Anything to add, Hermione?" he gently asked. She frowned and said, "With that much you're going to need to hold club meetings, at least as often as once a fortnight." Without a word, Daphne then handed over the list Harry had drawn up. As Hermione took it from her, Daphne turned to Harry with a grin, which he returned. Sliding the sheet of subjects to a space between them, Harry said, "E and F can easily be merged into one club session. There's more than enough time. However, Hermione's right in that we should aim for the club meetings to be held either once per fortnight, or on, say, the second and fourth Sunday of the month. That gives us about 18 meetings between the start and end of the school year, with only one meeting being missed, the one over the Christmas break. So, we can start with, let's see." Harry quickly wrote out a curriculum for the first few months of the year. "That can cover the next 3 to 4 months, said Harry, once he'd finished. "Which means, we've met Professor Flitwick's requirements." Said Daphne. "And there's no requirement to run the classes, club meetings for the whole school year, anyway. After all, the concept came about because you want the Muggleborns to understand the wizarding world and try to ensure that they won't unknowingly offend. It's not about filling a school year with extracurricular activities. Plus, this allows us to spend an extra week, or even 2, on a specific subject if we need to. I'm sure there's going to be the occasional subject that's going to require we spend more time on it than we originally allocated." Nodding, Harry said, "Great. Then that just leaves which book we want to use as the text for the club. Probably, and only because I'm already more familiar with it, I suggest we stick with An Introduction to the Wizarding World for the first few meetings. And I think I will also go ahead and purchase a latest copy of Wizarding World Etiquette and You, via Owl Post from Flourish and Blots. If it proves to be as good as I hope it is, then I'll purchase a copy for each club member who makes it past and sticks around after the first couple of months. How does that sound to you?" Daphne leaned over and keyed at him on the cheek and said, "Most generous." When Susan noticed what the time was, and that it was rapidly heading towards curfew, the 7 packed up what they were working on. Daphne gave Harry a hand to reshelve the books he'd pulled, and then he joined them in leaving the library. At the grand staircase, Harry, Hermione and Neville headed up, and Daphne, Tracy, Susan and Hannah headed down. The next day, Harry took Daphne for a walk around the lake, the banks of which the Hogwarts castle was perched. For most of the time they just walked along holding hands. They chatted about what Daphne had learned of her dorm and year mates, and of the Slytherin house, in general. For his part, Harry told her about his first night in Ravenclaw. And how practically the whole house was waiting for him in the common room when he returned from meeting her in the passage just off the entrance hall. He told her he had considered pranking his dorm mates on the very first night, but had decided against it due to how tired he had become explaining everything to his housemates. Harry asked her about her classes, who the teachers were, with which house she was sharing them. Though, with the last he could have easily figured it out for himself based on his own timetable. She told him she found Professor Flitwick to be nice, as he'd experienced when he met the diminutive professor the afternoon before. Professor McGonagall was strict but seemed to be distracted at the time. Professor Dumbledore was currently teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts, and was clearly very knowledgeable about the subject. Bin's History of Magic was so boring he could drone a banshee to sleep without even trying, and Professor Sinistra clearly loved her subject of astronomy. Of course, Harry spent the afternoon with her in herbology, the final subject. She went on to tell him how the others in their small group had all banded around her during the days Harry was in hospital to lend her their support. And how Neville very Gryffindorishly told her he was willing to chaperone her about the castle until Harry returned. She told him how Malfoy had tried to come on to her on the Monday while she was walking between classes. And how it was Tracy that told the Bee-owned to look at her, Daphne's, ring finger. And how the Bee-owned took one look, blanched, and rapidly left with the two bookends in tow. She told him how another Slytherin boy, Theodore Nott, tried something at lunch the same day. But she'd merely raised her left hand showing him the back of her fingers. However, it wasn't until she actually pointed to the ring, did the boy back off again. She also told Harry he was the boy who muttered, "Oh, bloody hell," when Harry was having a go at Professor Snape. And she told him how quite a few people, almost entirely girls, had approached from across the houses to ask to whom she was betrothed. She had fun keeping it a secret. Harry immediately apologized for ruining her fun. She, in turn, told him she'd had her fun, and the morning of the previous day was a perfect time to come clean with the mystery boy's identity. It took a while to walk all the way around the lake. It was, after all, quite large. But, to Harry and Daphne, it felt as if they'd only just begun their trek when they were back, this time on the other side of the castle. "Well, that was quite the invigorating walk," said Harry. "Shall we venture back into the castle and partake of lunch?" Daphne giggled and said, "With pleasure, kind sir. And at which table would my lady like to partake her lunch?" he mischievously asked. Stopping for a moment, she turned to Harry and, with a wicked grin, said, "Let's join Neville and Hermione for lunch." With a laugh in reply, Harry said, "Gryffindor, it is." When Harry, Daphne and Tracy joined a surprised Neville and a grinning Hermione at the Gryffindor table, they found some of the Gryffindors slid down the bench a little to give them room. Or, maybe, it was just fear. Neville, seeing his year-mates slide away, rolled his eyes at them. However, the resultant gap also allowed Susan and Hannah to join them. What none of them saw was Professor Flitwick glance over at Professor McGonagall with a smirk and, holding his hand palm up before him, rub the ball of his thumb across the ball of his two next fingers in the age-old gesture of, "Pay up." In response, Professor McGonagall gave a weary sigh and nodded her head in acceptance. The seven had just settled down when Ron Weasley came into the Great Hall, intent on his own lunch. When he approached the end of the table closest to the head table, he stopped in shock. "What are those filthy snakes doing here?" he yelled, pointing at Daphne and Tracy. He was immediately accosted by all seven suddenly standing and pointing their wands at him. He turned white in shock with his mouth gaping open. "Mr. Weasley!" yelled Neville right back, beating Harry to it by half a breath. "Were you not paying attention to what happened at breakfast yesterday morning? Has your hunger so befuddled your mind as to strip it of all sense?" The headmaster made it quite clear that students are allowed to sit at any house table with the exception of the sorting and leaving feasts. "Excuse me, Mr. Longbottom," said Professor McGonagall, coming forward. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but I find I need a most urgent word with Mr. Weasley, the youngest." "Of course, Professor," replied Neville in a calmer but no less carrying voice. "With me, Mr. Weasley," said the stern professor in a no-nonsense tone, grabbing him by the upper bicep and half carrying, half dragging him back out of the hall. The seven, seeing the youngest Weasley dragged back out of the hall, again took seat. Just as they did so, they were joined by the Weasley twins, who stood just a little apart. "Our apologies on behalf of House Weasley to you all," said one. "But, most especially to you, Lady Tracy, Lady Daphne and Lord Potter," said the other. "Our idiot brother appears to have taken one too many bludgers to the head. That, or he was dropped on his head as a baby. Be that as it may. Yes, indeed, we will attempt to curb him from making such utterances in future." Together, both bowed slightly before moving off again. "What is his problem?" asked Harry of Neville. "I think he had his heart set on becoming the friend of the boy who lived," replied Neville with a small smile. "At least, that's the impression I got, having to listen to him in the Gryffindor common room and our dorm. He was really not happy to discover you're not interested in befriending him." "Oh?" asked Daphne. Neville nodded and said, "Last night, he was saying something about how it wasn't right the boy who lived was with a snake. And how her family must be using dark magic on Harry to turn him dark. And how he should be with a light family such as, of course, the Weasleys. I get the impression he wants to rescue him from the clutches of the dark families before it's too late." Harry snorted and said, "In other words, he's barmy." Neville gave a bit of shrug in response. "He has at least the girls in my dorm upset," said Hermione. "I think a couple of them even fancy you, Harry." Thinking a bit, Harry said, "If he opens his yap about me and Daphne again, please make sure you tell him, in public, that Daphne and my betrothal contract was drawn up and signed by our parents when we were infants. And, that it would be very unwise to stick his freckled beak in where it was both unwanted and unwarranted. The noble and ancient families will not stand for it, be they light, dark, or in between. That should also get the girls to calm down." "All right," said Neville with a firm nod. "Actually," said Daphne, "see if you can have a chat with his twin brothers. They seem to be fully aware of the customs, so may be able to talk some sense into their brother." Neville nodded again. "Was this another of those situations where you could have killed that boy?" asked Hermione, clearly a little worried. Firmly shaking his head, Harry replied, "No, definitely not. First, he only called Daphne a filthy snake, which is something a lot of the other houses call, or refer to, the Slytherins. Besides, they're also known as the House of the Snakes, and they wear the snake motif on their robes as part of the house crest. Secondly, Mr. Weasley the youngest is a minor. He is not considered to be entirely responsible for his own actions. I could have had a go at his father, though, for not educating him properly on etiquette when dealing with the noble and ancient houses. Thirdly, as Professor McGonagall is seen as his head of house, even if it is only his schoolhouse and not his family house. And that she is considered to be in loco parentis, in effect, his parent, while here, at school, I'm willing to allow her to address his behavioral problems, for now," he said, before dropping his voice and grinning, "as I have no doubt she is currently doing with great energy." That made the others laugh. Professor McGonagall currently had the aforementioned red head in the same disused passageway as Daphne had ushered Harry into 2 nights previous. "Of all the ill-thought, idiotic, stupid things you could have done, Mr. Weasley, even I doubted you could possibly have done something so unwise as I just witnessed in the Great Hall," she ranted at him. "Did you not see only yesterday morning what can happen when you interfere in the betrothal practices of an ancient house?" "But, he's Harry Potter, Professor," whined the boy. "He can't be with someone like a Greengrass. They're dark. Irrespective of your views on the matter, Mr. Weasley," she snapped at him. "He is betrothed to her, I assure you. The headmaster has gone direct to the ministry and has seen a copy of the betrothal contract for himself. It is unbreakable. If they even think you're attempting to interfere in the betrothal, the ancient houses will not hold back in coming after your family." She ranted again. "You know this, so stay out of it." "It's not right, Professor," muttered the boy. "I don't care," she shouted. "Stay out of it and keep your opinions to yourself. It is very clear Mr. Potter takes his role of protecting Miss Greengrass very, very seriously. If you attack her, in any way, he will come after you with the power of the ancient houses behind him. At that point I doubt I'll be able to protect you from your own idiocy." With a heavy sigh, the boy sullenly muttered, "Yes, Professor." Professor McGonagall visibly calmed herself down and said, "Heed me well, Mr. Weasley. And that will be 20 points against Gryffindor for your behavior. Plus, you will write a 12-inch parchment researched into the rights of the ancient families regarding betrothals. It will be due in 2 weeks. With that, the professor stormed back out to the entrance hall, heading back to the head table in the Great Hall. She left the silently fuming redhead behind in the corridor. A boy who was rapidly coming to the conclusion you shouldn't mess with Harry Potter. The next morning, Harry received a notice via a ministry owl while sitting at the Hufflepuff table with Daphne, Susan and Hannah. It was a short note from Madame Bones informing him an emergency session of the Wizengamot had been called for that afternoon. The note also told him to make himself ready in neat and tidy robes to be picked up by Cygnus from the entrance hall at 1:30 p.m. And that a note had been sent to his head of house, Professor Flitwick, informing him he would be away for a few hours, on family business. He also found Daphne had received a similar letter, as she would be joining him in attending the Wizengamot trial. He also received, via Hedwig this time, his copy of that morning's Daily Prophet. He sighed when he saw the headline. Boy Who lived betrothed to Greengrass heiress. In a stunning surprise, it has been learned by the Daily Prophet that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, through a long-time existing betrothal contract, is betrothed to Miss Daphne Greengrass, eldest daughter and heiress of Lord Cygnus Greengrass, reports Rita Skeeter. The betrothal contract, believed to have been signed by the late Lord James Potter and Lord Greengrass, was activated by Mr. Potter not long ago in accordance with his deceased father's wishes. Both Mr. Potter and Miss Greengrass are current first years at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Readers will remember it was only a week ago today that Mr. Potter first entered the Great Hall at Hogwarts ready to be sorted. However, readers will also recall how the Daily Prophet brought you the news of what actually happened. Mr. Potter remained in a private ward at St. Mungo's until the early evening of last Thursday, when he immediately rejoined the student population at Hogwarts. Mr. Potter, unlike Potters before him, was then surprisingly sorted into Ravenclaw. Clearly, Mr. Potter has inherited the intelligence of his late Muggle-born mother, Lady Lily Potter née Evans. Further, Mr. Potter does not wear spectacles, nor does he bear a scar where the killing curse supposedly struck. This brings into question just how much of that night we all believe to be true is actually true at all. It is unknown how this betrothal will affect the balance of power within the Wizengamot. However, the Daily Prophet will bring you the news, as it relates, as we always have. For all the young witches out there hoping they would be the lucky one to capture the heart of the famous Mr. Potter, sorry, girls, he's taken. And it appears he's been taken since 1980 or 81. More on the supposed boy who lived, Mr. Harry Potter and the House of Potter, PG-2. More on Miss Daphne Greengrass and the House of Greengrass, PG-2. An analysis of the effect this will have on the balance of power within the Wizengamot, PG-3. Damn it, muttered Harry, flipping to the next page. Looking at his betrothed, he said, the Daily Prophet just outed us. It's now public knowledge. Daphne just shrugged and said, you knew it was going to happen sooner rather than later. Yeah, he sighed. I was just hoping we'd have another few days and could get the trial out of the way before the story broke. Why? She asked. At least this way, while people are going to be focused on us and our betrothal, Madame Bones will be able to slip your godfather's trial in under their noses. Looking up and thinking about it for a few moments, he said, you're right. It'll have people looking at the left hand while the right hand is doing all the work. Thank you for that. That's what being involved with me will do for you, Mr. Potter, she said with a small smile. You have my political knowledge at your disposal. Smart, beautiful and modest, said Harry. That I am, good sir, she said with an air of smugness. Actually, I was referring to me, he replied with the same air. Susan and Hannah broke into giggles. Daphne whacked him on the arm and exclaimed, Prat. At precisely 1:30 p.m. both Harry and Daphne were standing in the entrance hall waiting for Daphne's father to arrive and collect them. He did not disappoint. With Professor Flitwick there as head of house for Ravenclaw and representing Professor Snape as head of house for Slytherin, the two felt he didn't want to be there due to the current threat he had over his head. They were joined on time by Cygnus. A few words to Professor Flitwick and the promise they'd be returning as soon as their business was concluded, the party of three departed the castle and began to walk towards the main gates. Cygnus informed them both they'd be using the fireplace and the 3 broomsticks to flow to the atrium in the ministry. After a few words between Daphne and her father, Cygnus said to Harry. "All right, Harry, I've been quite the patient man, how did you do it?" "Do what, sir?" Harry innocently replied. "You know very well what I'm talking about," he replied with a smirk. "I watched the sorting, remember? And I know you fooled the hat. I want to know how you did it." Harry laughed while Daphne looked on, confused. Nodding, he said, "After I read what traits by which the students were sorted, I analyzed all my emotional traits in as coldly illogical manner as I could," he said. "I then went through my mindscape looking for what the hat would use to sort me. With me so far." Cygnus nodded and gave a verbal nod of agreement. "I then took those memories that would be in favor of sorting me into either Gryffindor or Slytherin and buried them as far as I could. Then I took the memories that would be against sorting me into Gryffindor or Slytherin, such as thinking Gryffindors were too stupid to be sorted into another house or were nothing more than cannon fodder, and thinking that I wanted to put a pillow over Malfoy's face and smother him in his sleep, and brought those forward. I made them seem more important to me. That then made it safe for me not to be sorted into either of those two houses. Next, I brought right to the front all my desires to make friends and work hard, without hiding any traits about my intelligence or wit. I was pretty, slapdash, with that. When the hat was placed on my head and started rummaging through, I said mental shouts of, friends, loyalty, hard work, and made it like I was trying to cover up my eidetic memory. The hat found the not-so-subtle attempts by me to influence it to put me in Hufflepuff, and, because of the lack of subtlety there, did not look any deeper. Ergo, it did what I wanted and put me in Ravenclaw. However, I've no doubt I'd have been happy to be in Hufflepuff if I'd gotten things wrong, and it actually went with what it thought was my first choice." Cygnus was laughing out loud as he was walking along. Daphne, who had slipped her arm into Harry's elbow as soon as they started walking, whispered out loud, "I don't believe you pranked the hat." Harry chuckled and said, "There's nothing to say it wouldn't have put me in Ravenclaw, anyway." "Oh," he said, "that reminds me. While the hat and I were having our little chat, he told me the headmaster wanted to put me in Gryffindor. I couldn't get out of him why, though." "I remember," replied Cygnus, turning to look at him. "I can't believe he did that." "Well, I got the feeling it was more like a very strong suggestion," replied Harry. "What I felt from the hat was that it had no intention of allowing the headmaster's suggestion to influence it in its job." "Still, for the headmaster to try and influence the outcome of a sorting," said Cygnus. "If that becomes popular knowledge, it goes even further to show why Dumbledore should be removed as headmaster. It'll be my word against Dumbledore's if he chooses to lie about it, though," said Harry. "I don't know how much value it is to know that information." "I don't know either," said Cygnus. "However, it's still information that may prove valuable later. Something to remember, Harry, just because information gathered now seems of no or little value, there's nothing to say it won't be of much greater value later." All right, I understand. "Thank you, Cygnus," replied Harry. Soon, the party of three walked out of the gates and walked across the street of Hogsmeade into the Three Broomsticks. They flew to the atrium at the ministry immediately. Stepping out of one of the many fireplaces that stood down each side of the hall that was the ministry atrium, Harry was able to successfully step clear without falling over. "I'm thinking I'm getting the hang of this," he thought. "It's all in the timing." Cygnus led them down the length of the atrium to the security gate. The guard on duty weighed their wands and offered a receipt. Cygnus glared at the man for a moment before the guard stammered an apology and offered them back their wands. "What was that all about?" asked Harry. "Part of the security of the ministry is that visitors must hand over their wands before entering beyond the atrium," replied Cygnus. "However, as I, and soon enough you, were on the Wizengamot, we are considered employees. That means we carry our wands through with us. The guard was being disrespectful by not immediately offering our wands back as we entered." "Good to know," said Harry. Cygnus led them to the bank of elevators. To Harry's surprise, he discovered what he thought to be vertical elevators could actually move along all three axes. A minute later, they were on level 2 in a narrow but long foyer. Directly ahead from them was a door marked with the title, Auror Department. To their right were a series of doors. Cygnus led them to the fifth and last doors, double doors, on the right. Two Aurors in full Auror robes stood just inside the doors. They gave the three of them a once-over before letting them through, and Cygnus guided the pair of them up a narrow set of stairs into what was clearly a visitor's gallery. He, however, walked across the room and out another set of doors. Harry gave Daphne a quizzical look before she smiled and said, "Out that door where Daddy went is where the judicial panel meet. As Daddy is part of the Wizengamot of long standing, he can demand to be part of the panel. That's what he's gone to do." Looking around, Harry saw the room was quite circular. Almost 2/3 of the room was ringed in tiered seats that appeared quite plush. There was a gap at each end, one of which led to where the party of 3 entered. The last 1/3 was the hard wooden benches up which he and Daphne, plus a few others, were sitting. Looking over, Harry could see at least a couple of them were journalists that had camped outside his hospital private room while he was at St. Mungo's. That led him to believe the others were just as likely to be of the same profession. The two sat quietly chatting to each other in whispers while they waited to find out what was going on. At just before 2:15 p.m. the doors, out through which Cygnus had left, reopened and a stream of wizards and witches wearing plum-colored robes entered the room and immediately ascended into the plush-covered seating opposite. Harry was surprised to see Dumbledore take seat to the immediate left of the center seat. A rather obese man carrying a lime-green bowler sat on the immediate right. A few moments later, they watched as an elderly witch walked in with Madame Bones. Both ascended into the tiers. The elderly witch went directly to the center seat while Madame Bones sat on a seat right at the nearest end. "Oh, good," whispered Daphne to Harry. "Madame Marchbanks is presiding. She's strict but very fair." As soon as she sat down, Harry noticed the clock on the wall click as it struck 2:15 p.m. on the dot. She picked up a gavel sitting next to her right hand and gave it 2 short raps on the bench before her and a nod to a young man sitting at the other end of the front bench from Madame Bones. In a clear voice the young man said, "Hear ye. We are gathered this 8th day of September in the year 1991 in emergency session to sit in judgment. Madame Griselda Marchbanks presides." Madame Marchbanks asked in a clear voice, "Madame Bones, for whom do we sit in judgment?" Amelia replied, "We first sit in judgment of 2 muggles who are charged with crimes against the young heir apparent of a noble and most ancient house. Those charges are 10 counts of child abuse physical, 10 counts of child abuse psychological, 10 counts of child neglect, 10 counts of child endangerment, and attempting, through ongoing abuse physical and psychological, to end the line of a noble and most ancient house." There was a great deal of angry mutterings coming from the members. Harry saw Dumbledore's reaction and whispered to Daphne, "Look at Dumbledore. I think he's fully aware of who's about to be brought in but is shocked at the charges, anyway." "Very well," said Madame Marchbanks. "And what is the name of this unfortunate heir apparent?" "Mr. Harry James Potter," said Amelia. There was even angrier mutterings and not a few shouts of outrage. Dumbledore looked positively ill. Madame Marchbanks banged her gavel a couple of times until she had control of the session again. Once everyone had quieted down, she called, "Bring in the accused." Harry turned at the sounds of doors being opened and the 2 people he expected to see being led in by 2 Aurors each. 2 male Aurors had hold of Vernon's upper arms on either side. 2 females were the same with Petunia. His aunt and uncle both looked quite haggard. As soon as Vernon saw the sitting members he began to rant at them. "What is the meaning of this, you freaks? I am Vernon W. Dursley, a fine and upstanding member of British society. I shall not be treated this way. How dare—" "Silence!" bellowed Madame Marchbanks. Vernon's jaw snapped shut so quickly, Harry thought he heard the man's teeth rattle. Meanwhile, the Aurors forced both into side-by-side chairs, where chains that were draped from them immediately snapped to life and bound them to the chairs. Petunia screamed in fear while Vernon futilely tried to use brute strength to force his way out of them. They calmed back down after a few seconds of pointless attempts. Madame Marchbanks intoned, "Vernon Winston Dursley, Petunia Ann Dursley née Evans, you have been charged with 10 counts of child abuse physical, 10 counts of child abuse psychological, 10 counts of child neglect, 10 counts of child endangerment, and attempting, through ongoing abuse physical and psychological, to end the line of a noble and most ancient house. How do you plead to the charges? I do not recognize this injustice," bawled Vernon with venom. "You're only freaks. We only recognize the authority of the real court system of the United Kingdom, not this nonsense." "Silence!" bellowed Madame Marchbanks again. Again, Vernon's jaw snapped shut. Your plea of not guilty has been entered into the record. And you, Madam Dursley, how do you plead? Not guilty. She haughtily replied. Very well, said Madam Marchbanks. So entered. The old witch then turned to Madam Bones and said, Madam Bones, please present your case. What followed was like a revisited horror story for Harry. All the memories he had given to Madam Bones of growing up with the Dursleys were put on display above the pensieve that had been brought in for that purpose. They weren't all of his memories, but they were indicting enough. Other memories were also played. Memories from someone else. These memories were of Orr's going to Privet Drive to talk to the Dursleys and being verbally abused. Vernon had even tried to hit one of them, requiring the Orr to hit him with a petrification curse. There were memories of a minute inspection of the cupboard under the stairs, of Dudley's bedroom, and that there was a spare bedroom that was partly full of Dudley's things, mostly broken. A running commentary of what was found was provided by an Orr clearly speaking to the record of the memory. During the whole time the memories were playing, Daphne had developed almost a death grip on Harry's arm. From only a few minutes in she had buried her head into his shoulder and was softly weeping. He asked her once in a whisper if he should take her outside. She refused, saying she would sit through it all, even if she couldn't watch a lot of it. At one point Harry told her to look at Dumbledore's face. The old man was sitting there, openly weeping. It wasn't an act. On a few occasions different people vomited. The mess was very quickly vanished. When the whole display was finished, the room sat in utter silence. It took a good few seconds before Madam Marchbanks looked to Amelia and asked for other evidence against the accused. Madam Bones stood and read out the list of injuries that Harry was suffering from when he was brought into St. Mungo's. There were quite a few and it took several minutes to read through the list. When she was done Amelia said, I can have the healers brought in to give evidence to confirm or clarify this information if it is the wish of the court. No, said Madam Marchbanks as a near croak. I don't think it will be necessary. After a few calming breaths she asked, is there any further evidence against the accused? No, Madam Marchbanks, replied Amelia. Harry heard one lone voice say quite clearly, thank Merlin. Is a very heartfelt manner. Madam Marchbanks then turned to the accused pair and said, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, in the pursuit of fairness, do you have any evidence to provide in your defense? Again, Vernon near bellowed out in a snarl, the freak deserved all of it. I intend to break your freakishness out of him if it's the last thing I do. And how dare you freaks invade my home and kidnap us? When the real police hear about this they'll take care of you all, thank you very much. They know I'm a fine. Silence. Bellowed Madam Marchbanks for a third time. Again, Vernon's jaw snapped shut. Looking at Petunia, she said, and you, Mrs. Dursley. Our records indicate you are the blood relative of Mr. Potter being the younger sister of his mother. Is that correct? Petunia, with tears rolling down her cheeks, simply nodded. And you have been aware of magic and the magical world since you were a small child. Is this correct? Again, Petunia simply nodded. This time with her head bowed. Mrs. Dursley, said the old witch with an angry voice. I knew your sister quite well. She was considered the brightest witch, or wizard, of her generation. She fought against the evil that was ripping our world apart, the same evil that would have eventually ripped your own world apart. In essence, she fought for you and your way of life. And she gave her life for it. How you could then do this, she gestured to where the pensieve sat on its plinth, to your own nephew, to her own child, to the one we consider one of our greatest heroes, simply horrifies me. Hesitating for a few moments, Madam Marchbanks then said, Petunia Dursley, do you have any evidence to provide in your own defense? We never wanted him, she began. He was dumped on us without us being asked. If we were asked, we would have said, we didn't want him. With her voice gaining strength and anger she said, but, no. Albus Bloody Dumbledore said we had to take him in. We had to provide him a home. He didn't even have the decency to come and discuss it with us. He dumped the baby freak on our doorstep with a letter on top. A letter. In his letter, he said that, as long as Harry could call our home his home, there were blood wards in place to protect us. To protect us from freaks like you. Well, they didn't do much good, did they? You still came and ruined our lives. Why won't you people leave us alone? She near screamed. We don't want any part of your world. We just want to be ordinary people, free to live our lives the way we want. Before subsiding into wails and sobbing. Waiting a few moments for Petunia to subside again, Madame Marchbanks said, as there is no further evidence to present. I now call. Surging to his feet, Harry called, wait. Angry mutterings came from the tiers as Madame Marchbanks banged her gavel on the bench a couple of times. And, who are you to interrupt this trial, young man? She asked with a stern expression. Standing up straight, Harry replied in a firm but carrying voice, Harry James Potter. Heir apparent to the noble and most ancient house of Potter. Madame Marchbanks stared back for a few moments while ignoring the mutterings going on around her. When the noise subsided again, she said, I see. Well, if there is anyone who has the right to interrupt this trial, it's you. What can we do for you, young man? Firmly, he said, I wish to speak in defense of my aunt and uncle, Vernon and Petunia Dursley. There were louder mumblings and even a few angry exclamations from the tiers. Madame Marchbanks needed to bang her gavel a few times to bring order back to the proceedings. While you bear significant resemblance to James Potter, and you have the same color eyes as Lily Potter, you lack the famous scar, she replied. Unless you have it hidden under a glamour. There is no longer a scar, replied Harry. However, there are 3 among you who can verify my identity, as well as this, and held up his right hand bearing the ring of House Potter. Plus, my aunt and uncle can verify I am who I claim to be. And who are the 3 among us who can verify you? She asked. Madame Amelia Bones, Regent Bones, Dowager Lady Augusta Longbottom, Regent Longbottom, and Lord Cygnus Greengrass, he replied. Looking to Madame Bones she asked, Amelia. Yes, Madame Marchbanks, he is who he claims to be. Looking to Grand she asked, Gus. Yes, Griselda, he is Harry Potter. Cygnus. Yes, Madame Marchbanks. That's Harry Potter my daughter has been crying upon during these proceedings. Nodding, Madame Marchbanks turned back to Harry and said, Then, please come down to the floor, Mr. Potter, and speak. Giving Daphne's shoulder a gentle squeeze, Harry descended the stairs and walked out to stand in the middle of the floor. His aunt and uncle watched him come. His uncle, with malice, his aunt, with hope. As he walked down, Harry thought carefully about what he wanted to say. Reaching the center of the floor he stopped for a few moments with his head down a little. He then looked up and, in a gentle cadence, said, Honored members of the Wizengamot, I have come before you to speak in defense of my aunt and uncle. They are the last of my mother's family. As you heard my aunt say, they did not seek to become my guardians. I was unwillingly thrust upon them by an old man who could not grasp the concept that family would not want me, would not love me. However, they still took me in. Vernon and Petunia Dursley are afraid. They are afraid of magicals because they see them as different. They are afraid of magicals because they have no defense against them. They are afraid because they do not understand them. They do not understand us. And, what you fear, you can easily hate. You see, when you fear something for long enough, you come to hate it. You come to hate it, because you don't like to be afraid. It makes you feel weak. The witch burnings and persecutions are proof of that. Yes, it sounds illogical to hate something because you fear it. However, that is human nature. It becomes even easier to hate when what you fear is another person. Specifically, another person's gift. Witches and wizards have power muggles like my aunt and uncle do not. It frightens them. So, they hate witches and wizards for being the source of their fear. In me, they saw something they feared. Here I was, first an infant and then a small child. And they were afraid of me. How would you feel if you were afraid of a small child? Petunia, growing up as the sister of a Muggleborn, understands about accidental magic. She understands, through no fault of the child's own, that accidental magic can easily harm others. So, when I began to display signs of accidental magic, it created within her much fear. They had taken me in, albeit probably because of blood wards set in place by Albus Dumbledore, so, they couldn't just send me away again. As I had to remain in their home, they somehow developed the idea that they could beat the magic out of me. They erroneously deduced that if they made me weak, then my magic would be weak. If my magic was weak, then any accidental magic I displayed would also be weak. We know that was a foolish supposition. We know that when a magical child is in peril, it will have stronger outbursts of accidental magic. They, however, not being experts on magic, did not know that. And so the beatings increased. Uncle Vernon sees that which does not meet the parameters of what he considers normal, to be freakish. As he does not consider witches and wizards to fit his views of what is normal, he sees them as freaks. He does not consider magic to be normal, so he sees it as freakishness. When I displayed signs of accidental magic, he saw it as me showing signs of becoming a freak. He wanted me to be normal, so he decided to beat the freakishness out of me. To make me, again, normal. Plus, every time I displayed signs of accidental magic, it confirmed for him that there were people out there, witches and wizards, of whom he was afraid. And he did not like that. With a gesture of his hand he indicated his aunt and uncle. What you see here are two people who are very much afraid. Two people who, right now, are absolutely terrified. Two people driven by fear. What I ask is that you have compassion for them for their fear. I ask they not be executed by being sent through the veil or handed over to creatures they cannot even see, dementors, to be key. Ed. I also ask they not be sent to Azkaban, because, as muggles, they lack the constitution to last more than a few days in that place. It would be yet another form of execution for them, just a drawn-out one. What I ask is they be handed over to their own police force, the Metropolitan Police Service, together with substantive and irrefutable proof of their crimes, and dealt with in the ways of the muggles. Turning to his aunt and uncle he said, Vernon and Petunia Dursley, you scared little fools. I am Harry James Potter, heir apparent to the noble and most ancient house of Potter. I'm also one of the richest people in Britain. Had you shown me a modicum of decency, I would have shared my vast fortune with you. You would not have had to worry about anything. Everything would have been taken care of for you. Instead, you allowed your fear of magicals and magic to rule your lives and ruin them. Think about that, if you're lucky, while you live out the end of your days in prison. Goodbye. Turning back to face Madame Marchbanks, he said, Thank you, ma'am, for allowing me to speak before you. Thank you for considering my words. With a small bow he turned about and walked back into the visitors' gallery. He walked in silence. As he was sitting down again, Madame Marchbanks gave herself a bit of a shake and said, We will now vote only for guilty or not guilty. We will then take a short recess while we discuss punishment. All those for guilty. All wands were raised. Though, it seems pointless, she said. All those for not guilty. No wands were raised. Turning to look at the Dursleys she said, We, the Wizengamot, having sat in judgment of you today, find you guilty of all charges. She banged her gavel once and said, We break to discuss punishment. The members then filed out through the doors in which they entered. The Dursleys remained chained in place. Harry sat there stoically while Daphne hugged his arm. As soon as the members left, two of those sitting in the visitors' gallery rushed over with parchment and quills almost barking questions at them. Daphne ignored them, but Harry looked at them both with fury and coldly said, Unless you want to have to be taken to St. Mungo's to have those quills and parchment surgically removed from your bodily orifices, you will us alone, right now. Both men hurriedly backed off. However, both remained much closer than they were before. Both looked like they were trying to listen in on anything he and Daphne said to one another. Harry, again, looked at them both. Gentlemen, he growled, you have just heard more than enough from me, this day. If either of you so much as writes one word of a private conversation between my betrothed and I will use that vast fortune of which I spoke to utterly destroy you. Now, move back to where you were and do not bother us again. With muttered apologies but annoyed expressions, both men moved far enough away they could not listen in if Harry and Daphne spoke quietly to each other. As Harry turned back around after a last glare at both reporters he saw Cygnus enter from the other door and quickly move to take seat alongside them. With a glare of his own towards the reporters he sat with his back to them while leaning into Harry and Daphne. How are you two holding up? He asked. I think Daph's going to need to take a dreamless sleep potion after watching all that, replied Harry. But, I'm all right now. I said my piece and found it strangely cathartic, a refreshing purge. Using his chin to indicate the door through which the members left, he asked, What's going on in there? Well, your little heartfelt speech really struck a chord, Cygnus replied. You're the victim here, so you coming out with what you said has a lot of them wanting to go along with your idea. Before you spoke, though, there was a near unanimous consensus to immediately take them downstairs and toss them through the veil. You've given them something else to consider and Amelia is currently telling them how she would need to go about it. It may not prove possible, though. With a sigh, Harry said, "Good. At least they're discussing it." Cygnus gave them both comforting pats on the shoulder before hurrying back off the visitors' gallery and rejoining the members. In the end, Harry got what he wanted. It seems the Auror department have a two-way channel with a special department within the Metropolitan Police Service. Amelia would contact her counterpart in Scotland Yard and they would work out how to see justice done. After the Dursleys were told their fate, they both visibly slumped in relief. However, they were also warned. "Vernon and Petunia Dursley," said Madame Marchbanks. "Your nephew just saved your lives today. You would not have seen the sun set this evening if he had not spoken in your defense. Soon, you will be handed over to a special section within your own Scotland Yard. They will be filing charges against you. When you go to court you will plead guilty to all charges. You will accept all punishment and not negotiate for a lighter sentence. If you do not, we will come for you. On that day, you will not see the sun set. You will already be dead. Have I made myself perfectly clear to the two of you?" "Yes, ma'am," said Vernon in a quiet, defeated voice. "Yes, ma'am," said Petunia, once again sobbing. Madame Marchbanks looked up from them both and called, "Aurors! Return them to their cells. They are to await there until such time as arrangements are made for them to be transferred to Muggle custody." A quick bang of her gavel and they were led out. Standing, Madame Bones said, "Next case, Madame Marchbanks." "Do we have time?" the elderly witch asked. "I believe we must make it, Madame Marchbanks," Amelia replied. "We need to right a great wrong. We need to right a miscarriage of justice. A man sits imprisoned for a crime he did not commit. A man sits imprisoned having not faced trial. He was summarily dumped in Azkaban without even opportunity to defend himself. Then release him at once," exclaimed Madame Marchbanks. "If the man has not even been given a trial, then he cannot be held. It's tantamount to kidnapping." "Yes, Madame Marchbanks," replied Amelia. "However, the man has specifically requested a trial because he believes it will not be believed he is innocent if he is simply released. He wants the trial so he is formally found not guilty and exonerated." "Well, it sounds as if it's going to be a very short case," replied Madame Marchbanks. "Who is the prisoner?" "The one accused of a crime. Lord apparent of the noble and most ancient House of Black. Sirius Orion Black," replied Amelia in a flat voice. While Harry thought there were times during the trial of his aunt and uncle where the members got a little rowdy, it was nothing compared to the noise that issued forth from the members this time. No amount of gavel banging allowed Madame Marchbanks to gain control again. It was Dumbledore firing off a bang out of his wand, who got it. Once the noise levels abated to a quiet murmur, Madame Marchbanks said, "In that case, we shall delay not one jot more in giving the man his trial." "Is he currently available?" "Yes, Madame Marchbanks," replied Amelia. "And, are you ready to proceed?" "Yes, Madame Marchbanks." "Then bring the man in," instructed the elderly witch. For the first time, Harry was able to look upon the face of his godfather. The man looked quite gaunt, his cheeks slightly sunken, he had bags under his gray almost dull eyes, he walked, almost shuffled, with a slight stoop, his hair was long, lank and dirty. Once he entered the room he looked around in interest, straightening up slightly as he did. "Well," he said in a slightly raspy voice. "I'm finally getting my trial, am I?" Madame Marchbanks said, "Take a seat, please, Lord Black." Sirius gave the woman a rather queer look before plonking down in the remaining chained chair. The other, having been removed earlier. The chains rattled before almost lazily draping themselves over him. Once he was seated, Madame Marchbanks looked at Amelia and simply said, "Begin." Sirius Orion Black, Madame Bones intoned, "You are charged with 2 counts of conspiracy to commit murder by leading the dark wizard known as Lord Voldemort to the home of the Potters, where he did then murder them. 1 count of murder in the first by chasing down and killing Peter Pettigrew, 13 counts of killing Muggles during the period you killed Peter Pettigrew, and being a member of a proscribed organization, known as Death Eaters." Madame Marchbanks asked, "How do you plead?" "Not guilty to all charges," replied Sirius quite firmly. "Noted," said Madame Marchbanks. "Madame Bones, you may begin." Amelia then caused to be played through the projection feature of the court pensive the memories Harry handed over of the night his parents were killed. Once the memory finished playing out, Amelia stood once more and asked, Lord Black, do you consent of your own free will to the taking of Veritaserum, for the purposes of asking you questions regarding what happened on the night of the 31st of October 1981 at Potter Cottage, and what happened on the day of the 3rd of November 1981 in Covington, when you confronted Peter Pettigrew? Yes, definitely, replied a now grinning Sirius Black. With a nod of her head towards her oars, one of the oars came forward carrying a small phial of clear liquid. Sirius tilted his head back and 3 drops were dripped onto his tongue. As the oar backed away, Sirius brought his head forward again and made a show of smacking his lips. Amused, Madam Bones asked, "What is your name?" Sirius Orion Black. What is your date of birth? 14th of February 1960. On the night of the 31st of October 1981, were you the secret keeper for the Fidelius charm placed over Potter Cottage? No, that was Peter Pettigrew. Why would people think it was you? I thought I would be too obvious a choice. I suggested to James he choose Pettigrew, another friend, instead. During the day of the 3rd of November 1981, did you track down Peter Pettigrew to a street in the shopping district of Covington? Yes. It took me almost 3 days of hunting to finally find him. Did you kill Peter Pettigrew? No. Did you kill any of the 13 muggles that were in the vicinity? No, that was Pettigrew. Who blew the hole in the street? That was partly Pettigrew using a blasting curse to open up a hole in the street, and that he hit a gas main line when he did so. What happened to Pettigrew after he blew the hole in the street? He cut off the little finger on his left hand using an underpowered cutting curse, changed into his animagus form of a brown common rat, and disappeared down the opened sewer pipes. Pettigrew is, or was, an unregistered animagus. Yes. Are you, or have you ever been, a member of the organization known as Death Eaters? No. Have you ever desired to, or wished you could, join that organization? No, never. Madam Marchbanks, I have no further questions for this man, said Amelia after first turning to the elderly witch. May I have the antidote given? Madam Marchbanks sighed and said, "Go ahead." The same oar stepped forward and pulled Sirius's head back. He carefully dropped a couple of drops of the antidote into the slightly open mouth. When he released Sirius's head, it moved back to its original position. A few moments later, Sirius blinked a few times and he became more animated. Clearly, the antidote had taken effect. Amelia called, "Madam Marchbanks, based on the evidence presented this day, I move that all charges be dropped and Lord Black be exonerated of any wrongdoing in this matter." Nodding, Madam Marchbanks called, "All those in favor of dismissing all charges and exonerating Sirius Orion Black of any wrongdoing, raise your wands." A quick count and the court stenographer gave a small nod to the elderly witch. "All those not in favor of dismissing all charges and exonerating Sirius Orion Black of any wrongdoing, raise your wands." Only a few wands were raised. "Based on the count," said Madam Marchbanks, "Sirius Orion Black, due to the overwhelming evidence in your favor, this court has dismissed all charges against you and exonerated you of any wrongdoing. You are free to go." "Woohoo!" exclaimed Sirius. He was almost too jittery with excitement for the oars to unwrap the chains from his emaciated body. While they were doing so, Harry stepped down from the visitors' gallery a second time. This time he waited at the foot of the stairs facing his godfather. When the man, finally free of the chair's chains tuned towards the door, he spotted Harry. With a look of surprise on his face he came forward and asked, "Harry?" "Yeah, Pafu," replied Harry. "It's me." Sirius took him into a tight hug and said, "I'm sorry I let you down, pup. I should have been there for you." "It's okay, Pafu," replied Harry, finally extracting himself from the man's arms. "We can discuss it later. For now, come up into the visitors' gallery. There's something about to happen you need to see." With a frown on his face, Sirius followed after Harry and sat on the other side of him from Daphne. "What's going on, Harry?" "Just watch and you'll see. This won't take long," he replied. Madam Marchbanks had just asked Amelia if they were done. "I have one further case to be dealt with by this body, Madam Marchbanks," replied Amelia. "However, I only wish to have it noted on the books today. And for it to come before us next Monday." With a sigh, Madam Marchbanks said, "We're not going to be called once more to sit in judgment of Merlin, are we?" With a smile, Amelia replied, "No, Madam Marchbanks." "Let's hear it then," replied the elderly witch. "I'm quite looking forward to my dinner." "Certainly, Madam Marchbanks, replied Amelia. She then referred to her notes and said, I hereby charge and commit to trial Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore of the Minor House of Dumbledore with abuse of authority of the position of Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot for using his position to have the will of a noble and ancient house sealed. Abuse of authority of the position of Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot for using his position to claim guardianship of a minor, namely Harry James Potter, contrary to the wishes of his parents as stipulated in their will. Abuse of authority of the position of Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot for using his position to improperly place the orphan of a noble and ancient house, namely Harry James Potter, contrary to the wishes of his parents as stipulated in their will. Abuse of authority of the position of Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot for using his position to have sealed the ministry records of a minor, namely Harry James Potter, child neglect of a minor of whom he had claimed magical guardianship, namely Harry James Potter, by placing him with his abusive Muggle relatives and failing in his duties by checking up on the child to ensure he was being treated well. Conspiracy to commit child abuse of a magical child, namely Harry James Potter, by having him raised, contrary to the wishes of the parents as stipulated in their will, by a magical family, and kidnapping of the heir apparent of a noble and ancient house, namely Harry James Potter, by failing to hand him over to his rightful guardian when required to do so. As soon as Amelia started with naming Dumbledore as the recipient of criminal charges, the ruckus started. By the time she reached the third charge there were already calls for him to be removed from his position as Chief Warlock. When she started in on the neglect and similar charges she doubted anyone had really heard what she said. So, she immediately sent a copy of her charge sheet to the court stenographer so he could properly write them down. What Harry was watching was Dumbledore's expressions. As soon as the name was read out, Dumbledore looked back in shock. As each charge was then read out his face went from surprise to sadness to a look of pain to anger. Harry could see the old man probably knew his tenure as Chief Warlock had just come to a screeching end. But, Harry could also see the old man was thinking furiously. Before Madam Marchbanks could finish getting the chamber noise back down to murmurs again, Dumbledore stood. Once the murmurs were down, Madam Marchbanks asked, Yes, Chief Warlock Dumbledore. Dumbledore replied, I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, hereby step down from the position of Chief Warlock pending my successful defense against these charges. Thank you, Mr. Dumbledore, replied Madam Marchbanks. And I'm closing this session of the Wizengamot in case I face any more surprises. Session closed. With one last bang of her gavel on the bench before her, she rose and immediately left the chambers followed by the entire body. As they were all walking out, Sirius turned to Harry and asked in a quiet voice, Where did he put you, Harry? With the Dursleys, replied Harry. Harry then swore he could hear his godfather growl. While they were waiting, Harry had to again glare at the reporters to make them back off. He only had to do it once this time, though. A few minutes later, Cygnus came back into the room and motioned for them to come down from the gallery. As soon as Sirius stepped down he held out his hand to the ravaged man and said, Congratulations, Sirius. I'm very glad to have helped in finally getting justice for you. Looking back in surprise, Sirius asked, I have you to thank for this. Only as a small part, replied Cygnus. It's your godson, here, who got the ball properly rolling. The others were Amelia Bones and Augusta Longbottom. Now, said Cygnus, the kids have to get back to school. You're invited to Greengrass Estate where we can work towards getting you back to health. Interested? I want to spend time with my godson, said Sirius, a little warily. And, I promise you, that will happen, said Cygnus. For now, it's best we get you back to the estate, get you cleaned up, and get some decent food into you. He's right, Pafu, said Harry. First things first. All right, then, said Sirius. I admit I really do want a bath. The four of them then headed out of the court and straight into the lifts. The two journalists dogged them all the way. When they had to wait for the elevator, with a look at Harry, one of the journalists asked, Are you happy to be free, Lord Black? Don't you think that's quite the idiotic question? Asked Sirius in response. Will you be staying at Greengrass Estate for long, Lord Black? Asked the second journalist. Maybe, replied Sirius. And what is the first thing you're going to do now that you're free, Lord Black? Take a long, hot bath, replied Sirius. The lift arrived and all six piled into it. A few minutes later and they were passing back out through the security checkpoint where the two journalists were delayed in retrieving their wands. That gave Harry the chance to say, "We've still got time before Daphne and I have to get back to Hogwarts, what say we go to Greengrass Estate first? Give Sirius a chance to ask us a couple of questions before we have to go back." Sirius gave Cygnus a hopeful look. With a grin Cygnus replied, "Wonderful idea. But I'll definitely be getting you back before curfew tonight." Before the two journalists had a chance to catch back up to them again, the four quickly flew to Greengrass Estate. Stepping out of the fireplace at Greengrass Estate was, first, Cygnus. He immediately went to the ward control book and wrote in the name Sirius Orion Black. As he was writing, Daphne was next through. About 15 seconds later came Sirius, quickly followed by Harry. "Damnable journalists," muttered Harry. Looking at the others, he said, "They'd just caught up to me as I was waiting to come through." He quickly used his own wand to vanish the remains of the soot that covered his robes. Sirius was looking around in a bit of a daze. Once Harry stepped through, he looked at the other three before turning to Cygnus and asking, "Not that I'm not grateful, Cygnus, but why?" "Because you're Harry's godfather, you're the fellow head of a noble and most ancient house and we look after our own. You needed help and I could provide it, what does it matter?" replied Cygnus. "That's part of what I don't understand," replied Sirius. "I was disowned. And what about my grandfather?" With a sigh, Cygnus said, "Your grandfather passed a few months ago, Sirius. You were never disowned. Though apparently your mother was determined you would be, your grandfather never did it. So, as you were his heir presumptive at the time of his passing, the head of House Black passes to you." Sirius collapsed into a chair and sighed. Arcturus might have been an not nice man at times, but even he wouldn't want to upset the rules of inheritance that much. Looking up, he said, "Lord Black, that's going to take some getting used to. And you've got plenty of time to do it," replied Cygnus. Giving himself a bit of a shake, Sirius looked up at his godson. "So, Harry," he said, "you're a lot bigger than I remembered." Harry gave a snort and said, "Droll, godfather. I take it the young lady with you is Cygnus's oldest," said Sirius. "Daphne, right." Daphne just nodded while Harry just looked back at his godfather. "You should know," snarked Harry. "After all, because of what I suspect was one of your pranks, Daphne and I are betrothed." "Huh," replied Sirius, not a little confused. "What did I do?" "Now, let's see," said Cygnus, enjoying the moment. "Baby Harry is barely a day old. Someone gets the bright idea for the wizard folk to get together to wet the baby's head, so to speak. Lots of fire whiskey gets tossed back. Someone gets the bright idea to betroth infant Harry to my infant daughter. Hilarity ensures. Someone draws up the contract. Someone thinks it's a great idea to use a blood quill. I think you get the general idea." "Oh, Merlin, Ned Sirius. I forgot about that." "Yes. Well, 11 years later I receive a nice little formal letter from one Harry James Potter, head of the noble and most ancient house of Potter, that, while formally written and with the right prose, basically asked, 'What in Merlin's name is this?' Concerning the contract." Harry grunted and said, "I had only just returned to the wizarding world after escaping the clutches of my aunt and uncle. I had very little money on me, and hoped there might have been money left for me from the estate of my parents. I went to the bank, Gringotts, and they informed me of the accounts, the fact their will had not been executed, and that, surprise, surprise, there was an unbreakable betrothal contract between me and Daphne Ophelia Greengrass, the eldest daughter of Lord Cygnus and Lady Isabel Greengrass. I was both furious and scared out of my mind. I didn't know what to do at the time, so I just asked to have a look at the family vaults. In there, I found 2 letters addressed to me, one each from Mum and Dad. Dad's letter told me how the betrothal contract came about. After leaving the bank I went to the bookshop and bought books on living life in the wizarding world, noble etiquette, a history of the ancient houses and some others. I then studied up on what I had to do over the next few weeks. Eventually, I wrote to Cygnus and things moved from there. But, surely Frank and Alice would have helped you out with all this, said Sirius, quite confused. You were supposed to go live with them if anything happened to your parents. Harry grunted again and said, that did not happen. I'll let Cygnus tell you what happened and why, as it's a long tale to tell. However, I was Raised, by my muggle aunt and uncle, Vernon and Petunia Dursley. No, cried Sirius. You were never to go anywhere near those people. What happened to Frank and Alice? They were alive, healthy and living under a Fidelius when I went after Peter. That's part of the tale for Cygnus to tell you, replied Harry. All you need to know for now is that, as per my father's wishes, I accepted the headship of House Potter on my 11th birthday. Since a few days before I started at Hogwarts, I've been effectively living here. I'm currently a ward of the Ministry, but Cygnus, Aunt Amelia and Madame Longbottom, were sorting that all out. I activated the betrothal contract and, as per the old ways, and the ways of the Potters, both Daphne and I wear matching betrothal rings. While I was in seeing the goblins, Bloodfang was trying to tell me something but legally couldn't. However, what he did tell me was that the goblins recognized you as Lord Apparent of House Black. Of course, that should not have been possible seeing as you were in Azkaban for life. That got Cygnus, Amelia and Gran looking into why. Which, of course, led to discovering you'd never received a trial. Your name did not appear in the Book of Convictions. I wondered why, said Sirius softly. All right, said Cygnus before he looked at Harry and Daphne. I promised Professor Flitwick I would return you two promptly to Hogwarts. I'll go and see if we can use his fireplace to flow the pair of you direct to his office. You'll have plenty of time to catch up with your godfather next weekend. Sorry? Asked Harry. With Dumbledore's trial set for next Monday afternoon, I cannot see any reason for me not requesting, and getting, permission for the both of you to spend the weekend here, catching up, replied Cygnus. Walking across to the fireplace, he grabbed a small handful of flow powder and, dashing it into the fireplace, called, Hogwarts, Professor Flitwick's office, before sticking his head in. While Cygnus was talking through the flow, Sirius turned to Harry and softly said, I'm sorry I wasn't there for you, Harry. I should have been. The time for recriminations is later, Lord Black, said Harry. For now, you have other priorities. For starters, you stink. You need a bath. Then I suggest getting into some comfy duds, enjoying a healthy meal and relaxing long enough to get your head around the fact you're currently free. And talk to Cygnus. We'll talk next weekend. Pulling his head out of the fireplace, Cygnus said, all right. I caught Phileas just as he was leaving for the Great Hall for the evening meal. He's now waiting for you. Looking at Harry and Daphne, he said, the address is, Hogwarts, Professor Flitwick's office, let it connect and then call the password, Wingardium. Then you can step through. Thank you, Cygnus, said Harry, while Daphne gave her father a big hug. Picking up a little flow powder, he dashed it into the fireplace and did as instructed. A few moments later he was standing in the office of Professor Flitwick. Daphne joined them a few moments later. Enjoy your visit? Asked the professor. Yes, sir, replied Daphne. Thank you, sir, said Harry. Well, come along then, said the professor. We do not want to allow our dinner to get cold, do we? The three left, headed for the Great Hall. While Harry and Daphne were spending time with Sirius and Cygnus at Greengrass Estate, Dumbledore was sitting in his office. He had a bottle of Muggle brandy and a clean glass on his desk. However, he'd not touched the stuff since his return. Since his return he'd been staring out the wide office windows and across the grounds of the castle. Aware of his bondmate's thoughts, Fawkes had been softly crooning to him. It didn't seem to help. Occasional tears had almost stained tracks down the old man's face. What have I done? Thought the old man. How could I have been so blind? I should have checked. I should have listened to Arabella. I cannot understand how someone could do that to their own flesh and blood. It's no wonder he clearly hates me now. At least I now know what led to that fury on the night of the sorting. For dinner, Harry and Daphne sat together at the Ravenclaw table. Of course, quite a few of his fellow Claws wanted to know where the couple had been all day. Harry just smiled and said, I have a feeling everything will become public knowledge at breakfast tomorrow morning. Harry noticed and pointed out to Daphne that Dumbledore had not joined the staff for the evening meal. His place at the table conspicuously remained vacant. Neither cared, but it was an interesting factoid. After the meal, the two remained at table for a little while as their friends joined them. After a few questions, they gave the highlights about what had happened that day. Harry's aunt and uncle found guilty and handed over to the Muggle police. Harry's godfather finally got his trial and was freed, and Dumbledore's charges After about a further half an hour the group left the hall and split to go to their different common rooms. Class would restart the next day. Monday. Returning to his common room and dorm, Harry set on filling out an owl order form for Flourish and Blots for the book, Wizarding World Etiquette in U, which he was supposed to have already ordered, but it was the weekend, anyway. Plus he requested a list of similar books in their stock. Harry browsed the shelves of his memories of Flourish and Blots in his mind and added to the list a couple of books on occlumency for beginners. He knew he would soon be asked by the others about his memory skills, so decided to keep the books handy to offer to them. The next morning, the seven were sitting together at the Hufflepuff table finishing their breakfasts when the mail rolled in. A great deal of it was aimed directly at Daphne, with some overflow aimed at Harry. As soon as the mail owls began landing on the table, both Harry's and Daphne's rings were going crazy. The two looked at the piles before them in shock. There was even a howler hovering in the air above Daphne's pile. While everyone else around them were also in shock, a couple of hands started to reach forward to the piles. Harry thrust both hands out and knocked the hands away. "Nobody touch anything," he yelled, drawing his wand out. The hands were snatched back as if scalded. "Some of this stuff is BP trapped. Everybody back away," he yelled again. While Harry was keeping everyone from touching anything, both Professor Flitwick and the headmaster hurried over. "Mr. Potter?" asked Professor Flitwick. "What is going on?" "I don't know, sir," replied Harry, who was waving his wand over the entire mess. "But I'm detecting harmful intent-based magics. There's both mind-altering charms and harmful potions at work, here." Both Professor Flitwick and Dumbledore moved forward with their own wands drawn. Both had their wands moving in elaborate movements. Speaking up as both started to work, Harry said, "You're not to cancel any of it, sirs. I want the Aurors called to investigate. These, whatever else they are attacks on the head of an ancient house and his betrothed. That makes it a criminal matter." Pausing for a moment, both professors, with grim looks, nodded and continued to work. Students around them were talking about what they were watching. A few moments of work and those packages still attached to the legs of owls were released, allowing the birds to depart. However, Hedwig immediately flew to Harry's shoulder and glared back down at the offending piles. She also gave him a couple of indignant hoots and a nuzzle of his ear. With a disappointed sigh, Dumbledore was the first to back away. "You are correct, Mr. Potter. Though most of it is simple mail, I'm detecting at least 3 that have been infused with various potions, 2 with compulsion charms, and 1 I cannot figure out what it is, but is clearly harmful." Lowering his own wand, Professor Flitwick looked ropeable. "I detect the same. Plus 1 that has a small explosive component with, I think, undiluted bubo-tuber pus." With a frown, Dumbledore gave his wand another flick over the piles and said, "Yes, aimed at Miss Greengrass. It would have exploded the moment she touched it. I have neutralized the explosion but left the rest of it in place." Turning to Professor Flitwick he said, "Please take over here, Phileas. I'll summon the Aurors through my office. Mr. Potter is correct in that this cannot be allowed to go past, uninvestigated." He turned and rapidly left the hall for his office. Professor Flitwick had the Ravenclaw students either move further down the table or across to other house tables. Those sitting nearby at the Gryffindor table were also moved away. Daphne immediately moved to Harry to be hugged. She was upset. "Who would do such a thing?" she querulously asked. "People who are not happy with you for becoming betrothed to me, people not happy with me for becoming betrothed to you, or becoming close with someone who's not of the light. People thinking I attacked their children last Sunday night, or maybe just mothers, daughters, whatever, not happy with you for snagging the boy who lived. It doesn't matter what drives people to do something like this, it's still a criminal matter and I want them dealt with as such," replied Harry. When everyone, except Harry and Daphne, were moved away, the professor moved next to Harry and said, "I did not recognize the movements of your wand for that detection spell you used, Mr. Potter. Care to explain?" With a sigh, Harry quietly replied, "That was a bit of theater, as you would put it, Professor. A little bit of misdirection. The detections were made by the betrothal rings Daphne and I wear. They're charmed to actively detect harmful potions, poisons and spells whenever such comes in close proximity to the rings. I want to keep the abilities of the rings as secret as possible for as long as possible." Indicating the stacks of mail, he said, "And this, in part, is why. With a look of initial surprise, the professor's expression cleared in understanding. He said, "Ah, yes. I remember your parents wore similar rings once they were engaged. I once worked with your mother to see if the charms could be expanded. I'm very happy to see that they work as designed. And, that neither of you are hurt." After Dumbledore returned with a small group of Aurors, the Aurors set to work on bundling everything up and taking it away. The senior Auror said to both Harry and Daphne, "We'll go through it all and see what we can track back to identify the culprits. Any mail we clear will be sent back to you immediately. You should have it at lunch." Harry nodded and said, "Thank you. I'm expecting some very important personal mail today and I don't want to miss it." After the Aurors left with the mail, Harry and Daphne joined the other 5 at the Hufflepuff table. He was handed a copy of the Daily Prophet by one of the Puffs, looking at him with a bit of awe. "Here, I noticed your copy was taken with the rest of your mail. You might want to read the front page." With a word of thanks to the Puff, Harry unfolded the paper. 3 articles on the front page immediately caught his attention. Sirius Black freed. In a shock court appearance in Courtroom 5 in the Ministry yesterday, Sirius Black, thought to have betrayed the Potters and killed Peter Pettigrew, finally faced trial, reports Monty Wordsworth, court reporter. What's more shocking is that he was proven to be completely innocent of the crimes and exonerated from any wrongdoing. Lord Black has spent almost 10 years behind bars at Azkaban for crimes of which he was completely innocent. The real culprit was found to be Peter Pettigrew, who, apparently, was not killed. Peter Pettigrew is now wanted for questioning around the events of the 31st of October 1981, and the killing of the Muggles a few days later. The first person to congratulate Lord Black was none other than Mr. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, who hugged him. In another shock, it was learned that Lord Black is actually the godfather of Mr. Potter. Information that was not made clear until yesterday. It is expected Pettigrew's Order of Merlin 3rd class will be retracted. When asked what he most looked forward to now that he's been released, Lord Black replied, "A long, hot bath." As Lord Black left the courtroom, he did so in the company of Mr. Potter, Mr. Potter's betrothed, Miss Daphne Greengrass, and Lord Greengrass. It is believed Lord Black is likely recovering at Greengrass Estate. Muggle guardians of boy Who lived sentenced. In a trial immediately prior to the shock events around the exoneration of Lord Black, the Muggle guardians of the orphaned Harry Potter, the boy who lived, stood trial yesterday on numerous charges, writes Monty Wordsworth. The charges relate specifically to the appalling treatment of our young hero while in their questionable care. This reporter was made ill during and after watching verified memories of vicious beatings over the course of almost 10 years upon Mr. Potter at the hands of his Muggle guardians. And I was not the only one. Many members of the Wizengamot sitting in judgment of the Muggles concerned were also quite ill while they had to watch the memories played for the court. They were, in many cases, both gruesome and horrifying. I will not sicken our readers by going into detail of the beatings and other treatment concerned. However, some of the injuries resulted in many multiple poorly set bones that remained untreated, long-term untreated malnutrition, and an incredible number of scars upon his body. Many of our children were read bedtime stories of Harry Potter and his adventures over the years. It has now been proven those stories were nothing but the fantasy writings of deranged individuals who wrote them to profit off Mr. Potter's misery. I, for one, will be returning the Harry Potter books I purchased to read to my children at night to the bookstore from where I bought them. I will be demanding a refund. While we should be the ones comforting Mr. Potter during these times, Mr. Potter spent most of the time during the playing of the memories comforting his betrothed, Miss Daphne Greengrass. Miss Greengrass appeared quite shaken and distressed from what we were all witnessing. Her reaction was unsurprising. Mr. Potter, with a stoicism hard to find in many adults with years more experience to the hardships of life, set aside his own emotional turmoil to provide comfort to a loved one, placing her needs above his own. During the sentencing phase of the trial, this reporter expected the Muggles to immediately be sentenced to the Veil or the Key. However, Mr. Potter asked to speak in defense of his guardians for their actions against him. Yes, dear readers, in defense. Madam Marchbanks, as presiding judge, granted him the opportunity. Mr. Potter took the floor and spoke of how the Muggles' treatment of him stemmed from fear of magicals and the wizarding world. The same fear that led to the witch burnings of yesteryear. He spoke of how it was fear that led to the Muggles mistreating him. He said they feared magicals and did not want to see him become one. Mr. Potter's generosity and compassion shone through. And he asked that, instead of the wizarding world sentencing them, that they be handed over to the Muggle Aurors for the Muggles to deal with them. While in secured chambers, the panel convened to pass judgment. They agreed with Mr. Potter's recommendation. And so the Muggles will be handed to the Muggle Aurors. Mr. Potter may not be the hero of those fantasy books supposedly written about him. Books that are not but lies. But he is no less a hero to those Muggles for what he accomplished yesterday in that courtroom. Dumbledore charged. It was also learned yesterday that Albus Dumbledore was the magical guardian of Mr. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, while he was being mistreated by his Muggle relatives, continues Monty Wordsworth. In light of that information, it is unsurprising that Albus Dumbledore has been stripped of his magical guardianship and now faces charges relating to those events. Mr. Dumbledore faces further charges, including charges relating to abuse of his authority as Chief Warlock in placing Mr. Potter with the Muggles, going against the wishes of Mr. Potter's parents and who should be granted guardianship of him, sealing the Potterwell, and neglect of his duties as a magical guardian when he had claimed the position for himself. Upon the reading of the charges, Mr. Dumbledore immediately stepped down as Chief Warlock until the charges were dealt with. It has been tentatively scheduled that Mr. Dumbledore will face trial on these charges next Monday afternoon. After breakfast, Harry had his first class at 9 a.m., double charms with Professor Flitwick and the Gryffindors. For the others, it was their second lesson, for Harry, his first. Like everything else he did, Harry picked up the material very quickly. After all, he'd already read his text before school even started, and it was now safely stored in memory. However, so as not to arouse suspicion, he had his text with him on the bench and was idly flipping through the pages. While looking through, he soon came to the conclusion his days at Hogwarts were going to be absolutely boring if he didn't find himself things to do. He and Daphne were going to be running their little etiquette club on Sunday afternoons, but what was he do with the rest of the time? After having read through his class schedule, Harry could see that classes would only occupy a small portion of the day. Assignments, a bit more. And meals a little bit more again. Sleeping was no longer an issue as he now passed by on about 6 hours of sleep a night. That left on average about 5 hours a day, downtime, on weekdays if he took things slow, and about 14 hours a day, downtime, each weekend day. That was intolerable to Harry. So, Harry started to plan. First, he was going to do what the healers had demanded of him, and exercise. He'd start with running in the mornings and see what he could do about other cardio work after that. That meant contacting someone, probably Madame Malkin, to see about ordering some clothes to exercise in. He would also see if he could learn what the prophecy Voldemort mentioned was. Voldemort might be gone, but all his Death Eaters weren't. One of them might come after him based on the prophecy. Harry thought it best to be aware of it. After all, forewarned is forearmed. He planned on reading every textbook for his classes right through all 7 years. If he had to, he'd borrow them off the other claws over time. That way he'd have the whole lot committed to memory. Next, he'd move on to other material contained within the Hogwarts library. He'd heard older claws talking about arithmancy and ancient runes. Those sounded like fun. At least he hoped they would give him a chance to exercise his mind. He also wanted to know what other magics there were out there that never were, or were no longer, taught at Hogwarts. The Hogwarts library was a treasure trove for someone with Harry's mind. Granted, a great deal of it might be repetitive, and have been covered numerous times in other works, but he could still glean a lot of information out of it. If he was going to be doing something like that, though, he knew his mental library was going to require expansion. Maybe, he could use the same space expansion techniques that were employed on his trunk. Alright, he thought. Maybe I'm not going to be bored spending on and off 7 years here, after all. But there had to be more to do than just read and memorize tome after tome, then sorting the information in them into a library of his own design. Could the Dewey Decimal System be used within his own mind? Or was there some other cataloging, magical, method he could use? Perhaps investigating information cataloging systems should be the first project to do. And what about what was going on with him, personally? He'd had a piece of the soul of Voldemort tucked in behind his scar on his forehead. And, apparently, there was another that had possessed that Professor Quirrell bloke. How was it possible for someone's soul to be split like that? Next, was what Voldemort had said on that night in his nursery. There was some sort of prophecy about Harry and Voldemort. That was why it appeared Voldemort specifically targeted Harry, not the Potters, in general. How could he find out what it was? Harry gave himself a visible shake to help clear his mind of all those thoughts. He still had the rest of the current double period of first-year charms to get through before he could even think of anything else. Harry had never liked to sit still and do nothing. It reminded him too much of being locked in the cupboard under the stairs. He much preferred to be doing something, no matter how menial it proved to be. At lunch, Harry and Daphne received their mail, as did the group who were sitting with them at the time they were, as Harry was putting it, mail-bombed. From Cygnus, he'd heard that Sirius had bathed, eaten a decent meal, his first in a decade, and was fitted with some of Cygnus's clothes that were now too small for the older man. They planned today to head back to the ministry where Sirius was picking up his effects he had on his person when he was arrested, and that were still in evidence storage. That included his wand. His effects from the place he was staying during the period leading up to that night had been lost. It was suspected that the Muggle landlord, after Sirius failed to return, had sold the effects or simply just gotten rid of them. However, they couldn't even talk to the landlord, as he had died a few years previous. Then they were heading for Gringotts for Sirius to formally accept the lordship of House Black, and carry out what business was needed to bring the accounts out of the stasis into which the goblins had placed them on the death of old Arcturus. Cygnus felt that would be enough for the now ex-Azkaban resident. They would spend the rest of the day at Greengrass Estate, where Cygnus and Amelia would lead Sirius through the memories Harry had given them. Cygnus told Harry they would not be showing Sirius the memories of Harry's time with the Dursleys. Cygnus also included a short paragraph on how he would discuss the Regency proxy of the seat of Black with Sirius. Now that Sirius was exonerated, the choice had been, or would soon be, removed from Harry and given to Sirius. Harry was happy with that. He felt he had more than enough problems taking care of House Potter. He didn't want another about which to worry. Harry also received a short note from Sirius with Cygnus's letter where his godfather spent much of the letter apologizing to him for not being there for him while he was growing up. Harry didn't know what to decide on that. He was, on one hand, angry with his godfather for letting his emotions rule over his head in letting Hagrid take him that night and deciding to go after Pettigrew instead. On the other hand, he understood that grief can do strange things to a person's cognitive thought processes, and led a person to do something they would not have done had they been able to, in layman's terms, think straight. However, Sirius wasn't arrested and taken away until 3 days after the events of that night. Dumbledore had already dumped baby Harry at the Dursleys by then. It was hard to see how Sirius would have been able to care for Harry if Dumbledore had already unilaterally decided Harry was going to be raised by the Dursleys. And Dumbledore had also claimed magical guardianship over Harry by the time. No, Harry was angry with his godfather for not being there, but also understood he really had no choice in the situation. His ability and desire to raise Harry was stolen from him. Harry would discuss it with his godfather on the weekend to see if they could come to terms with it together. He hoped they'd be able to get past the issue and get on with their lives. A letter from Gran informed him that she hoped to officially be his regent as of close of business that day. The Wizengamot Administrative Services had accepted the change of regency paperwork and were supposed to be formally filing the change to take effect at the beginning of the next formal Wizengamot session. Harry also received a separate note from Professor Flitwick letting him and Daphne know their etiquette club had been approved by the headmaster. They were permitted to advertise the club via the house notice boards in each house common room, and on the school-wide notice board on the wall outside the entrance to the Great Hall. Harry handed the note to Daphne and said, "All we have to do now is find a location, such as an abandoned classroom, from where to run the club. I suspect a good location will be found in one of the classrooms on the second or third floors." Nodding, she replied, "If we're organized quick enough we could hold the first club meeting, next Sunday." "What are your classes this afternoon?" asked Harry, curious. "Charms with the Puffs, and a free period," she replied. History of magic and free periods," he replied. "How about during the free period we have together we search for a suitable venue?" she asked. Nodding, Harry replied, "All right, sounds good." Grabbing an apple and an orange and dropping them into his book bag, Harry said, "Time to go, I think. We don't want to be late." The group nodded and rose to their feet. Together, they walked out of the Great Hall. In History of Magic, Harry checked to make sure that Professor Binns merely droned on as if reading directly from the text before pulling out his parchment, quill and ink. While he was already building a pretty substantial timeline of events in his own mind around late October and early November 1981, he knew others did not have his skill in being able to do that. He pulled the piece of parchment towards himself and began to write it out. Sometime 1980 or early 1981. The Potters move to Godric's Hollow and go under the Fidelius charm. Late October 1981. Pettigrew becomes the secret keeper for the Potters. The 31st of October 1981. The Potters are attacked. Dumbledore knows they're attacked from Hogwarts. Dumbledore sends Hagrid. Snape arrives and leaves, then Hagrid arrives, then Sirius. Hagrid tells Sirius that Dumbledore tells him to take Harry back to Dumbledore, why not James and or Lily? Hagrid leaves on Sirius's motorcycle. The 31st of October 1981. Hagrid arrives in the infirmary at Hogwarts with baby Harry. Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey check over baby Harry, neither notice the soul fragment. The 1st of November 1981. Late. Hagrid arrives at Privet Drive with baby Harry. Dumbledore and McGonagall are waiting. Harry dumped. The 3rd of November 1981. Sirius confronts Pettigrew in Covington. Pettigrew disappears and Sirius is arrested. The 5th of November 1981. The Longbottoms are attacked. Unknown dates. The 1st or the 2nd of November 1981. Dumbledore claims magical guardianship over Harry. Dumbledore seals the Potter's will. Dumbledore falsifies the placement of baby Harry. Questions. Why did the Potters move into Potter Cottage instead of remaining at Potter Manor? Why did the Potters agree to go under the Fidelius charm? How did Dumbledore know the Potters were attacked? How did Dumbledore know Harry had survived and his parents had not? Why did Dumbledore send Hagrid, a man not legally allowed to use magic, into the scene of an attack without backup? Why did Dumbledore send Hagrid and not go himself? Why did Dumbledore tell Hagrid to take baby Harry back to himself instead of taking him to the Longbottoms? Why did Dumbledore place Harry with the Dursleys when he was supposed to go to either the Longbottoms, Sirius, the Greengrasses or the Boneses? Why did Dumbledore seal the Potter's will? Was Dumbledore aware of the contents of the will? Did Dumbledore seal other wills? Why? Once everything was on parchment, it looked quite appalling. If nothing else, the timeline would make questioning Dumbledore over his actions of that time easier. Harry couldn't see a way for the old man to wheedle his way out of it, as it proved all the guardians his parents decided for him were still available at the time of the evening of the 31st of October 1981. He would ask Amelia or Gran to look into what the dates were for 3 small events for which he didn't have said dates: the date Dumbledore claimed magical guardianship over him, the day he sealed the Potter's will, and what records were submitted surrounding Harry's placement with the Dursleys. They should be in the records at the Ministry. Maybe. Hopefully. If they weren't, it would mean Dumbledore had even more questions to answer. Grabbing another sheet of parchment, Harry wrote to his Aunt Amelia to ask her to look into it. He'd send it, together with what he wrote of the timeline of events, off with Hedwig after class finished. Once he was finished writing, Harry looked around the classroom. One Hufflepuff student, Ernie Macmillan, was writing as fast as he could apply quill to ink in an oft-repeated cycle. The rest were all actively asleep, or playing games such as noughts and crosses, otherwise known as tic-tac-toe. On the Ravenclaw side there were Anthony Goldstein and Mandy Brocklehurst sitting together and taking notes. The rest were apparently sleeping, studying or doing homework. Now that he thought about it, Harry could see that the 2 Ravenclaws were taking notes together. They were comparing what each other included. And, it appeared, the other claws were aware of this. A glance over at the Puffs could see Ernie Macmillan stop writing suddenly and Sheila Whitlock take up where the boy had left off. Obvious the Puffs had the same ideas as the Claws. A pair from each house were taking the notes for the rest of the class. Looking at the boy who sat beside him, Michael Corner, Harry asked, "I take it Goldstein and Brocklehurst are taking the notes for the rest of us?" "Yeah," said Michael, "if I remember correctly, Boot and Lee are next lesson, then there's McDougal and me, and so on." You're on with your own in a couple of weeks. Sorry, but there's only 9 of us. Whose idea was this? Asked Harry. Dunno, shrugged Michael. It came up in discussion during dinner last Monday. Someone then came up with a schedule that rotates 1 on and 4 off. Interesting, replied Harry with bit of a smile. An effective and efficient use of assets, namely, ourselves. Nodding towards the puffs he asked, and them. Same idea, said Michael. However, they're using one person to take notes until that person can no longer use a quill, then, hand it off to the next person. Inefficient, said Harry. However, if it works for them. After sending off his letter to Madame Bones, Harry went scouting for a suitable classroom. He wanted one that was airy and spacious. One that had windows, as not all classrooms did. And preferably one on the eastern side of the castle, so the sunlight would not be streaming in through the windows and blinding club members in the afternoons. After he found a couple on the 3rd floor, Harry realized it was time to meet with Daphne. He met up with her in entrance hall. Together, they returned to the 3rd floor. Well, he asked, opening the door of the first of the classrooms. What do you think? Possibly adequate, Potter, she sniffed with a slight smile, looking at him askance. Oh, he thought. Want to play, do we? He immediately adopted the obsequious used car salesman mien. If my lady would care to step within, I shall be most happy to demonstrate why I feel my lady would be most pleased with this choice. Daphne took 2 paces into the classroom and looked around. Harry followed her in and stepped around her. The 3rd floor, my lady, as you would expect of course, is the most prized upon which other clubs seek to establish their home, he smarmed. The 3rd floor allows easy and near equal access, as much as one can expect with Hogwarts of course, to all 4 common rooms of the houses. Secondly, the 3rd floor means the clubroom is far enough above ground to not be affected by the cold in winter. And yet low enough not to be bothered by the heat of summer. Walking towards the deep-set windows, he said, as my lady can see, this particular model comes equipped with a large and ornate window allowing views of both the northern banks of the lake and across the forbidden forest in the near distance, all the way to the rolling countryside beyond in the far distance. As the window is on the eastern side of the castle, it, of course, means the room will flood with morning sun to warm it for the day, and provide light, without blinding sunrays, in the afternoons when we hope to run our club meetings. Moving back to the center of the room, he continued, the room is currently unfurnished, so allows us the opportunity to furnish it as we wish. I'm assured the blackboard can be repaired by the house elves, and they can also provide the furnishings we need. As for furnishings, I was hoping the low desk option with comfortable chairs appeals to you, rather than benches with high chairs such as found in the potions lab and charms classroom. If it pleases, my lady, I recommend a U-shape arrangement of desks to facilitate conversation among the club members. Well, said Daphne, appearing to think hard, I believe we shall take it. Before adopting a stern mien, of course, it will need to be properly cleaned and serviced before I'm willing to run our little club from here. Of course, my lady, of course, replied Harry in full sycophantic mode and repeatedly bowing most humbly. That was it for Daphne. She cracked up laughing. All right, she giggled, raising her hands in the air. You got me. And, yes, this one will do very nicely. Harry grinned back. After once again visiting Professor Flitwick and letting him know which classroom they chose as first preference, they headed for the library to meet with the others. The professor said he would ensure the elves cleaned and readied the room for them. I confess to being unsure if they will be able to locate sufficient similar, if not identical, pieces of classroom furniture for you, said the professor. Actually, it might be best if they don't, mused Harry. By looking like a whole bunch of cast-offs, it won't look like a formal classroom. And, as it won't look like a formal classroom, continued Daphne, the members won't feel like they're students in a class. Precisely, replied Harry. In that case, said the professor, bringing the impromptu meeting to an end, I'll make sure the elves are aware of that need. And I'll ensure you're notified directly by the elves once the room is ready for you. Thank you, Professor, they both said, leaving the office. The 7 were just finished packing away their school works when a house elf popped in between Harry and Daphne. A little startled, at first, Harry didn't get a chance to ask what it wanted before Daphne beat him to it. Yes, she asked. The house elf replied, the classroom young master and Miss B asking for is now being ready. Thank you, said Daphne before the little house elf popped away again. Hermione, mouth gaping open, was looking at the spot where the house elf had stood. What was that? She asked. That was a house elf, Hermione, replied Daphne. They work here to take care of the needs of the students and staff. The seven began to make their way to the Great Hall. They're not Avs, are they? Asked Hermione in a voice tinged with accusation as they walked. Certainly not, huffed Daphne. They're servants who live in a symbiotic relationship with wizard kind. Working for witches and wizards makes them happy and strengthens their magic. In return, they borrow from the magic of witches and wizards to whom they're bonded. Or, continued Harry, if not bonded to a specific witch or wizard, they can be bonded to a family as a whole. Or even, as is the case with the elves of Hogwarts, to a specific place, so long as it is magical enough. So, said an unsure Hermione, not Avs then. No, replied Susan, we treat our family elves with respect. However, there are some families that treat them most appallingly. The Malfoys are one such example. Thankfully, they're few and far between. Shocked, and not a little outraged, Hermione asked, can't something be done for them? Before she went on, we have the RSPCA, the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, to ensure pets and other creatures are not treated badly. And that those who do are prosecuted. No, replied Susan, again. There are no laws in place to ensure house elves are treated well. Though I, for one, wish there was. And that house elf that came to talk to Harry and Daphne? Asked Hermione. One of the ones that work here at Hogwarts, replied Harry. It came to let us know the meeting room for our etiquette club is ready. Daphne explained, we told Professor Flitwick which vacant classroom we wanted to use, and he had the house elves working to get it how we wanted it. The elf was just letting us know that they were finished. And, when can we see this wonderful new clubroom, house, whatever? Asked Tracy. How about we take you to see it after dinner? Asked Daphne. Yeah, thanks. I'd like that, replied Tracy, happily. After dinner, Harry and Daphne led the other five up the grand staircase to the third floor and down towards the classroom they'd selected. Aren't you afraid of the painful death the headmaster told us about last Monday night? Asked Hermione. Huh? Asked Harry, stopping suddenly and turning around. This brought the whole group to a halt. Giving his head a bit of a shake, he asked the Gryffindor girl, I'm sorry. What were you talking about? Last Monday night, just as dinner was about to be served, the headmaster made an announcement, she explained. He said stay away from the third floor corridor on the left unless you want to suffer a horrible and painful death. Why the bloody hell would he say something like that? Asked Harry. Language. And, I have no idea, replied Hermione. But it's what he said. All right, he said firmly. We'll go and check it out after we check out the new clubhouse. Harry, it's forbidden, said Hermione, shocked. Not according to what you said, Hermione, replied Harry firmly. Look at it this way, according to what you just said, it's quite all right for me to go to the third floor corridor on the left if I actually do want to die a horrible and painful death. Who's to say I don't? She stuttered. But, precisely, said Harry. Dumbledore has been speaking in public for many decades. He's been on the Wizengamot since he was awarded his Order of Merlin First Class. He knows how to string a coherent sentence together. He knows how to say something so it's not misinterpreted. He would not have made it to the position of Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot if he did not have that particular talent. He would not have made it to the position of Supreme Mugwump, either. Hermione, as well as a few others in their little group, thought hard about that. Hermione tried Harry again. If he didn't want students to go into that corridor, then he would only have had to place wards up that blocked access. Him saying don't go there, without ensuring children can't get in there, is akin to waving a red flag to a bull. No, he wants kids to go and have a look. I dare say there's already been a few individuals who have done precisely that. For whatever reason he's got something there he wants someone to find. While that's food for thought, said Daphne, changing the subject. We've still got a clubroom to investigate. Shall we? They all gave a nod as Harry turned back to the direction they were heading and led the way. Not far along the hallway Harry stopped outside a plain, unornamented door. And, here we are, he said, opening the door. Neither he nor Daphne had yet seen the room after the elves applied their magic to it. However, as the two hosts, he and Daphne waited for the other five to enter the room first, before following them in. The only clue the two had to how good the room looked was by the sounds of appreciation their friends were making. Once inside, he and Daphne had to step around their friends to get a good look at the room. Both were quite shocked by what they found. As expected, the elves had cleaned the room out completely, repaired the fixtures, and refurnished. However, the efforts of the elves went beyond that. The room was given a makeover, with a thorough cleaning. The blackboard, not just repaired, was also given a fresh coat of paint. And there was fresh chalk sitting on the chalk shelf directly below the board. The gas light fittings had all been repaired, cleaned and polished. Missing lamp covers were replaced. The lights within gave the room a bright appearance. The once bare window now had drapes of a rich blue with gold trim. Desks that looked quite unlike student desks were arranged in a horseshoe shape around the room. Many were of different varieties. Chairs that more resembled armchairs than student chairs were placed at each desk. Again, most were subtly different from the others. However, each chair was trimmed identically in rich blue with a subtle pattern which reminded Harry of paisley. There were about 36 sets of desk and chair arranged this way. In the middle of the floor was a large gold throw rug that almost reached the desks on either side. On each side of the window, but far enough from the window not to appear to be boxing it in, were two tall bookcases. Each bookcase appeared to be two-thirds filled with books. Hermione had already approached the bookcase and was browsing through one of the books. "Harry, these are all mainly on wizarding traditions and etiquette," she said. "This is amazing." Harry was gobsmacked. It was far better than even he could have imagined. Glancing over at Daphne, he could see from her expression she felt the same way. "Wow," said Tracy. "This is, wow." Everyone else could only silently agree for a few moments before Daphne said, "I guess our etiquette club is really going to happen." Snapping out of his own surprise, Harry said, "Well, it looks like we're set for about 36 people. I hope that's not too much." Looking up from where she was returning a book to a bookshelf, Hermione said, "I think you'll find it'd be more accurate to wonder if it's enough. You might not get 36 people attending at the first meeting, but once people hear about this place, places will fill fast." "If we do," said Daphne, "I'm sure we can get the elves to add more desks and chairs. This is one of the biggest classrooms I've seen in the castle, and there's still room to add a second ring of desks and chairs outside of the first." Over at the far side of the room near the wall with the blackboard, Hermione called, "Hey, come and have a look at this." The group, curious, walked over and saw Hermione standing in front of another door. It bore a small wooden sign that said, "Office." "I don't remember that being there," said Harry. "No, I remember there being a stack of old school furniture in this corner, though," replied Daphne. "Well," said Harry, "we'd best have a look, then." He stepped forward and opened the door. Stepping in, he saw two office desks facing each other in the middle of the room. At each was an office chair. Standing against the opposite wall was a large ornate filing cabinet. Harry walked over and opened the filing cabinet to find it empty. "Hello," said a voice. "It's glad I am to see someone has decided to make use of this old classroom again, even if you are children." Turning towards the sound of the voice, Harry saw a portrait of a stern man hanging on the wall smiling at him. "Hello," he said. We asked Professor Flitwick, my head of house, if we could set up a club to teach mainly Muggleborns about wizarding etiquette and traditions. The classroom out there is what we got. We didn't even know this office was here until the classroom was cleaned up." "So I've been informed, young man," replied the portrait. "As you seem not to know, this office is provided to be the office for your club." Hearing a noise, Harry turned around and found the others had also come into the room and were having a look around. "Wow," said Neville. "I bet you didn't expect this." No, we didn't," replied Harry. Turning back to the portrait, he said, "And, pardon, but what do we call you?" Smiling, the man said, "I believe you meant to inquire, and to whom do I owe the pleasure?" Blinking and blushing a little, Harry replied with a small bow, "My apologies. You are, of course, entirely correct. To whom do I owe the pleasure, sir?" "I am Carwyn Thomaset," replied the portrait, proudly. "I was a professor, here at Hogwarts, in the 1800s. "What did you teach, Professor?" asked Harry. With a wide smile, the portrait of the ex-professor replied, "I taught social studies of the wizarding world." In other words, I taught a lot of what you're trying to accomplish here. That's why I volunteered to hang in here for a while. Volunteered? Asked Tracy. You can do that. Well, it isn't a dictatorship, young lady, replied the portrait. However, when it was learned someone wanted to make a go at setting up a club to teach Muggleborns wizarding life and etiquette, even though it has been attempted before and has failed, I thought I'd volunteer to hang in this office and provide service. That way, I can also guide you in your planning of classes and may be able to assist in answering any questions you find too difficult. That is, of course, if you choose to hear my counsel. Your kind offer, Professor, was not anticipated, replied Harry. Professor Flitwick required us to provide a curriculum overview for what we want to do. However, we have not gone into detail for each session at this stage. Speaking up, Daphne said, plus, we only anticipate holding one meeting a fortnight during school terms. Meaning we should only be meeting a total of about 18 to 20 times over the course of each year. Are you sure you won't be bored, Professor? Smiling, the portrait replied, it's good of you to ask, my lady. However, this portrait is only my home frame. I, as are many other portraits throughout the castle, am quite capable of visiting other areas through other portraits. I'll be fine. With a glance at Harry, Daphne said, in that case, Professor, welcome. After saying their goodbyes to the portrait of Professor Thomaset, the group returned to the new club room. You do know, said Neville, once those clever enough come to the first couple of meetings and return to their common rooms start to tell others about what you two will be teaching in here, you'll very soon get a whole lot more people wanting to come along. Yeah, replied Harry. And, if Hermione's right, I'm just hoping we can fit them all in. As the last one out the door, Harry pulled the door closed behind him. I'll have to see about how I can get a magical lock for that, he mused. And for the office door. We can't just have people going in there whenever they want. Shortly thereafter, the seven broke to return to their own common rooms. The next morning's breakfast saw many owls for both Harry and Daphne, but none that were beepy-trapped. There was even an official letter from the DMLE informing them both that the culprits of the previous morning's mail bombing had been identified and already spoken to concerning their actions. The letter asked Harry how he wanted them to proceed against the perpetrators. Harry responded to the letter stating he wanted the senders of the howlers warned and that, if they tried anything again, charges would be pressed. He also wrote he wanted the ones who sent the beepy-trapped mail, especially the one containing the bubo tuber pus, to be formally charged. While not much may come of the charges, the perpetrators would know not to mess with Harry Potter or his betrothed in future. It sent a message right back. As he and the others were finalizing their breakfasts, Harry felt himself dreading a little his first potions class. It was his first class for the day and was a double. Breakfast sat heavily in his stomach. Walking down to the dungeons, Harry caught up with Susan and Hannah and asked, "Ladies, are there any students in our soon-to-be oh-so-enjoyable session of brewing potions who has yet to find a partner?" Glancing back at him, Hannah replied, "Sorry, Harry, I wouldn't know." "Me neither," replied Susan. "I spent both classes last week keeping my head down and doing the work," said Hannah. "The man scares me." "Me too," said Susan. Harry smiled. "Ladies, thank you for the information," he said. "I can see I'm in for a fun-filled morning with the greasy bat of the dungeon." Harry and the girls arrived about 5 minutes before Snape opened the door and barked, "Inside. Take your seats. Cauldrons and scales out." Harry waited back until everyone else filed in. He waited until he saw a vacant seat next to no one. "Oh, yes," thought Harry. "There's only 9 in the first-year cohort for the Puffs." So one of the Puffs sat with the spare claw. Looking around, Harry spied a vacant station and made his way to it. "At least on my own I can just make the stupid potion and not be held back while someone reads and translates the recipe," he thought as he brought forth his potions equipment out of book bag, together with the book's magical drafts and potions by Arsenius Jigger and the one Daphne recommended he use as the reference guide. Okay, he didn't actually need either book on the bench at his workstation, having already memorized both, but having them on the bench implied he needed them. While Harry was setting his book bag on the floor next to his stool, Snape ascended his little dais, spun on the spot, glared at Harry and said, "Ah, Mr. Potter, our newest celebrity. Tell me, Mr. Potter, what would I get if I added root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" A soggy mess, replied Harry with a shrug. However, they're two of the main ingredients in the draft of the living death, sir, a third-year potion. Where would you look if you wanted to find a bezoar? Asked the surprised potions master, not expecting a correct answer. In the stomach of a goat, sir, replied Harry. If ingested quickly enough after being poisoned, a bezoar is a fast and effective way of curing most such poisonings. And what, pray tell, is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? The color and shape of the flower, sir, replied Harry. They're two variations of the same family of plant. Very good, Mr. Potter, said Snape with no sign of a sneer. It appears you have been studying ahead. I wonder if you can keep it up. Snape then turned to the class and said, for today you will be making burn salve paste. Madame Pomfrey has informed me her supplies are running low. For those few who make a halfway decent batch, you may find your fellow students using what you've made sometime during the year. Jars will be offered, by me, at each station that manages to get something as simple as this right. The instructions are on page 82 of Jiggers and on the board. With an almost negligent wave of his wand, the instructions for the salve appeared on the board. Get to work. You have 90 minutes. Harry waited a few moments as he saw other students go to a cabinet off to the side and collect supplies, and followed them. He was soon back at his station with the necessary ingredients. He first used a clean cloth to wipe over the inside of his cauldron, his stirring rod, his scales, the cutting board and the ingredient knife. He could tell that Snape was watching him but made sure to take his time in ensuring everything was clean. Once he was ready, he began. The potion was a relatively simple one but was, actually, an advanced first-year brew. There were a couple of steps that could have proven dangerous if every step was not carried out precisely. However, Harry was not the sort to rush. Rushing just increased the risk. And he had plenty of time. At around the 75-minute mark, Harry looked up and could see Snape staring back at him. When their eyes met, the professor gave a small nod of his head towards the end of Harry's workstation. There, Harry could see an empty jar sitting on a piece of parchment. Reaching across, Harry snagged the jar and brought it to himself. He, again, drew out his cleaning cloth and wiped the jar and lid inside and out while he read the parchment. It was details of a 9-inch assignment on the uses of hellebore in potions. As hellebore was one of the ingredients in Harry's other book, he figured he could get the assignment knocked over in about an hour. He carefully scooped the slightly yellowish goop out of his cauldron into the jar. Once the jar was full, he screwed the lid into place, and placed the jar on his workstation. At that point, Snape came over, picked up his jar, peered at the contents through the clear glass and nodded his head. Drawing his wand out, the professor caused to appear the words burn salve on the side of the jar and on the lid. Turning to Harry, he quietly said, "Clean up your workstation and you may leave quietly," before he carried the jar with him back to his desk. It only took Harry a few minutes to clean everything back up, carrying his cauldron, stirring rod, cutting board and ingredient knife to the sink, and returning the unused ingredients to the cabinet. Once done, he quietly left. He wondered where the looming, sneering and taking of points for blinking too loudly were that other students had told him about. For all he looked, Harry couldn't see it. Knowing he now had a break until lunch, Harry made his way to the Ravenclaw common room and on into his dorm. There, he carefully cleaned his scales before packing them back away in his trunk. And used the opportunity to grab his Transfiguration text for the first class after lunch. Grabbing his Transfiguration text, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Harry walked down to the Great Hall and sat at the Ravenclaw table. He was pretending to read through it while munching on an apple when he was joined by Susan and Hannah. "Harry," began Hannah, "how on earth did you manage to get that burn salve made so fast when there was just you working?" "By thinking about what I needed to do and doing it," replied Harry. "I simply went through each step of what needed to be done and organized myself so that neither I, nor the potion, was sitting idle at any time." "Well, it sure looked like you impressed the hell out of Professor Snape," said Susan. "He was watching you like a hawk, and taking notes." "It was also the most calm potions class of the 3 we've had," said Hannah. "It took me almost half an hour before I realized I was actually enjoying myself." Nodding, Susan said, "He didn't sneer at anyone, he didn't yell, he didn't take points for silly reasons, he didn't hover over anyone, he just moved around the class watching everyone and didn't say a word while we were working." "Yeah, but most of the time he was walking around he was only watching Harry, said Hannah. It was like he was stalking his prey. Harry just snorted with laughter. Then it appears I disappointed him by not doing anything wrong. No, said Susan, contradicting him. It was more like, he was waiting for you to make a mistake. However, when he figured out you weren't going to, he began to watch what you were doing right. That's when he returned to his desk, pulled out the parchment and began to write down some of the things you were doing. So he noticed I wasn't following the exact steps of the recipe, said Harry. I did things in a slightly different order. Recognizing the look Hannah was giving him, he said, I don't mean I mixed in the ingredients differently. I mean I prepared the ingredients in a different order. I made better use of my time. If Snape was writing down what I was doing, I think that's what he was writing down. If you think about it, it makes sense he'd do that, he said. Not only does he teach, he's the school's potions master. That means he's responsible for providing potions for the infirmary. Something like I was doing that would save him time would be like gold to him. After an afternoon class on Transfiguration, again with the Puffs, Harry and the gang headed for the library to clear away their homework. They were joined by Daphne, Tracy and Neville not long after arriving. Did anyone notice the schedules are up for first flying lessons? Asked Neville, as soon as he sat down. Flying lessons? Asked Hermione. On brooms, right. Yes, Hermione, replied Daphne. On brooms. Nodding, Neville said, we're second up with the Slytherins at 3:30 p.m. on Thursday. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw are at 2 p.m. immediately before us and after lunch. I take it these lessons are mandatory? Asked Harry, remembering Daphne and Astoria taught him the basics of riding a broom the day before they boarded the Hogwarts Express. Yeah, and I'm not looking forward to it, replied Neville a little dejectedly. I don't like riding brooms. My Uncle Algy tried to teach me the basics and I was pants at it. Once you get the basics it's actually a whole lot of fun, said Tracy. It took me a while to get the hang of it. But, once I did, I now think it's an enjoyable way to spend a few hours on a warm day. Anyway, said Hermione. Homework. With a bit of good-natured ribbing of the driven girl, the group were soon researching and writing assignments. At dinner, the group decided to sit at the Slytherin table. Something they hadn't done for a while. The group were just winding up their desserts when Professor Flitwick walked up and handed Harry a note. Opening it he found he'd been summoned to the headmaster's office. Professor Flitwick would escort him. Frowning, Harry showed the note to the group. I wonder what he wants, said Daphne. Well, whatever it is, I want witnesses, replied Harry. Care to join me? Why not, she replied. Someone you trust should be there with you. Thinking a bit, Harry asked, does Wizarding Britain have laws against witness tampering? Frowning, she asked, what's that? It's when someone who is involved as a witness in a forthcoming, or running, trial is approached by one of the parties involved in the trial, normally the accused, and attempts to sway the testimony of the witness in their favor, he replied. Looking a little shocked, she replied, I'm not sure. Daddy would know. Auntie definitely would, said Susan. Well, I can't really refuse to go because he's the headmaster, said Harry. He may just be wanting to talk to me in his role as headmaster. But, anything along those lines should be discussed through my head of house, Professor Flitwick. There should be no reason he would involve himself in that sort of thing unless, whatever it is, couldn't be resolved through my head of house first. And there's nothing like that you're aware of? Asked Tracy. No, replied Harry, frowning. Unless it has to do with the club. I think it would be wise for you to join me, Daphne. As do I, she softly replied. Looking at the head table, Harry could see the headmaster already seemed to have left. A few minutes later the dishes were cleared away and Harry and Daphne approached Professor Flitwick. Ready to go, Mr. Potter? The professor asked. Yes, sir, replied Harry. Very well, the professor said, hopping down off his chair and walking towards the end of the table. Harry and Daphne met him there. And, together, they made their way out of the Great Hall. As they were walking, Harry asked the professor, what is this about, Professor? I have no idea, Mr. Potter, he replied. I only know the headmaster asked me to give you a note informing you he wanted to see you after the meal in his office. This is highly suspect, sir, said Harry firmly. I cannot conceive a valid reason for the headmaster to summon me to his office. He is the headmaster, Mr. Potter, replied the professor. That is irrelevant, sir, said Harry. He is as bound by the rules of the school as myself. Changing the subject, Harry asked, are you aware he is currently facing trial due to his actions relating to me in the early 1980s? That caused the little professor to stutter his step a little. Yes, of course, Mr. Potter. As I am a prime witness in that forthcoming trial, are you also aware that Albus Dumbledore summoning me to his office to chat could be seen by some parties as an attempt to influence my testimony? Asked Harry. Stammered the professor. No, Mr. Potter, I did not consider that possibility. Then I strongly suggest you do, Professor, said Harry firmly. Because, you may very well be taking the witness stand yourself over what is happening right here, right now. And over what happens within that office. You think it might come to that? The professor half squeaked. The school rules state that when a student is summoned to appear before the headmaster or headmistress, they are to be accompanied at all times by their head of house, replied Harry. That means, you're going to be in that office with us for the entire time of the interview. I suggest you be very conscious of what your role in this entails. So that, if you are summoned to appear at the forthcoming trial, you will not be seen as guilty of any malfeasance relating to your position within this school. I do not want to see you negatively impacted by this matter, Professor. After hesitating in replying for a few moments, the professor said, so noted, Mr. Potter. And, thank you. Harry, with Daphne still on his arm, noted they were walking down a hallway towards a large stone gargoyle. As they were about to stop, the professor said to it, Lemo. Drops, and the gargoyle, almost nimbly, stepped aside. Stepping onto the spiral staircase behind the gargoyle, Harry noticed the stairs start to ascend like a spiral escalator. After a few long seconds the stairs opened onto a landing outside an ornate wooden door. Please, come in, Harry, Harry heard called in Dumbledore's voice from the other side of the door. Harry opened the door and allowed Daphne and the professor to precede him through into the office beyond. Harry could see the headmaster sitting behind his desk at the far end of the room. Ah, Harry, my boy, called the headmaster jovially. So good of you to come. Before Harry could respond the old man looked to Professor Flitwick and said, thank you for escorting Mr. Potter, Phileas. You and Miss Greengrass may go. Thank you, headmaster, replied the professor. But, I'm afraid that won't be possible. Mr. Potter reminded me of the school rules where it states that in the event a student is summoned before the headmaster he or she is to be accompanied by their head of house for the duration of the meeting. I shall be following my duty and remaining. I see, said Dumbledore, clearly not happy with the response from the professor. And, Miss Greengrass, to what do we owe the pleasure of your attendance? Harry is my betrothed, as you well know, headmaster, she replied with a somewhat aloof air. I have chosen to accompany him, curious as to why he was summoned with no reason given for said summons. Hesitating only for a moment Dumbledore gave a dramatic sigh of disappointment and said, I merely wished to inquire of Mr. Potter how he was faring after his ordeal of a little over a week ago. In a stilted formal voice, Harry replied, I am well. Thank you for your enquiry, headmaster. Will that be all? With another dramatic sigh Dumbledore said, Harry, there were quite a few children injured on that night. One of my professors even died. I need to discuss with you what happened. Now, please take a seat. He indicated the solitary chair before the desk. Headmaster, replied Harry, not moving from where he stood. As you are no doubt aware, it would be rude for a gentleman to take seat while a lady stands. Of course, replied Dumbledore. With a gesture of his wand a second seat appeared alongside the first. Harry took a long look at the chairs before turning to Professor Flitwick. It appears, Professor, the headmaster expects you to take care of your own arrangements to sit. Harry then guided Daphne to a chair before taking the other. Now, Harry, I need you to step me through what happened that, began the headmaster before Daphne interrupted him. Excuse me, headmaster, she firmly said. But, I was not aware my betrothed has given you leave to use his first name in so offhanded a manner. You are aware, no doubt, that to do so without leave is high insult. Yes, Miss Greengrass, stuttered the headmaster. I meant no disrespect. I was, of course, Harry's, Mr. Potter's magical guardian for almost 10 years. And in all that time spent no more than about an hour of time with him, she interrupted again. And, even then, that was when he was but a small infant. I hardly see how that gives you leave to disrespect him now." Though the old man's expression didn't change, Harry noticed how his eyes suddenly appeared to go flat. The twinkle that was there had now gone. "Again, my apologies, Miss Greengrass, Mr. Potter," he said before rearranging himself more comfortably in his seat. "Now, about that night. Please step me through what happened in your own words." "No, thank you, Headmaster," replied Harry in a cool tone. "I do not wish to relive that night. If there's anything you want to know, it will be covered in the extensive report held by the DMLE for which you, I believe, have access. I really wanted to hear it in your own words, huh?" "Mr. Potter," said the headmaster, eyes twinkling away again. "And, as I've already clearly told you, I have no wish to relive that night," replied Harry firmly. "I'm afraid I must insist, Mr. Potter," said the headmaster just as firmly. "Headmaster," spat Harry, starting to lose his temper. "I don't give a flying rat's ass what you insist upon. You don't seem to understand you have no authority to make such an insistence and expect it to be obeyed. Your incredible level of hubris has apparently blinded your cognizance to reality." Dumbledore stared back with a look of stunned shock. "For someone who carries themselves as the so-called leader of the light, your actions as they relate to me over the past decade identify you as little more than a nascent Dark Lord," ranted Harry. "How anyone could possibly think that kidnapping a defenseless, recently orphaned infant from their rightful guardian before then dumping said infant on a doorstep, far from his rightful home, in the middle of a cold autumnal night, was not an evil and despicable act frankly defies rational thought. No, Headmaster, it is I who should be doing the insisting here. And I insist you tell me just what the bloody hell you thought you were doing." Throughout Harry's rant, Dumbledore sat there unmoving. His eyes were wide and his skin tone pale. After a long few seconds, Dumbledore's whole body seemed to collapse in upon itself. His chin dropped towards his chest. Looking back up and taking a deep breath, Dumbledore said, "What I did was for the greater good. Placing you with the sister of your mother and her family meant you could be hidden safe behind blood wards. The sacrifice your mother made that saved your life on that night could be transferred to the home of your aunt and her family. You were safe there." "Bullshit," yelled Harry. "Has it utterly slipped your mind I was beaten and abused there? You've seen the evidence. You know the truth. I was not safe there. The blood wards protect you from Voldemort's followers," tried Dumbledore. "They protected you from those in the wizarding world who meant to do you harm. I did what I did for your protection. And did nothing to protect me from those outside the wizarding world, from my own so-called family," snarled Harry. "You claimed magical guardianship over me, Dumbledore. It was your claimed responsibility to ensure I wasn't being mistreated while housed with the Dursleys. You never checked up on me, you failed in your duty, something for which I pray you will answer come Monday." Mr. Potter, I'm afraid you're too young to understand there." "Too young, you say?" cut in Harry. "Then how about the counsel of ones even wiser than you? One of this planet's greatest philosophers, a man who is still well known and read these 2,000 years later for his wisdom, Plato of ancient Greece, said, 'This, and no other, is the root from which a tyrant springs, when he first appears he is a protector.' And a great man of the early part of this century, Clive Staples Lewis, an author and an academic like yourself from one of the greatest establishments of learning in the world, said, 'Of all the tyrannies, a tyranny exercised for the good of its victims may be the most oppressive. It may be better to live under robber barons than under omnipotent moral busybodies. The robber baron's cruelty may sometimes sleep, his cupidity may at some point be satiated, but those who torment us for our own good will torment us without end, for they do so with the approval of their own conscience.' The type of person both great men were speaking about, Dumbledore, was you. Your so-called greater good is no more than you lying to your own conscience, attempting to justify yourself an excuse for your self-aggrandizement. I'm fully aware, Dumbledore, there are a great many people out there who believe you can do no wrong. However, as Mahatma Gandhi, a famous Indian philosopher, once said, an error does not become truth by reason of multiplied propagation, nor does truth become error because nobody sees it." After glaring back at the ashen-faced silent headmaster for a few more moments, Harry said, "Too young to understand, you say? I understand far more than you give me credit." He turned to Daphne and said, "Come, my lady, I believe it's time we take our leave." He stood and assisted Daphne to stand alongside him. Moving aside from the chairs on which they sat, He turned to Professor Flitwick and said, "Thank you for your attendance this evening, Professor. My lady and I will be leaving. And just so you know, Albus, I'll be reporting to Madam Bones, acting in her role as prosecutor, that you sought to interview me in private, this night," he snarled. "And, as it is highly likely I'll be a witness for the prosecution against you come Monday, she may wish to press even more charges against you for what could easily be perceived as witness tampering." That, clearly, startled the headmaster. It was obvious he hadn't thought of that. Professor Flitwick gave a small shocked but curt nod before hopping down off a small stool he'd conjured and led them out of the office. None looked back. "You're going dark, Harry," called the headmaster, almost as an afterthought. Stopping for a moment, Harry turned back and said, "I was physically and mentally abused in that house, headmaster, for nigh on 10 years. It was all I ever knew, all I ever expected. That can change a person. It changed me. I'm not going dark, headmaster. I'm already dark. And it's all because of you and your interference in the wishes of my parents." He then turned back to the door and left with the other two. After they'd left, Professor Snape stepped out of the private quarters off the office. He walked across to a tall cabinet and, after opening one of the doors at the top of the cabinet, drew out a bottle of fire whiskey. He carried the bottle back to the desk. After conjuring 2 tumbler glasses on the edge of the desk, he poured a healthy measure of the fire whiskey into each glass. Still without uttering a word, he picked up one glass and placed it before the headmaster. The other he picked up for himself and moved to sit in the chair Daphne had recently vacated. He waited while sipping from the glass. After a few more moments, Dumbledore softly asked, "Did he speak the truth, Severus? Have I been lying to myself all these years?" "That is for you to decide, headmaster," came back the calm reply. "As I have told you in the past, the boy is an attention-seeking brat." "He most certainly is not, Severus," snarled the headmaster. "If you saw what I saw during the trial of his aunt and uncle, last Monday, you would hang your head with shame for that remark." "Now, what did you find out?" grumbled the old man. "His mind is fully occluded," replied Snape. "If I attempted to break through his shields he would have instantly known of the attempt." "I see," replied the old man. "That is troubling. And surprising in one so young," said Snape. Out in the hallway leading away from the stone gargoyle, Daphne quietly asked, "Is it true, Harry? Have you gone dark?" Harry gave her hand a pat where it rested in the crook of his elbow. "No. But, it's sure going to mess with his head while he tries to think it through." Daphne gave a small chuckle in response. 2 days later, Harry was out on the castle lawns near the Dark Tower with the first-year Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. Madam Hooch had laid out 20 brooms side by side on the ground roughly 4 feet apart. As Harry walked out onto the grass he saw that many of his fellow students had already arrived. "All right, you lot," called Madam Hooch. "I want you to each stand alongside a broom with the broom on your right. Move, now." Harry stood between Justin Finch-Fletchley and Hannah with Susan on the other side of Hannah. "Place your hand out over your broom, palm down," commanded Madam Hooch. And, with a firm and commanding tone, "Order, up." Doing as instructed, Harry held his hand out over his broom and called, "Up." The broom leapt up from the ground and the broom handle smacked him in his palm. The surprise of it caused him to teeter a little in place. While Harry felt the magic of the broom thrum through his hand he looked around. He could see Justin trying to order the broom that lay twitching on the grass next to him to rise to his own hand. And he could see both Hannah and Susan had, after a couple of attempts, managed to get theirs to rise enough to be grabbed. Harry turned to Justin and quietly said, "It knows you're afraid of it, Mr. Finch-Fletchley. Relax. Let your magic flow through your hand as if you're casting a Lumos charm. Just let it flow." Justin gave him a grateful smile and returned his attention to his hand and broom. "Up," he calmly commanded, and the broom leapt off the grass into his hand. With, at first, a look of shock he turned to Harry with a wide smile. Harry didn't know Madam Hooch was paying attention to what he'd been saying to Justin until he heard her call, "Good coaching, Mr. Potter. 5 points to Ravenclaw." Turning to face back forward he smiled at Madam Hooch. The witch took one last look around and said, "For those who have not yet mastered commanding your broom to come to your hand, you may practice it later. For now, I want you to pick it up and hold it in your right hand." Out of 20 students, about half a dozen had to manually pick their brooms up. "Now, I want you to straddle your broom like this, she said, demonstrating. Once everyone had done the same, she said, now give a gentle push off the ground and hover in place. With a gentle nudge of his toes, Harry rose into the air and hovered about 5 feet up. Others joined him along the line. He knew that, though doing something like just rising and hovering looked easy, it was actually quite difficult. It was far easier to keep momentum going, similar to riding a bike. Looking to his left and down, he noticed Justin would get the push off the ground right, but would immediately nose his broom forward, forcing it back to the ground. Harry dropped down and said, "Push off and hold, Mr. Finch-Fletchley. Don't push down on the nose of the broom so hard, or at all until you're at height." Justin gave him a grateful nod and, with a frown, tried again. This time he rose before he suddenly started to descend again. However, he caught the drop before he returned to the ground by pulling back up on the handle. He rose to bob in place alongside Harry. With a grin he said, "Some brooms can be a little touchy to control. But, once you understand its vagaries, it'll come more naturally for you. Now, controlling the broom is as much about steering and guiding it with your magic as with your hands and your seat. Feel the broom and guide it." Before long, Madam Hooch had them circling in ever-expanding circles with weaves thrown in. They reversed course a couple of times and even performed a couple lazy figure eights. But it wasn't long before they were back on the ground. As soon as they were dismissed, Justin man-hugged Harry. "Thank you, Harry," he said. "I don't think I'd have been able to do that if it wasn't for you." "I'm sure you'd have managed, Mr. Finch-Fletchley," he replied. "You're far too determined not to succeed at something you want to excel in." "Maybe," he replied, "but you did make it a lot easier for me." As they walked back to the castle, they were passed by the Gryffindors and Slytherins coming the other way. Harry gave Daphne a big smile, which she returned as they passed. Later that afternoon, the group met in the library. Looking around, Harry noticed they were 3 short. "Where's Neville, Hermione and Tracy?" he asked. As the only one of that group not missing, Daphne replied, "Neville's broom went wonky and he ended up falling off it and breaking his wrist." Straight after the lesson, Tracy and Hermione went to the infirmary to check up on him. "Neither have come back yet. If Neville did break his wrist, then he's going to be in there overnight," said Susan. "Skelegro potion tends to be quite uncomfortable while it works, and most healers prefer the patients to stay in overnight in case there's complications." "Malfoy and Weasley managed to earn themselves detentions during the lesson," continued Daphne. Remember Neville received from his grandmother at breakfast." The group nodded. "Well, he had it on him. When he lost control of his broom. Sometime during the time his broom was flinging him about the sky, he managed to drop it. Malfoy found it after Madam Hooch left with Neville to take him to the infirmary, and Malfoy tried to make a big thing out of it." "Remember how Malfoy was on the train? His snooty attitude?" she asked. Again nods with a couple of titters from the girls. "He was going on about Neville supposedly being such a squib he needed one. Then he said he'd leave it in a tree for Neville to find. He took off up into the air on his broom. Mind you, that was after Madam Hooch told everyone to remain on the ground while she was away. Weasley lost his temper, took to his own broom and soared up into the air after him. The two managed to crash into each other and both ended up falling about 20 feet to the ground." "Oh, dear," said Hannah, while Susan made sympathy noises. "Were either badly hurt?" "Apparently not," replied Daphne. "But Professor McGonagall must have been watching from a window of the castle because she was down there like a shot. Both now have detention." Harry snorted in amusement. "Those two are as bad as each other and neither sees it," he said. "One is a bigot because he refuses to see anyone but purebloods being worth his time, unless you're a half-blood from a noble and most ancient house, and the other is a bigot because, if you're a Slytherin, then you have to be evil, and all the truly good witches and wizards are in Gryffindor. They're both equally bigoted but coming at it from 2 different reasons." "Honestly, Harry, they're nothing," said Hannah before she stopped suddenly and appeared to think about what she was saying. "All right, maybe they are," she blushed. "Enough of bigots and their stupid views," said Susan. "What's happening with your etiquette club?" "Well, the house elves have put notices on each house notice board to let people know it's on and when and where to find it," replied Daphne. "Tracy saw the one in the Slytherin common room very soon after it appeared and hid it under other notices. We may have to take everyone without favor, but that's not to mean we have to be so public, about the public notices in every house. Why do that? Asked Susan. Because we don't want people like Malfoy coming along and belittling, browbeating, and otherwise making a nuisance of him or herself, or anything along those lines, replied Daphne. He might surprise you, you know, said Hannah. True, replied Harry. But, as you pointed out, it would be a surprise if he behaved any differently, wouldn't it? We know it will become school-wide public knowledge, soon enough, said Daphne. But, if we can get a couple of meetings in before someone tries to upset things, then we'll have been able to get off to a good start. I guess, said Hannah, but without much conviction. Daphne reached across and placed her hand over the other girl's. We're just being cautious, Hannah. The other girl blushed and nodded. On Sunday afternoon at 4 p.m., Harry met with Daphne outside the door to their new clubroom. Harry, I can't get the stupid door open, she half growled. Sorry, he replied. I asked a couple of 7th-year Muggleborn claws to place wards and magical locks on the door for me. The password is, Muggletum. That drops a very strong colloportus charm that's anchored to the door via tiny runes. Besides, I wanted to be here when you first entered to see what we did last night. Daphne gave him a wry look before turning to the door. In a clear voice, she said, Muggletum. When she then turned the knob, the door opened easily. She walked in and Harry followed her. He had to walk around her as she'd stopped just inside the door in astonishment at what she saw. Nervously, Harry asked, Do you like it? Harry, it's wonderful. She near squealed before jumping at him for a grapple hug. Oof, he exclaimed. I'm glad you like it. Arranged around the walls at a height just above the top of the blackboard was the house crests of all the magical houses in Wizarding Britain, including quite a few Daphne didn't recognize. Each was approximately 2 feet in height, sitting on a white background with the name of the house on a picture of a stylized furled banner directly underneath in Old English script. On the back wall was a large chart with the formal name of the houses, followed by the current names of the heads of those houses, their spouse if there was one, followed by the name of the current heir. Where necessary, the title to go with the name was also present. Harry had also found somewhere, or had the elves find them for him, a row of dressmakers' dummies arrayed along the back wall. One was adorned with the robes of the Wizengamot, one in formal lord's robes with a house crest, one in formal ladies' robes with a house crest, one in an old version of the Hogwarts school uniform, and one in the formal robes of the United Kingdom's House of Lords. Stepping back, Daphne continued to look around while Harry grabbed a small, wooden sign on a wooden post with 4 small legs from just near the door. Showing it to her, Daphne could see the words, Etiquette Club, emblazoned in large gold Old English script on its surface. Harry carried it just outside the door into the middle of the hallway and placed it so those walking down the hallway could see it. Stepping back inside, he said, they should be able to see that from the grand staircase, so they know where to come. As for when this was done, it was last night, he said. The head boy this year is both a Ravenclaw and a Muggleborn. When I asked for his help, after showing him the material we showed Professor Flitwick, he was real excited to give of his time and skills. He was even the one who convinced the other 7th year, another Muggleborn, to give us a hand. So, we planned this over the past couple of days after curfew. And, last night, the 3 of us came down here and got it all done. But where did you find the formal robes and the dressmaker dummies and stuff? She asked. I've no idea, replied Harry. I told the elves what I wanted as a general concept and they said they'd see what was in storage. Apparently there's very little thrown out from Hogwarts, the house elves have somewhere to store everything. Plus, there's some things that are lost or get discarded, and the elves store that stuff, too. One of these days I intend to search this place to see if I can find where it all is, he said. I have a feeling it will be a veritable treasure trove dating back to the time of the founders, and will probably be worth a fortune. But, how did you get to talk to a house elf? She asked. I was under the impression the house elves of Hogwarts are seen but not heard. The professor only allowed you one to get the classroom sorted, and that was ages ago. Huh, replied Harry. No one told me that. I just called for one and one came. He told me that the house elves normally don't come when called by a student, but he, somehow, knew why I was calling and came. They're allowed to do that. Hello, called a voice from the door. Turning to look, both Harry and Daphne saw a first-year Gryffindor standing in the doorway looking around. Come in, said Daphne. You're the first to arrive. Harry gestured to a ledger he had on the nearest desk with a quill and bottle of ink ready and said, "Please write your name in the ledger, and the house you belong to, and take a seat where you like." Over the next half hour over 24 students ranging from new first years up to even fourth years came in. Over 40% were Ravenclaws, about a quarter each were Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs, and there were a couple of Slytherins. Just about all of them oohed and awed at the decor. They were also joined by the full contingent of the Seven, as they were coming to be known. At 4:30 p.m. on the dot, Harry and Daphne moved to the head of the meeting room and waited a few moments to allow the noise to die down. "Welcome, all of you," said Harry. "For those who do not know, my name is Harry Potter, and this most charming lovely lady with me is Daphne Greengrass. We're the two who asked for permission to form this club." Harry gestured to Daphne to take it from there while he picked up a small pile of parchment and started walking around the U-shape handing out a sheet to each. "Harry and I were disappointed to learn that many of you, if not all of you, are unaware of the etiquette and traditions of the wizarding world. What they are, why they are, when and how they apply. We also know it's not your fault. The purpose of this club is to work with you to rectify that. Children who have grown up in the wizarding world are quite aware of most of what we're going to help you with. As they've grown up with this, it's a fundamental part of their lives. They live it. However, as Muggleborns you weren't even aware of the wizarding world until you received your Hogwarts letters. As such, those of us with a lick of sense understand you aren't aware of our etiquette and traditions." Returning to the front, Harry said, "However, it is the considered opinion of the populace of the wizarding world that it is your responsibility to make yourselves aware of the etiquette and traditions. So, when you make a mistake relating to one, they hold you responsible for it. They do not consider it their responsibility to teach you what you need to know. Though you may not agree with that viewpoint, they're right. Like me, as I was Muggle-raised, you're pretty much a migrant to this world. To put that into perspective, before you came here, you were living as a Muggle Brit. If someone emigrated into Britain, you would have been of the mind that it was the migrants' responsibility to learn how to live in Britain. They made the choice to come here, so it's their responsibility to fit in. The same applies to the wizarding world and you." "Harsh, I know, but no less true." Daphne asked, as an explanation of why it's so important. "Who here remembers what happened at breakfast last Saturday between Harry and Professor Snape?" Almost all sitting before them raised their hands. "Good. Now, who here knows what it meant?" All but 3 hands went down. Nodding, Daphne asked one of those who had their hand raised on the second question, "How did you come to understand what it meant?" "I went to the school library and found a book about it," said the second-year Ravenclaw. "A wise move," said Daphne. "Did either of you other two know what it meant as it happened? Or, did you also have to wait until later to find out?" "Later," both replied. Again nodding, she said, "Then none of you knew at the time that Professor Snape had committed a deliberate major breach of etiquette. And that, as a result of that breach, he could have been lawfully killed for it, do you?" That elicited a few gasps around the room, together with a few talking to others sitting nearby. With a smirk, Harry asked loud enough, "It all just became a much more serious issue for all of you, hasn't it?" Not expecting a response he said, "What I handed to each of you is a general overview of what we'd like to discuss with you, show you, and where necessary demonstrate for you. We've included general subject ideas we can go over. However, if there's a specific subject matter you'd like to know about, or know more about, then we can discuss it. But you also need to consider that Daphne and I would like to run this club each year. And that each year will see the influx of another batch of first years who would benefit from this club. That means we're starting from scratch each September to allow the new cohort of first years to participate. However, if we haven't imparted upon you what we want to by June next year, then we may well continue for you on the Sundays opposite those where we'll be starting from scratch. Any questions, so far?" asked Daphne. A Gryffindor first year, Faye Dunbar, asked, "Harry, is it true you head-butted a killing curse?" Giving a small snort and shaking his head, he replied, "2 things. First, no one really knows what happened when Voldemort cast the killing curse at me, because everyone but me is dead who would know. Anything you have read that states otherwise is only a guess at best and a blatant lie at worst. Secondly, I'm sorry to say, you have just committed a serious breach of etiquette. I'm not having a go at you for it because you didn't know and that's why you should be here. But, do you know what it was? No, sorry, she meekly replied. Does anyone else? Asked Harry looking around. No one knew or guessed. Not surprising, really, said Harry. The breach occurred when you used my first name when you were not given leave to do so. That is, I did not say you could call me by my first name before you used it. Properly, you should have asked, Potter, or, Mr. Potter, is it true you head-butted a killing curse? There are some in the wizarding world who take great offense when you use their first name when they haven't said you can do so. It's referred to as being overly familiar and is considered disrespectful. Because we don't want any of you to feel uncomfortable in here, and because we want each of us to consider the others friends, please, call me Harry, all of you. And I give you leave to call me Daphne, said Daphne. But, only in this room. I still expect to be called Miss Greengrass outside that door, all right. After receiving a number of verbal nods, Daphne asked, please, are there any more questions, specifically, about what we hope to accomplish in here? Another Gryffindor, Seamus Finnegan, asked, yeah, why do we need to ride the Hogwarts Express to come to Hogwarts? It takes me and me dad ages to travel all the way down to London just for me to have to ride all the way back to southwestern Scotland on a train. A question, I'm guessing, almost all Muggleborns who don't live near London wonder about, said Daphne. The answer lies in, it's tradition. It's one of those traditions that has arisen for only the last couple hundred years. The Hogwarts Express ride is supposed to be a time when the differences between the houses comes down. And students are free to interact without interference from the professors. Instead, it is considered by many, including some raised in the wizarding world, as a complete waste of time, irrespective of the fact it's a tradition. But, because it has become tradition, it won't be going away anytime soon. And there are those who would feel offended if you recommend it be done away with. Next, asked Harry. When none were forthcoming, Harry said, we intend to hold these meetings each Sunday a fortnight apart. They will be held here at the same time, each time. The only time the meetings will not be held will be when we are all on break, whether it be Christmas break, Easter break or summer break, or end-of-year exams are taking place. There is no mandatory requirement to attend. However, if you miss a session, and it covers something you want to know about, we will not be discussing it during the next meeting for you. It'll be your responsibility to find out what you missed from your fellow club members. We also don't intend to assign mandatory homework. If you want extra material to research or study, it'll be off your own backs, but we can help you there. This abandoned classroom will also remain the meeting room for the club. You may even appreciate the decor indicates this. However, it is not a house-less common room. The door will be locked and warded from intrusion when meetings are not being held. Everyone clear on this, so far? Again with the verbal nods. Anyone want to take a punt and ask a question before we wrap it up for the day? He asked. Yeah, Potter, one of the second-year Gryffindors asked, what is it with all the crests around the room? He was waving his hand in a sweeping gesture to the crests on the walls. Harry looked at Daphne and gave a slight nod. She understood the message. While we plan on going through the nobility of the wizarding world in one of these sessions coming up, I find no harm in giving you an overview of it now. You, of course, know of the 4 houses of Hogwarts. These crests you see high up on the walls around us represent the houses of Wizarding Britain. The ones with a wide red band through them identify them as houses that are lost to us. That is, no one knows if there is a current heir for any of them. The others identify those which are still active. Indicating one on the wall above the blackboard, she said, there's mine, Greengrass. A couple across, there's Harry's, Potter. The reason why the houses are so important to Wizarding Britain will be discussed in a couple of weeks. And, yes, it's important to know. The houses are broken down into noble and most ancient, noble and ancient, ancient, elder, minor, and magical. Within the noble houses there are the lords and ladies, and the heirs. Within all houses are the head of house and the heirs. The chart on the back wall identifies the head of each house and the heir, whether they be the heir apparent or the heir presumptive. Harry is currently head of House Potter but, because he is not yet of age, is not yet formally recognized as Lord of the House, Lord Potter. I'm heiress presumptive of House Greengrass, which means I currently stand to become Lady Greengrass on the passing of my father and I come of age. However, as Harry and I are also betrothed, I also stand to become Lady Potter when we marry soon after we both reach our majority. What those titles mean, and why they're so important to Wizarding Britain, will be discussed in depth in a couple of weeks. It's going to take a while. And, I don't mean to be rude, but what about how you're betrothed at such a young age? Asked another. Fair question, replied Harry. What many of you may be unaware of is that betrothal contracts amongst the nobility of the Muggle world used to be quite common until a couple centuries ago. They have since fallen out of favor. In the magical world, however, betrothal contracts, while not as common as they once were, can still be found. My and Daphne's fathers wrote up a betrothal contract for the two of us when we were both infants. I don't understand what was going through my father's head at the time, but I know the betrothal was agreed to, in part, to bring our two houses into a closer formal and public relationship. An alliance. But, what if you're not suited to each other? Asked the same person. What if you even hate each other? Most betrothal contracts have built-in escape clauses. One or the other party of the contract can back out, but it requires the payment of a substantial penalty to do so. However, the betrothal contract signed for Daphne and I has no such clause. And that's where magic comes in. From our experiences of this, it appears that magic itself is working with us to ensure we are compatible and will be happy with each other. As things are, both of us are happy with this arrangement. We find ourselves growing closer together the more time we spend with each other. So, when Professor Snape tried to separate you last weekend, it could be seen as he was trying to keep you apart, stopping the magic from taking hold. Said one of the lone Slytherins. Precisely, replied Harry firmly. As such, he was interfering with the betrothal contract. And that meant he was interfering with the business of both our houses. So, as you can see, it was a very big and serious thing that happened. Wow, he heard one of the young girls say. All right, folks, said Harry. I know this wasn't a very long session. However, it was to give you an understanding of what we're going to be covering here over the school year, to see if you'd be interested in becoming a member, and give you the opportunity to now report back to those of your friends who asked you to check it out for you. The next meeting will be 2 weeks from today, and we're really going to be getting stuck into things from then on. We look forward to seeing you then. After closing the meeting down, Harry led the 7 down to the Great Hall. It was not yet time for dinner, but Harry wanted to see if there was any gossip about the etiquette club among the students. Sitting at the Ravenclaw table, they received a few other students approaching to ask if they could join the club. Each was told to present themselves at the next meeting a fortnight later. After the meal, he led Daphne outside and sat on one of the stones of a large standing circle of them on the path to Hagrid's hut. She joined him sitting on the stone and leaned against him. Daddy is coming for us at lunchtime tomorrow, she softly said. Harry grunted in agreement and said, I still think our leaving the school for half a day tomorrow was a poor excuse for Dumbledore to not grant us permission to visit with Sirius at Greengrass Estate over the weekend. With a shrug, she said, he had the right to do it as we didn't give him a suitable reason to allow us to leave. Plus, him coming back with how you missed pretty much all of the first week, then we were gone for a significant part of last Sunday for the trials, and how other students didn't have those level of privileges was a fair point or two. No, he's just shitty at me for that meeting in his office the other day, said Harry. I half expected him to reverse his decision to allow us to run the etiquette club, as well. Just out of spite, you know. You think he could be that vindictive? She asked. Yeah, I do, he replied. Well, it's running now, she said. I'd be demanding answers and his reasoning if he blocked it now. Besides, we'll also be leaving the castle for the afternoon tomorrow for the trial. And that's something he can't refuse us. Yeah, and it gets me out of History of Magic, chuckled Harry. Double win. After charms the next morning, Harry met Daphne in the entrance hall. She was already waiting for him with Cygnus. Ready to go? Asked Cygnus. Yep, replied Harry. Side by side they walked out the front doors of the castle and up the drive towards Hogsmeade. After a couple minutes of silence in their walk, Harry looked at Cygnus and asked, any hints on what we can expect? Dumbledore has a canny political mind, replied Cygnus. He has perfected the art of answering questions with only as much information as he's willing to give. Amelia is aware of this and has been working on the exact wording of the questions she wants to ask him once she has him on the stand. But, I'm not sure we're going to hear everything we need to hear. Dumbledore's been keeping everything close to his own chest for years. A little court case like this isn't going to pry those secrets out of him anytime soon. Harry thought for a few moments before he said, then the counter to his taciturnity is to carefully listen to his answers to any question asked. And to consider basing your next question on his previous response as a form of confirmation. Also, don't assume that what he states is in direct response to the question asked, or, even if it is the entire answer. Cygnus cast a long look at Harry before he said, "Points well made, Harry. We'll keep them in mind." In an almost abrupt change of subject, Harry asked, "How's Sirius getting on?" "He's aware we were forbidden to leave Hogwarts over the weekend. He's doing quite well, and, yes," replied Cygnus. "He wasn't happy to learn you were refused leave to visit, but he knows it wasn't your fault. He wanted to come along to pick you up today, but I convinced him not to. I did not want to risk a confrontation between him and members of Hogwarts' staff over such a petty issue. However, he'll be waiting for us at the Ministry. I suspect I'd have had to have the elves chain him to the floor of his room if I refused him to at least meet us there. It would have been unfair not to allow him to attend," said Harry. "He's been unlawfully incarcerated for 10 years. To deny him his freedom, even for his own good, would have been cruel. Besides, I'm looking forward to seeing him again. He may not be my immediate family, but he's the closest thing I've got to my parents, at the moment." After thinking about how that might have sounded, he said, "Sorry, that may have come off as being insulting or, at least, insensitive. I did not mean it to be." "I understand, Harry," said Cygnus gently. "I take it you have memories of him, too." "Oh, yes," replied Harry with a wide smile. "He used to get Dad in trouble with Mum all the time. In Dad's letter where it states he had to sleep on the couch for a couple of weeks because of the betrothal contract was only one of many times my dear godfather got either or both of them in trouble with Mum." With a shrug, he said, "I remember she loved it, though. She'd yell at both of them like they were naughty schoolboys for a while before she'd pick me up, if I was in the room, and walked away from them. I don't think she had any idea I would remember exactly what she said to me all these years later, even if I didn't understand a word of it then. She would just talk to me because I happened to be there." "What sort of things would she say to you, Harry?" asked Daphne. "I don't mean to be so personal, it's just—" "I don't mind," replied Harry. "She would tell me of how she was happy that they could still have fun together with the war on. That the shenanigans they got up to both showed they still retained their fun-loving natures and acted as stress relievers. She was worried that the utility of the war would cause them to change, to become people other than what they were while still at school, that they would change so much they would lose their friendship, their love for one another." Harry noticed that the initial pace Cygnus had set walking towards the gates of Hogwarts had considerably slowed. They were now barely trudging along. Cygnus said, "A very smart woman, was your mother. And not just book smart, either. She could see how things were headed. What the likely consequences of an action would lead to. And acted accordingly." They had just reached the gates, so Cygnus led Harry and Daphne through before leading them to the Three Broomsticks. From there it was a quick trip to the Ministry. Harry found Cygnus had led him and Daphne back to courtroom 5 again. They were sitting in almost the same seats. This time there were quite a few others sitting in the visitors' gallery with them. Plus, the same 2 journalists from the week before. One of those particular muckrakers came over and sat behind Harry and Daphne before he leaned forward and quietly said, "Lord Potter, I wonder if I might be able to ask you a few questions before the trial starts." Harry gave Daphne a glance who returned an almost minuscule shrug in return. He turned to look at the journalist and said, "Normally, I would not care to comment. However, I read your articles last week in the Daily Prophet and found them to be factual and non-compromising. For that reason I'll do my best to answer what of your questions I care to with honesty. However, show me you are not to be trusted in future, and you'll never receive a true quote from me again. Deal?" The journalist thought for a moment before replying, "I am not Rita Skeeter, my lord. I will always write the facts. Therefore, it is no bother for me to agree." "Deal?" Giving a short nod, Harry said, "In that case, sir, ask away." The man grabbed a notebook and quill from one of the deep pockets of his robes. Allowing the notebook and quill to hover he said, "It's a dictaquill, my lord." And, for your information, if you see something like this and the quill has a lime green ostrich feather, it's a quick quotes quill. They're nasty things and write whatever nonsense the owner of it wants it to write. Thank you for the heads up, replied Harry. Setting the dicta quill going, the journalist said, thank you for speaking with me today, my lord. You're welcome. Is it true you were unaware of the wizarding world until your 11th birthday? I received my Hogwarts letter a few days before my 11th birthday. Until then, that was the only item of mail I'd ever received from the wizarding world. My Hogwarts letter confirmed my belief the wizarding world actually existed. It was the next day I found Diagon Alley. You've never received correspondence from the wizarding world until your Hogwarts letter. Correct. My lord, I would have believed there would have been a great many people in the wizarding world who would have sent you elves before then. That may be true. I have no way of knowing otherwise. However, I've never received them. And I have no explanation as to why. Very well. I have it on good authority Lord Sirius Black, recently exonerated of charges relating to the events at Potter's Cottage on the 31st of October 1981, and in the township of Coventry a few days later, is in fact your sworn godfather. Is this true? Your good authority is both correct and has a big mouth. Yes, Lord Black is my sworn godfather. Ah, it appears the trial is about to start. May I speak with you on this at another time? You may. As Harry and the journalist were winding up their short talk, Harry noticed the members of the Wizengamot who were sitting in judgment had begun to enter the room. They went directly to their seats. Again, Madame Marchbanks took the center president's seat while Amelia took the seat on the end. Just as she was about to bang her gavel, Sirius walked quickly into the room and bounded up the stairs to sit next to Harry. What did I miss? He asked quietly. Nothing yet, replied Harry. They only entered a few moments before you did. Cutting it a bit close there, weren't you, godfather? Sirius turned to look at him and gave a big grin. Harry was happy to see his teeth, which based on the last time he'd been able to see him were in a horrendous state, were now fully repaired and sparkling white. Harry also noticed that, while his godfather still appeared to be quite gaunt, was moving much more fluidly and healthily. He was clearly bouncing back to full health. His hair was trimmed and his full straggly beard was trimmed back to a small goatee. You're looking much better, godfather, said Harry, eyeing the man critically. Living with the Greengrasses is doing you a lot of good. As Harry finished talking, Madame Marchbanks banged her gavel 3 times and called the court to order. Bring in the accused, she called. A moment later, Dumbledore was escorted into the room between 2 orators. He was not, however, shackled in any way as he was attending willingly. He approached the chair but, just before sitting down, took out his wand and reconfigured it into a plush throne-like chair. Then he calmly sat down, giving the appearance he was there looking out upon his subjects, rather than being sat in judgment. Madame Marchbanks then turned to Amelia and said, Madame Bones, the charges, if you will. What followed was a long afternoon of Dumbledore answering questions with misdirections, half-truths and just about every other form of avoidance Harry could remember reading about. It was quite clear how the man had managed to become the headmaster of Hogwarts, the chief warlock and supreme mugwump all at the same time. Harry also noticed that Amelia had made good use of the timeline he drew up as Dumbledore tried to claim that Harry's proper guardians, with the exception of the Greengrasses, were either imprisoned or were lying in St. Mungo's. When asked why he didn't take Harry to the Greengrasses, he said he believed the risk was too high. The Greengrasses were servants of Voldemort. That was when the memory of what Dumbledore and McGonagall said to each other while Harry was in Dumbledore's arms as he was being placed on the doorstep of Privet Drive was played. Dumbledore had to dance a number of backpedaling steps and claimed his memory was not so clear of the event. When asked about why Harry had not received any mail from the Wizarding World until his Hogwarts letter, he claimed, for Harry's safety, to have put up mail "I'll notice me not wards." His excuse was because the mail could have included portkeys or the like to spirit Harry away from the safety of his aunt and uncle. That gave Harry an idea for when he next spoke with the journalist. There were many times during the questioning phase of the trial that Dumbledore was caught out not answering a question fully, or being otherwise disingenuous. It did him harm. The questioning had gone on for so long that a break was called partway through for people to get something to drink or visit the toilet. Even Dumbledore's voice was becoming a bit hoarse. In the end, Dumbledore was found guilty of most of the charges. He managed to skive off being found guilty of the most serious, though, including the conspiracy and neglect charges. However, he was found guilty of abuse of authority of his position as chief warlock in the remainder. When sentence was passed, Dumbledore was banned from returning to sit upon the Wizengamot in any capacity, and fined over 10,000 galleons. He was not, however, given any prison time. As an added bonus, he was stripped of his position representing magical Britain on the ICW, which also meant he could no longer be Supreme Mugwump. Furthermore, the temporary suspension of Dumbledore's claim over Harry as his magical guardian was made permanent. It was agreed Harry would be protected under the joint custody of Madame Longbottom, Madame Bones, Lord Black and Lord Greengrass. He would also not be permitted to claim loco parentis or magical guardianship upon any other minor, including students at the school. "Damn," muttered Harry. "That means we still have to put up with him at Hogwarts." Harry, Amelia and Cygnus all tried to see if one of the charges against Dumbledore could be leveled against the man in his role as headmaster. However, everything illegal the man had done he had done in his role as chief warlock. Harry raised how Dumbledore used the Hogwarts infirmary and school nurse to care for Harry for the near 24 hours between the time he was removed from Godric's Hollow until he was dumped at the Dursleys. However, he could claim to have done it as chief warlock, which is precisely what he did during the trial. Dumbledore was no fool. He knew if he said he'd done it as headmaster, then his position as headmaster would also have been put at risk. After the sentence was passed, Dumbledore turned to Harry and Daphne and said, "Harry. Miss Greengrass. I'll escort you back to school." "Insulting me again, headmaster, by using my first name," mocked Harry. "And, sorry, but, we have further business to attend ere we return to Hogwarts." With one of his unpatented grandfatherly put-upon sighs, Dumbledore said, "Very well. I expect to see you back before not too much longer," and walked from the room. As Dumbledore was leaving, the journalist who spoke to Harry earlier quickly returned and set up his dictaquill. While the man was setting things up quickly with a practiced hand, Harry asked him, "As I'm doing you a favor by participating in this interview, I wonder if I can ask one of you." "And what would that be, my lord?" the journalist replied. "I need you to include, as part of your article, that I had nothing to do with, nor had any idea of, the Notice Me Not wards for male owls on where I was living. And that, even if I didn't receive any mail from the wizarding world, I'd still like to apologize to those within the wizarding world who sent me mail, for not thanking them for their effort." With an appraising look, the journalist said, "I can do that. If you promise me, where possible, you'll give me exclusives." Harry snorted in response and said, "Keep writing the truth and you've probably got yourself a deal." Harry then answered a few more questions from the journalist, even though Sirius was giving him funny looks. However, once the journalist recognized the man sitting next to Harry was the so-called infamous Lord Sirius Black, Sirius was also asked questions, which for the most part he was happy to answer. The interview was interrupted with the return of Cygnus. "Ready to go?" Harry and Daphne both nodded. Harry turned to the journalist and said, "Sorry about this. But I invite you to owl me at Hogwarts if there's something you want to ask me. As with this interview, if I'm willing to answer your questions, I'll provide you with the answers. If not, I'll tell you so." "Thank you, my lord," replied the journalist as he was packing away his dictaquill. As the four of them made their way back outside, Cygnus asked, "Is it wise to talk to journalists?" "Yes," replied Harry. "By my being willing to talk to them, I maintain some level of control over what they write about me. If I refuse to talk to them, then they're free to write whatever they want." It was the famous author, Mark Twain, who once said, "Never pick a fight with people who buy ink by the barrel." I think he was right. It's far better to work with them. "Control them from the inside, you mean? By way of exclusive interviews?" asked Cygnus with a grin. "Yeah, pretty much," replied Harry with a shrug. Cygnus turned to Sirius and said, "I told you he was a Slytherin hiding in Ravenclaw." The pained look on Sirius's face made Harry laugh. "All right," said Sirius. "Clearly, this is give my godfather indigestion day. However, we still need to meet Amelia. She has news for Harry." Harry, wondering what was going on, followed the two lords down the passageway and into the offices of the DMLE. Inside, both lords approached the young lady sitting at what was clearly a secretary's desk. "Good afternoon, Nanine," said Sirius in a pleasant silky smooth drawl. Is Madam Bones back from trial yet? Oh, yes, Lord Black, the girl near tittered. Let me just check to ensure she's ready for you. And she rose and approached a door just off to the side behind her desk. She gave it 2 quick raps of her knuckles, listened closely, and then opened the door to duck inside. Harry looked at Sirius as soon as the girl disappeared behind the door. Really, Godfather? Already? Sirius just gave a little smirk and a slight shrug before he said, I can't have my godson doing better than me with the ladies. It just wouldn't be proper. A few moments later, she was back and holding the door open. Director Bones will see you now, she said with a coy look towards Sirius. Again, the 2 lords led the 4 through. They walked into Amelia's inner office. After finishing their short meeting with Amelia, she allowed them to use her personal office fireplace to flow directly to Greengrass Estate. Harry was one of the first, after Daphne, to collapse into one of the available sofas. So, there is a bloody prophecy with my name on it, he grouched. But, who the hell is TMR? All right, said Sirius. APWBD is clearly Dumbledore, he's the one who heard the prophecy. SPT is supposed to be Sybil Patricia Trelawney, she's the professor of divination at Hogwarts. HJP is Harry James Potter, so TMR has to be the other person. I'll see what I can track down and even give my Aunt Cassiopeia a call. She's in her late 70s but still has her little black book. It may provide us with some information. Is there any way we can acquire a list of past students of Hogwarts? Asked Harry. I mean, it shouldn't be too hard to then go through the names to see if there's someone, or multiple someones, who have those initials. Good idea, said Cygnus. I'll speak to old Professor Tofty at the Ministry. He has the records of all past and current Hogwarts students in his files. It'll be a nightmare to go through all those files, though. Well, I'd guess that the records would be in alphabetical order, said Harry. Start with only going through those whose surnames begin or began with the letter R first. With a slight wince, Cygnus said, of course. In a tone that said he knew he should have considered that. The initials seemed familiar to Harry. He was going through the names of all the students he knew, all the wizards and witches he had met and who had told him their names, every daily prophet he had read. However, it didn't come to him. If anyone can figure out who those initials belonged to without months slogging through records, they should get a medal, thought Harry. Something to reward. Harry suddenly shot forward in his seat until he was sitting on the edge of it. The others saw a look of shock on his face. Harry asked Sirius, what is it? TMR, replied Harry softly. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Slytherin House. Head boy in 1945. Earned a special award from Hogwarts for services to the school in 1943. Headmaster Dippet awarded it to him. He earned it for identifying Hagrid as the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets back then. A young 4th-year Ravenclaw student by the name of Myrtle Malone was killed in the second-floor girls' toilets. Wah, said Sirius, obviously confused. How do you know that? I went for a wander through the castle a few days ago, explained Harry. It was a free period and I both wanted to start to make a move on mapping the castle and burn off some energy. I walked into what I found to be the Hogwarts trophy room on the 3rd floor. In the trophy room I found a cutting from the Daily Prophet that had an article on the story. It was in a picture frame directly above a small glass case that had the award. On another wall was a large wooden board that contained the list of names of the head boy and head girl for each year dating back to the beginning of the century. Riddle's name was there as head boy for 1945. How in Merlin's name did you remember that? Asked Sirius. Oh, said Harry, snapping back to the present. I have an eidetic memory. I remember everything. I also have a full mindscape and am very skilled at occlumency. The latter helps me keep the eidetic memory organized. You, stuttered Sirius. You have a full mindscape at 11. Actually, I've had a full mindscape since I was about 8, replied Harry. The eidetic memory allowed me to develop the mindscape, and the mindscape allows me to control the eidetic memory. Which then allowed me to improve the mindscape. Which, in turn, allows me to improve the storage of memories. It's kind of a self-perpetuating, neuromutualism. That is, each benefits the other and supports the other. The mind healer at St. Mungo's said he's never seen the like on someone so young. He was the one who identified what's going on in my head as a fully formed and functional mindscape. and then helped me on my way to both rebuild it and make significant improvements on it in the case of occluding my mind from legilimencers. Sirius, called Cygnus. When Sirius looked at him he said, "It was Harry's memories that were played at your trial." Harry's memories from when he was 15 months old. Turning back to look at Harry with a look of awe on his face, Sirius asked, "You remember everything?" "Yep," grinned Harry. "Do you want me to give Cygnus the memory for his pensieve I have of you with my infant pacifier stuck in your mouth and you unable to remove it?" Sirius looked at Harry with a look not unlike horror. "Well, I, of course, didn't understand what was happening at the time," shrugged Harry. "I now know it was a burst of accidental magic." Sirius snorted and said, "Harry was fussing. Lily was in the kitchen preparing his dinner while I was trying to keep him occupied. I kept putting his dummy in his mouth and little Lord Fauntleroy here kept taking it out and trying to give it to me. I didn't mind as it kept him occupied. However, Harry seemed to be getting annoyed that I wasn't sticking it in my mouth. Next thing I know he's holding the dummy out to me like he's trying to shove it at me, but I kept just out of his reach. He makes this grunt sound with a frown on his face and the bloody dummy leaps out of his fingers and plants itself in my gob." Chuckling, Harry said, the look on Sirius's face when it happened, though, priceless. "I then reached to pull it back out of my mouth and found I couldn't budge it," said Sirius now with a slight grin on his own face with unfocused eyes, remembering. "The surround of the dummy was fused to my lips. I kept trying to pull it out, though. I even took out my wand and tried a finite charm, but it didn't work. I tried to call for Lily but the only sounds I could make were quite muffled." Harry was giggling away almost hysterically and that brought Lily into the room. She took a few seconds to work out what had happened and then she started laughing. I, on the other hand, was getting both annoyed and frantic trying to remove the offending object. Laughing, Harry said, "So, here was Sirius, gesticulating wildly. A well-dressed pureblood trying to stand tall and proud like a true pureblood heir, with a baby's light blue pacifier stuck firmly in his gob with a ribbon hanging from it. It was bloody hilarious. Even Mum thought so. She tried a couple of times to cancel the magic that caused the dummy to be stuck there, but couldn't undo whatever it was that I'd done. Trouble is, she was also laughing too hard to properly concentrate. After about 3 or 4 minutes she had just about lost it completely and was laughing so hard she had tears running down her cheeks, and had developed a dose of hiccups. Sirius got really annoyed and stormed out of the room. Daphne was trying very hard not to laugh but was snorting in amusement while blushing. Cygnus, however, was roaring with laughter. "I apparated to St. Mungo's," said Sirius with a fond smile. "It was the most embarrassing day of my life. I did hook up with a pretty nurse, as a result, though. It's also one of my most treasured memories," said Harry. After Sirius left, Dad came home and had to give Mum a calming draft to get any worthwhile information out of her. As soon as he could get her to tell him what happened he said he had to go and find Sirius to make sure he was alright. He also said he wanted to take photographic evidence of the foul crime. Mum accused him of just wanting blackmail material. It wasn't long after that, I think, they bound my magic down. But I must have been asleep when they did it, because I don't remember it happening. It was only a few days later," sighed Sirius. "The fact it took a team of specialists to unravel the sticking charm you used to stick the pacifier in my mouth was worrying to your parents. Though they didn't like it, they knew your magical power had to be bound down a fair bit in case you caused some accidental magic that harmed someone and no one could undo it. That was also about a week before Potter's cottage was attacked. Only James, Lily and myself knew about your magic being bound." "Well, that's one probable explanation for why my magic was never unbound," replied Harry with a sigh. "Yes, but it still should have been detected when you went in for your inoculations at St. Mungo," said Cygnus. Said Harry a bit sheepishly. "You were never taken in for your inoculations, were you?" asked Cygnus. "No," replied Harry. "However, I received them while I was in there after what happened at the sorting feast." "Well, at least they're done," said Cygnus. "Yet another thing that old fool should have seen to is your magical guardian, and didn't." "Anyway," said Harry flipping his hand in a throwaway gesture. "This has gotten us completely off topic, the prophecy. What do I need to do to find out what the prophecy states?" "You'll need to visit the prophecy hall in the Department of Mysteries," replied Cygnus. There's only a few people who can touch the orb that contains a memory recording of the prophecy. And, who are they? Asked Harry. The one who gave the prophecy, the one who heard it and from whom the memory was likely taken, and those the prophecy is about. That means Sybil Trelawney, Albus Dumbledore, you and whoever TMR is, replied Sirius. Once the prophecy orb is on the shelf, not even the unspeakables can access it, reportedly. But that's not to say they're not already aware of what the prophecy is or states, before the memory was placed in the orb, mused Harry. Therefore, they'd not need to access the orb. Sitting forward again, he said, still, I guess we should make arrangements for me to hear the damnable thing. The next morning the seven were sitting together at breakfast when Hedwig flew in bearing Harry's copy of that morning's Daily Prophet. Unshrinking and unfolding it, he saw the lead story was, of course, the sacking of Dumbledore as Chief Warlock, Britain's representative on the ICW and his supreme mugwump. The story included the highlights of the trial and left little out that was of any substance. But it was plain Dumbledore's support was waning fast. The story immediately below was the interview Harry gave the reporter, a man he now knew was named Monty Wordsworth. Harry wondered if he was in any way related to the famous English poet, William Wordsworth. It didn't much matter to him, the man was true to his word and wrote well. Harry decided he would keep his promise and do his best to work with the endeavoring Mr. Wordsworth in future. He felt it didn't hurt to have a journalist he could, somewhat, count upon to write the truth. They had an uneventful day and, after classes, Harry knew he needed to get his homework out of the way. As he missed History of Magic the previous day, Neville told him what the homework for it was, while Susan told Daphne what she'd missed in their combined class. The seven were in the library working quietly on their homework, offering suggestions to the odd request for assistance amongst them. That night, Harry walked from the Ravenclaw Tower up to the Astronomy Tower for their class. There, he met Daphne and Tracy. They were grateful that it was a clear night, but it was also apparent the long cold of winter was slowly creeping in. Because they were so tired, the cold also seemed to seep into their very bones. It was a very tired cohort of first-year Ravenclaws and Slytherins that crawled into bed during the early hours of the morning. As with the previous week, Harry didn't want to leave his lady alone at breakfast. After a hot shower with a period where he made the water bitterly cold to wake himself up, he trudged down to breakfast. He was a bit later than normal but made it, nonetheless. The others of the seven were sitting at the Hufflepuff table. Making his way over, he plopped down onto a seat next to Daphne and almost immediately laid his head on her shoulder. "A bit forward there, aren't we, Potter?" she asked. "Quiet, pillow of mine, I'm trying to sleep," he mumbled in reply. With a snort of amusement, Daphne hunched her shoulder, hard, causing Harry to snap back up straight. "I'm awake," he blurted, blinking owlishly. The others, except Tracy, chuckled. Tracy yawned. As both Ravenclaw and Slytherin were free until the afternoon class of Defense Against the Dark Arts, Harry begged off on doing anything else but going back to bed to sleep another few hours. He thought he might receive an earful from Daphne about it, but she'd also made that decision. When the mail arrived, Harry turned to look at the head table. He noticed almost all the professors received mail except for the headmaster. He was sure the old man would receive quite a bit of mail about the article in the Daily Prophet, but he received none. Thinking about it, Harry figured out the old man must have put an all-mail redirection system in place. His mail was probably all sitting on his desk. They all met up again at lunch. The three Ravenclaws and Slytherins much more rested. "Enjoy your nap?" asked Susan sweetly. "Much, thank you," replied Harry, ignoring the mock sarcasm. "I now understand why my dorm mates all choose to stay in bed and sleep instead of coming down to breakfast. I thought last week was bad, but this week was worse. Does anyone know if Dumbledore has found a replacement professor yet?" asked Tracy. "Or, is he still teaching the class?" "He's still teaching the class," replied Neville. "He's also very, very good." Harry HMMPHED and said, he'd have to be. After all, he took down Grindelwald. Harry found class under the instruction of Dumbledore was actually pretty good. He had the same class with the man the week before, but, now that he had a better understanding of the quality of teaching at the school, he had to acknowledge Dumbledore was a master teacher. Dumbledore released the class early so, with a key, on the cheek for his betrothed and letting her know he'd meet up with her in the library, Harry hurried back to the Ravenclaw common room. As he was walking through to the door to his dorm, he noticed a comic book sitting on one of the small tables. After picking up his astronomy text plus star charts, he walked back into the common room. Picking up the comic book and flipping through it, he noticed an advertisement on the inside back cover for a set of costumes. Looking at the cutout advertisement, he looked around the room and found a 7th year studying in one of the study carousels that bordered the huge room. He took the comic over to the older boy and waited until his presence was acknowledged. "Yes?" asked the older boy. Harry flipped open the comic to the last page and, indicating it to the older boy, asked, "Would you mind doing me a big favor and creating a permanent copy of this advertisement, please?" The boy looked at the ad and asked suspiciously, "What are you up to?" "A harmless prank," replied Harry in as straightforward a manner as he could. "On a Ravenclaw?" asked the boy. "Definitely not," huffed Harry. The boy stared at him for a few moments more before Harry could see he'd do it. With a small shrug of his shoulders, the boy said, "Why not?" He grabbed the comic book off Harry in a small piece of parchment and laid the two side by side. The boy had his wand in his hand and waved it over the two while muttering a short incantation. He did not notice Harry memorizing both the incantation and the wand movements. The small piece of parchment turned into a perfect replica of the entire inside of the back cover. With a grin, Harry said, "Thank you, a lot." He picked up both, returned the comic book to the small coffee table, and sat down at one of the vacant carousels. Pulling out a Muggle pen he'd found discarded somewhere, he filled in the appropriate places on the order form, checking the boxes for the costume he wanted. He also checked the box that asked if he wanted a copy of their catalog of other costumes. While Harry had been living at the Leaky Cauldron, he learned that the post office at Diagon Alley provided a special service. They acted as a remailing center for mail heading out of the wizarding world into the Muggle world the Muggle way, and vice versa. After creating an envelope, he folded the order form and dropped it into the envelope along with enough galleons. He then addressed the envelope to be remailed the Muggle way via the Owl post office in Diagon Alley, along with the required fee to use the service. Just as he was finishing and was getting ready to head for the Ollery, Hedwig flew in. "Hello, girl," said Harry. Hedwig hooted happily at him and raised her leg. Harry, after shrinking the small envelope due to its weight, tied it to the owl's leg. Hedwig gave the back of his hand a bit of a loving scratch with her beak before taking to the air and flying back out again. Well, thought Harry, that's a prank on its way to being set up. After Hedwig flew off, Harry quickly grabbed his book bag and hurried down to the library. The next afternoon, Harry was wandering down one of the more remote passages deep within the castle when he was suddenly grabbed and dragged into an alcove. As he was released, he drew his wand and spun about. Standing before him were a pair of identical twins wearing Gryffindor robes. "Weasleys. Hello, ickle Harrikins," said one. "What brings you wandering all on your lonesome all the way down here?" The other asked. "I'm just trying to figure out my way around this mausoleum," replied Harry warily. "I'm just getting a feel for all the corridors and hallways into a bit of a map inside my head." "Well," said one, "unless you're also aware that the castle has this tendency to rearrange itself as needed. Then your mental map is not going to do you much good," continued the other. "Sorry?" asked Harry. "You mean classrooms and hallways and the like can move?" "Indeed, they can," exclaimed one. "You've noticed how the stairs in the grand staircase move, right?" Harry nodded. "Well, that can also happen with other parts of the castle." The look on Harry's face made both twins grin. "Look, you know it's a magic castle, right?" Harry nodded. "Then why is it so hard to understand and accept magic can do this?" Harry realized his expression must have been one of disbelief because the two twins grabbed him and took him back out into the hallway. "All right, ickle Harrikins, follow us and we'll show you a hidden passage that may help you understand." "All right," nodded Harry. The twins then led Harry down a passageway until they came to a section of blank wall. One of the twins reached out and gave a wall sconce a twist 90 degrees to the right and a section of wall slid open. With a grin, one of the twins grabbed Harry by his robes over his shoulder and dragged him inside. "All right," said one of the twins. "Lumos." And his wand tip lit up. Harry knew the light charm, having been one of the first he'd learned in charms class, and lit his own wand tip. "All right," this is where we now walk for a little ways, said one of the twins. Watch your step and your head, said the other. Harry then walked with them for what felt like only a few yards before he came upon a set of stairs. He climbed up only about a single floor when he reached near level ground again. A few turns and the twins stopped just ahead. And this is what we mean by a magic castle, Harrikins, said one of the twins. The other simply pushed on a section of wall and it pivoted open. Walking out, Harry found himself standing behind a large statue where it nearly filled an alcove off one of the main castle corridors. One of the twins stuck his head out from behind the statue and looked back and forth. He then pulled his head back, looked at his twin and Harry, grinned and stepped out. The other twin and Harry followed. Harry found himself standing in a well-lit hallway. The twins then led Harry down the hall and through a door at the end. When Harry walked through he was shocked to find they were standing near the very top of the very tall grand staircase. "Whoa," said Harry in a little shock. "That should not be possible." "That's magic, Harrikins," said one of the twins. "We've just left one of the dungeon-level passages. And are now on the 7th floor," said the other. "And it only felt as if we ascended a little over a single story between there and here," said the first. "That's magic," they said together. "How many of those secret passages are there?" asked Harry. "We know of 6, said one. "But one of them's blocked from a tunnel collapse," said the other. "And 3 of those led outside the grounds," said the first. "But we know of others that aren't so secret," said the second. "They're just shortcuts," said the first. "Walk down a short flight of stairs and you come out 2 floors up, that sort of thing," said the other. "Dead useful for getting from the Great Hall to the Gryffindor Common Room," said the first. "To the Ravenclaw Common Room, too, I dare say," said the other. After they stopped speaking they looked Harry, expectantly. In as straight a face as he could Harry softly intoned, "Love, 15. The twins gaped at Harry, then at each other, then back at Harry. Together, they said, "Huh." Harry sighed and just shook his head. "Sorry," he said. "Muggle joke." "If you say so," said one. "Ickle Harrikins," said the other. With a quick shake of his head, Harry said, "Change of subject. I've heard from my sources that you two are the so-called reigning pranksters of the school. Is this true?" "Indeed, we are," said one. "Fred and George Weasley, at your service," said the other before both dropped into a simultaneous courtly bow. "Well, I have a prank I'm currently planning, and getting the props for, and I wanted to make sure we don't clash." "Oh?" asked one. "Any way we can assist?" asked the other. "I don't know," replied Harry, honestly. "What I've done is ordered a costume from a fancy dress shop. It's a character from a set of movies that came out about a decade ago. It's of a character that outsnaped Snape." "Oh, really?" asked the first. "And how can we help?" asked the second. "I want to know if either of you know what charms Snape uses to make his cloak billow like that," said Harry. "There's supposed to be a book out that has a whole list of easy charms to make things happen to your clothes and appearance," said the second. "We were going to save up to buy it," said the first. "It's not stock, but Flourish and Blots are supposed to be able to get it for you," said the second. "Do you, perchance, know the name of this book?" asked Harry. "Simple Cantrips for Appearance's Sake," said the two in unison. "All right," said Harry. "I'll order 2 copies. One for me and one for you too." The twins looked at each other and grinned. "You'd do that," said the first. "For us?" asked the second. "Think of it as 2 things coming together as one," replied Harry. "First, it's a bribe so you won't target me or my group of friends with your pranks. Second, I may want to join you 2 rapscallions or ask you to join me in future pranks. Harry Potter wants to join us in the noble art of pranking," they said before saying in unison, "Deal." "All right, then," said Harry with a bit of a nod to them both. "I've got some ordering of books to do." He started to walk away, before turning back. He said, "If there are any other books you're interested in acquiring that may assist in the noble art of pranking, let me know." Then left. Harry headed for the Ravenclaw Tower while the twins started talking rapidly together. Clearly, they would soon be approaching him with a list of books they thought might prove useful. Harry received both copies of the book Simple Cantrips for Appearance's Sake, on Friday morning's mail drop. The others of the 7 wanted to know what it was and why he ordered 2. "One's for the Weasley twins," he replied. "They're the ones who recommended it to me. Plus, it's partly a bribe paid to them to save us from being directly pranked by them when they finally get going again. Hermione already had one of the books open before her on the table, scanning through it. I don't get it, she said. They're just little things you can do as glamours and the like. Harry nodded and said, yes. And, according to the twins, there's a cantrip in there that mimics the billowing cape trick Snape has going on. These are supposed to be useful for when you're getting your photograph taken, said Hermione. There's ones here for straightening curly hair, curling straight hair, giving you that glint of light off your teeth, brightening your eyes, making your eyes sparkle, pressing your clothes free of wrinkles, giving your hair the tousled look, heaps. Thinking about getting your photograph taken, Potter? Asked Daphne with that little smirk of which Harry was so fond. Looking through the other copy of the book, Harry replied, nope. I just want to be able to do that billowing cape thing Snape does. But the eye twinkle thing sounds suspiciously Dumbledore-ish, too. As for the hair things, Hermione. Interested? Asked their bushy-haired friend. Oh, yes. But it's very short-term, though. It looks like all of them are. After all, how long does it take to take a photograph? There's a better option than short-term cantrips, Hermione, said Tracy. I have some shampoo and conditioner that settles down hair that's otherwise untamable. Stuttered Hermione. Can you tell me where I can get some, please? It was clear to all, then, Hermione really didn't like the way her hair was bushy. I'll loan you some, said Tracy, clearly feeling for her friend. But, it's better to have some shampoo and conditioner made just for you. It works better that way. How do I get it made? Asked Hermione. Tracy felt for her friend and said, I'll get the appropriate order forms. I'll also need a decent snip of your hair, probably from underneath the top layers, to send in with the order. The potioneers need the hair to make sure they brew a batch that's key to you. Thank you, said Hermione with a bit of watery eye action. I searched high and low for a shampoo and conditioner near where I live that would tame this mess, but nothing worked. That's because the way your hair reacts has more to do with your magic than much else, said Hannah. That's why you need magical shampoo and conditioner. Harry perked up on hearing that and said, really? Mine, too. Don't you dare, Potter, Daphne half growled. I happen to like the tousled look your hair always has. Looking towards his betrothed, Harry said, but, what about when I need to spiffy up? You know, formal occasions. Then we shall see about getting you your own special shampoo for those occasions, replied Daphne using her fingers to run through his hair. Or, we can perhaps use the cantrip you've found that straightens hair temporarily. Harry couldn't respond as his betrothed's fingers, where they were moving through his hair and scraping across his scalp, were giving him tingles all over. He had goosebumps. It felt good. After Daphne stopped what she was doing to him, Harry picked up one of the books and walked over to the Gryffindor table. He took seat in a spare spot immediately opposite the twins and handed them the book. As promised, said Harry. Your book. Use it well, and wisely. Both twins eagerly reached out for the book. Thank you, O great and powerful one, said one. Truly, a gift of the ages, said the other. Yes, well, if there are any others you want, as I said, come and see me. I'm still awaiting a package to arrive by mail. When it comes I'll get a message through to you to assist me with some charms work, said Harry, rising and returning to the other table. During Transfiguration, as he'd already read the text for the whole year, Harry used the time to speed read his new book. By lunchtime he was ready to try a couple out. As soon as the class was let out they met with the others in the entrance hall. Harry grabbed them and pulled them all into the antechamber they congregated in before the sorting. I'm going to try a couple of the cantrips out of the book I received this morning, he said. With a frown, Hermione asked, is it safe, do you think? Only one way to find out, declared Harry. And he flicked his wand out and tried the first one he'd thought of to test. A flick of his wand, a muttered incantation, and his eyes developed a twinkle. Susan and Hannah looked into his eyes with a bit of awe. Wow, said Susan. That looks, wow. Another flick of his wand and muttered incantation and Harry beamed a big smile at the 5 witches. One of his molars gave a bright glint, even in the dim light of the alcove. Honestly, Harry, huffed Hermione. You look like a right ponce. While Daphne and Tracy laughed. Neville just grinned and shook his head. With a grin, Harry said, "Well, the charm's supposed to last a couple hours, so I'm going to test it out by smiling at a couple of our female yearmates and see what happens." "You're incorrigible," muttered Hermione. With a shrug, Harry asked, "Shall we?" before indicating for the others to precede him back out. As they were walking across the entrance hall, he cast the cantrip to make Hermione's hair fall flat and straight before casting the second one to make her hair develop loose curls. From behind he thought it looked fantastic. Hermione didn't notice the change. As Hermione walked into the Great Hall with Susan and Hannah side by side and Harry and the others not too far behind, Harry heard a lot of the noises stop as people looked up. He could see from the expressions on people's faces that many did not recognize Hermione with her new hairdo. Looking around, it seemed that the seven would be sitting at Gryffindor table for lunch as the girls led them in that direction. What pleased Harry was that the Gryffindors were no longer giving Daphne and Tracy the evil eye for sitting at the table of the House of the Lions. Now they just allowed the two snakes room with barely an eye bat. One of the other Gryffindor first years, as soon as she spotted Hermione, said, "Wow, Hermione. Your hair looks great." Hermione frowned back, not understanding. "Pardon?" she asked. "Your hair, Hermione," said one of the others. "It looks fantastic." Confused, Hermione's hand came up to caress her bushy locks only to find her hand, when she brought a mass of her curls around so she could see them, full of long silky locks of brown hair. She stood there for a few moments looking at her hair in shock. "How?" she asked no one in particular. Susan and Hannah helped an almost unresponsive Hermione onto the bench between them. "Harry did it," said Tracy. "He did it just before we walked into the Great Hall." Daphne pulled out a small compact mirror and, after casting an enlargement charm upon it, held it so Hermione could see herself in the reflection. "It's beautiful," Hermione said in awe. "I didn't want to say anything before, Hermione," said Daphne. "But how would you like to have your teeth fixed? Permanently?" Hermione looked up and sadly said, "My parents are dentists. They're a form of Muggle teeth healers. They want to have me fitted for braces, but since I can't go and get them constantly adjusted, as they would need to be, I'm going to have to wait until I finish my Hogwarts education before I can get it done." "Hermione, you live in the magical world," said Daphne. "There's no need for Muggle healing here. If you want your teeth fixed, it takes only a few moments to get it done. Madame Pomfrey can do it for you in only a few minutes." "She can do that?" asked Hermione in surprise. "Yes," replied Daphne. "I dare say she's itching to do it for you. She just can't offer it to you without you asking. It breaches her healer's oath, if she did." "Can we go after lunch?" pleaded the girl. "If you want," replied Daphne. Lunch was a calm affair, only interrupted by Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil offering their praises to Hermione for her hair. Hermione almost roughly grabbed Harry's new book back off him and was flipping through the pages looking for the cantrips he used. "Pages 46 and 48, Hermione," said Harry, a little bemused. Without even looking up, Hermione flipped to the first of the two pages and was reading avidly. She soon had her wand out and was slowly going through the wand motions as she read the pages. "Eat, Hermione," Harry had to order her. "Eat, or I'll tell Daphne not to take you to see Madame Pomfrey for your teeth." Hermione looked at him in horror for a few moments before quickly making herself a decent-sized sandwich, grabbing a banana, and pouring herself a goblet of pumpkin juice. With one hand she proceeded to eat her lunch, while reading the book with the other. Harry and the others of the seven looked at each other quite bemused by Hermione's focus. After lunch Harry escorted Tracy to the greenhouses for herbology while Daphne headed to the infirmary with Hermione. She arrived only 10 minutes into the lesson, handing Professor Sprout a note excusing her for her tardiness. As the lesson had started, Harry was sitting with Tracy for the lesson while Daphne sat with Millicent Bulstrode across from them. "How'd it go?" asked Harry, quietly. Daphne grinned back and said, "You'll see for yourself after class." When he saw them, Harry told her they looked fantastic. The next morning Harry met Daphne, her father and Neville in the entrance hall. Today, they were heading in secret to the Department of Mysteries. There, they'd be having a look at the prophecy that clearly involved Harry. "Sorry I'm late," said Harry. "I wanted to get a copy of the article from the Daily Prophet that's framed and hanging in the trophy room." Harry unrolled the configured parchment of the copy of the article, something he learned from the 7th-year Ravenclaw who copied the last page of the Muggle comic book for him, and handed it to Cygnus. With one look at it, Cygnus hissed in surprise. "Yes, that's a young Voldemort, all right," he muttered. "Mind if I hold on to this, Harry?" he asked. "Of course not, Cygnus," replied Harry. "I brought it for you so it could be confirmed TMR as Tom Marvolo Riddle. And you've now confirmed Tom Marvolo Riddle as Voldemort." With a nod, Cygnus re-rolled the parchment and pocketed it within his robes. "Well, we'd best be going, then." Together, the four headed off towards the front gates. "I didn't know you were coming with us, Neville," said Harry to the other boy. "Gran received a message from my great-uncle Algy," replied the boy with a shrug. "He said I need to be there when we get where we're going." "All right, then," said Harry. "It'll be nice to have you along." And smiled. Stepping into the atrium at the Ministry of Magic from one of the many fireplaces, Harry noticed there wasn't nearly as many people as the previous Monday. Clearly, Saturdays were not a mandatory work day at the ministry. Cygnus led their small party through the security checkpoint before striding over to the bank of elevators. There, they took a ride down to level 9. Striding straight across the small foyer, Cygnus opened the door that was only labeled, "Dom," in Old English script on a wooden plaque. Inside, they were immediately met in a hallway by a person of modest height in a long gray cloak. Harry noticed he couldn't quite make out the person's face. Cygnus, after shaking the person's hand, turned to the three kids and said, "This is Unspeakable Talon. Unspeakable Talon will take us through to the Hall of Prophecies so Harry can hear the orb of prophecy that is in part, his name. Please obey all instructions of the Unspeakable and ask no further questions." Harry, Daphne and Neville all nodded their heads in understanding. With a voice Harry couldn't make out was either male or female, the Unspeakable led them down the short hallway they were standing in and through a door at the end. As soon as the door closed, Harry had a sudden feeling of vertigo as the room appeared to spin. After a few long seconds the doors stopped their motion and the Unspeakable led their little party through a door. To Harry, they all appeared identical. He wondered how the person in the gray cloak knew which door to open. Stepping through, the Unspeakable led them through a room full of clocks and hourglasses before passing through a door out the other side of the room. The door opened up to a massive room in which Harry couldn't see either end or the opposite wall. The light from candles at each end of a rack were insufficient to show how far back the rows went. The room was filled with racks upon racks, all standing side by side with little room for two people to pass one another between them. Harry didn't know how many racks there were, but they entered next to row 53. The Unspeakable led them along the rows as the numbers counted up. Soon, they reached row 97. The Unspeakable stopped for a moment and consulted a small device she held in their left hand. Then the Unspeakable led them down that row. Only a short way down the row, the Unspeakable stopped and turned to one of the racks. The wand, lit with a soft lumos, was used to light the rows. Soon, at about Harry's head height, the Unspeakable stopped and, using their wand, indicated a softly glowing orb. "Mr. Potter, if HJP truly is you, then you will be able to lift this orb down," the Unspeakable said. "If it is not you, it will stun you. At which point I will enervate you again. If you are able to lift the orb down, you will need to tap the top of it with your wand. Then, the prophecy will play for you within the orb. If there is anyone in your party you do not want to hear the prophecy, they need to leave now." "No, they can stay," said Harry. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Harry drew his wand and held it in his right hand. He then reached out and placed both hands under the orb. He carefully lifted the orb from its small wooden cradle and brought it down to his chest. Once there, he transferred the orb to be held only in the palm of his left hand. Holding the orb a little out in front of himself, Harry then raised his wand and lightly tapped the orb on top. The others gathered around and watched. The glow of the orb brightened and the gray smoky substance within cleared. Then Harry could see a younger Professor Trelawney sitting in a chair. Her voice was husky and quite deep as she said, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." After the prophecy played out, the image of Trelawney faded away back into the softly glowing smoky interior. Still holding it and just staring at it, Harry said, "Well, that just beeps." "Bloody hell," said Neville while Daphne took Harry in her arms and hugged him tightly. Cygnus was softly cursing under his breath. With what sounded like a sigh, the Unspeakable said, "Hold on to that, Mr. Potter, and follow me." The Unspeakable lifted down the small wooden stand the orb had sat upon on the shelf and led them back out to the end of the rows. The Unspeakable led them back out through the door by which they entered the hall and back to the room with the rotating doors. After he, or she, shut the doors spun around them again. When the doors stopped moving, the Unspeakable walked over to another door, opened it, and ushered them through. This time they came out into what seemed to be a set of offices. The Unspeakable then led them through a couple of offices before she halted at a plain, unmarked door. They knocked on the door, and then opened it, ushering everyone through. Stepping into the room, Harry noticed it was an office. One that was magically expanded because the doors on either side of the one in which they entered could not have been there given the size of the room they were now in. Behind the desk sat another person in robes similar to the one the Unspeakable who had led them through to the Hall of Prophecies was wearing. The one who had led them walked up to the desk and placed the wooden stand on it in front of the other. Then he or she left the room, closing the door behind them. Once the door was closed, the new Unspeakable drew a wand and conjured 4 chairs for them to sit upon on their side of the desk. "Please, sit, everyone," said the new Unspeakable. After taking their seats, the new Unspeakable reached up and flipped back the cowl of his or her robe. "Uncle Algy!" exclaimed Neville. "Hello, young Neville," said the man, for Harry could now see it was a rather nondescript man with a short full beard. His hair was the color of what Harry had come to know as salt and pepper, dark hair turning gray. "As Neville has now identified me, I guess I should properly identify myself," said Uncle Algy. "I'm known as Unspeakable Croaker, and Neville's Uncle Algernon." Turning to Harry, he held out his left hand and said, "Could you pass me the prophecy orb, please, Mr. Potter?" Harry offered the orb to the Unspeakable, who took it and placed it on the little wooden stand that was now before him. He then looked up and said, "So, Albus Dumbledore heard a prophecy spoken by Sybil Trelawney." The prophecy, since Mr. Potter was able to pick it up and hear it, was about him and who Dumbledore identified as TMR. Clearly, if Mr. Potter is not the Dark Lord spoken of in the prophecy, then TMR is the Dark Lord. That just leaves identifying just who TMR is. And Dumbledore is not telling anyone who that is. "Harry believes, he knows," said Cygnus. "And, after what he showed me, I believe he's correct." Cygnus reached into his robes and withdrew the roll of parchment Harry handed to him back at Hogwarts. Cygnus handed it to Croaker. Accepting the roll, Croaker unrolled it and studied it for a few moments. "So, Tom Marvolo Riddle changed his name to Voldemort. No wonder we continually hit a brick wall in trying to figure out his origins." Frowning and thinking hard, Harry was pinching his bottom lip. Looking up at Croaker, he said, "Excuse me, sir, do you mind if I borrow a piece of parchment, a quill and a little ink? I just want to check something." A little surprised by the request, Croaker drew out the required paraphernalia from his desk and placed them on the desk in front of Harry. "What is it, Harry?" asked Cygnus. "I just want to confirm something," replied Harry. After he'd been writing a few things down and thinking for a bit, Harry sat up straighter and said, "It's an anagram." "Sorry?" asked Croaker. "Tom Marvolo Riddle, sorry, Voldemort, is part of an anagram taken from the name, Tom Marvolo Riddle." "Look," said Harry, indicating what he had written. "The letters that form, Voldemort, were all in the name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Remove those letters and you're left with M, A, O, R, I, D and L. From those you can get, Lord, leaving you with M, A and I. And that's, I am, backwards. Which means, Tom Marvolo Riddle, is anagrammatic for, I am Lord Voldemort." Harry sat back with a bit of a smug expression on his face. Croaker had drawn the sheet of parchment back to himself and was going through the motions, just as Harry did. When he was finished, he sat back and softly said, "Well, I'll be." The answer was right there all along. Croaker sat there thinking for a few moments before he leaned forward again. "Mr. Potter, I've now seen the memories of events of what happened at the sorting at Hogwarts this year, including the 2 wraiths, one each, that came out of your scar and the head of Quirinus Quirrell. Both were clearly manifestations of Voldemort, Riddle. Harry nodded back in understanding. That also means, said Croaker, through whatever feat, possibly when he was destroyed by you in October 1981, his soul became fragmented. When you entered the Great Hall on the 1st of September for the sorting, and because Quirrell was already there and possessed by one fragment of Vold Riddle's soul, the two coming in close proximity caused the one expelled from you when your binding shattered to be drawn to the one possessing Quirrell. Him being hit by the second piece of Riddle's soul, while already under an active possession, killed him. The piece already possessing him was forced to flee, and fused with the piece that came from you, Mr. Potter. Now, said Croaker, leaning forward and clasping his hands together, the fact that the new, fused, piece of Riddle's soul did not then move on to the afterlife, together with the fact the prophecy is still in play, means there's still more. The prophecy's still in play? Asked Cygnus. Croaker nodded and said, if the prophecy had been completed, the prophecy orb would have turned dark. That it hasn't means the prophecy has not yet been completed. So, I still have to face him, said Harry worriedly. Yes and no, said Croaker. The prophecy states, one must die by the hand of the other, but that can mean many things. For instance, you can be Minister of Magic and sign his execution warrant. He will then have died by your hand. Or, we can wire him up in explosives, hand you the detonator, and you push the button. There are many ways it can be done. So I take it, then, the Department of Mysteries will be tackling this problem. Asked Cygnus. Volume Riddle represents a viable and known threat to magical Britain, said Croaker. So that means we have the mandate to tackle the problem. On top of that, we had the mandate during the last war, and Minister Bagnold did not rescind it after Volume Riddle supposedly died. Excellent, said Cygnus. Looking directly at Harry again, Croaker said, don't worry about the prophecy, Mr. Potter. That's my department's job. All you need to do is stay alive. Go and enjoy being a first year at Hogwarts. When the time comes, we'll call on you, all right? All right, sir, replied Harry, a lot more calmly. Good, said Croaker, firmly, as he stood up. Please follow me and I'll lead you back out of this place. Croaker then led them back to the lifts. While they were waiting, Neville quietly asked, Uncle Algy. Croaker, who had reddened his cowl, asked, yes, Neville. The prophecy, it said, born as the 7th month dies. That means it could have been me, couldn't it? Asked Neville. I mean, Harry and I were born only a few hours apart. Not answering straight away, Croaker waited a few moments in thought before he replied, yes, Neville, I guess that could be true. How does that make you feel? Relieved, that it's Harry, the boy replied before turning to Harry. Sorry. Harry smiled back and said, it's okay, Neville. I completely understand. How can I be angry when I, too, wish it was someone else? Croaker did not have the heart to tell his great-nephew that he could be considered, marked as his equal, due to the psychological impact on him of his parents' long-term stay in St. Mungo's. Or that Riddle hadn't marked him, yet. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.